put it on the right.
Go, Munich!
Sono dai.
Sono... non lo so.
If you're going to the pitch, you have to walk around.
Yeah, we're just looking.
Just in the pitch. Bello.
Ma anche lo sono.
È di uno stadio di Serie B.
No.
No.
Andiamo. Devo andare un attimo davanti, tipo...
closed up.
We can move through there, that's fine. So the only mic we have to use is so you don't sit or stand in front of the then it's okay. I think they're comfortable with cables, so I hope they're not.
Get you mic'd up. Best if you need to come up here, I reckon. Just come straight through.
Yeah, nice.
Isso não era
Esta sitter mitt i öronen. Du kommer flyga till den här klassen. Du måste...
Very sorry about that. Sorry, I had to.
We have two cameras set up.
Yep.
One is here, one is there. If you are announcing something after it moves down.
Yeah.
Just I would like you to announce it if you're like I don't know how you're doing it, if you're walking towards the tent or standing somewhere in between.
Right, okay.
Before you're announcing it, look into this camera
Yeah.
and say something like requesting live or going live. This
Yeah,
will go
okay.
here.
Yeah, yeah.
Then we
okay.
set you live, like count in seconds.
Yeah.
And then just announce what you want to announce, and after this you will be offline again.
Okay. So generally I'll be talking to a player and then I'll turn around to face the table anyway.
Yeah.
At that point, as I'm turning around and they're walking away, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the best part is that you look into the camera because we can zoom in on you and it looks like you're talking to the people watching.
Okay.
That's the cool
Yeah.
part.
Right. Okay. No worries.
Nothing more.
Excellent.
I hope.
Jan, vinden je wel live van dit? Ah, hoe voorzien. En waarom is dat onmogelijk? Waarom die man dat doen? Dat is een veel uur.
Sanchez against White. This is the time check for pitch 1.
Çok başarılı abi burası. Saha falan çok iyi yani.
Bence de ya. Karşı tarafın insanları istiyorlar.
Yer bayağı canlı olacak ya burada. Oo abi, şunu atma beni ya. Yarın şunu isterim öyle bak. Çok teşekkürler, kolay gelsin.
Chaud, chaud, chaud. Ah, ils sont où les hommes médecins?
but not here.
Yeah, clearly.
I hate this shit. You know, I can't volunteers on here.
Hello.
On the stream on now.
No.
No. Someone said we were, and I was like, I don't think we want to watch the game, not the people.
Yeah, maybe on the stream they have the scheduling or something up, but the camera are not on the stream yet, and the mic are off. I can do both.
Okay. Yeah, you do this one, I take that one?
Yeah, and which one is Quaffle?
That one's Quaffle, this one is other stuff. So if the ref makes a call, you film the ref.
Yeah, the ref.
Yeah.
And the snitch when the snitch is up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is it hand mic then? Yes. This one or that one? Yeah. I should have realized Texas when he said last night, I'm gonna go find a pub. But British people drink all the time. Like, that's not the problem. No, I know, he did his best game on 13 pints, but yeah. Anyway. No, I don't mind. Amiga, I don't mind being by myself, but that doesn't bother me.
Oh, we'll try it.
If I no, it's just like hello. Christian still hasn't shown up for his analyst. Yeah, he was here. He was here? I haven't seen him. He hasn't shown up yet. Okay. So, well, otherwise... now. Yeah, and otherwise, Bex, how do you feel about also joining the analyst desk if the analyst doesn't show up? Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Yeah. Okay, do you want to do couple cam? Okay, then I'm going to give you the easier camera. Yeah. Okay, it's a bit high, but you can adjust this so you can like see what you're doing. So this one is up until Snakes on Pitch. This is the fun camera. Yeah. So you can just make close-ups of cool beater stuff or like other stuff you think is going to be fun to look at. The head ref is your responsibility. So if the head ref makes a call, you'll see when the head ref like points, like he looks at this camera and like makes the call, then you need to have them in view so that you know the head ref call is clear on view. And after snitch on pitch, you film the snitch.
All right.
We're ready. We're ready.
Assuming is at the
there. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. If you wanna make it like, no, I don't think we can actually shift it. Yeah. So it's a bit uncomfortable for them. Yeah.
That's fine. I think. Okay.
Yeah, and then for the snitch, you wanna like probably zoom a bit more, like move the camera, and then you're also allowed to touch this button even.
All right. This is the forth and back thing.
Yeah, and then this is this way because the snitch can go like all places.
Yeah.
So you wanna make sure that you get the snitch.
All right. I have never done it before.
No.
I will
We
give
will
my best.
All right. If you hear nothing, then you're doing fine.
Okay.
If you say something, then it's not. We're not trying to be mean. We're just, you know.
I know. Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna quickly check back.
I got told 2 minutes ago that I'm not supposed to do this, but the camera person didn't show up, so I'm doing this now.
Don't worry, it's totally fine. Like things happen, and it's like I haven't looked at the commentating sheets. It's gonna be fine. We're just wing it. Don't worry, because if something is really going wrong, then they'll come out and they'll take over. So they just need someone here to like.
Yeah.
Thanks. This was for the analyst list later. So there's the teams at one. I don't really want to go into like this is useful, this is useful. So the first analyst list is about it is, but they said just please do a brief overview. Actually no, let's analyze the game and then do an overview and so they just proceedings,
You can also like
jumps up
kind of shitty, right? That it's so high.
Great, Christian, nice to meet you. I'm Daniel.
Bob,
Sir, are you able to brief them?
wie sieht's aus mit der Timekeeper-App? Bitte? Okay, dann check ich mal, ob ich ein Signal bekomme auch.
All good. We've only got one mic, haven't we? Oh, there's a second. Oh, there's a second. Commentators ready and waiting, over and out. Yes, testing the mic. This is Jandals. This is Jandals.
You know how it works?
Yeah. Do I have to zoom in and out?
You don't have to, but you can.
From here?
Yeah.
Hello, thank you for joining us with the first match of the day. We have got the Munich Rumpeldunks versus the Glasgow Grim Reapers. Germany versus United Kingdom on I am back from Scotland and I am joined by Jandals.
But is there anything that we're not about?
Glasgow, formerly of Team Catalonia, going for the long shot. This is like a bit of a kick-off pitch, but I guess it's okay. Viewers can just hear right now down on the pitch.
Is there anything I'm not allowed to do? Other than the...
From Team Munich have brought their A game, their instrument game as well. Yeah,
The important things are headdress.
That's nice.
The headdress
But
is
yeah,
the
number
one
one
with
drive
the
for Munich.
That's the
Pass up, lovely bit of passing. The match.
And then you know that like you have to be on the space so
with the red
can
head.
see. Yeah, with the red head.
A fun fact.
He has a headset in as well, you can sort of see it.
So big Marcus, number 7 of Glasgow with the purple. A recent convert to the Glasgow Rumpeldunks, previously of the Barcelona Eagles. For some reason, there's 3 Catalans on this team who chose to leave Barcelona for Glasgow. You know anything about Glasgow, you know that's, or anything about Barcelona, you know that's a bit controversial. And you chat to them, yes, I'm Mr. Sunbix. It is dark all the time. I'm like, yeah, you moved to Glasgow, like, I want to tell you. Yeah, can keep a position. Ooh, beaters are very high up, acting very aggressive. Taking on the point. Yeah, Glasgow prefers a more conservative beater game. Taking the drive. And no goal. Pass back in front of hoops, will she retain it? And a good recovery from Munich. Straight forward. Munich have a very slick passing game. And it's through early in the game. And the ground is a bit wet, court is a bit slippery. They're probably still a bit tired from getting up super early and travelling. So yeah, they're doing well. And also, did you see what number just recently scored the goal? So, Vita interrupted legally just before the score didn't count. So now that player has to spend a minute in the box, either a minute or until his team has scored a goal. Big Marcus on the drive. Big Marcus playing what he absolutely does best. As you can see, he is very big, and he is also called Marcus, and that's why we call him Big Marcus. Big Marcus. Which means that beater from Munich gets to return to play after his tie back into his reach. So I believe the score is 1-0. What are you most excited about seeing in European Quidditch today?
Oh, that is a very complicated question. I think there's a very mixed bag, I believe, in European Quidditch between passing and in driving. I think there's a bit more stronger emphasis on the driving, especially more of the passing to their female players is something I'm watching very keenly today. So far, I haven't seen any passes from the Glasgow Grim Reapers yet to their female players, but quite a few from Munich. So we'll see how this shapes up today.
I mean, when they were on power play, when they heard they were down a beater, when Munich was down a beater, so Glasgow took that driving opportunity. So that was the right call to make in that one. Also for Glasgow, you want to watch. Number 23, Gemma, also a Catalan convert to Scottish Quidditch, coach of the Catalan national team, but plays Quidditch Premier League for the Scottish Thistles. So mixes up both them.
A very interesting mix there.
As Alice Rabia, illegal contact. I believe one of the founding members of Glasgow. Very feisty. Didn't pay off in that particular moment. So Steve the ref is turning over the ball back to Munich to counteract the foul. Fun fact, so the assistant ref in the red hat, the purple hat, sorry, Lauren Sterry, is marrying Steve the head ref in a couple of months. So that's cute. Wish them well for that. So now, another beautiful goal scored by number 5 of Munich.
that there's been a foul and a yellow card on the Glasgow Reapers attacking the receiver. Oh, straight, and it's through. Beautiful cut by number 24 of the Glasgow Reapers.
Now, Mate, who just scored then, played for Czechia at the World Cup, Czech Republic for the World Cup. So very experienced. There's a lot of international players on Glasgow. Probably a lot of people moving to Scotland to improve their English, joining a Quidditch team full of foreigners and not getting that English learning experience they wanted, as happens with a lot of international cities. Big Marcus going on the drive, shoving the people out the way, going on the drive, pushing 3 Munich players out of the way, walking around again and scoring. Wow, that was an amazing drive by Big Marcus number 7. He's not all of them. Where are the Munich Eaters in that?
Very interesting dynamic from the Glasgow Grim Reapers on that offense. The actual supporting chasers didn't really know what to do in that scenario. Probably because they're very confident in Big Marcus' ability to go through players, sort of trying to help them get that goal. They probably didn't feel like they needed to.
Because Glasgow's made it to the European Quidditch Cup. Less than a year ago, they were Britain's development cup. So they didn't qualify for the national tournament. So some of the players they still with, less than 18 months experience of Quidditch, and that, like reading the game, that takes time. But if you've got someone of experience as Marcus, just let him get on and do his thing. Of course, this year for the European Games, Scotland's sending a national team. A lot of these players will be on the Scottish national team, and Gavin, number 25 of Glasgow, is the head coach for that.
Home to my hotel room after yesterday. I took the cab by the river. And there were like at least 3 or 4 times this hopping along.
Offense. Glasgow Grim Reapers, but they recover the ball beautifully from Munich.
Gavin, number 25, is the head coach for Scotland, trying a really high point there, right up on their heap.
The best thing is always if you're walking through Frankfurt at night, and Frankfurt isn't like it's not the biggest city here or anything, but it is an international big city.
1 point, number 25. Fun fact about Gavin, his ambition in Quidditch is to score a header.
And when you walk through Frankfurt at night, the chances are like 3 and 4. You'll see both a duck walking through like the big commercial street where all the shops are, and if it's deserted at night, you'll just
I've seen people kickball through hoops. I've yet to see a header.
walking through, and through the financial district, you will always see rabbits hopping.
Or jumping through the hoop as well. Counts so long as the ball goes through the hoop, you can do it any which way.
It has a certain post-apocalyptic.
Amsterdam has a lot of herons everywhere, which is also kind of strange.
The conditions here a little bit windy. The sun is out. I always prefer the sun out. Makes it easier to catch the ball. Feels it dry.
Very crisp, like a very small apple.
They're like storks, but slightly different. Like the bluish, grayish storks. Big birds, but they're like everywhere apparently. I mean, there's a lot of water in Amsterdam, but still.
And this game is just as juicy.
I'm loving the metaphor.
Munich Glasgow have gone into their
Und nachdem wir das Spiel ziemlich sicher haben,
Just through from number 24.
ja, wobei, wir
wissen es nicht. Ja, wir können gerne mal anschauen.
ist auf uns.
I mean, we are.
Aber ich meine, er hat gesagt, er hat uns jetzt offline genommen, oder?
being met by Chema with the bludgeon. Number 31 from Munich is making a Scottish Quidditch tends to favour a box defence, so this is quite an unusual.
No, obviously, that's what you do with a microphone.
We're seeing those like big drives from Glasgow. It's a bit unusual compared to the Scottish style in general, which is too. Two players behind the hoops and in the far corners, making a kind of box with long passes. But I think it's good then that maybe they can. Munich playing very well. Two players are complaining. Glasgow.
Auf dem B-Stream jetzt gerade den A-Stream.
Of course, any time there's a stoppage of play, the clock also stops. No such thing as like extra time. Oh, but the teams.
We don't have any.
Time and they call a time out. You call a timeout until the snitch is released on the pitch. 1 minute. And each team gets to call one. What do you think Munich will be talking about in their timeout right now?
Up a little bit, to be honest. They were doing some solid defensive plays, but their cohesion and their synergy on the offense was just a little bit more nerve-wracking. They were making those passes.
But we already have our first groups down. This game is ref by Niklas Rüders. After all, this is to be.
I think it is an out-of-bounds situation, but that is an easy problem to fix.
But Glasgow just won't give them any room to move, so I think it's just learning to take a bit more space and that. And that would be my prediction for the play.
Just like
as for
I didn't
Glasgow,
watch it, but whenever the
I think is it
whenever the
is
ref
it Big
pulls the brooms down,
Big Mark is having a wee chat to his team at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, no, I didn't watch it, but I just.
Who brought it from?
Of course, the crazy group of
I don't know that too. I don't know many.
You don't know Phoenix.
Yeah, it's going alright.
I think, on the face of it, I think Munich has the deeper roster. Yeah.
This is my first international tournament that I'm volunteering.
Okay, that's
all me.
Whereas Glasgow is falling quite hard to go. You just did it for
the Quidditch company that they're
it's Gavin and Marcus and
Well, yeah.
Ik wacht jetzt even offline.
Because we cannot afford it.
yeah, might say, it seems to fall into the same few people.
What's your take on the beta play so far?
Glasgow seem to have held possession, but it doesn't seem to be stopping anything. Lovely, beautiful passing game. They can work the ball, they can move the ball faster than they seem to be keeping up with them.
doing a bit of a drive. Beautiful pass. The alley-oop doesn't quite succeed. Trying to recover the ball, or going for a bit of a scramble. Interesting call on the brooms now. Potentially a contact foul, or could be thrown back to no one.
Die Brooms down, immer auf die Refs. Und dann ruhig richtig ranzoomen, wenn der Hitler fast announced. Also so wichtig, dass wir den im Close-Up haben jetzt.
This could mean potentially another man down in the box.
Überrannt. Also, den will ich komplett im Bild haben, sodass er so groß ist wie der Bildschirm mindestens. Weil wir haben hier oben, wir macht das so, und dann können wir in dem Moment dich einfach reinschalten und du kannst nicht schnell ranzoomen. Hast du einen Walkie-Talkie bekommen?
Calling it no goal, goal ref calling it a goal. I was in the goal.
How long before that drum gets old?
Oh, it'll never get old.
I think the chanting would have been good, because you've got to keep it fresh, I think. Also, the drum got old 5 minutes ago. I hate that. Munich on the drive, number 31 again. Lovely pass.
Beautiful pass.
He's not back on pitch. Number 31 of Munich with the ball, Matthias Halster. He uses a hairdryer to every practice to dry his hair after showering. There you go. Does have majestic hair, I can understand it.
Beautiful dodge on beating from number 23.
Jump. So China and Marcus have been playing together for over 5 years, and you can see that that synergy that they have together. And another stoppage of play. The thing is, these things, the fouls they keep being called for are just a very technical, like the little technical rules. Nobody's being egregious. There's been no like filthy tackling, no elbows or anything like that. So it is still a clean game, even though there's been, you know, the little technical fouls, the little slip-ups here. Okay, so fun fact about the personal relationship between these two teams. Gemma of Glasgow, number 23 with the Belgium in the middle of the field, actually helped establish and found the Munich team. So he's got to show them how it's done. There's a point of place for that, I think.
Munich had quickly cottoned on to big Marcus, and then now it's making it a lot harder. He started actually passing out to his wings a lot more, definitely increasing the pressure on the offense. I haven't seen any screens yet, so I remain optimistic. Trying to make for that drive. Munich players a little bit crowded, very close quarters. And a good turnover, big Marcus taking it down. And it's there.
Really aggressive. He's making the call to press. If there is no bludgers up there, if there's no bludgers on the defense, quite often you'll hear teams like press or advance, something like that. It means, hey, we can take these guys man to man. We don't have to worry about the bludgers. Let's just like do our best to power through. Because Quidditch is at the heart an offense heavy. It is a lot harder to defend. It's a lot harder to defend.
on Munich establishing a lot of the core players, beating them out before they get a chance to drive on the offense. Currently number 23 and 24 of Glasgow.
Interesting play by Glasgow to only take their one blocker up, but then not work together to retain control. No one obviously beats it like attacking another beats it together. Although they have, they're covered it. So now Glasgow has loads of control. Munich once again throwing. They can do those good passes. Yeah, both these teams have risen to prominence in quite a short amount of time. Munich becoming one of Germany's elite. German Quidditch, when they hosted the World Cup in Frankfurt 2016, there was an explosion in teams. They went from like 5 teams to one of the biggest MGBs in Europe. I think only rivaled by the UK. There were like 40 teams regularly playing in Germany. They love Quidditch in Germany. What can I tell you? And drums. A lot of drums. Munich once again in possession of the waffle. Passing back to the keeper, number 1. Doing again, drying the waffle with his shirt just to be on the safe side.
Number 92 on beating for Munich is, I'm going to mispronounce this, and then playing, fun fact about them, claims to be the best Indian Quidditch player. As far as I understand it, Quidditch India is not official as of yet.
Quidditch India, another thing I know, a lot of British players of Indian heritage are trying to make it a thing. Same with Sri Lanka, same with Pakistan. To get these teams to World Cup, but they would be more or less entirely expats. Which, yeah, there's an argument for it. Number 1, Maxime Grassini of Munich with the ball. Tries to push fast to Germany. Two catches. I don't think there is one catch or two. Maxime again, number 24 of Glasgow. Back out there with another amazing goal. Fantastic. Was our Munich team powered by catches and Bavarians.
Sabrina Lek, also known as the female Dirk Nowitzki, just subbing off. And an interesting change in lineup. We're going double male beater for the Munich team.
Ich meine, der Trainer ist ja
Glasgow once again with the waffle in his hands. Checking it out, what to do, if I may, could I say that? On a drive. Oh, just got this shot in over the heads of the players.
Just a straight goal and straight through. An interesting defense by Munich, going for almost the double point. Shifting onto a man-on-man defense. A very interesting tactic, but can occasionally cause problems with matches.
seems. The black and white blends with the ref. So much yellow on the Munich, blends with the snitch. Interesting choices by both West teams. I would have said there's too much yellow on a kit, me personally, to clash with the snitch. But hey, I don't make the rules. Or who's trying. So the snitch is worth 30 points. Each hoop is worth 10. The snitch catch is worth 30. If the catch is called good after the snitch tail on the back of the hoop has been moved forward, as in the snitch was not impeded in any way, then the game ends. So, Steve's stuck in the game again.
No, we can't call a timeout because the snitch is now on pitch. It's unclear what the stop is. Can you...
Well, the ref's talking to the pitch manager. We can't really do a lot about the pitch during the game. You can't, unless if you have a serious stoppage in play for an injury or something, you might have to move field. But right now, you can't feel the problem.
So the two seekers currently on at the moment for the Glasgow Grim Reapers. We have Ross Wiseman. And he likes to boast that he once made a winning snitch catch with 3 seconds of overtime remaining.
Playing close to the wire there.
Very close. But also number 29 of Munich, we have Kagan Medeland, who broke his hand whilst playing Mario Kart. So I do hope that it's healed now so that they can make an effective catch.
The score is currently 70-50, which is what we refer to as swim, or yeah, 70-50. So the game is what we call swim, which is snitch when it matters, which means even though the team that's behind could still win, even though they're down on proper points if they catch the snitch. What we're probably going to see is the purple game will more or less be forgotten, and everyone will focus their attention on the snitch. Popular UK tactic at the moment is bubbling. You just ignore the purple completely, and you stay all of your attention tightly around the snitch. And you sometimes see entire piles of people in the field fighting over the ball, the purple, with no beaters to help them out. I'm just going to lie there, have a little break, and just try and hold on to the ball.
Refs also having a little bit of a meeting, can clearly understand the gravity of this match, so obviously getting a bit of mental preparation. I find as a referee it can be quite, not stressful, but you have to keep very, very sharp. One tiny little slip up, one tiny little mispositioning. So it's nice to see that they're also taking this very, very seriously today.
Logistically, Quidditch organising, Quidditch refereeing is a nightmare because you just need so many people to organise and tell places to go, and you have to take into account bias and all this kind of stuff. But we try not to miss anything. Of course, 5 balls on the field. Yeah, a lot of people.
A very tactical sport, I think. They're definitely a very intelligent sport, if I may be so bold.
All I know is I'm never going back to soccer. I was a goalkeeper. Oh my goodness, Steve, why are you stopping again? What is the call?
What is Steve carrying on his right hip there?
So, I'm glad you asked, Ambrose. That is an advantage marker. If a player fouls, but the team who has been fouled against with a disadvantage will stop the play. So say you're on this amazing run and someone grabs your shirt but it doesn't stop you. To stop the play, foul the other player would slow you down. You throw down your advantage marker and then you no longer have the advantage in the play. We can resume play from that point. It also just looks really cool.
Yeah, I thought it was some kind of weird snitch backup. But no, thank you for clarifying that for me. I've never seen that before done under in Australia. And the seekers are off. Quickly, there we go.
I say they're all focusing on the snitch.
Nice bit of bubbling there. 29 from Munich coming straight in.
Oh wow!
Straight down.
Just go in. That was just unlucky. I'm left speechless. Rendered speechless by that one.
both of these seekers know exactly what they're doing. They're approaching the snitch from 180-degree angle. It makes it extremely difficult for the snitch to actually hold their ground when you're coming from two opposite directions. It's also extremely dangerous, I believe, as a seeker to actually attack in that motion, because it's pretty much you're flipping a coin as to who catches the snitch. So we have stoppage in play. Did you see what they were using those for?
No, I didn't catch that one. I was trying to look at a jersey and think, why is number 2 not on my roster sheet? I was thinking, I've Munich changed jerseys, what's going on? Maybe he spilled something down his other one at breakfast. We will never know. We'll never know.
An interesting number from Glasgow, number pi. Number pi. That there is Hippogriffs, the chaser. I have not seen a number like that for a while.
All of the bodies now are focused on the snitch, which means number 1 of Munich, next scene again, running it in. Of course, with tackling with Quidditch, you're going to tackle with the one arm. So you've got one arm, you've got a broom. We can tackle in Quidditch, but to be honest, it's quite difficult. And if you see a really, really good tackle, that's quite a treat.
Beautiful dismount from the snitch there. So the snitches have within a certain limits, are allowed to pull the brooms out and hassle the seekers as much as they can. Pulling the brooms out is considered a very safe technique for a snitch, because a dismounted seeker is better than a seeker that is far away, in their opinion.
I don't want to sound like old man back in the day, but when I first started playing back in 2012 as a snitch, you could do anything. You could attack the players with Nerf guns and water brooms and all kinds of stuff, and we did off-pitch seeking, and you could run away and hide in a tree for 20 minutes until you had to come back. And those were the good old days when you could run away.
I remember very fondly back when I first started Quidditch, I learnt a snitch that used to line up about 10 drink bottles along the side of the pitch, and used to run past the edge of the pitch and grab one drink bottle and tip it over the seekers, and just did that systematically. They had a refiller as well on the sidelines for them.
Oh wow, that's dedication.
Yeah, but bear in mind this is Australia where it's over 40 degrees, so I think it was more of a welcome drenching. Seems to be some issues on the snitch.
So illegal procedure by number 11 Laura of Munich. That's what I'm talking about. These mutants, maybe they haven't practiced all these little things, these little details like sewing correctly. This is the European Quidditch Cup. Now is all the time to learn about that kind of thing. You should know that already.
But like I said, both of these teams are very young. They've only been around for a year. So it's just, when you have a booklet that's roughly 100 pages long, sometimes these little things do get lost on you. But also when you have the cycling in of new players.
They were founded in 2015, but didn't play their first tournament until 2017. And then really got a boost when they qualified for EQC, which was in Munich, just outside Munich, in Hafen. And that of course gave them a big boost, like being on home turf, and they finished 8th at that tournament, which was very impressive. Bit of a Cinderella run into the upper bracket on that one.
The Seekers assaulting now. Seeker for Munich has changed number 99 to Lucas Schmidt. He tore his ankle 1 week before the German Championship in 2018, so it's nice to see him back in cricket. But holding his distance, a very smart move. And like I said earlier, although it's favourable for two seekers to assault or attack the snitch at the same time. Yeah. It's a catch! Yeah! It's a catch!
So now we're excited until the refs have a little chit chat. The general rule is the longer they take to discuss it, the less and less likely it becomes to be good, as they find more and more things that could possibly be wrong with the catch. either team should be proud of that performance, I think. To keep any game really close like that, where it's in swim, you know, on a different day it could have gone a different way. So, let's see. I know, we're losing their big one.
Making sure that there are no fouls as well. There can be.
Congratulations to me there. It's a good game.
Well, I'm going to be jumping onto the analyst list, so I'll leave you here for a moment, Bex. And
thank you very much, Candice. I will see you later.
60, I guess.
So Glasgow what?
Michelin.
Oh, they won.
Awesome.
Hello and welcome back to the EQC 2019. I am your host for this segment. My name is Jandals and I am from New Zealand. So, what's been happening recently? So currently we've had a couple of streaming issues. We're just getting those resolved for you now, but in the meantime, you're with me. So just thought I'd give you a brief rundown on what's been going on so far down here in Harelbeke in Belgium. So, as looking outside, the weather is absolutely stunning. It is a beautiful sunny day, roughly 15 degrees, nice and crisp, and I think everyone in good spirits. We had a good start to the day with various music and teams all showing up, but coming up in the next hour, we're looking to look at the OSI Vikings versus the OTDU Hippogriffs. That'll be on stream 1. Then on to stream 2, we will have the London Unspeakables versus the Virtue Romana Quidditch. So, one thing I should mention is if you're looking for live updates on the scores and on any other teams here, we have 32 teams at the EQC here today, then all you have to do is go online to our website and look into EQC 2019 Division 1. There you can find all sorts of information such as the various schedules. You can also find live updates on all the scores in your for your favorite teams. I should also mention, you should comment, and feel free to comment on Facebook. Send us questions. Send us who you'd like to see up here on our analyst desk with us. Send us in your questions. If you're on Twitter, send us the feed or the handle EQC19Live. So that is EQC19Live on Twitter. Send us your questions, send us your comments. We'd really love to hear from you and see what parts of the world you're coming and watching in from. Aside from that, after each of the games, we're of course going to have our analyst desks breaking down each of the games, but we've also got a various number of materials we've prepared for you. This is the European Cup after all, and we want to see what new things we can experience and see here in the wonderful world that is Quidditch. So, what have we got planned for you? We have a wonderful roundtable discussion done by Jack Leonard, Bex, Felix, and Philip Strolz from Germany. They'll be talking about the future of Quidditch and the development of Quidditch and various things that are affecting our sport. This can be anything from finances through to the volunteering deficit to diversity. So we look forward to tuning in after each of our games to see the various sort of thoughts and processes on that. We're also doing a small segment tomorrow on Sunday, which is hopefully focusing on more on the volunteer efforts of Quidditch and also digging deeper into sexism in Quidditch, as well as women passing to women and the various challenges that come with trying to create a more gender diverse sport and the best ways to develop that sport. Also looking into this, we also have some other interviews as well. Various teams, such as the Unicorns, will also be getting the key players or captains from each of the teams. If you have a captain that you would like us to have up here on the live stream, send us a message on Facebook or send us a message on Twitter with the handle EQC19Live. We also have Jack Leonard coming on board talking about his success with the Quidditch Premier League, which will be happening this summer. So we'll be looking and discussing with him the various challenges he's faced and how he's looking to turn Quidditch into more of an event promotion and how to turn a profit in various areas of the sport. We're also going to be looking at Khan Bolat, who started the new organization called Happening. Happening is a new organization looking to help promote the profits of Quidditch through various merchandise sales. But now looking back into the various teams that we have running today, we currently have 8 pools within the league today. We have 6 fields running at any one time. So what we'll see today is, in the last 3 years, what teams should we realistically be watching for? These can come down to roughly 5 teams. The first one is the Metyu Unicorns. I believe they're from Turkey, so we'll be keeping strong eyes on them. They recently came 3rd in last year's EQC, so looking to see after their win the various successes of Turkey at the World Cup, it'll be interesting to see how they have developed over the last 8 to 9 months. Other team to watch at the moment are the Velocraptors, who came in 4th last year. They've had a very strong run these last couple of months, especially through the British Cup. So we're looking to see what new techniques and skills they could be bringing to Quidditch today on the field. Also, of course, there are the winners of last year's EQC, the Paris Titans. Bonjour de toutes les personnes qui sont dans en France. I hope that you're supporting and looking in and helping to see what new skills they'll be bringing and how to bring their tactics. There is a lot of generalization of France that there's a very large separation between the social and competitive teams. So it'll be interesting to see how that integrates into their play here with the Paris Titans, who perform at the club level instead of at the national level. Also, finally, we also have Antwerp QC, who came in second last year at the European Quidditch Cup. They're coming forward with one of their strongest beaters, known as Louis. So it'll be interesting to see his tactics, especially with his pioneering of the leg catching technique. So we look forward to seeing how he develops and moves forward. So those are the 4 teams you really want to be watching. Those are the predictions we have for this tournament. But what are your predictions? If you want to say who you think is going to win, please go online, comment on Facebook, or send us a message on Twitter with the handle EQC19Live. That's EQC19Live. Moving on. We'll probably be getting back to you very soon with the teams and the live streams. We'll be handing over to our commentators very soon. But as soon as we can get that established, in the meantime, we'll see. As soon as we get that established, we'll stay with me and see what we can do. So, as for what's been happening here locally on the fields today, we've had quite a bit of diversity along in the pitches. It'll be interesting to see the different streams of sort of talent that have been coming. People are generally quite sort of calm. It was a very cold, wet night down here on the tents. So I think people are just starting to get warmed up, getting a little bit stiff as well on the pitch. I'm getting indications that we're ready to move over to our streams soon. But in the meantime, thank you very much for staying here with me, and we'll get back to you with the onto the pitches in about 5 minutes or so. All right, thank you very much.
Versus Paris Olympia, and on pitch 6 we'll have Velociraptors versus Madrid Lynx. To referees, please get your game started as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Hello, thank you for joining us for the very exciting OSI Vikings versus Otto Hippogriffs. The OSI Vikings are kicking us off with their version of the hacker. Wow. So I am Bex McLaughlin, and I am joined here with...
Hello, I'm Sam Davis, just mesmerised by the beautiful hacker there. We've got Hadrian and Thomas on cameras for this game. These startup chants that they're doing here, they're a lot more intense than normally you see in Britain anywhere. They're really into this.
I have been rendered speechless already, Sam. I'm not going to lie to you.
It's amazing.
I will say it is better than London Quidditch Club, who go 1, 2, 3, LQC.
That is pretty rubbish.
That's, you know, I give full marks for creativity to both of these very well-established, long-standing teams on the European scene, both very experienced. So I think this is going to be a good game.
True. I must admit, though, the opening chants have nothing on Pray for Preston, a team who admit they need the help.
Yeah, I don't think either of these teams need the help. You've got the Hippogriffs, who are the oldest team in Turkey. First team in Turkey.
First team out of how many in the same university, Bex?
Well, there was at one point 5 teams in ODTÜ, METÜ, university, Middle East Technical University, in Ankara, Turkey, where the Hippogriffs come from. The unicorns going by METÜ, but the Hippogriffs going by ODTÜ, the Turkish abbreviation.
I must admit, quick one on the unicorns there. I think they might have the nicest kit.
Yeah. But hey,
None
we
of
should talk
this,
about the hippogriffs, not the unicorns.
True, true.
Because they'll get mad, which I don't blame them.
So I know on the... So on the Vikings side there, I know they've got a very strong female beta lineup. That one, that I've grabbed the wrong sheet for there. So starting off, they've got...
Ooh, Mette Sundal. This is gonna be exciting. Am I ready? Okay, brooms up. Both teams running for the ball. Ball in Turkish possession with the keeper. However, there's a bit of a scuffle. The Viking, it's just a mess in the middle. Jacob's going for it. Turkish player sitting on the floor. Finally, the ball is with the Hippogriffs. And Merlin and Mette of OSI Vikings have bludger control. So, right now, the Hippogriffs, are they going to try and score, or are they going to go for play for control, so they retain the bludgers?
They're currently forcing their way up there, chasing the bludgers down. 21, Doka from Hippogriffs makes a pass off there.
And the ball is in the hands of Stein, the keeper from OSI, who's going for a long run, not seeing that there is a bludger there.
Ooh, he's got a beautiful run when he goes.
Oh! Jacob will be disappointed he didn't catch that ball.
Just skimming off the fingertips there. Past that.
First score of the game goes to the OSI Vikings of Oslo, Norway. As the Vikings.
I honestly thought that was 15 it said on their shirt. I think I've got that one wrong. 15 and 12.
Now, I must say, I like the Viking kit. However, the numbers on a shield does not make it the easiest thing to read.
It does a little bit. We're a little bit far away from the game to see their, their beautiful numbers there. But
the Hippogriffs have got a very clear jersey. There's nice clear numbers, like number 11. I clearly see has got the quaffle right now.
Anything in yellow and black, you got. It's a good choice to have.
It's a bold choice there. So in the hands of 21, the keeper from the Hippogriffs.
That's Doka.
Who is the team captain?
Doka team captain. Interesting fact, they've given no facts about themselves.
That's the Hippogriff style, just fly under the radar. Just like,
if
you don't know, you don't know.
All you need, I think. No more, no less.
I can give you a fact about the OSI keeper, Stein.
Yeah.
So last year, he was playing for Ntnui in Trondheim, Norway, Norwegian Technical University. He is transferred universities back to Oslo, and that's why he's back with OSI. Oh, amazing tackle by number 23. Mazikin of Team Turkey. Absolutely phenomenal. Now the Turkey going on the run, number 11, pops it off, scores. Fantastic
that was
play.
Beautiful there.
The Hippogriffs looked ever so slightly shaken when OSI scored, and now they are settling into their game. They're not going to let the Vikings push them around. Hippogriffs are going to play their game. Turkey generally is known for incredibly strong female players, like easily the strongest female players in Europe. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say that, Sam.
The strongest female players in Europe.
I'm going to say it.
I've got to admit, so far, they're starting off a little slow, but you're starting to see it in the game. That last goal was scored by, it was scored by Idalis from a pass-off from Ntnui, I think. Idalis making that fantastic pop into goal.
Also, then I think the Hippogriffs are going to have that word that comes up all the time, the synergy. They're an old club. They've been around together for a long time, a lot of their players.
One thing that we're seeing from the Hippogriffs quite a lot here is bringing up bludge control right into the keeper zone of the Vikings here. They're putting on a lot of pressure. We're just trying to see if they're able to break through. So far, they're not coming out on top when they actually get into the keeper zone there on the Vikings. So a brooms down has been called by Steve. Steve Cockram reffing today as the head ref. I think the brooms down was just for replacing the quaffle after it was yeeted outside of the pitch.
Yeeted?
Yeeted! I think that's the first
that means
time I've used it
to
in a
expel
sentence.
forcefully for a non-native audience. What? I speak English, but what is a yeet?
A yeet?
A yeet.
I think is just it's a good old lob.
A lob?
A lob.
Great.
Oh, beautiful steal there. Pass back to his keeper, number 21. That, I think, is going to have to be on a replay at some point. That was absolutely he took the moment, went straight for it. Oh, that looks like back contact, but Steve has let it go. Letting it slide.
Sometimes you've got to have a bit of let the game play. You just got to let the kids play.
No foul, no injury, no foul, no harm. Oh, beautiful pass off again, but straight into the hands of the keeper there, number 15 for the Vikings. Now has control. Oh, sorry, it's not the keeper.
It is the coach. It is the coach. I understand the confusion. It is the coach. If you think of the Vikings, you think of Jacob Lentz, the big German who was very serious.
I was sort of like Leif Erikson, really, when I think of the Vikings, but that might just be me.
I think of those hats with the horns.
Ooh,
to be honest, that I think first.
So the beaters were just knocked out of position there by the Vikings as they did a run. Unfortunately, they've now lost entire bludger control. I think. Oh no, they've got one bludger back in defense now, and they're being pressed. Well, they're about to be pressed by the Hippogriffs. Passing the quaffle back to number 21, Ellis? Or Legolas, apparently in brackets. Oh, absolutely brilliant there. Long, strong shot straight through the hoops. Again, Steve has called brooms down. I thought it was just for the ball, again, being globbed off pitch, but...
I feel with the Hippogriffs, they have a bit of always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Like on the international scene, they've been the champions in Turkey. They've won Turkish League. They've won the Turkish Quidditch Cup. But then they get to Europe and they've never medalled.
They've never medalled.
At an EQC. Maybe this is their year.
They get close. They want it to be their year, don't they? They are good enough to play on the finals.
That's what they said. I believe him. I believe him.
I believe too. Oh, absolutely beautiful goal there, just fighting their way through.
Stein, number 37 from OSI. Fun fact again, and I sound like I'm in the Stein fan club, but last year he was a beater. Well, he was a beater, and now he is a keeper.
Oh, he's got fantastic speed on him. And...
Oh, fantastic goal by the Hippogriffs. Just easily on a run. Number 11.
Look really easy. Heldy. Oh, sorry. Wrong one. Toonham. Making it look very easy there. I believe that's now 30-20 in favour of the Hippogriffs.
I believe so too. This is a good game. This is a tense game.
It's a nice game. They're keeping it nice and lively.
Yep, 30-20. Yep, 30-20. Fantastic.
It's 30-20.
Very helpful pitch manager just gesturing at me. I'm like, yep, that is very helpful. I've got one more fun fact about Stein.
Oh, we got another one?
One more. So I stayed at his house and his mum cooked us pizza on the pizza oven.
What type of pizza?
I think it was margarita. I just remember.
Big long pass there, but it's going to go out of bounds, which is a turnover back to number 21.
That was not the best distribution I've ever seen. Because part of Quidditch as well, obviously playing well your own game, but also capitalizing on the other team's mistakes. So Turkish keeper was there, easily just to pick that up. It was an easy read, looping right over the top. But yeah, I'll just take that one. Don't mind if I do.
Well, to be fair, it was very much missed the pass. In terms of that, like it was going nowhere near their player anyway. She was in the perfect position to receive, but he just wasn't giving.
I think Hippogriffs right now are very much setting the pace. They're playing the game fantastic again. Hippogriffs, fantastic goal.
Again,
amazing hair as well.
Number 99? Yeah, 99. Oh, right.
Dogush.
It's too many pieces of paper here for one dyslexic guy to look at.
Oh, you're dyslexic and trying with the Turkish. I'm sorry, man.
Oh, it is terrible. I mean, some of these names, beautiful names. I got no idea how to pronounce them or what they're saying. So timeout is being called here by the Vikings. I believe it's, what is that? That's 40-20 there.
I think so.
The current score.
So fun fact, I'll give you a little bit of another fun fact. Bex's fun facts, if you will. So ODTÜ, I say Middle East Technical University, the team from the university Hippogriffs come from.
Yeah.
They do a year of prep school in English, and then they do their entire studies in English. And I'm talking engineering, industrial design, chemical engineering. It's a technical university. All of these degrees in the second language they They just have to learn. Isn't that incredible?
That's
I do not
amazing.
think they get enough credit. The O2 students for that. That is amazing.
That is brilliant. I must admit, I can barely speak English, so I don't know
I'm glad
how
you pointed out, so I don't have to, Sam. But we'll try our best.
No. So the teams are now lining back up. They've got about 10 seconds. Oh, exactly 10 seconds. That was just called there.
Not a second more, just 10. Just 10.
Just 10. So
Stein has the ball again.
So the Vikings there, I think, starting to worry a little bit as the score starts to mass against them. They're not in dire straits at the moment, but they're only 1 goal away from being outside of snitch range, which is something we don't want to be in, really. Ooh, lovely little jump there from the beater. Just a little hop. The beater's really pushing in to try and break away there. And there's a goal there. Nice long shot and a pot straight in.
That was such a fast ball. I blinked and I missed it, Sam.
I must admit, I think the shutter speed of my eyes was a bit off there because, again, I just know from Steve putting his arm up there.
Steve is very commanding head ref, very experienced now. Was, until fairly not that long ago, was head of gameplay for Quidditch UK. Knows his rules. But I like the authoritative style, keeps the play, keeps it going.
So he does. He's just sent a player back to Hoops, who I think has a runny nose. She dropped her broom while wiping her nose, so Steve's got no mercy there. The beaters have been distracted there from Norway as they're going into beater play, and they've allowed the Quaffle to get very close in, but that was a lovely intercept there. Beautiful run, he's running there, and it's straight in. You put that in easier than it is baking bread, really, which I can tell you is quite easy to do. Anyone who tells you differently is lying.
All right. Controversial. He's number 13 on his shirt. There is no number 13 in front of me on that roster.
Because that's from this one. Oh.
Did he spill breakfast down his shirt? I guess what I keep asking. Players not matching their jerseys. Did he spill his coffee and thought, I can't possibly be on the live stream with stains down my shirt, so I'm going to change?
It's either that or we've just found a conspiracy and they're not supposed to be playing. I believe, well, that looked like it was possibly a double reset, but it's been not been called. Probably or possibly wasn't past the halfway line there. It's being pushed back into their half now. The Vikings, they're playing very offensively. Yeah.
They're playing a good defense is a good offense or something like that.
Something like that. If you talk to Jay, you always want to be attacking, regardless, even if you're defending attack. That was a lovely shot there.
Because that is what makes Quidditch unique. If you're a beater, it is unique in this sport that you are being attacked while you are on defense. No other sport can a beater come and attack. The beaters, they attack you, but you are defending your hoops. That makes Quidditch unique.
I must admit, I do love it. You've got a good chance of fighting while you're trying to defend.
Sam, I heard it here first. I like Quidditch. I do like Quidditch.
I do like it. It is, it's kept me around for 7 years now. And I think I can finally admit that it's that looks, they've called back to Hoops for number 99 there. They're going to call it down. I believe that was for throwing the player over him. I'm amazed he got back up from that. If you look at the...
Stein does need to calm down, though. There is no need to throw your sunglasses on the floor. There's no need for that.
To be fair, there is a lot of sunlight on the floor today, so if you want to...
So then what's the point of throwing them down then? You need them on your face. You need them on your face.
To be fair, I wouldn't want to be hit with sunglasses on my face. Like that throw there, I mean, he had a beautiful view of
Yellow card! OD2, number 99, illegal contact to the neck.
So that's illegal contact by the neck. To be fair, that's the one thing I didn't see, neck contact, but the ref calls
I've got to stop blinking, so I don't.
Everything happens so fast. These teams, they are going a lot faster than I would like for in the morning.
I think we should have had more cups of coffee. I think that would have helped.
So the beaters have now just been cleared out. Beautiful teamwork there by the Vikings.
So now, of course, number 99, Douglas.
I'm going to say Douglas.
Douglas can come back into play because his team was scored against. You're either a minute in the box or until your team scores against the other team scores against you.
So I believe that's 60-30. I might be very wrong on that, but I think that brings the Vikings back into range for when the snitch comes on pitch, which is quite important. I believe we've got about, well, just estimating here, the snitch isn't warming up yet, so probably about 7 minutes, I reckon.
What I find interesting is that, so Otu, they can play each other all the time. Like within Ankara, another great goal by the Hippogriffs. In Ankara, you've got Antwerp, you've got Metu, you've got Bilkent University, you've got about 4 or more universities, all within a sort of 20-minute drive of each other, who can play each other all the time within the Turkish league. There are more teams just in Ankara than there are in the whole of Norway. So the Norwegian league, about 3 teams play each other every 3 months or something.
So
In the freezing cold.
To play there, that was absolutely textbook, getting in there, destroying the defense, and allowing them just to push through. But sorry, as you...
Oh no, we should talk about the game. You're right. I just like the logistics of it and the fact that the Norwegians have to struggle in the cold weather all year round. Although, of course, the heavy snow in Ankara this winter as well. So both teams are used to cold, but... and how often they get to play. The Vikings don't get to play very often.
So I think Turkey probably in this weather had a little bit of the advantage with the heat. So it's not too hot, I suppose, not yet, but it's getting there. Ooh, Steve just taking a beat there. Someone's going to get carded later. And that's another lovely goal there, swinging his arm about, flailing it like an inflatable advertisement to get that through the goal.
Okay, the time is 13 minutes of game time have elapsed.
They've just passed the ball straight past their defence, but it's been taken out by number 11 there for... Game is still in swim. We've got a pitch manager miming to us the... well, he's not done the scores yet, but he's mimed everything else. We've got... Well, we're on the 13th minute?
Yeah, 13 minutes in.
13th minute in. Oh, and number 13 has a bludgeon there. They just pulled out some of the Beta defence to distract him. Beta's again getting straight back into the action there to try and break up the defence of the Norwegians. Ooh. Oh, no goal there. Tuck down a post. To be honest, the sound of that just clipping there, I wouldn't want to get in the way of it. So...
14 minutes of game time. So they're giving them a countdown in case they want to call a timeout, because you can't do that when the snitch is on pitch. So giving them that time. I think both these teams kind of have been overshadowed by the bigger teams in their NGB. But Ntnui from Norway are all on the other side of the field supporting OSI. That's really nice. I love that camaraderie.
It's good to see. Is that number 2 there beating for Merlin?
Merlin Zimmerman, Merlin the Wizard.
Merlin Zimmerman there, getting in, wrecking the Beta defense there. Unfortunately, too early, the chasers hadn't caught up with him, so we've now got our brooms down again. Let's see what's happening. You were saying earlier that both teams, you think, have played quite often, or a few times before in the past.
I think they've had quite a few matchups. I'm trying to think, but OSI travel a lot, and they usually go to Intergalactic Cup in Turkey. Intergalactic Cup in Turkey and to BMT in Barcelona. The Turks and the Norwegians, they just love to travel for Quidditch. They have had more meetups outside EQC. Okay, the Beaters are still playing.
They got no idea there's a brooms down there.
Wow, it's like
that was
if Steve could have whistled even louder, I was like...
He's going to give you tinnitus by the end of the day, I think. That's always been his dream. So I'm not too sure what the brooms down is called for now. I think... Well, yeah, I think. Sometimes I do think. So that goal that was just scored by the Hippogriffs there, literally nothing that the Vikings could have done to stop that one. Score is currently 60-80, according to Steve. So I believe that goal was called good, I think. Now, in terms of playing slow ball nowadays, as you see, she just sped up right at the end. I'm trying to remember the name of the rule there. Beautiful goal.
describe the play again? The rule. What rule?
So walking slowly with the ball nowadays is going to get a turnover. What do you call it? It's
You got to advance the quaffle.
That's the one, advancing the quaffle. So in terms of in this tournament, Steve had a seminar dedicated to it yesterday about advancing the quaffle.
I bet that was absolutely riveting.
It was thrilling. He did a dance and everything.
I
It was
cannot
absolutely
express
beautiful.
how glad I am. I was not in a anti-slow balling seminar.
But the way that they're playing it now is once the quaffle has been captured,
once the ball has crossed the midline, it can only cross back again once.
No, well,
is that what you're trying to say?
No, from the keeper zone now. Once the quaffle has been taken by the keeper, they've got to advance it at the pace that the ref is walking, or more, or faster. If the ref beats you to the halfway line before you cross it, they're counting that as.
Oh wow! I should have been in the seminar because that is brand new information to me.
Yeah,
I will say, Sam. I will say, as you know, you and I together have been playing for a combined 14 years.
That's depressing.
And I think that is a bit depressing. I think it's forgivable to not keep up with all the rules because they change year on year.
I must admit, this year I was very surprised to find out that the snitch didn't run off pitch.
Thank you for joining us, Sam.
I turned up in my cape. I was ready to, ready to chase people off pitch.
Let's have some quaff. I think it's a mixed bag because I'm happy that Quidditch has grown and become, more official and some of the whimsy is gone. But I do miss the good old days.
The good old days when no one knew what was going on. I must admit, I agree with the pitch change in terms of it makes it a lot easier to set up, to mark out. I mean, we've got lovely marked pitches today, not a cone in sight. It's beautiful. However, I like the whimsy.
In case you're not aware, the pitches until last season were oval shaped, a kind of pill shape, rounded at the edges. But from a tournament organizer perspective, have you ever gone to a field at 5 o'clock in the morning with a trundle wheel and a piece of rope to try and mark that out? Absolutely not. I'm so glad it's a square. You can say, hey, it's a rectangle that fits on a pitch. So much easier. That I've got nightmares about that circle.
It keeps you up at night.
It does.
So that was a pass back to no one. So I think that's going to be a turnover ball to the Hippogriffs. So that was the Vikings. They pass back over the line, but no one was there to receive, which is a backcourt violation. And there was another goal. I believe that brings them out of range now, which gives the Hippogriffs a good bit of security.
I like that. Two Seekers about to start. It was probably off screen, but they walked up to each other, shared a hug. I hope I'm right, but I feel like the Seeker, number 58 of Otu, Gungo, I feel like he's been on Team Turkey. I have a feeling, and Jacob Lentz has been coached on the Norwegian national team. So if you're a high-level player, you go to EQCs, you're on your national team, you end up playing the same people quite often. It happens with, how often does Chelsea play Man U? Do you know what I mean?
I do not. I have no idea about football. Never will, never do.
It's
another beautiful breakaway. They're just swatting the ball out of their hands and picking it up. Again, nothing they could do to stop that. However,
okay, they need to listen for the whistle. The 99 running off. The whistle is loud enough.
Card,
we're in Belgium. They can hear the whistle in Luxembourg. Like, come on.
Pushing from behind. Goal is good.
So this is a yellow card for number 24 of the Vikings for contact from behind. Because the goal was scored technically after the foul, he stays on pitch. But he has been yellowed for being a very naughty boy.
He stays on pitch, but of course it stacks. If he does another foul and gets a yellow, then that will turn into a red. So that's why he doesn't have to do the sin bin now because the goal is good. But could end up biting him in the bottom later.
Well, the snitch is on pitch now, and we're getting ready for the Seekers to come on. So if he's lucky, he won't have time to get that second yellow. One thing that the Vikings are struggling with here now is their timing on the attack. Quite often, they're going up in chunks, and they're getting beaten out and removed quite easily by the Turkish defense, which is allowing them to get a breakaway. Once they're able to isolate someone down, get a steal like that, that's a beautiful steal, and then they're just simply running past everyone.
Oh, that looked like a beat to me. That looked like a beat. Maybe I didn't see it. Maybe it bounced on the floor first.
I think it was.
Is that what happened?
I think it contacted the Vikings player.
Okay.
And so it was a beat on the Vikings player, but it was a safe beat from their own team.
I have another fun fact for you. Number 8 the Viking seeker, Vildi Lindfeld. I got her into Quidditch because we worked abroad for a month last year in Malta, and I essentially bullied her for a month to try it. And she's like, okay, I'm sick of you harassing me. When I go back to Oslo, I will play. And now she's seeking for the team.
You must be very proud.
I'm very proud. I'm so proud. Very, very proud.
So there was a brooms down there. I don't know what it was for. However, I believe it's just to build suspense, as Steve likes to do. There's 1 second, no seconds before the Seekers are on pitch now. It looks like the Hippogriffs are going to be trying to bubble around the... that was never going to hit 21 now.
Signs come on to beat. He switched from keeper back to beater. Number 11 of Otto has the ball. Big loopy pass. Going to be picked up by the OSI keeper, number 24.
I don't even know if you can call it a pass if there's no one there to pick it up.
I am so sorry. I said number 13 wasn't on the roster. The roster, it goes 2, 4, 7, 8, 9. Very reasonable. And then at the end, number 13.
Ooh, lovely goal there. She fought away all the way into that.
That's
number
Maria
15.
Mikeland of OSI. Their own team submitted this, and they said she's big, she's strong, and don't mess with her. So
I will not mess with her.
Don't mess with her. Yeah.
I'm going to try and avoid that. So
I feel bad. Look, it's there. It was out of order.
I'm going to say with number 13, I might have had my hand over it. Might have been a mistake there.
It's also not in order, but that means he didn't spill breakfast down his shirt and had to swap.
He might still have spilt breakfast down his shirt. That was a shot, but no goal there.
The Norwegians with their brown cheese.
So the Turkish players now really heavily going for the snitch. With the Vikings, they're trying to get in the way to guard the snitch, and they're subbing off now, I think, for...
I think that's going to be Thorstein, number 22, coming on. Thorstein.
Oh, 35.
Who I think is engaged to one of the other players.
Oh,
yeah,
do we know which
cute.
one?
I want to say Michaeland, who just scored. Cute.
They're going straight for a snitch catch now. I believe they are in range, so the Vikings are really fighting for it. Ooh! That was a beautiful noise, a nice big thump. Good old beat there. Quaffle is still with the Vikings there, trying to fight it through the defense. The beaters avoiding going towards the snitch and primarily focusing entirely on defense there now. Ooh.
Yeah, this is quite unusual to see so many beaters still in the Quaffle game. When it's a swim situation, when the snitch matters, you normally see them all going up for the snitch.
I think Hippogriffs want that last goal now, which brings them out of... Ooh, will that goal count? I think it will. Regardless, they'll be reset with... 26, is it? Who just scored? There is no 26. 21. That was it. Docker. Docker. That is a fun name to say.
It's only all the numbers and all the names we're having trouble with, Sam.
Yeah,
it's okay. Like
that little bit. To be fair,
the tactics, the rules, the names, the numbers.
I mean, I must admit, I do feel bad because whenever I'm commentating, people do expect that level of professional, that professional level to know all the names and numbers. That is what I'm known for.
You're pretty professional. You're wearing a shirt.
I am.
No tie, but a shirt, an overcoat, smart shoes. That's good.
Thank you very much. It's only slightly covered in what I was eating yesterday.
You mean like that other guy on the team? Whee!
So again, here we go. Steve has... What's he doing? It looks like he's got a blue... Ooh, we're going to see a blue card.
OSI Vikings, number 13, delay of game.
So I think that was for delay of game. That's a blue card. So he's had to sub off and give his keeper headband to another player because you always have to have a keeper on pitch. That was a beautiful back kick there, but straight to the hands of the keeper for the Vikings. Just having a nice little saunter down pitch. He's got a jolly little walk when he's doing that, isn't he? He's very happy. Combining a fake beat with a scream there is always a brilliant tactic.
The keeper
made him jump.
It made him jump. That keeper was Peter Anslad, who takes a lot of pictures in Norwegian Quidditch for like teams and stuff. But their fun fact, I don't know if this is true. They are good. They are good. Yeah, they are. Huh. the fun fact is his mother was told he would never be able to walk because he was so fat as a baby. He proved the doctor's run, but we have never seen him run. That explains everything. And that nice little canter. He's not going to run, but he's going to canter.
Oh, beautiful passing work there by the Hippogriffs. It's absolutely... They've got a very good passing game when they're by the ball. The two things that they seem to really be capitalizing on are the fast breakaways and their ability to pass very nicely. And are they going to take him down? Not quite. Oh, and they've just given that goal away. No!
You spoke too soon, Sam. It's not over till it's in.
I feel foolish now. That was a perfect goal-scoring opportunity. Just missed there by having a bit of a monkey claw on what you got the arm. Just knocking them off shot. Ooh, big long pass to the keeper, because why not? The beater play here, it's starting to get a bit messy. Oh,
I was going to say, 2 hands would have got you there. And the ball is off the field. So OSA still defending the snitch.
Again, no beaters working on the snitch play today, so they're going for their points. I think both teams have proven that very quickly they can start putting goals in, so neither of them want to give up their bludger possession or move it from the quaffle game, which is meaning that the snitch is just having a lovely day just hanging about, really. Hasn't got much to do bar look out for one player as they come with them. So again, the Vikings, they're just passing the ball about a bit. He's taking his opportunity, going for a break. Big shot, no goal. Just rimmed it. Not quite in.
Rimmed it, but not a yeet.
Not a yeet.
A yeet?
Well, it was a yeet. It was just a missed yeet.
Oh, no, there's nothing worse than a missed yeet. This is what the people are tuning in for. If you're listening at home, thank you for joining us.
Oh, okay, so the Hippogriffs have now decided to bring their beaters into the snitch game momentarily, removing the defensive seeker, which is now giving them a couple of seconds to go after the snitch, but the Vikings defensive seeker has got back into the game now.
Margot Vildi, my protege.
Your protege, Margot Vildi. She's doing very well, just keeping the opposing seeker busy, stopping them in. That was a lovely dunk.
I will be surprised if the Aldu seeker gets the snitch. She's not being very aggressive with it. She was completely exposed there, just her and the snitch, and she didn't capitalize on that opportunity as well as she could have. But it's tactical. Maybe she needs to lure him into a false sense of security, or he underestimates her, maybe then goes for the grab. That might be what she's thinking about there.
She might just be doing what I do when I snitch and forgetting that you're supposed to be going after it and start watching the game around you. Either way, I'm pretty sure the Hippogriffs might win. It's getting to the point where
but you
they're
also
starting
said they'd
to
score on that last hoop. So.
I did. So I mean, there's going to be a miraculous pullback now from the Vikings. Now that I've said it, I've jinxed it. But at this point, I believe they are 40 out of range, or 40 up. So out of range, might even be 50 up now. So they're getting to a point where they're quite secure, and they're beginning to allow their beaters to drift more towards the snitch to give them more time. So I think this is going to be how we see the game progressing from now on, with them just slowly clawing point after point now. I must admit, I've been loving watching their breakaways.
They have been very good at capitalizing. Both teams have, actually. Like a single mistake made by the other team, they've been on it and capitalizing. And that is the difference between like your low level and your elite Quidditch. Your low level Quidditch, there are so many mistakes, dropped passes, and then people are often too slow to react to what is. So you're just looking at a very slow game. People are dropping the ball. Whereas here, it's like, oh, that was one pass. I'm going to take it. And that's the difference. That's why we're at the European Cup Division 1 and not in a friendly down in...
Not in Northern.
Oh, that's rude.
Hey, I play in Northern. I'm allowed.
In case you Sam is referring to the Northern Cup in the UK, the regional Northern Cup. Anything north of, what is it? Birmingham? Anything north of Birmingham.
We'll put you in a big mixing pot and have at you.
Bargum.
Bargum.
Bargum. Of course, you started playing in Wales, Sam.
I did. I was unfortunate enough to do that. Managed to get out. And I'm Rouge. So it looks like this is a brooms down. A timeout. Timeouts can be called by a team if they've got possession of the quaffle before the snitch is on pitch, or, as we discovered by mistake last tournament, you can call a brooms down at any stoppage of play. So if the ref has decided to stop the game for whatever reason, if they've gone to get a cup of tea, if they've decided that they just don't like someone, or if someone's wearing a Fitbit and they've got to remove it, in that stoppage, a team can request a timeout, which gives you 1 minute to discuss what you're doing. So each team now, I think especially the Vikings, they're really going to be looking at what's working well for them and what isn't working well for them. I think one of the biggest issues the Vikings have to face is the fact that goals are going into their goals. So they've got to stop that and start scoring some more. So I think we're going to see a far more aggressive chaser play lineup now from the Vikings. They've all had a bit of water. They've all had a little bit of a chat. And here they are back in play.
So it's 140 points to Otu and 80 points to OSI. So massively out of swim, 30 points out of swim now. So that's why they're not putting their seeker on it. They can play this game all day. They're in no rush.
Yeah. So, as you say, they're in no rush. The Hippogriffs, they are just slowly, again, meandering down the pitch. They are passing, but they're keeping quite far from the hoops. They don't need the goal. They're going to take it if they want it, but there's no real rush for them to get in. That did look a little painful there. The keeper trying to block the goal by putting their arm through the hoop.
I felt the thwack of the quaffle hitting your hand.
It was a beautiful sound. Beautiful sound, but did look like it would hurt. Personally, I wouldn't want to have my arm smacked by the quaffle at that range, but...
My two favourite sounds, though, a beat hitting someone with a kind of... and a Velcro ripping off a short, and the catch is good, and you've got a...
Personally, I like the sound of the sea.
I like the sound of Steve's whistle.
Ooh, send shivers down your spine. And the beaters have been cleared out, which gives the Vikings a good chance of getting in there with the quaffle, and he's capitalised on it. Beautiful swing of the arm there from number 37.
It's Stein again.
Stein, I need to learn his face.
Oh, Stein also sporting a towel. The Norwegians do love a good towel to dry their quaffles, dry their bludgers.
Giving his bowls a good wipe as he goes with it, making sure that they're nice and dry.
As you like it. Okay. It was a bit controversial when they were talking about towels. There was a towel gate discussion on one of the many Facebook forums. Oh, should you be allowed a towel? And everyone got a bit...
I suppose it depends if you can tap it or not and it makes a knocking sound. If it's making a knocking sound, it's probably a bit crispy.
Or if you're like using it to flick other people in the face, maybe. But
Ooh.
So Team Norway actually then did that same year, I think 2017, as a fundraiser, they sold Team Norway towels.
Refs, so this is a delayed penalty now. The refs can continue the game if it's not a dangerous foul until the team that has fouled gets the quaffle. So this just means that there most likely will be a return. The quaffle will be returned to a Hippogriffs player. Just trying to figure out what the delayed foul is. Steve's having a good scratch of his ear.
I must say this game is easy on the eye in terms of the refs do not clash in any way with either the players. Green versus red, like, it's very pleasing. I did say this about the Munich game. You had the Munich mostly in yellow clashing with the snitch. You had the Glasgow in black and white clashing with the refs. I was like, I'm not feeling this is a very clear game in that way.
I do like clear games.
Sorry, I'm talking about the aesthetic. You're like, this is serious. These tactics. I'm like,
I'm totally serious about all this.
I like the kits. I actually have an OSI Viking. Actually, I have both of these. I have a Hippogriffs jersey and I have an OSI jersey because Becca from Hippogriffs just gave it to me. He was like, here, you seem nice, have this. And that was really nice. Their first tournament, their first international tournament. Hippogriffs competed with the Unicorns under the team of the Otu Dragons in Toulouse. And he seemed really nice and he just gave it to me. And that was a lovely moment. And then I have an OSI one because Ranghild, who now plays for Saginaw, was like, you must buy one. And I was like, well, obviously I must. That kind of direct marketing. And so I have an OSI jersey. I have both of these teams' jerseys. Big fan of both, actually. I have a collection of about 50.
I've never got into the collecting of other teams' jerseys. One of the issues I always found is when people want to swap them, I'm too embarrassed because normally mine they're drenched through
number
after
21,
a game. You can keep
illegal
a fish in
interaction,
them from the
continuing
amount
play
of
off
sweat
the
that
beat.
I've picked up, so no one wants them. So I've never been able to get another jersey off another team.
You've got to do it a bit. It's a bit like chatting someone up. You've got to be like, hey, that jersey would look, good on me. We could do a bit of the old swapperoo. And they go, yeah, that sounds good. It's, it's all about the art of the deal, as the Donald would say, the art of the deal.
I must admit, me chatting someone up for a jersey, it's never going to go well.
No? Oh, well. No. Yeah, I've got about 40 to 50 jerseys.
40 to 50?
Yeah.
Do you have any other clothes?
I had to buy clothes for this. Yeah, 3 from Turkey, 1 from Oslo.
Okay, this might be a goal. It is a goal.
Fantastic.
So I think that's 180 to 80, I think. I don't know if you can hear on the mics now, but we're being heavily drowned out by a chant from
Ntnui, the other Norwegian team here.
Having a whale of a day here. The snitch on pitch is, again, just chilling out, not doing much. Seekers aren't really going for it. The beater lineup has almost been cleared. The beaters have been cleared. Are the Vikings going to be able to capitalize on this again? Taken down to the ground. Vikings masterfully there, just removing all hope that they had. It looks like there might be a little injury.
So I said the other team. Sorry, that was a misspeak. I mean, there are 3 Norwegian teams competing at this tournament.
So you just forgot one of the teams. Interesting. So, I don't know why I said so, though. So again, the Hippogriffs are massively out of range here. It seems that they're actually keeping their beaters back a little bit more. They're being a bit more defensive with their beaters now because I don't think they've got to the point where they've realized they don't need to really be forcing these goals through anymore. They'll take the goals when they come, but they're more prioritizing keeping bludgeon control, making sure that their beaters can play the entire game. So I think is that number 2?
Nope, that's Stein again.
It's Stein.
If in doubt, it's Stein, Sam. If in doubt.
You know what? Everyone is Stein.
Well, no. See, there's got to be a middle ground, Sam.
No.
They're not all Stein.
Well, the ones on Hippogriffs, they're not Stein.
They're not Stein. Steve, the ref, is not Stein.
I don't know. Steve could be Stein.
We could get some Steins tonight, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
As if they're trying to just prove me wrong, the Hippogriffs beaters have just gone in on a massive offensive to try and take out the beater play and beater defense of the Vikings there. It almost... Oh, no, it did work. They managed to get bludgeon possession back there. He's very twisty and turny, isn't he? He's having a whale of a time. He's managed to get behind their beater, and he's taken out, which is giving them a moment to capitalize on it, and they did it straight through.
They just make it look very easy, the Hippogriffs. They look like they could play this game all day. I hope they don't play all day. I would like to see other games today. We've already seen quite a lot of this one.
Well, we are coming up to 10:30 now, which is when the next game is scheduled to start. So hopefully they'll end it soon. We did start about 15 minutes late, so...
10:30. 10:30. 10:30, very Britishism. And all the Europeans will be like, wait, does that mean 9:30 or 11:30? 10:30? Are we half towards 11? Like 10:30. Let's talk American style. 10:30. 10:30.
Okay.
Oh no, Sam, it's okay.
Good. Because I can only do Southern American.
Yeah, don't do that, y'all.
No one wants that.
Bring it back now, y'all.
I once had to put on a Welsh accent for a job that I was applying for. And I was told it was the single most offensive thing to the Welsh people that they've ever seen. I'm not good with accents. I'm half Welsh, guys. I'm just not good at it. Beaters doing their best there to try and stop that goal. Unfortunately, being on his own against 3 chasers coming up there, he only had 1 shot, really.
Just a
to try
power
and do
play
that.
there. It was just sheer, more people are going to get this ball where it needs to be.
Whatever happened. He tried his best. Unfortunately, you know, odds were stacked against him. They managed to score, but in the grand scheme of things, that 1 goal, not really going to change that much. I believe the score is around 19 to 90, something like that.
Yeah.
It's in that region, so the Vikings are still a good 10 points behind. Okay, okay. Well, if we're gonna do it, they're 10 goals behind. They're 100 points down, or there or thereabouts. All right, you and your idioms or different speech patterns of this or that. I'm just saying.
Don't just because you're wearing a shirt, you don't have to get shirty with me, Sam.
Ooh,
that's
a good turn of phrase there.
I'm just here for the color commentary. Just trying to make it interesting. How many games are we doing today? Another 4 games or something? You can listen to this all day, people at home. You can listen to this banter all day long.
Oh, again,
lovely goal.
Beautiful passing play there. The Hippogriffs. I'm having a real trouble remembering the word Hippogriffs. I don't know what it is. I have to check every time. But the Hippogriffs there, not even getting into contact, just passing around the defensive play there of the Vikings to get that goal in. Again, just cementing their lead even further. At this point, it seems a bit unnecessary. Oh, that was a beat to the head while on the ground. But a pass out.
Sometimes beats like that, it's a bit unnecessary. It's like you're already on the ground. There's no need to yeet a bludger in my face. You know what I mean?
I know, it's a good execution, I find, is the... once they're on the ground, they're still a threat. You're going to have to get rid of them if need be. And they've just cleared out the snitch defense, so they're going for it. But Steve has destroyed their hopes and dreams of having time without the snitch. So that's a blue card for the keeper of the Hippogriffs with the Hippogriffs for delay of game. That's given pretty much a clear run for the Vikings here. Straight in. There was a beat on him from behind that came too late. Too late on that one. But the Hippogriffs have got their player back in now, and the snitch, they had some time free with the snitch, but not being able to grab it. One thing I really want from today is I want to see a good 90-point snitch grab. Between the legs, getting a good grasp on it and just ripping it off nice and quick. It's a beautiful sight to behold. Oh, that was a lovely pass out just before almost falling off his brooms, but that was great broom control there.
Just to clarify, that doesn't mean the snitch is magically worth 90 points. If you go between the legs, it's still worth a 30. It's just, yeah.
It's a colloquialism.
It's a colloquialism from the UK scene. I don't know, I've never heard it anywhere else, actually. It's just us.
Again, Seekers have been cleared out. The defensive Seekers been cleared out from the snitch game, allowing them to get back in there, really running for it. He's throwing himself like a rag doll here.
The score is...
That's pretty. And here go the Hippogriffs, just popping it in. He's making it look too easy.
110 to 190 to 110.
Well, it's now 120, I believe, with that goal.
No, that was a 200. They scored 200 to 110.
Oh, right. That's more goals for the Vikings than I thought they had. I lost count. There's been a lot of goals this game, so you're going to have to forgive me on that one. And here they go again, going for a shot that was just far too low. That was at knee height, I think. You're not going to find a goal there. At this point, a shot like that, it's just looking a bit more like it's desperate. They're just trying to get any points they can out of this. The Vikings, I believe, have also turned to trying to catch the snitch themselves. I think they're trying to end the game on a high. Hippogriffs having free time with the snitch. Their beaters being able to, pretty much with immunity, like coming up the pitch now, just taking out the defense of the Vikings. Ooh, it's a lovely beat on the legs, though.
Yeah, they've just realized they're probably not going to get back another 90 points. Probably best to
they're going to try
and not lose more.
Oh, so that was from about, I'm going to say about 3 foot away or about a meter away. He went for a goal, missed it, but managed to hit the pole and get smacked back with the quaffle with the force that he just put. Did you see that one? It was quite nice. I must admit, don't know how he missed it, but he tried to put in with too much force, I think, is the problem there. A lot of the time when you get to the hoops, people, they get so jacked up on the moment that they try and yeet it from very close.
Sometimes less is more, especially with beats. We're saying if someone is about
82,
30
number
centimeters
21.
away from you, throwing it, the
Enforcement
hardest
for
you can,
conduct.
honestly,
They're disrespecting a
it hurts
referee.
them, but it pains you and you bounces off somewhere
Quarter
else.
remains.
Bounces
Reman,
off into
resume
Luxembourg,
on my
and you're like,
whistle.
oh no, bother me.
Well, the amount of time it can take to get back into the game can negate the benefits that you had. That actually looks like the Vikings, Viking number 13, blocked a potential goal there. He actually saved the Hippogriffs a goal, which I don't think that's what he wanted to do.
I do love a good own goal as well. Sometimes you get those in Quidditch.
Own goal. I always remember the first own goal I saw. Oh, the snitch has been caught. Has it? He's not got the snitch on his bottom anymore, so
So that will be a cold catch, if that is called good, which means you're not going to win by catching it, but sometimes you just think, I'm going to end this game. Move on with my
potentially
life.
only put them 50 points down.
Which is respectable.
It's respectable.
One of the best teams in Turkey, one of the best nations of Quidditch. In the world, of course, they came third at World Cup, Turkey.
Got a beautiful bronze.
Bronze, nice shiny bronze medal. One of the best teams from one of the best nations. I think to only be 50 points down, yeah, I would take that. I'd take that, yeah.
So again, very, very high-scoring game from both sides there. With what's that? That's 32 goals scored throughout the entire day. The entire game, even. It feels like the entire day.
I feel like we've been here for years, Sam.
It does. Well, I mean, I believe that game lasted in terms of gameplay 33 minutes, as you can see on the screen, which I'm very happy we can now see.
Well, thank you, Sam, for joining me. I shall see you.
Thank you for joining me.
Oh, you're so welcome. And we will see you again for another match. Goodbye.
And we are back. We are here at the European Quidditch Cup 2019, and we have just finished watching the OSI Vikings versus the OTD Hippogriffs. I'm here with Philip and Groth. So could you tell me, all right, first of all, from each of you, what do you think both teams did well this last game?
I mean, this game was not as close as I thought it would be, and the Hippogriffs did an outstanding job in their defense. I gotta give shout-outs to number 11. He did the great quick hands between every missed shot. He was there, grabbing some steals, awesome defense. And I think OC did a better job in the beginning with their passing and involving every one of their players a bit better. But in the end, the Hippogriffs had the upper hand.
Yeah, I also think that the Bludger control made a great difference between both teams. In the Bludger playing, the Hippogriffs made a better play, better control of them, and better usage. Also, Vikings had a Bludger control for a very few times, and when they have it, they lost it very, very easily. So that would, for me, make a very big difference between them.
You mentioned that you expected the game to be a lot closer than it actually was. Why was that?
I think I've played for OC in my past, and this team is as always in high regard in my mind. And in this game, they showed some mistakes which I would like fault for experience. There are a lot of new players. I think some new Erasmus students, like German players, are new, and it showed. There were some like unnecessary delay of game calls. At one time, Merlin was trying to sub, and there was no substitution for him ready, so I had to go back in. And of course, blocking an own goal shot, like when it's like this close in front of the hoops, I have to credit that to inexperience. And I think in further tournaments, this will cease to exist.
Was there any moments in the game that you felt were particularly intense or that you really enjoyed? Any highlights from the game?
Yeah, especially I make a special look at the contact moments when the chasers especially try to contact to each other. We've seen some good contact moments and also good blocks from the defense from Hippogriffs that then turn to to turnover and then to a goal very fast.
Yeah, I actually want to remember, it was I think minute 18 or 19, maybe you can rewind this as soon as it goes on YouTube. There was a great sequence when Hippogriffs finally started to turn over from driving to passing game. And the quaffle was going from right hand side to left hand side, back to the hoops, open receiver there, beautiful goal. I think it was game time number 19. Great moment, and I think this was the moment that Hippogriffs realized we can win this by driving and passing at the same time, and it proved to be much better because they gained more and more point differentials.
Sure, love that.
You mentioned, so there was a lot of changes and shifts in gameplay throughout the course of the game. What sort of challenges did you think that both teams faced the most? And did they actually meet that challenge, and how did they go around that challenge?
I think the Hippogriffs were lucky because their driving game in the start was working. Obviously, didn't get into contact as good as they hoped to, but as soon as the snitch game was, I think Hippogriffs had a lot of more openings, and they used the timeout, and I think we were both wondering why we were taking the timeout, but it was well used. They used their creativity and put a lot more offensive game time on that. Thanks.
I think that the Vikings got tired very fast when 15 minutes passed, because from then to the 15 minutes, the game went tied, and that's when Hippogriffs started making a difference. And I think that was because the Vikings started to feel tired. A lot of players from the Vikings played a lot of minutes, and they didn't control so well as you have said, the substitutions, so that maybe it could have been a very high difference for them.
I noticed that it wasn't a swim match as far as I'm aware. So what would you say, because our first game was a swim match, what do you think was, how did the dynamic change? What was different about this game now that there wasn't any point in swim?
For me, it was the Hippogriffs were just like one step ahead of Aussie. Like in the beginning, Aussie could really keep up. There was a close game, and I think at one point, maybe it was kind of something with stamina, like the inexperience started to show a bit more because people were getting like inside of the pitch when the beater should go straight line directly to the pitch, was making a cut, gets back called back to their own bludger. And I think it was maybe inexperience, and the Hippogriffs were just one step ahead of Aussie in there. Got to give it to them.
Yeah, it's a shame we didn't have very much on that snitch on pitch play once against each other. I think the Hippogriffs, we were commenting like they're giving it very much time to catch the snitch. They probably went to wait for the second handicap and then try to get it.
Yeah, they were taking their time, and it paid off basically, yeah.
Mentioned the team were inexperienced, and it really shows. Just for our viewers back home, could you elaborate as an analyst? How can you tell that a team is inexperienced?
For example, normally when you sub out, there's always someone ready to go in. And at one point, it was the beater Merlin from OC. He was running towards the sub zone, and there was nobody there, so he had to turn around, and he was visibly angry about this. He's one of the experienced players, and there was no sub for him ready. This takes some time, takes him some energy, because of course you're sprinting outwards to get subbed as soon as possible. And of course, the main thing was there was in the end of the game, Stein Eggetun tried a distance shot, and it would go in, but his own teammate like blocked it in front of the hoops because he thought it was a pass. Didn't realize where he was at the moment, and this is something you pick up with the amount of time you're playing. And I'm sure this will decrease as far as the tournament goes for OC.
Yeah, I agree that communication problems is one of the most and the biggest problems when you are inexperienced, and that was the Vikings' biggest problems.
But I think this will cease as soon as the tournament progresses. I think OC will continue to climb.
Do you think as well it's also to do with trust and knowing your players? Because you mentioned that there were a lot of new players here, especially on the on this team. So do you think that when you have a mix of new and old players, how did that impact their gameplay from previous years?
Yeah, it's hard if you a lot of times it comes to knowing what your own teammate does, and if there's a new player, you can't really like anticipate what his action or her actions are going to be, and sometimes it showed. But I think these guys have to get their experience, and this is the best way to do it on the European scale with the best opponents ever. And the Hippogriffs at this time were the better team. You got to give it to them. But I think also is gonna get back to the on the score sheet and maybe think of new tactics to get back in this tournament.
You know, when the teams are experienced, they have like some plays that they do it by memory, and that's what you need time to get that.
And what was something that really stood out for you from this game? Do you think, and what's something that you're going to take away from this game?
I gotta say, I'd have to look his name up, number 11 of Hippogriffs. I loved his defense so much. His hands were always in a passing lane, and he did some great steals, like with very close contact. In offense, he missed a few shots, but he was really good as a passer, and his distance shot, I think, is something to take into consideration, but his defense was really on point. Would love to see this guy on defense on my team, gotta say.
Yeah, what will you take from Vikings? I think that beater, number 16, the girl...
Mette Sundal, great beater.
Yeah, I love that play too.
Fantastic. I noticed that you've written a little bit more of your notes here on the game. I wondered if you wanted to share any more of them. What were some things you noticed about the play?
For the Hippogriffs, I think I want them to realize that they're not only a driving team, because that's what we did at the start of the game, and I think at the start of the game you're always following your game plan you had set for yourself. I think when they started to pass more, they were far more dangerous. And when they were starting with a lot of double male beater lineup, and it worked, it did. But I think number 33 of their team, the team beaters, she did an impeccable job. And I think she might have deserved a little bit more of game time, and it makes them more dangerous in the future.
Yeah, quite agree with that.
The other thing I wanted to ask you is, so moving forward, what advice or what kind of criticisms could you give to both teams? What do you think would be the next steps for them to help improve their playing?
I don't know. I think that both have to think about what kind of Quidditch they want to play, because even if the Hippogriffs played better, I think they still have to improve a little bit their teamwork. A lot of goals came from individual plays, from individual blocks, from individual passes or throws, and if they want to get more to win more games, they should improve their teamwork.
I actually want to tell them to keep something up. It's their friendly demeanor to each other. Like as soon as the game stopped, they came in each other, hugged each other. They know each other a lot. They played each other in like Intergalactic Cup, which is a tournament in Turkey. I can only recommend. These people know each other. They like each other, and it's all in good fun in the sport. And like number 21 of the Hippogriffs and Jakob Lenz, number 35 of OC, they shared a hug as the game was still going on. And I just love to see this in our sport. It's great to see.
One of the things I find very interesting about Quidditch is that sometimes there's one or two players within a team that really carries a team, but also the entire structure of the offense revolves around that player.
Yeah.
So that means that, for example, you have Louis of Antwerp, who is an incredible beater, and the whole team molds to fit that. So did you find that the team worked generally when one or two players that the whole team revolved around, or was it more of a general moving?
We agree, Borja. Go ahead. You can do it.
Yeah. We commentated that because the keeper from Hippogriffs, I think it was
number 21.
21, okay. Yeah, we just before the game started, we were commentating that all the quaffle play from that team will be at their order, and that was it.
Yeah, number 21 of the Hippogriffs is the emotional leader, and it shows outside and offside the pitch. Great team guy, and his team loves him, and he loves his team, and that's showed on the pitch.
Now, you are going to forgive me. I am going to play. I am going to put on my Emma the feminist hat. So, passing to females, how did you find that the gender diversity, the trust in their female players in this game? What do you think, looking back? Did they use it well? Were they trying to? Was there that trust there, or was it generally quite blindsided?
I'm actually really happy that you addressed this, because that's what I meant. In the start, doing a male beater double lineup, the Hippogriffs. And it worked, of course, but I think they're missing on the great play of number 33. And as soon as they started passing and passing more towards the female chasers in the offense, we're getting much more difficult to guard, and it showed by getting more and more points on top of the OCs. And I think that's something that OC did better. The OCs, female players are always like marking the point in defense, putting their bodies on the line, and on offense, I think they're addressed far more often by passes. And I wish that the Hippogriffs would pass to their female players a bit more, because it makes them much more dangerous, as it showed that they can do that in this game in the latter half of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree that Hippogriffs should put a little more focus on passing to their female chasers, and also agree that Turkey has great female chaser and great female beater and great female players in general. So I think they have a good base to start giving them more confidence.
And so if we look forward to the future games of the day, I did want to ask, what two games are you both looking forward to watching?
It's actually like the next one, really. I'm a fan of the Norwegian teams and the Turkish teams, and I have the pleasure of being on the commentating desk for Ntnui. This is the Honeybees, and it's going to be the next game, and I'm very anxious to see this.
Yeah.
I love to be between Germans and British teams games. I think they're going to be the next ones to be forward in the Quidditch community.
One thing I've been asking of all my analysts is who do you think is actually going to win the European Quidditch Cup? Where I should actually mention as well, if you want to get involved in the live stream, if you want to send us questions, if you have questions of our analysts, please go to the Twitter handle, which is EQC19Live. That's EQC19Live. Send us your questions, and if you want us to analyze something a bit more, please let us know. But coming back to the actual games that the winners of today of the EQC at the end of the weekend, who do you think is going to be, or who do you think is going to come down to?
Well, if I was a betting man, which I am, I would put my money on the Paris Titans again. I think they're going to repeat their title from last year.
Right.
Is there an official pool? Because I could put money on that.
Well, there's an official pool now. Okay,
if
we go.
I put my money again in Paris Titans. Sorry, not being more original, but yes, I think I haven't seen a game from them, but I have a lot of confidence in them.
We will be putting up actually some more streams of the Paris Titans later in the live stream, so keep posted. If you are wondering which games are going to be actually featuring on our live stream, do stay tuned, but all games are going to be published on our website as well, and all schedules. So feel free to go around and check it out, see how to support your favorite teams. But let's come back to a bit more analysis of the game. So we've looked into the specifics of kind of your star players, what you think was the dynamics and the mood. I now want to go a bit more specific. I want to go into beta and chaser play. Yeah. So as I understand, you're a chaser or you're a beta?
I'm a beta, yeah.
You're a beta? Beta 2. Oh, I'm in the middle here as a chaser. Oh gosh. All right. So let's talk more about the beta play. What do you think? What were you taking away from this beta play in terms of your own playing, and how do you think that they were handling that?
I like that the Hippogriffs were not getting into chaos that Aussie tried to create. Aussie had beta lineups that worked pretty good, especially like the experienced beta lineup, which is Merlin and Meta. When these two were in pitch, I think they were dominating the Hippogriffs. But the Hippogriffs had the upper hand on almost any other lineup, and it showed. They had beta bludger control almost like 70% of the time, and even when OC had bludger control, they couldn't really take much advantage out of that.
Yeah. Fantastic. Sorry, I'm actually going to have to stop that there because we've actually got our next game. But thank you both very much for coming in, and we'll look forward to seeing you later on in the live stream.
Thank you. Thank you, Emma. Thanks for having us.
All right, so coming up, we have the Ruhr Phoenix versus the Ntnui Rumpeldunks. That's going to be happening in a few minutes. But also afterwards, we have an interview with one of the players from Ruhr Phoenix, which is Max Stotz-Steinen. So thank you very much, and let's transfer over to the live. Let's transfer over to the commentators.
And we're back. Thank you guys for staying tuned in. And now this is going to be a great game between the Ntnui team of Trondheim versus Ruhr Phoenix of Bochum. I'm Philipp Stolz, and I'm very glad that you're joining me here.
Hi, I'm back. It's been a while, but we're back in for this.
Yeah, Giro Farino on my right-hand side, and thank you, mate, for joining me for this great game. And here we have the brims up. Off we go.
So, I don't know much about either of these teams. Are you familiar with either of them?
Actually, I am, yes. The Ruhr Phoenix team of Bochum are a rising star of German Quidditch scene. I think they are now like one of the best, if not the second best of German teams, and they're facing against Trondheim, the best team of Norway, which should be an absolutely pickle of a game.
So do you think it's going to be a tactical affair, a slow-paced game, or very physical, fast?
I think it's going to be very, very fast. I mean, both chasing games are relying a lot of passes and quick drives if there's the opportunity, just like right here. Great beat pickup by Amundsen.
Oh, no. That did not go in, no. I think it spun the hoop. And that was a very good defensive beat, but the ball's still there, and that went... no, it didn't go through the middle hoop.
And I think this game is going to be high intensity, Gio. Like, look at this. Both teams are putting their effort into this.
From what we've seen so far is... who do you think's got the edge?
Whew, that's very hard for me to... I would have to give it now to Bochum, because I really appreciate their level of gameplay. It rose through the last 3 years. Now their beating game is really up to point with Paul Zwerg and Daniel Becker right there in the middle. And the chaser, their keeper right now, Max-Erik Schulze-Stein, has a great arm. Great distant throws, and it's very dangerous. You should guard him pretty closely as soon as he's a little bit closer to the hoops.
What was really nice on that last play was good scrappy defending. Sometimes plan A is not going to work, especially on a quick counter. Realistically, when you've got a quick counter with no bludgers, you've got to be scoring that.
Oh, look at that wrap by number 44, not letting down.
Good takedown as well. But they should score. Oh, just off the tips there and off the broom. Unfortunately, that's no good. And the ball is with the keeper driving forward. Once been called to slow it down. So I think both teams are just trying to feel each other out a little bit.
Yeah, Mikey Hinz missed the reception there. If she would have caught that thing, I think it would have been a safe goal.
Yeah, I agree. Completely wide on the hoops. And that appears to be a turnover, interestingly enough. With no bludgers. No bludgers, there should be a goal.
Mikey passing it to Max-Erik Schulze-Stein, and he puts it in.
I like the bounce control there. Yeah. Nice flashy play. Some nice techers there. You familiar with the words techers?
What is it, Owen?
So I had actually a list of words I'm going to teach you on this live stream.
Oh, go ahead and do that.
So we'll get to techers next. Oh, is that...
And Steve Cockram says it was in, and I'm not going to argue with that.
I believe it looked like it went in. The beat was just narrowly wide.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's get back to the word techers. So techers is slang for technique.
All right.
So if someone has unbelievable techers, it means they've done a very flashy play and looks really good.
Yeah, in this case, Max Schulze-Stein's hand-eye coordination with his dribble. Thank you very much for educating me, Gio. Always good to learn something on the weekend of Quidditch. Okay, you see Amund Schulze-Stein, he's ready to lay off these bludgers.
So what they should probably do is they've got control. They should take out the beater. If they take out the beater who's on the hoops and take the trades.
They
like
do.
Oh, and that looks just like it just went over. I think the weather might be getting to people. A bit heated there.
Yeah.
But I think Steve is probably going to call, guys, let's calm it down. No harm, no foul.
And I would believe that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Cockram, one of my favorite refs, is not the favorite ref in my mind in this Quidditch game.
That's a bold statement to make this weekend.
I gotta give him some love, sorry.
That is a very bold statement to make this weekend. Hopefully it doesn't come back and bite you.
Oh, I hope so.
So, game, they're just discussing whether there was a foul, but I think Steve called the brooms down for the ball was way off the pitch.
Yeah. And then some light scuffle between Paul Zwerg and Amund Storste.
This is my first time actually in this stadium, like seeing it from inside. It's actually beautiful.
Yeah, it really is. And I gotta say, I love the acoustics of this place. It doesn't take a lot of people to really get a good noise in here, and I'm really anxious for the finals when everybody's gonna be here and watch some great Quidditch with some great atmosphere. It's gonna be fun.
It's going to be loud. That's for certain. There's that. It appears to be an injury sub maybe there. There we are. I think we're still discussing it. We're a bit further away from the pitch than normal, so it's a bit harder to lip read from here. How are your lip reading skills?
Unfortunately, not very good. I'm almost blind, but I see that it's good enough to see that Amund Storste is subbed out for Daniel Corneliussen.
There we are, and the ball is back in. Number 34 making no effort to speed the game up.
Yeah.
But I think it benefits them. They didn't have control. They want to try and let the beaters do something. But let's see if Steve briskly walks up the pitch, because typically when Steve walks up the pitch, you have to walk at his pace, or it's a delay of game. If he gets to the halfway line before you, that's a delay of game.
And I don't know if Ulrich is knowing that, because he should close the gap between Steve Cockram, and he doesn't.
Ooh. So I think that's the warning, maybe.
Yeah. Long pass, good reception here by Jorgen.
Nice one-handed take, good fake.
That was great.
Yeah. Would you say that was unbelievable techers?
It was unbelievable techers. Thank you, Gio. No, but I really liked it. He shifted his weight from his right foot to the left foot and thereby tricked the defender and putting it through the middle hoops.
In Quidditch, as a chaser, that's quite an important thing to be able to do. If you can shift your body weight from side to side quite quickly and be very agile, you can fake out defenders because it's very difficult to switch hands to tackle because you have to hold the broom at the same time.
Yeah.
I know beaters don't have that problem too much. They normally just throw it at your face.
They're simple-minded people, aren't we?
Hit, physically or with a ball. That's a nice drive, but no good.
No good. Steve Cockram thinks that Tom Roloff missed this one.
I don't know, it might have gone through, but maybe beat before. We're not too sure. From where it seemed, I think it went through, but beat before.
Yeah. So, and maybe this time Ulrich Olsen should advance the quaffle a bit quicker, and he does.
There we are. I think he's a light, brisk jog to the halfway line to beat
Oh, and
Steve.
look at that. Amonsoros is now wearing a face mask. Maybe he got hurt there during the play.
Interesting that you'd have the face mask on the side and not be using it for the whole game.
Yeah.
I think Steve is explaining the inbounding procedure. There we are. Yep. Number 8 was called inbounding player, so therefore has to inbound the ball.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of inbounding mistakes early in this tournament. I hope people will get the gist of it throughout this tournament. I mean, the rules have been out for quite some time now. People should try to get them inside their minds. It's not all about techers, it's also sometimes about the rules of this game.
I do love that word, the gist of things. It's such a great turn of phrase.
Thank you.
You're going to use... You got anything to teach me? Any phrases? Have you come unprepared?
I shouldn't teach you anything. I could only teach a German phrase, and nobody wants to hear that.
That's fair.
Right now, it's, again, bludger control by Bochum. Now, no bludger control.
Nice tackle. Oh, there we are. Yep, I think it was the trip. And there we are. That's the advantage.
Yeah.
I like the way that Steve would allow the play to continue, and then we'll call the advantage when it's no longer an advantage.
I mean, there's enough stops in Quidditch in a game as it is.
Ntnui number 42, illegal contact below the knee.
Small number. Here he can't do it because Jürgen Stellig, number 42, gets a card for tripping, right as you said, Gio.
It's almost as if I know some of the rules. I definitely haven't been carded for that one at least, which is good. But no, I think the game is going as expected. It's quite a close game. I think this could go to swim.
I would hope so, because when these two teams put their seekers on the floor, it's a sight to be...
sight to behold.
Sight to behold.
There we
Thank
are.
you very much, Gio.
Nice tackle.
And
Very
great
smart
steal.
play. Yeah.
Great steal here. He's open.
Driving lane is through.
Tom Roloff is on him.
Good
Gets him
tackle.
down.
Good tackle, though. Bludger control is with the offense. Hoop is down.
But there's another one there.
Goal is good. Very nice little passing play around from the chasers.
And it was Ludwig Kuhn, number 43, and he deserved that goal because he was the one with the steal in the defensive side of the game.
Good that it's paying dividends. Oh, driving through. Let's see that cannon of an arm. Oh.
Also good for passes, and it's Tom Roloff with the goal.
Who needs to score when you've got a player wide open on the hoop? That's a very good, smart play. A lot of times, some players will want to be selfish and greedy and go for the goal, but it's sometimes better to go for the pass.
Yeah, and while we saw that, I think Daniel Becker there with the tackle against Amos Sosa, and I think that was from behind, as the refs are pointing out an advantage for Trondheim at this moment.
They should be taking this advantage. I don't think the keepers have seen. Okay, there we are driving through. Good save. Ball is still on the advantage. Ball is out, and this, I think, is probably where it's going to be called stop now.
Yeah, and as soon as you said that, Gio, Steve Cockram blows his whistle, and yeah.
Yes, I'm wearing my special glasses today so I can see into the future, not just the pitch.
Sheesh, Gio, you have so many talents. I'm flabbergasted, so to say.
That was my aim. My aim was to, at some point, make you lost for words this weekend.
I just used the word flabbergasted. I think you did your job.
I'm so excited for flabbergasted to come back. So I think Steve is just discussing it. Is that a card? There, I think there is a card.
That should be a card.
Yellow cards, Ruhr Phoenix, number 25. Illegal contact from behind. 1 minute.
I think that's the right call.
Yeah. It was nice that they played the advantage as long as they did as well. Some refs will call the advantage immediately down just to find out what the foul was, but it's nice to see just the game being played.
Yep.
As you said earlier, Quidditch has a lot of stoppages already, and we don't need any more, really. But the game is now 6 minutes and 47 seconds in, and the score is 3-3.
Yeah, Daniel Becker, he started playing as a chaser, but quickly realized, hey, beating is a lot more fun, and now he can have this fun in the penalty box.
Like, tackling is great, but what's better is tackling and throwing a rubber ball at someone's face. So now the power play is with...
Trondheim.
Yes, thank you. You can see I was struggling. Great tackle, though.
Yeah, and I think there was a pass off the beat. Steve Cochran likes to differ. No, he doesn't.
It's pass after beat. You called it.
Yeah.
Are you wearing your future glasses too? Although the ball went through the top bins, as they say. I'm trying to bring that one into Quidditch. But it'll be a while. That is a beautiful pass.
Yeah, and Mike has got it.
Nice drive. But where's the other options?
She's got no options.
The problem is, a lot of the times, the beaters were blocking up both options, and then they put 2 chasers on her. But passed it back nonetheless when the beaters kind of allowed them to have
I
the
would
gap.
like her now to get in. She does. Maybe Tom Roloff will see her. He does.
No goal. And the inbounding player is number 4. That is Stein?
That's Stinen. If you're back, Hansen.
I did say earlier I was going to butcher every pronunciation, and I've tried one and butchered one.
To be fair, in Norway it's kind of hard because there's a name Stein and Stine, so
I was up against it.
To err is human, isn't it?
Yeah. To err is human, that's a very good phrase. Nice aggression, there we are.
With a lot of power there, and a drive by Ulrich.
So, interesting what they're calling. I didn't see this. Did you see this beta interaction? I think...
Am was getting in with a lot of speed, and it looked like he put some contact. And it looks like he put some contact in it after the beat of Paul. And they could argue that he might have gained any contact with him when he was fairly beat, and that's not allowed.
Yeah, I've from the game I played earlier, I did like that the refs were calling beats quite quickly as well.
Blue card, Ruhr Phoenix, number 22, unsportsmanlike conduct, disrespecting a referee. Blue card, Ntnui, number 6, unsportsmanlike conduct, disrespecting a referee.
And I gotta say,
right,
I didn't have my future goggles on there at that moment, but these two are like very passionate players, Paul and Amund. And in the heat of the game, they sometimes tend to argue a little bit too much and get a little bit too much contact, and this time it showed.
I think sometimes, especially early into a game, the refs need to stamp their authority, show that they are the boss, and sometimes giving a blue card to both teams, which is a fair punishment, can kind of stamp that out for the rest of the game.
Yeah, no funny business here. Steve Cochran shows that he's the boss of this game.
Which is good, because he is.
Because he is.
But what I like as well is Steve is actually respecting his ARs and listening to their advice and opinions on a lot of this as well. Let's see what's going on. So, because that's a blue card, that is not a Koffel turnover.
Yeah. But I'm wondering if the goal stands or not.
The goal, that's an interesting one. I think a goal probably would stand.
Still a little bit time to debate what just happened there.
Yeah. I think they're trying to discuss it. We're obviously, again, tad too far away to be able to hear this conversation.
I mean, we have a good view of the pitch, but unfortunately we're a little bit too far off to get what these four people are like saying right now.
We have a beautiful view of the pitch, if I must say so myself. We are literally along the halfway line next to the camera. We are basically exactly what you can see on your screens right now.
I mean, and I gotta say, like, I want to thank the city of Harelbeke for like providing us with this great stadium, with this great opportunity with our tents and stuff. We're glad to be here, and I hope we'll have a great tournament throughout this day and tomorrow.
Nice stutter step there, driving through.
Oh, great by Daniel Becker. He forced a mistake, and he caught the bludger. That was all Daniel Becker.
And he's also got 3 bludgers now. There's 1 beater with 3 bludgers.
How?
That is quite an impressive sight, if I say so myself. But I think the referee called advantage, but because the second one was on the floor, that is a legal play.
Yeah. But there should be a stoppage in game, as one assistant ref is raising her arm to indicate a foul by John, and now Steve Cochran saw it.
Yeah. I think they may be discussing about that bludger, but again, as we said, because there was one on the floor, there is no third bludger immunity at that point. So realistically, again, team on our left. What is their names? Because I'm not going to say it.
Trondheim. It's Ntnui of Trondheim.
Trondheim. Trondheim or Trondheim?
Trondheim.
Trondheim. I'm going to butcher that again.
Just call them Ntnui and you're fine.
Okay, Ntnui. Yep. They need to utilise this power play. They have 2 beaters. They need to pincer against the one-armed beater to get control back.
Yeah.
Especially when you don't have any bludgers against 1 beater. It's quite an impressive sight from Phoenix.
I mean, of course, Amateurs just got in the game because of the goal, and now they take care of this few seconds that they have 2 beaters against 1 and go for it really clicking. No call. High pass.
Ooh, tiptoes.
An NFL player would have been proud on that catch right there.
Inbounding call.
So Tom Roloff with the quaff in his hands. And Amund Sorose picks up the only beater left, and now it should be a quick defensive scheme. Yeah. Counter right now. Ulrich won't be stopped.
Nice goal. Yeah. Nice drive. That's what I think Ntnui?
Ntnui.
Ah, almost there. I'm going to call them the Greens. We'll go with the Greens.
Go with the Greens, yeah. Or just pinch me in the arm when you need the name to be called.
So, that was a very nice drive from the Greens. That seems to be their main style of play. Go for those drives, trying to run through the tackles.
Yeah, it seems that they love them when the beaters are creating a quick counter opportunity, which is a thing that happens quite often if you have Amund Sorose, the number 6 of Trondheim, getting beat in this case.
Good
but also
beat.
Max Erik Schulsteinen, and it's picked up, and another counter. Yeah. And you can't guard that. You can't guard that.
The keeper was unfortunate there. It was realistically, when you're that close at the halfway line, you don't want to be losing. You don't want to lose the quaffle there. If you're going to lose the quaffle, you might as well throw it to their hoops. So there we are. This is a lovely German tactic of the third bludger immunity.
Yeah, triple bludger supremacy. It's called, and Amund Sorose defends it. Oh, nice beat by Amund from the back, and there's no way that would be a goal. And Steve Cockram stops the game as the quaffle is out of bounds.
So I think at the moment Phoenix may be up on the scoreboard, according to our screen, but they also appear to be down in the chaser game, I think. So I think realistically we need to...
Wait, what number?
Do you think
what
the
number?
game needs to happen now? So I think, personally, I would say the chasers on
yellow card.
Need to
Ntnui, number 44. Illegal contact, shirt grabbing.
Kind of being outplayed. So kind of capitalise on that. Draw those beats, run at the beater, draw that beat, and then pass it off. As opposed to drawing the beat to the halfway line and getting a turnover then.
Exactly. And they haven't really reset the ball. I mean, sometimes it's, take that reset, take it once, go back to your own hoop and give your beaters a chance to get back inside into the game and get rid of these quick counter plays. They're hurting you way too much, and it takes you a lot of effort to get back in the game if you're giving Trondheim these easy goals, but this time Max Erik Schulsteinen with his right hand throws it right in.
What a beautiful cannon of a shot there. As you said earlier, that was what we expect, but that was a beautiful goal.
Yeah. So this game is still very close, 60-50 after 11 minutes of gameplay. And Jürgen Stenlock is back in it.
It's got a little towel, I like that. I like the little towel. big fan of the little towel. Good tackle.
But he's not drilled down.
Good dodge, good little pass out. A nice goal. Straight through the top bins.
I think Ulrich also deserves a high five from his teammates in that case. He withstood a tackle for a long time and even brought it up to his teammate, who could then score it in the upper bin.
Ooh, top bin.
Top bin.
Top bins,
I'm still learning. Forgive me, Gio.
That's fine. So top bins is from football, from soccer. So what it is when someone kicks the ball and it goes into the top corners, so there's the top bins.
So now Max Erik Schulstein can go.
Called beat though. There we are, and there's the advantage. Ollie Wynn, our AR, called beat. And appears to be ignoring ref calls. That is a yellow card, if I believe.
Yeah. And I think Steve Cockram can actually argue that it's now time to listen more to this ref calls. There's a lot of debate going on the pitch, and I think he should have none of it.
Agreed. But let's see. I think no harm no foul. Maybe, let's have a look. I'm discussing it there.
Yeah, that's Miriam Quas. She actually started playing in Oslo, like always being the rival of Trondheim. I think she's playing with a lot of heart in this game as a former OC team member, and she's now staying on pitch already. Oh, that was the wrong decision. Didn't see the beater in the back of Tom Roloff there.
Nice idea, but unfortunately, poor execution.
And they can't bring Ulrich down.
So that's what you want to do. You want to run at you want to take the tackle, you want to take the beat, you want to run at and be aggressive, and you want to force them to make a decision. If you put them on the defensive, you are basically dictating terms of the game.
Yeah, and Gio, would you agree that sometimes people tend to pass before they initiate the contact with the defender? Can you elaborate why it's so important to take that contact?
So basically, by taking that contact, you've taken out the defender of their game. Typically, teams, if they're running a compact-style defense with one person up on point, that point defender is their best tackler. So if you can run at their best tackler, get tackled, but pass the ball off, everyone else who's going to then tackle is their secondary or third best tackler. So if you've basically, by taking the tackle yourself, it may hurt, but as long as you get that ball out, or if you take the beat yourself, they can't use that bludger to defend.
Yeah, in this case, Ulrich Olsen did exactly that. He took out Max-Erik Schulze-Steinen with a great handoff to Jorgen Stenlock, who was way open on the left bin.
So that's fine. So left and right bin doesn't really happen, but we can go with left bin, it's fine.
No. Don't patronize me,
I think it's top bins when it's a beautiful shot in the top hoop. I think we'll go with that one.
Okay.
But for that, what we noticed is early in the game, Ntnui, oh my gosh, a lot of letters. There we are.
Got it.
They were typically just driving straight through and trying to ride the tackles. They've adapted nicely, and they're starting to pass it off.
And now it's up to Ruhr Phoenix Bochum to get back in this game. It's 50-80. They have to think about something, but not like this. Great catch here with number 27 of Trondheim. That's Patricia Skala.
And there we are. And now they've got the pressures on. They need to be doing something. And there we are. You get beat out.
Oh, maybe a trip?
I think he'll claim accidental, but he knows what he's doing. It's a good tactical trip, tactical foul.
And no way to argue.
Yellow card, Ruhr Phoenix, number 77, illegal contact below the knee.
Press on. So the Ntnui, got it again, beaters aggressed and beat out the keeper who had the ball in the hand on the halfway line. Obviously has to drop it because they're beat, and there is no other defenders.
Yeah.
What you want to be doing, if you get pressed out, is you want to be looking for the shot, look for the long pass. If you lose the quaffle in the opposite end of the field, it's okay.
And look at that. That was actually, now I got to give it to Alex Müller. That was a great trip.
a trip in the back stops the attack, as someone once told me.
Yeah, and that brought Jorgen down, and important defensive effort, 50-80 still.
So that's what we call a tactical foul. Like, you know you're going to get the card, you know you're doing wrong, but ultimately you need to do that. There we are, and got to beat out again, a nice easy drive.
Here we go.
Nice sidestep, probably got lucky, a bit lucky. But that all came about because, again, the beaters from Ntnui are being quite aggressive. They've got control, which is quite nice. They are taking out the beater, and then they're pressing.
Yeah.
And the chasers know exactly what to do, is pick up that quaffle and run straight through.
I mean, Bochum has seen this like at least 2 or 3 times now. Gio, how would you like differentiate from your game to defend that, when you're in offense?
Let's see this goal. There we are.
Important one.
Exactly, very important goal. So the way you kind of defend against that is when the press is on, you need to fan out. So you need to open up the pitch and make those long passes. Because if you're passing 20, 30 yards, the beaters can't go and beat out every player.
Yeah.
You want to take the pressure to you, allow them to press towards you, and just before they release that bludger, you want to throw it to one of your passing options.
And again, taking the contact from the point defender, then the pass on the left side swoop works every time. And Bochum should think about something different now. And I think what you said earlier, they were fanned out, but the pass wasn't coming.
See, look, now they're all quite still clumped up. There is no one in that back left corner.
Yeah, Miriam should get the pass maybe. Instead, he tries to dodge it, does in this instance, but could have easily been another counter.
You were right about the shooting lane. Like, if the keeper is anywhere near that keeper line, shot is there. But because the press is so high, the pressure is coming right at the halfway line, there is no ability or advantage for that.
So this game refuses to go out of swim range, and that's the way we like it. Great tackle now here by Tom Roloff.
Yeah, and again, by taking that tackle, passing off, but then the beaters were quite nice. Oh, called advantage. Interesting. That could have been it. That could have been the goal to get them back into winning range.
It would actually been like the first time that the press of Bochum worked the same as it worked against them all the time.
It's using your opponent's tactics against them. It's quite good. From it's not on your screen at the moment, but it is on your screen. The Ntnui Seeker, I believe. It's quite tall from what we can see.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Definitely got the height advantage. Looks quite strong too. Be an interesting snitch game, I think.
Yeah, and Johnny, that's number 44, and Johnny is David, number 99, David Heitmann of the Ruhr Phoenix Bochum.
But they might not get a chance to go to snitch range because... Good beat though. Oh, yeah, calling it for tackling on the head. Unless making ref calls potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, Ntnui is complaining a lot in this game. I can hear him all the way up here, and there's I always hear a hey or an hey. A lot of complaining, and Steve Cockram is probably telling them to tune it down. Right?
Sometimes it can be frustrating. I know. Like
yeah, of course.
I played the last game, and there was a point that their player got beat out and didn't drop the ball, and I was kind of jumping around, and I got agitated. Again, I think it's heat at the moment. In tight games like this, they're 1 point to push it out of range. That could have been the goal there.
Yeah.
So it's quite difficult to keep your emotions fully in check. And I think Steve is kind of saying, guys, calm it down.
Yeah, it's understandable. The passion rises high. It's very understandable, but yeah.
But Steve is a very experienced ref, I think, reffing for many years.
Yeah.
Former banger player.
He was actually the first proper ref I ever faced in a tournament.
Really? Steve also gave me my first card. I got a blue card in my second game of Quidditch. Yeah.
Language?
No, I was a keeper and didn't reset the ball correctly from a goal.
How dare you?
Because I didn't know what to do. I just picked it up, and apparently I've got to walk back to my keeper zone. I went, what? No. And got a lovely blue card for my efforts. Also, I think also got carded in their first tournament was Ollie Wynn, who's our AR on near side. I think snitch ref this game. And first tournament was also BQC 2017, like mine, and got a red card for 2 yellows.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. But no card in this instance.
Yeah. Hopefully, Ollie will not have to give a card to either of his seekers. Ollie, we've seen him maybe on the EQC Division 2 live stream before. He was there in Warsaw, and now he's joining us here in Harelbeke, and I hope he's doing a good job of staying in front of these very quick seekers, number 44 of Ntnui and David Heitmann.
Goal was good though, I believe. So they are now out of range, which means that the very, very strong Ntnui, God, I want to say Greens. I just really want to say Greens. The Trondheim beaters are very strong, very aggressive.
Oh, that handoff was not really good.
Should have gone for the shot.
Yeah,
or just driven it through. Again, as we said a lot at Division 2, hand through hoop. They can't stop if you put your hand through the hoop.
And again, bludge control with Ntnui. The very dangerous keeper, Ulrich Olsen, on the left-hand side, passes it to the middle.
They're just playing smart. Oh, good tackle, though. That's an important tackle. But again, they're trying to drive it through against control. The beaters at that turnover need to be aggressing and be causing chaos upfield.
Yeah.
Even if they lose their bludger, then at least they can't press them.
Yeah.
They need to be aggressing early.
And 3 seconds, and the snitch is on pitch.
Now they've got control back. Very nice tackle.
And immediately losing it again.
But the thing is...
Maybe for a goal, and that would be worth it.
Agreed.
And at the same time, a face speed of your own beater, number 14, with an unfortunate hit on Timothy Bernard.
Face beating hurts, but when it's your own team, it hurts even more.
It hurts on separate levels.
I think that was personal. You should have stopped the goal. I'm going to beat you for that.
How dare you.
Get better on defense.
I wish that was a thing.
I don't know. I've had some beaters who done that to me before.
Jesus. Where are you playing again?
Unspeakables. Yeah. Monique Davis is quite savage. Ntnui happy to slow ball it. I think Steve is quite militant with slow balling, which is quite good. Got control. There we are. Taking press. So let's see. Yep. Trying to. I think he might say to advance the thing. Quaffle.
And a quick seeker sub, number 43 subbed in for David Heitmann. That's Marilie Hagedorn. She's now trying the defensive seek. A lot of contact.
That was a very good interception there for number 17.
Oh, and number 44 going over snitch, but with a lot of contact.
There's no bludgers. Why are they not so they've got 2 bludgers, but what they need to be doing is probably setting a bubble, as the Ruhr Phoenix beater is. One beater setting a beautiful bubble against control.
You explained this in Division 2, but Gio, can you go ahead for the viewers that only tuned in Division 1? Explain the bubble to me, please.
So, a bubble is when you use your armed beaters or unarmed beaters, I've seen it done that way, to set an area around the snitch for your seeker. By doing that, as you can see on our screens right now, the seeker has got alone time, and the other seeker from the opposition's team is being screened out.
I got to stop you right there because that was a great offensive action by Miriam Kwas here with the shimmy, got through her defender and put it into the left-hand hoop.
So what's really nice there is they scored against control and were setting a bubble, trying to catch for the overtime. But now they're trying to catch for the win. Need a big defensive stop. Good beat.
And they have the bubble right now.
They do. One beater. Sometimes you don't even need one beat. You don't even need a bludger.
And you can't give Daniel Becker too much time on the snitch.
Phenomenal steal. And there we are. This should be a goal. Sidestep.
And the beaters are not paying attention towards the quaffle game.
The thing is they shouldn't. When it's swim range like this, you want your beaters on the snitch. You want to be setting that bubble and giving your seeker the most opportunities that they can. The more time your seeker...
Oh, catch! Gio.
There we are.
I don't even hate to say it, you're absolutely right. And thank you for correcting me on this one. Important catch by Daniel Becker. And if this would be good, it would be a 130 star to 110. And Ntnui lost this pretty much on the seeker floor.
Again, yeah, I think they had the more dominant beaters throughout this game. But when it came to the seeker floor, they didn't understand tactically what to do. Realistically, in snitch range, whether it's overtime or win range, the quaffle game doesn't matter. You want to trade goals, which is what they weren't doing. They weren't even scoring.
Yeah.
They were losing the quaffle, and the other team was scoring. Phoenix was scoring. But then they were using their beaters on defense on the quaffle, and then I don't even know where they were on offense because they were not near the snitch.
Do you think that maybe the chasing game... Yeah, it's over. It's over. Ruhr Phoenix Bochum wins 130 star to 110 versus Ntnui Rumpeldunk of Trondheim. And then maybe the chasing game of Ntnui too reliant on their beaters in their offense?
So I think this game was, you could literally say, it's a game of 2 halves. You had the first half of the game, which was pre-stitch on pitch, very tight, close game. Ntnui definitely were a dominant team, out of range at one point. But when it got to the second half, the snitch floor, Ruhr Phoenix were dominant and tactically brilliant. One person set a bubble, that's all you need.
Yeah, and I think the analyst desk will tell you exactly that, but we'll still have to give it over to the analyst desk. And that's us. That's it from us. Philipp Stolz here, and Gio, thank you for joining me.
Every time.
I was like, I'll be inside, so...
free game to be first. Coming up next in the referee time slot on pitch 1 is Ntnui versus Glasgow. On pitch 2, Glasgow Reapers versus Lyon.
And we are back to the European Quidditch Cup here in Harelbeke in Belgium. Right, we have just watched an amazing game, and I am here with Patricia from Germany and Bex from the UK, who have been analysing this last game. So, starting with you, Bex, what can you tell me about the previous game?
Well, it was a nail biter. So Ruhr Phoenix came from behind with the catch. The final score was 130 star to 110. It was level pegging for a long time. Then it looked like Ntnui was going to pull ahead. It kind of looked like they had the dominant beaters. They looked really sure of themselves. Ruhr was sort of struggling to match. And then Ruhr started playing their game. They settled into it. And right on it, they caught that snitch. Yeah, it was a real nail biter. I enjoyed it.
And what do you think? What are your general impressions coming away from this, Patricia?
I thought everyone went into this game thinking it would be really close, with Bochum probably being one of the best teams in Germany and also maybe the best team in this tournament so far, as they have all their good players on the squad right now, and the other German teams are missing some. And also Ntnui is known for being probably the best Norwegian team, so I think everyone went in this knowing it would be tough. So.
Fantastic. So let's go into the ball handling chaser play and also the beater play. What are, for whoever wants to go first, what are sort of your general impressions coming away from that game?
The beaters were running the game. Like, we talked about this on the thing. Like, you've got Armand Storos, who's one of the best beaters in Europe, if not the world. I'll say the world. And he had complete control of his bludger and his partner's bludger with incredibly smart play. At one point, his partner had 2 bludgers on the floor, and he had one, and that's not guarding because she didn't have the other one. A very, very clever, very tactical play. And of course, he takes people out like a sniper with those bludgers. And yeah, all I've gotten here is like almond with like hearts around it. And it just looked like they had the other beaters on the run. In terms of ball handling with the quaffle, everyone could finish. That was the thing. They put that hand through the hoop to score several times, not just leaving it, to the gods if I lob it that way. No, ball, hand, through hoop to score. That stood out to me.
But I personally thought that Ntnui relied pretty much on their key players, but because I didn't really have had the impression that everyone was able to score the goal. I thought they pretty much played with Jürgen a lot and Armand, while Bochum actually used a lot of more of the players, at least not all of them, but I mean they have a share of like national players and development team players, and you can see that. I think they have the deepest squad.
Definitely, I would agree with you there, especially where the female chasers were concerned. Like that, developing your women is what sets apart your OK teams with your elite teams. Like knowing that, hey, everyone on my team, everyone on this field can catch, throw, distribute. And at one point they were playing 3 female chasers, which you like hardly ever see. And I was loving it from the Ruhr side. That was fantastic.
Did you notice anything else about their ball handling, or especially the number of females that they also had on pitch as well?
I think for ball handling, I think both of the teams played really similar, with both of them trying, if they don't have bludger control, to try to get that back, and then then creating a no bludger situation and just using that like 3-4 second time frame to score, which worked pretty well for both teams. But I thought it was a really similar playing style with better beaters on Ntnui side and better chasers on the Ruhr Phoenix side.
It's very much one of those games that if we're going to play it again in an hour, the result would be different.
Yeah,
like you just don't know. No. I want to see it again.
Yeah. Oh. Well, you might get the chance to in the final. But I'm going to have to wrap that up there, though, because we have an interview. But thank you so much, Bex, and thank you so much, Patricia, for coming in. We'll look to see you off later in the live stream. But now, from Ruhr Phoenix, we have the keeper, Max Scholsteinen. Welcome. Come on around this way. No, very good to meet you. Welcome. Oh, thank you very much. So, first of all, what are your impressions of the game just gone?
That's a huge question. Well, the game is just over 5 minutes, and I to be honest, in the middle time, it was not looking good for us. The beater play was very good from the Norwegian team, as you said it, and we kind of didn't have the tools to get through it and get it done. We knew we need to get budget control as soon as the snitch is on pitch, because that was a thing we trained a lot. And yeah, we did it. We got budget control, and then we had a good chaser who catched it. And yeah, so I probably do need like a night to sleep over to rethink everything. But right now I'm just like freaking exhausted. And I'm lucky, obviously. The last game against Werewolves of London, same situation, but just against us, so they catched. And now I'm just happy, and the team really deserved it.
I wanted to kind of explore a little bit, because this is a very high-profile game. Obviously, there was a lot, like the stands were very full. There were people always coming in to watch this game. How do you and your team sort of deal with the publicity and that pressure, the mentality going into a game? What sort of mindset do you try and encourage within your team before you go on field?
So basically, it starts even before going on field. It's the kind of thing we do. We have a lot of different characters in our team, dealing a lot with pressure, some don't. And since it's been a long way to actually getting to an EQC, we failed 2 times. We've been last time in 2016, and we always counted ourselves as having the potential of being here. So what we said was basically, guys, we trained that, guys and girls, so just go to bed early, and then everything else is tomorrow, and we know we can do that. Just don't worry. I said I trust in you. Whenever I do something wrong, I trust you that there are several other people on pitch who can do that. And so just like stop running your thoughts. We can do that. We will do that. Go to bed early. Stand up early. Be fresh. Be nice. That's it.
Was there any particular moments in the game that you're always going to remember? Perhaps a particular play from one of your players, a shout out to this particular moment? Or was it generally your team, and would you find that the trust between your players was something that you're always going to take away from this game?
Well, the trust definitely, but I think that should always be a case in that kind of sport. I did saw the snitch catch, which was nice. I know I always need to force myself to focus on the quaffle play, but the quaffle was kind of far back, and so I looked over the right in the morning and I saw how beautiful the catch was, and this I will remember. And yeah, so basically that.
I did want to explore, because also a little bit about you as well, because you're a very high-profile player here in the Quidditch community. I wanted to ask, so you have quite a heavy sporting background. Going around the fields today, I was asking about, Max and saying, tell me about him. They go, he's Mr. Endurance. If I'm correct, you played this entire game?
Yes, I did.
So, and also you have a background in handball, is that correct?
Yes, I played handball for about 8 years. So when I was 12 to 20 something, with a very nice team, I was always, it was a nice sport. And then I was away for a while, and then the key team kind of like, not falling apart, but they were moving like in the club in different teams. And I was like, okay, maybe that's it. And then Paul Fanna, the beater of ours, the beater coach as well, approached me and said, I'm playing Quidditch, you want to join? I was like, yeah, why not? So let's do that.
Oh, brilliant. I wanted to ask actually, what skills, because of your heavy sporting background, and also because within Quidditch we have lots of different levels of sporting ability. There are people that are starting from the first time, but you clearly have a lot of experience. What, from your previous sporting experience, what have you brought from that into Quidditch? What do you feel has helped you in your Quidditch career?
So obviously like handling with the ball, so like throwing, passing, catching, like all these kind of stuff. Also agility, since handball is very like you're just allowed to do 3 steps after you stopped playing the ball. So obviously that. But above handball, I also like do a lot of cycling in the woods, and this really calms myself. So whenever sport is, whenever it's getting trouble on the field, I try to rest in myself. And yeah, so I do enjoy, I try to go cycling like once in a week at least for like 2 hours in the woods, and then I can just like switch my mind off and relax.
Let's see what's the call, but I don't know if it's for the wrong pass or if there was another kind of contact that should be called too, because this might be ways the chaser, Ignacio from the Mentores, took the quaffle and then passed it back to his teammate. But maybe he could have been beaten before. or maybe it could be a foul in that first quaffle fight. Let's see what happens. Well, first of all, we could introduce a little bit the teams, right?
So Ghent Gargoyles are
Yellow card,
the second
Ghent,
best team in
31,
Belgium so
sliding
far.
into contact.
They got the second place in the nationals in 2018 and are just behind Antwerp, the Dodos. And in the last slot, they won against Oxford. I think it was
Oxford, yeah.
even out of the range.
Okay, finally the fall came from Ghent Gargoyles. That was first drive. Ooh, Isaac tries to get inside, but then he gets tackled and then passes to Pato. Great pass and great shot from the Dementors Tracer, who has been very, very good shots. So let's keep an eye on him because he's the one giving the initiative in his team from scoring. The other team here, we're presenting them. Dementores is the second team from Spain. He lost the final against Madrid Lynx, who is the first. And this is their second consecutive participation in the EQC after they came the second place in the Spanish Cup. And then here we see the tied game, but then Isaac takes the ball. He wants to take back to score. Passes to Ramon. Ramon tries to score, and no. The chaser Ignacio takes the quaffle. Oh, yeah, good defense from Ghent Gargoyles, who tries to run back again, and then Dementores has a good defense. Oh, yeah, that was a good beat. So now has the opportunity to throw. No, doesn't score, but they keep the ball. Well, it's a fast start. I think both teams are trying to get to a fast play where they can score as much points as they can. And there it goes. There it goes. The second goal for Ghent Gargoyles.
Ghent is also pretty patient in their play. They wait for their beaters to make the attack, and then the chasers follow, which is usually a very structured play.
Yeah, on the other hand, Dementors is a very passionate team. They have a lot of players coming from playing American football, and their kind of ways of attacking, you can see them. They are very fast. They are very strong. They are in the kind of attacks they made are making always in the same way, very physic, and that's what it follows to them. In Spain, at least, let's see if here in Europe they have to change their way of attacking, not to be tackled. And another goal for Ghent, which puts the score 30-10, could be the score. Yeah.
We'll check that really soon.
Yeah.
But that was just a play Ghent is really good in. They have really good trolls, which means they have really good passing options. To say it in normal sports language, they have, whenever someone gets the ball really close to hoops, it's gonna be a goal.
Mm-hmm. Let's see who else gets the point in the Bladger control. Now the Bladger control is in the hands of Ghent Gargoyles, and we can see that Peachy, the beater from Dementores, is trying to threaten a little bit the beaters from the other team, just to make his teammate try to enter. From the moment they are taking a little bit of more calmly. Oh, good beat taken. Oh, now, yeah. It wasn't a foul because there was no harm, but also, of course, Ramon from the Dementores took the ball after he was beaten, and that could be a foul if Ghent didn't took the ball. They took it, they attack, and they score another goal for Ghent Gargoyles.
So it's 10-40 for Ghent.
Yeah, so they're starting to make their play. Again, Gargoyles, they are starting to make a little bit of an advantage, an important advantage. As you know, when we pass the barrier of the 30 points, 40 points, that's a place where Dementores should start thinking about the game, because the game hasn't started already, and they are, whoa. We've seen a very hard defense from again Gargoyles, and Ramon from Dementores is starting to complain about the physics they played on him. And between that, another throw, another goal from Ghent Gargoyles, and that sounds like maybe they should stop the game. Yeah, Isaac asks for a timeout.
So that's for now a pretty clear game for Ghent.
Yeah, a very needed timeout, because for the moment the players from Dementors are not taking the success they should, or they normally do. So Dementors has a lot to think about.
It's also, I think the Spanish team does have problems with their defense. As Ghent is pretty diverse in their playing, they know how to do drives, they know how to do a really good passing game, they know how to do like a quick throw play where they only pass to one person behind the hoops who scores immediately. It's really hard to defend against that. If one team is really good at one thing, you can concentrate on that, but as they know how to play, what playing style in which situation, it gets really hard to defend against that.
Yes, I agree with that. And also, as I said at the first, Dementors' main point is to get their beaters do the job, so their chasers can enter right through. They don't have that much tactical playing, so if the other team has to neutralize their main point of attacking, like it seems they have done it, Dementors has a serious problem. So let's see. Timeout is finished. The game is going to be restarted again. Okay. One of the Dementors' players is making a headband substitution. Maybe the headband was broken or was not good enough to be playing. So after that, they should be ready to continue. Yeah, they're ready to continue. So here they go again. Isaac, keeper from Dementors, takes the ball. And Neko has the beater, the only beater for them, the bladger. The only bladger for Dementors is in the hands of Neko. So let's see what it does. Tries to, yeah, he gets the beat, but he gets beaten too. And now that Peachy has number 10 from Dementors, is Peachy, has taken the other bladger, and yeah, he fire, and the chasers didn't take advantage from that play. And now we can see number 22, Zamudio from Dementors, make a very, very good tackle. Very good tackle from a player that has already played American football, so he does know how to make a good tackle. But now they're complaining, maybe the tackle was illegal. They're discussing that. Yep. The referee takes a hand on the cards. It seems that this is going to be a yellow card. Yeah. It has been a yellow card. Should it be illegal contact? Let's see what type of illegal contact. Oh yeah, taken from the t-shirt maybe, as the team captain Ramon is saying. He's complaining about how it took from the t-shirt or not. So let's see what the ref says, and then we'll know or not. Okay, ref, now it's the moment to say the call.
Yellow card, Dementors number 22, illegal contact, contact from behind.
Oh, no, contact from behind. They were maybe discussing about taking from the t-shirt, but the ref determines that that was an illegal contact because he made it from behind. And then let's see if that ends. Yes, it ends with another goal for Ghent Gargoyles, who's taking more and more of his advantage since Dementors doesn't still know how to make their best performance, their best attacks, and also their best defense, which wasn't bad. At least they tried to tackle, but as you know, these things can happen when you are very physical. You can commit and get to do more faults. Oh, another try to beat Peachy, but doesn't. Pressure, a lot of pressure puts. Ooh, takes him out of the, yeah. They're taking him out of the field. The referee stops the game. Zamudio from Dementors is complaining. Maybe he thinks that he was an illegal action. He's a very passionate player. He has shown in Spain a lot of cards because of, passionate play is a good way to see that he likes to complain sometimes, complain more than he should do. So he should talk more with her speaking captain and less with the referees. So if he doesn't want to have another card.
And we did have cards for disrespecting a ref
Yeah.
already. I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
it was just the last slot where we got 2 cards for disrespecting a ref. So you have to be careful.
Yeah. Yeah, if someone from Dementores could get a card for being disrespectful, I would put on my money on Zamudio, because when the things that normally they don't get as he would like, he tends to be to get nervous, and that also, well, it happens to everyone, but someone more than others, and he's normally the first one that get real nervous and start to say, "Oh," and you say that "oh" can end to something not very respectful.
But I guess he was lucky now because there's no call.
Yeah.
So, Quaffle turnover. Ghent was pushing Dementor's player out of bounds. He's the inbounding player with a Quaffle. General warning for all players. Please be careful with contact from behind.
So in case you haven't heard, there was a general warning for contact from behind, which we did see a lot.
And looks like Ramon is not happy with that decision. I think he was complaining that his player got contact from behind, and that's why he get out of the pitch. Now in between, another goal there's for Ghent Gargoyles, who is starting to put this game very, very in front from them, and very, very back from the point of view that Dementores could have for this game. So the score is 70-10, yeah. And Dementores hasn't scored since like first minute, so let's see if they can find a way. That way wouldn't be without bladder control, and since they do not have also bladder control since, I don't remember, maybe ever, another attack finishes with a beat from Isaac, keeper from Dementores, and another fast attack that now can be neutralized, maybe. Yes, there is Neko with a bladger. There's a pass from to the back of the court, and then another pass for the front. Okay.
Yeah, that's interesting though. Ghent waits every time to get back bladger control before they go into the attack, while the Spanish team also
Very
goes
intelligent.
against one bladger.
Bad luck that Isaac was about to recover that Quaffle, but he got dismounted. But then one of the teammates take it and give it to him. So another one more for Dementores. It looks like Isaac it's not so healthy as it was at the first when he started the game. He looks like a little bit more tired. And that's a normal thing, because when you see Isaac's plays, he tries to runs a lot, runs as much as he can. And also Ramon, he tries to run also. Let's see if there is yes. It wasn't a very, very good throw, but he was lucky that the ball finally passed through the hoop. So that's another goal for Dementores, and the score should be 80-20, right?
Yeah. And I'm surprised because 20-70.
Oh, 20-70, okay.
I actually thought it was a pass and not a scoring attempt, but if it goes in the first time already, that's
counts
even better.
the same.
Yeah.
Okay, so now Ghent is trying to go a little bit slower, trying to go behind the hoops. Good. Trying to contact. Yeah. In this case, Isaac, as a keeper, has made a very good play and recovers the ball. And 50 points down. Could Dementores get the head to the game again? Let's see.
It's also pretty hard for the Dementores to actually run an attack, as they almost never have bludger control. So they have to go. They have to go against 2 bludgers all the time.
Good
which
play
is
from
really
Neko
hard.
now. He could be in another goal. Yes.
Wow.
Dementores only needs some few seconds to get the score, and it's a good thing for them because they have a lot of players that can make a good throw. And now runs away. Oh, yeah. And he scores back.
And
to
it's
Ghent.
30-80 for
Once again, Dementores is 50 points away, but he's starting to score, which is good news for them. Because maybe if we see them scoring again, if they improve their defense, and if they get to have Bludger control once in the game, another throw, in this case, it wasn't a goal, but
it was a goal.
Yeah, it was a goal, because after... No. They're not sure.
So there's the rooms down. They're probably going to discuss if it actually was a goal or not. I guess you guys on the live stream can actually have your video analysis of that, but we don't, so the refs have to come together to talk about the situation.
They're discussing it. At least it was a good play from Ignacio, number 15 from Dementores. He went behind the hoops, and after that ball didn't score, they took the ball and they scored. Let's see if scored correctly or legally, and let's see if that 10 points go to the Dementores or not.
But they did step up their game. They scored 30. I mean, for the first minutes, they only scored 1 goal. And the past few minutes, it was 3 more. While Ghent also scored goals, but also the defenses of the Dementores were a lot tighter.
Let's see if the goal is good or not. Nope. The head of the head referee. I can see it from here, right? My point of view, discussing also with speaking captain, with Ramon, and the things they're discussing, looks like Ramon is not happy with the decision, so the goal seems to be...
The goal is no good. It was beat before. Game continues.
Beat before.
Remount!
For Dementores, because if the goal had been good, the score was only 40 points away, and I think they could have entered the game with that goal. So let's see. Oh, good beat now. Let's see if Isaac can score that goal that the team needs. The team needs a bunch of goals, but wherever it starts is going to be good. Oh, a beat for Pichi, trying to recover that Bludger. A beat for Violeta also. And a beat for Isaac, but gets to pass, makes the pass, and now Ignacio gets to score that goal. Very good play from Dementores now.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive, especially since it was against 2 Bludgers. One Bludger just was, one beat attempt was just too late and the other one missed. So that's how they scored a goal against 2 Bludgers.
Now Dementores has Bludger control for the first time in forever, and they're trying to... Let's see if they can take advantage of them, because now it's... Whoa, good save from Pichi. Very good jump. Now they're trying to put some more pressure. Let's see if Pichi gets to 1. Okay, they're using their reset used. Okay, reset used for Ghent. Also good strategy for them. And Pichi went too far away, so they beat them. And let's see if that ends with a goal. No, it looks like it doesn't. And Isaac gets the ball back. Okay, this is the moment. This is the moment where Dementores could turn their game, turn the face to their game. So the next attacks could be making the difference.
So now the Dementores are in attack again. They have 1 Bludger against the front-back defense of the Ghent team.
Okay, one more good play from Pichi. Oh,
and a missed shot.
But let's see if, tries to, and that's it. No, they beat him. Looks like they didn't. Wow,
Not bad.
Look at the face from the Ghent beater. Is still saying, what the, I hit him, but they didn't count as a bit. So that's 1 more for Dementores, 50-80.
So
and
now
as I
in
said, that's
overtime
where the
range.
game gets interesting, yeah. So if that continues, we're going to see an end of a game. Very, very good to see. Okay. Chaser from Ghent tries to enter, stops there. He has to look for a teammate. He has to look for the beaters also, because beater from Dementores is trying to
take out
maybe
the receivers.
too far away.
That's pretty hard though. Do you go out? Do you go away from your hoops to take out the receiving chasers, or do you actually stay there and risk that they can receive a ball?
Very close, very hard. Isaac is running again. Let's look, let's see if he can. Ignacio goes with him. And Isaac, there he goes. Another goal for the Dementors. That's their play. That's what they're talking about.
Now that they drive more and just go in, doesn't matter if they have bludger control or not, it does work for them, for the Dementors. They have the physicality to counter the tackles. They have the agility to just drive, run around them, and they just show that they can do it.
Definitely, definitely. And that's the moment where, again, Gargoyles has to make their timeout. It's a normal thing because they were winning that game from, I remember, 60-point advantage, right? Or 50 or 60?
Something that was pretty high.
Yeah, I remember 70-10 maybe in the moment of a game. And the Dementors has lead the game to not tying, but yeah, having the chances to win it if they continue like that. And the snitch came out and they get to catch it. So again, has to reorganize their attack and their defense plays if they want to get alive to the final part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, they still have 5 minutes, which is enough to get ahead so much that they don't have to fear anything when the snitch comes on pitch. But at the same time, 5 minutes, I mean, we also had 5 minutes where no goal was scored. So they have to, both of the teams just have to fight in these next 5 minutes, because when the snitch is on pitch, it's going to be a lot harder.
That's where the games get tricky, in that 5 minutes between minute 13 and minute 18, because that's where the moment where you should start seeing people getting tired. Of course, if in this case the Dementors doesn't have a roster so big as could have again Gargoyles, and maybe their main players could get more tired, and that could affect their plays. And also the beaters who should start thinking about taking bludger control to help their seeker whenever it gets out, because if the game gets tied, or
the game time is 13
in
minutes. Timeout was called by Ghent. The score is 90-60 for Ghent. Both teams used their timeouts. Remount and resume play on my whistle.
Actually, most of the team is strategically just better than Dementors. They know their tactics and they play them, but at the same time, the Dementors do have like a really good physicality in their players. They have people who know how to drive, who know how to tackle.
There it goes. Yeah, I was about to say the Dementors recovered again bludger control, but forget it, because they lost it.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see these teams play against each other with really different playing styles. And for now, Ghent is ahead 40 points, but I wouldn't be too sure if they can keep actually that distance.
Okay, Neko tries to get, yeah, it does, and now Pichi, passes the bludger to get bludger control, and in between the chases of Dementors tried to get that ball. Ignacio was about to take it, but he was beaten, or not. Ignacio has some problems to know when he's beat. Because it's like 2 or 3 times that, again, Gargoyles are complaining that Ignacio just went for the ball behind the hoops, and one of their beaters tried to beat him. I don't know if they did it or not, because Ignacio kept playing, and in some of the cases, maybe he kept playing.
Game was stopped. Natural motion violation. Quaffle is turned over to Ghent. Number 15 from Dementors is beat. Remount and resume play.
Okay. Yeah. In this case, Ignacio was beaten before and has to left there the ball. So now Ghent has the chance to put this difference in 50 points, which would be a very good difference, thinking that we are very, very close to the snitch on pitch. in a few minutes we'll see the snitch. Oh, there is Isaac. Good try. Even if there was a beater right there. And now, good move, good attack also, good defense from Ramon. And also Isaac out there, very physical players, and trying to slow down again the attack. And a good throw, but now there was Ignacio there to take the ball for his team. And Isaac to move forward.
It's also interesting that both of the beaters, they get distracted from each other. They don't have that much of a quaffle focus sometimes, because both of the beater pairs are really aggressive, and they try to gain back bludger control. They try to get no bludger situation. And that was really close. Okay, no. And yeah, so back to the beaters. They are really aggressive, and sometimes they just forget where the quaffle is, and then you have almost like 20 seconds of just no beaters because all of them are just beat out.
Dementors and Gens beaters are very good in 1-by-1 in physical plays, and that's a thing we'll get to know if we get to the snitch on pitch in a 30-point range, because that's when beaters try to attack each other. So we'll see more of the beaters when the snitch comes out, if there's a game. So when the game is stopped again, let's see what the ref says. What happened? The Dementors has the ball, but Ramon is complaining for something. Maybe they're talking about the last attack from Ghent Gargoyles. Maybe something happened in that attack. And there's a card in the hands of the head ref. So
maybe we get another one.
Yeah. Who gets the card?
So far there have been two yellow cards, one for Ghent and one for the Dementors.
Oh, fun fact, the thing we haven't commented yet is that Ghent Gargoyles are celebrating their 5th anniversary right in this tournament, right?
Yeah, and it's also their 4th time participating.
Yellow card for
in
Ghent number
EQC.
29. Illegal contact, pushing in the back.
In Belgium.
1 minute in the penalty
they missed
area.
That one, so now they want to go.
General warning for all chasers. Please be careful not to swat the bludgers with your body. Thank you. Remount.
So the head ref just warned the seekers that they shouldn't how is it called? They shouldn't turn their body in a way that the bludgers just go somewhere when they get beat. Deflecting is bludger.
Yeah.
Is it deflect? Is it not?
Yeah,
deflecting,
with
swatting
their
maybe.
hands, or
But yeah,
using their body to deflect bludgers.
Yeah.
That's affecting play, and that's also illegal.
but like a lot of seekers do it, which doesn't make it better. It just
Good thing for the ref to see that and to tell that. Oh, good tackle made to Isaac. Once again the try, but now not in this case. Isaac calmly passes to Ramon. Ramon throws, but he doesn't. Ignacio has it scored? Yeah, it looks like it has.
So it's 70 to 100. So
30-point range, and that's the moment where Ghent tries to enter again. Ooh, another goal for Ghent. Another goal for Ghent that is making that difference between 30 and 40, 30 and 40, 30 and 40.
Yeah.
Let's see if more or less.
So the snitch is on pitch. It's going to be another minute until the seekers are actually allowed to go on the pitch as well. But the snitch is already on. And it's going to be interesting because if
it's very
right now it's 40 points difference, which means, and it's a 30-40 just.
Any goal makes a difference. Unless it's against Gargoyles' goal, well, make a difference, but bigger one. Violeta takes the ball, but is tackled. Isaac tries to recover it, but it gets beaten. And now, again, Gargoyles has the ball. Let's see the defense. It's Peachy still mounting the defense for Dementores. So again, Gargoyles calms down their attack, start thinking. And the Seekers get released.
The Dementores team tries to defend the snitch as they're 40 down.
Yep.
Because if they catch the snitch, it would mean that they lose automatically.
That shouldn't be a goal. Yeah, because there was a beat before the player from Ghent. Yeah, I had seen that. A good beat, made from Peachy.
So all the beaters are still in Quaffle game as Ghent tries to go even further ahead. So even if the Dementores catch, they won't win. And the Dementores at the same time try to get to actually get back into swim range so they can win the game.
That's the problem. The Dementores beaters are paying more attention than the Seekers, and that will make it. Oh no! In this case, Ghent player didn't get to score because Ramon get to make a very good tackle. So the ball didn't pass through. Once again, let's see where the beaters are. The Dementores needs their beaters. They need them a lot because now the Ghent Gargoyles has Bladger control and they have both Bladgers in their hoops. Whoa, good throw, but they get the Bladger again. That's why they're on their Bladgers. It's a good way of defending their own hoops because if you get beaten, you can fastly touch your hoops and get the ball back. And now once again, the keeper, he gets very good contact in defense, but he passes to his teammate, and his teammate scores another goal for Ghent.
That was a tough situation for Dementores as they didn't have any Bladgers.
That's the thing. If Dementores wants to win, first he has to score. And he wants to score, first he wants to eliminate their Bladger defense that Ghent has very, very good position on their hoops, on their area.
Yeah, the beaters of Ghana are really defensive right now. They stay really close to their hoops, so they don't actually lose any Bladgers, which is
wow,
but it was a
goal.
Oh no, it wasn't.
No. I was thinking the same. I was thinking really it was a goal. It wasn't beat before. Once again, the head ref is going to ask the assistant, and
there's a lot of stoppages here. So the game time is 20 minutes 40, which is an okay time, I guess. We'll probably get a few more minutes.
the score difference isn't still a big one, but as you can see, the Ghent Gargoyles aren't very concerned of helping their seeker. They're more concerned of defending their hoops, so their tactics should be to keep this score and to increase it as it's possible, so that maybe when the snitch gets to a first or second handicap, could focus more on getting the snitch.
But I mean, the way how they play right now...
Goal is not good.
Ghent
Was beat
expect
before.
them to
Score
try to
remains
score
120
against
to
two
Ghent.
and then they
17
just shoot.
Dementors.
And maybe they even score because they can't really do anything else, as the Ghent beaters try so hard to just keep their bludgers.
So the goal wasn't good, and in this case, the players from Dementors couldn't keep the ball, which is back to Ghent's players. So now from a very calm defense. No pressure. Oh, yeah. It comes a little bit of pressure from Dementors, but Ghent is moving the ball quite good. To one chaser, to another. Waiting for the moment. Not their moment, still. Good beat from Dementors. And now they're still thinking what they can do. I think the beaters should go behind the hoops because that pass very, very well seen. Very, very good pass to find their teammates behind the hoops, and the team Ghent gets another goal, which makes a difference. Whoa, 60 points.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hard to catch up here now.
Yeah, the Mentores has had a very few minutes, good minutes in the Bladger play and in the Quaffle play, but once again, their magic is still stolen from Ghent.
But they do have Bladger control now. They try to use it. They try to pick out any chases in their way.
That could be the moment or not.
Oh, there's still
Once
a Bladger.
again, they're running, but
did he see that?
Let's see. A good pass and a good throw. No,
Oh.
no goal. Really? Wow. Shame for Ghent because that was very well seen from her teammate.
And that's actually what they're really good in. They know how to do these passes. They know where to position themselves. They know how to catch and know how to score. And they've scored a lot of goals like this, this attempt in the first minutes. So it's why can't they do it now? Is it the concentration? What's missing?
I don't know. Maybe it's a thing of time. Their players could be getting tired and running away. Yeah, that's another goal for Ghent. Very celebrated from the crowd. The crowd is happy for that goal.
And they're running ahead. It's already 70 to 140. Why was it seemed like the Dementores could actually catch up for quite a while, but now it just seems like Ghent is running quite ahead.
Yeah, I think they weren't able to read very well that final part of the game. Their beaters, I think they weren't where they should be. And in the other hand, Ghent's beaters were very well positioned. They made a very effective beats in the right moment. And also after that beats, the chasers from Ghent Gargoyles took the Quaffle straight away to make a score. So that was very intelligent from them, very well played. Ooh.
So,
oh yeah! Looks like they're taking the snitch. Cheers from the crowd for that snitch catch. That could mean another win for Ghent Gargoyles, and also mean if they win, that's the second win, so they would be advancing to the upper bracket. We'll see them tomorrow fighting for the tournament.
It would be interesting as I think Ghent and Antwerp are both. I mean, Antwerp is pretty much a favorite for the title.
Yeah.
Ghent is not, but people still think they're gonna make maybe top 10.
Yeah, they get to be the 13th place in the last EQC in Pfaffenhofen. So in this case, their main objective should be to go to the top 10. And they're in. Yeah, catch is good. So congratulations to the Ghent Gargoyles team celebrating this.
So
a huge step for them.
The final score is 70 to 170. And with this, we're gonna say goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone.
Well, I was told here was the food, so I guess.
I'm here with Fraser Posford and Christian Zimpelman.
Yeah, that's right.
First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go straight to Fraser. The game that we just watched, what would you say, have you got any stand-up moments from that game?
There's no real moments as such. I do have a few like standout players, especially on the Ghent side, who really kind of allow them to have that edge in the end to win the game. Number 88, Europeans, was a new player this season. Really, really impressed me. Just her awareness on the pitch for such a new player is phenomenal. The way she worked with her partner, and she just made some fantastic decisions. And when she was on, the game looks just so much more in control in favour of Ghent there. Also, I've got to mention Suzanne Fischer. Absolutely fantastic, especially on offense, like just running perfect support lines and just great composure, whether it's passing the ball, catching, receiving around the hoops. Just phenomenal.
We're very lucky. In a bit, we have Suzanne Fischer coming in for an interview later.
That's cool.
Christian, can I ask you the same thing? On the Dementors side, any standout players?
Yeah, so I think they had like really good driving power, and they also played sometimes with good passes. So I don't remember like the names or so, but it was a bit surprising. I think when I looked at the game, I had the feeling that Ghent was a bit stronger because they made like a bit more really nice actions or good plays where I said, oh, really good pass or nice offload or so. But somehow the Dementors stayed almost in range, so they were a bit unlucky that they didn't manage to make the last goal to get back in range. And yeah, I think they had some really good moments where they used the opportunities, went for the drive and made some really good goals in the right moments.
You're both chasers. You're a chaser, aren't you?
I used to be beater, now I'm playing chaser.
dabble
So yeah.
In that case, this might go a bit more towards you then. In terms of that. One of the things I noticed when watching the game was that the Dementors were losing a lot of blood control when they were coming into Ghent's half.
Yeah.
Do you think this is something that was really affecting the way that Ghent themselves were playing and able to make that, turn that into breakaways?
That's right. So I think that altogether Ghent played a bit smarter. And that's was especially seen in the beta game. I think the Dementors was sometimes a bit too hectic, and they were too offensive in some situations, and then they lost pressure control, sometimes even lost the quaffle, and Ghent had really good opportunities to make these fast breaks. So I think they are seeing that Ghent is playing maybe a bit longer on a higher level. I think the Dementors showed that they are on a similar level. But I think they could get more, if they get a bit more experience and play a bit smarter in some situations, I think they can really make a step ahead.
Fraser, think about that game. There were 2 yellow cards for back contact, and the ref actually gave a warning to the entire, everyone on the pitch about back contact.
Yep.
About back contact in terms of that. Are we seeing sort of like in these games a lot more physical contact legally being made? Is this something that you think it's sloppy work on the teams? Or?
To be honest, I thought that was quite a clean game, and props to the head referee for that game. Giving out those cards when those fouls happened allowed the game to run nice and smoothly, and it also made the teams aware of their contact. So I was quite impressed with that. I'm going to have to leave now, but pleasure as always.
Okay, so we continue.
We'll continue. So just so everyone knows what happens here, Richard, who is behind the camera now, part crying, has been calling Fraser off to go ref on a pitch. Fraser doesn't need to go ref on a pitch. Go away,
I'm going to stay. I'm going to stay.
So we're very lucky to keep you for just that little bit longer, I think, now, keeping the nice and warm under the lights. So also, looking at it, both teams had timeouts that they called there.
Yeah.
Were there any major differences? So let's go with the first timeout, which was called by the Dementors. Is there any major difference that you've seen, that you saw once they came back on pitch after that?
Yeah, that's a difficult question. So I actually didn't really see a difference. I think over the whole game, Ghent played a bit smarter, as I said before, and yeah, maybe it was the case that like the Dementores slowed down a bit. I think they thought a bit longer. They tried to play a bit less hectic, and I think it helped them to stay in the game. Yeah.
I think more from like Dementores' perspective, they had a lot of players that played like heavy minutes in those games. People like Ramon, number 8, their keeper, number 5. And just sometimes in a timeout, you don't always need that kind of tactical change. You just need that breather to sort of clear your head. And then just sort of, if things are going well, keep doing those things. If not, make those little changes. But you don't always have to call that timeout just to make those tactical adjustments.
So one thing that I also noticed a lot that Ghent were doing is long shots and long passes. Sort of like very straight to the hands, very quick. So they made a lot of...
To be honest, I disagree with that. A lot of what Ghent was doing was, well, they were able to kind of pass the ball around and keep it alive and away from the play, not getting too sucked in. Because a lot of the time in Quidditch, people think, oh, I've got to score within the next 10 seconds, otherwise I'm not doing my job. But sometimes those opportunities just aren't there. And what I think Ghent did very well is they timed those opportunities perfectly. So if there wasn't a chance to score, they'd back it off, pass it out to a wing or someone, reset that attack, and then find another opportunity. And also, I think another thing to give sort of Ghent credit for was when they were going into contact, they were just really calm on the ball. They didn't panic when they were tackled. I think mainly because like Dementores weren't putting like really dominant hits on the ball carrier, so they were able to have that peace of mind. Sort of go, okay, well, I've got an option there, I can pass there, or I'm close enough here to take sort of a quick shot. So it was just really, really clever play.
Yeah, I tend to agree there. So I think it was quite clear that Ghent didn't have like the strongest drivers. So it was clear there's not this guy or this girl who can drive like through 3 or 4 chases. And what teams who don't have these players often do is that they pass too early. So they don't even initiate the contact. And then it's quite easy to get the passes. But what they made really well is that they went into the contact, they drew 1 or 2 players onto them, and then they made really nice offloads and freed up other players, even though they didn't score through the drive itself. So I think that was a really good play style.
Yeah, I think Dementores did a bit of this as well, but like the execution of the passes out of the contact weren't quite as clean, weren't quite as crisp as what Ghent was doing, and ultimately that was the difference for lots of the goals that were scored.
Last thing, sort of like I'd like to talk about before we get on to the interviews with Susan Fisher and Ben M, is looking at the snitch play in the last closing moments of the game there. So you were saying earlier about the snitch actually doing powerlifting. Do you think something like that is going to be very beneficial to keeping the seekers off?
Oh, 100%. Obviously, with sort of any kind of weightlifting, I mean, pretty much every athlete in any major sport does some form of weightlifting as part of their training. So if you're a powerlifter, you naturally have that strength. You also have that speed built up as well. So with Rudy, the snitch for the game, I think he's a phenomenal snitch just because he's got that combination of speed and power, which is, as a seeker, is really difficult to face.
Brilliant. I'm not sure if Susan Fisher is here yet. She doesn't seem to be here. So I'm just going to... have you done much seeking before?
Yeah, I did some seeking, definitely.
So
yeah.
in terms of, did you, watching stuff like the Seeker today, would you say sort of like his technique, actual swimming for it and flailing his arm?
Yeah, so actually... most of the time, I didn't see much Seeker action because Ghent played it really slow. You could also say they had a good gameplay here because they didn't take out the defensive Seeker very often. So most of the time, the Seekers blocked themselves and the defensive Seeker made a good game and didn't allow the Ghent Seeker to go for the catch. And what this does is for Ghent that they have like of course, a lower chance to end the game and win the game. But by doing this, they had good opportunities to stay out of range, and that's what they managed and didn't allow the Dementors to come back in snitch range. So this was really good. And then in the right situations, they took out the defensive seeker, and I think what the Ghent seeker then did was very smart. So he didn't went like for these really power moves where he tries to remove the arms or something, but he rather tried to avoid the arms of the snitch and was really fast and quick, so rather fast motions than like powerful motions. So I think that was exactly the right technique against this kind of snitch. And yeah, it worked out.
Once the snitch came back on pitch, did we see any difference in the way that the beaters were being used?
I think, as Christian said, like the beaters on Ghent side showed a bit of restraint. Obviously, by that point in the game, Ghent just wanted to end the game and confirm the victory. And sometimes you can get a bit too absorbed into that and then leave yourself open in the Quaffle game. So they showed great restraint there. With Dementors, like they more or less kind of did the same thing as they were doing pre-snitch on pitch. It wasn't working out. But by that point, Ghent was very much in control of the game, and it was always going to be a tough way back from there, honestly.
Always was. So what was the final score?
I don't know. I think it was like 70 points ahead, but I'm not sure.
It was 170-70. We could probably get a confirmation of that somewhere.
Okay.
Something like that. But yeah, someone will tell us that we're wrong. Fair. So moving forward, what do we think Ghent's chances are in the rest of the competition now after that performance?
You go ahead.
I think they're going to be one of those teams that's a bit of a banana skin for sort of the major contenders. They've got plenty of sort of talented players, people like Victor Morgat, Suzanne Fisher, and also Mika Unruh as well. Fantastic sort of international quality players. So if those players play well and play to their potential, then come tomorrow in the upper bracket, I believe they've now qualified for, they're going to be a tricky tie for anyone they face. So, yeah, potentially looking at an upset. Whether they go past the round of 16, who knows, but potential quarterfinal team. Whether they go beyond the quarterfinals, I think that'd be a bit of a surprise. But they're a definite sort of surprise package, I'd say.
Do you agree?
I agree, and I think even if you look at the group, it's not as clear as you would think. So the unicorns are in the group, and usually you would think that the unicorns are the clear winner of this group. But what I heard, the unicorns might not be as strong as the last years. And also, if we compare the scores, unicorns against Dementors, and now Ghent against Dementors, I think they were really similar. So I don't know if the unicorns can play like. Haven't played their best lineup or something in the first game, but judging on this, I think it could be a really interesting game, the one Ghent against Unicorns, and then if they would even manage to get the first place in their group, then they even have a better chance to make the quarterfinal and continue. I don't think they will be in the semifinal. To be honest, I think there are like 4 or 5 teams that are clearly better than Ghent, but. Yeah, so I think they could make a good run.
Brilliant. Well, with that, we're now going to end our little interview. Unfortunately, we weren't able to find Susan and the other one who was going to come in. So we're ending this now. We're going back to pitch number 1 with Paris Frogs versus the Athenians.
Darmstadt. From Darmstadt.
Hello and welcome back to the EQC of 2019.
Division 1, yes.
Fantastic. My name is Jandos and I am from New Zealand.
And my name is Richard Tukovic. I'm from Austria and I think one of two Austrians here.
Fabulous. So we've got a very exciting game coming up for you right now. We are currently have the Darmstadt Athenians from Germany.
Yeah, versus Paris Frog from Paris, France. This is sort of a rematch because these teams have met at last EQC as well. And during the group draw when these teams were drawn together, I can vouch for the Darmstadt players, but it would surprise me a lot if the Frog players didn't have the same thought. Oh, Christ, not these people again.
So we're just looking up at the original lineup, just waiting for the ref's call.
And off we go. Darmstadt first on the quaffle. The bludger control is also... No, it's bludger control is with Frog.
Just go over the tips of the fingers there, but will they retain? Taking possession back, getting it out cleanly.
But
yeah. Good defense.
Back in the arms of Frog. Yeah, Darmstadt Athenas, one of the top teams in Germany, have been going through sort of a rebuild in the last couple of months. A couple of old players have resigned or stopped playing or moved to other teams. So this squad is not the newest. It's not the most routine squad that they usually have. Oh, nice interception here.
Put it face down. 2 bludgers, now 1 bludger. And
goes into nowhere. There's a little bit of space here for Frog, but no, the Darmstadt defense is standing strong already. But the Frog continue to have the bludger control here.
Straight beat onto number 14 and going straight into a 1.5. Shoots and misses. Quite a few attempts at goal here, actually, and quite a few misses. Is that coming from a place of desperation, do you think, or more that they are used to making those long shots?
French Quidditch is sort of always like a black box to the outside world. There are very few streams of the French tournaments, and basically the only time most people outside of France see French Quidditch is at tournaments like this. So I don't know, maybe those long shots just normally work for them in the French tournaments or in the French leagues. Darmstadt are generally, historically at least, known for being a drive-heavy team, so the long shots are sort of unusual by them. But then again, this is not the usual Darmstadt squad that you are used to if you watch German Quidditch, so I don't know.
What were Darmstadt? They were just having a wee little song just then.
Yes, the Da 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 Darmstadt, German viewers and
yellow
spectators
card,
of German Quidditch.
Paris Frog number 61, illegal contact from behind. No, 61.
What are they shouting?
Now we're back to another classic Darmstadt chant, Dosenbier, which translates to canned beer. There's also the chant, if they win a game or if they actually win a tournament, ihr seid nur ein Dosenbierverein, you're nothing more than a canned beer club. Yeah, they were originally founded under the name Darmstädter Dosenbier, so that's where this one originates from.
Fantastic.
Oh, nice one here by the Athenas. 10 up, 10-0. First blood in this game. Frog defense wasn't entirely ready yet when the game was reset. But yeah, now they are back in full squad again. And Darmstadt with the bludger control for, I think, the first time in the game. Missed beat, and now it's time for Darmstadt to do the German classic, the pressing. But there is some room here. Missed beat and some room for the Frog, and they equalize. 10-10.
Interesting play from number 4 of the Paris Frogs. That one there is known as Stellar. She's actually doing a lot of strong man-on-man defense. And also moving down.
A tap-in goal by the Athenas here. 2010, the new score for the Athenas up. Yes, that's definitely true. Stellar with very good positioning in front of the hoops.
I noticed there was it's very interesting, almost an L-shaped with the rest of the offense taking a very flat line approach. And you watch her now. She's going to start walking down the pitch, getting a bit further ahead, getting ready to do that drive, making the cut.
Yes, absolutely.
And it's through. Fantastic.
But she's close to unmarked. You're right. That's definitely... You'd think that after having caught a goal like that, that Darmstadt would mark her more, but, well...
I love a good bit of underestimation in Quidditch.
Yes, absolutely.
It's always lovely to see it when it happens. But looking forward to other players. Is there any on the Darmstadt team that you think you could draw our attention to?
Well, obviously, both of them are subbing out the classic, like Henny Schoers, who used to play for Leipzig for a long time as a beater, and Nadine Čuranek, co-founder of the team, co-founder of several other teams as well around Central Europe. A lot of their classic players, yeah. Pass to the center. No real openings here for the Athenas. Missed beat, but no, he still pulled the trigger, and that will not do them any good. And it is frog ball once again.
Sounds like a potential new name for Quidditch. Frog ball.
I don't know. Very slow build up here from the frog. But again, the number 4, she's already
down there,
already
forming
down
that
there.
L offense. Beaters skating through the center, trying to regain control. Number 98 back in possession with 2 bludgers. Straight onto hoops.
And that one's gonna be a side out. Oh no, it isn't. Oh no, it is. It is.
Earlier this year, last year, the Quidditch rulebook underwent some major changes. One of them was actually the change in shape of the Quidditch pitch.
Yes, a rule that was changed under quite some controversy, but I think there's very few people who don't see the benefits of it now, giving a lot more space behind the hoops. Well, that was an easy block. Oh, almost intercepted by Darmstadt. What I'm saying, almost. They do intercept it. Oh, nice. Shaking off the tackle. I think that's Thorsten Ostermeier here. Goes down by the keepers on line, but that is frog ball once again. Some very physical defense here.
Bringing it back to some of the newer viewers to the sport, one of the interesting things about Quidditch is one of the only sports we have almost a 360-degree scoring potential.
That is true. That is true, yeah.
Most sports, such as basketball or football, have the goal at the back of the pitch, whereas this is almost a quarter of the way in. Yeah. So players have to be a lot more strategic in their positioning around the hoops. And a straight in from number 4.
Again, we've mentioned her. And there's reasons for that. 2020, another equalizer here. Very low-scoring game so far.
We're roughly entering into our 6th minute, so we're getting there slowly. About 1.5. Depends on what kinds of games of Quidditch that you're actually playing. Some games can end up having a goal every 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Others can end up having 5 minutes without a goal.
Yeah, but then again, that's the same in every sport, isn't it? Like we've... Yeah.
I would disagree. Football is like 3 goals in one game. And those big long shots from the French offense.
Not hitting them so far. Well, still in a better position here with the bludger control on their side.
Let's see how they're going to use it.
Yeah.
They've been battling hard. I have a sense that they're going to be a bit reluctant to give up that control since they fought so hard these last few minutes. And they're now moving up the field.
Slow build-up from the Athenas here.
And a straight beat onto number 14.
Yeah.
That one
Wetterich. Slow build-up here. The Athenas do not seem in a hurry at all. Oh, missed beat here, and that gives them an opening, and they do it! Stefan Wirsching, German national team coach, by the way, in his relatively unusual position as keeper. Normally this man is a beater, sort of a beater legend in Germany, but, well, turns out he can keep as well. 30-20 for Darmstadt now, the new score.
Interesting dynamic now, the Paris Frogs, the flatline offense. Beaters are stepping up the aggression. A nice little back pass and straight through.
Gorgeous.
Beautiful ball handling from
gorgeous
the Frogs.
use of the space behind the hoops, as you've already mentioned previously. 30-30 equalizer here for the Frog. Who, as I've been told many, many times by now, do not want to be called frogs. They're the Paris Frog, not the Frogs. Apparently, they're together, they form a frog. Yeah.
Moving in, taking on that tackle. A nice screen from...
Yeah, that one will go into the hands of the Frog. Yeah.
Interesting. Bit of a scuffle there between player 69 and player 32 of Darmstadt and player 69 of Frogs.
And Frog go ahead for, I think, the second time in this game, 40-30, the new score. We're seeing some goals now after a, well, slow start in the goal department.
I think they're getting a bit more comfortable. I think definitely Darmstadt have started feeling a little bit less confident. They got up 3 or 4 goals. They've now lost those goals, and they're trying to regain them again. I think, at least I'm getting a strong sense that Darmstadt have an A team and a B team.
They do. But, oh! Wasn't through, interestingly enough.
2 bludgers go flying.
Oh, some very good goal line physical defense here. Pass to the center.
Beautiful catch by number 56.
It is still Frog ball, but Darmstadt will be happy with at least this part of the long shot behind the hoops, and that one goes behind the boundary, and it is Darmstadt ball once again.
Yeah. That was number, I believe it was number 66 that did that amazing one-handed catch. It's not very common in Quidditch to see those one-hands.
That is true, yeah.
Quite often when you're ever doing trainings for Quidditch, it's always going to be a two-handed catch every single time.
And if you don't catch it with 2 hands, people will yell 2 hands at you.
Continuously.
Yes, continuously.
Or sometimes 3 hands if you're particularly bad at catching the ball.
But that now we're going into technicalities of, and also there is
an amazing
beautiful
block. Second effort, third efforts.
Some very, very tough goal line defense here by Darmstadt, and it's keeper ball. Darmstadt, no goal. Frog can't be happy with that one, but well done on Darmstadt here. Having a look through the results of the earlier games, Frog won against Antwerp B 160-40, while Darmstadt beat Saginaw from Norway 110-50. Both teams here with the snitch catch.
Amazing player, number 73, just hanging back at the moment. Noel Mutter says, big man with an even bigger heart, the bard of German national team and the motivation cornucopia.
These facts sometimes border on the indecipherable. It's interesting, yeah. Frog going up 50-30 now with a very nice drive here, catching the Athenas off guard a little.
And here we go. Pushing in strong on the beta offense. Number 13 on the Darmstadt, taking back bludger possession. Quick tap beat from number 77 of Darmstadt. A double female beater.
Yeah. Madeleine Fischer, also a sort of a legend in German Quidditch, as one of the best female beaters.
This is, I have never seen in all my days a double female beater. This is incredible.
Well, that's what Darmstadt do. But what they apparently don't do is
block goals.
Block the goals anymore. Frog going on the swim edge here with the 60-30. That can't be in Darmstadt's interest whatsoever. I would not have been surprised. Would not have been surprised had they taken the timeout here, but Darmstadt decide against it. On heavy pressure, and there's Nadine Tyranek again.
Bit of a Hail Mary, quite a dodgy
but she catches those. Oh, a very good challenge here. She is beat out.
A gang tackle taken on there. 2 players on 1, completely legal as long as both are engaging from the front.
70-30. Okay, Darmstadt will have to take the timeout now. They don't. They do not do it. Okay. Well, Athenas will have to know what they're doing better than I do. So
the current score, Paris Frogs 70 with Darmstadt at 30. Looking into about the 12th minute. There's still time. There's another 5 minutes. They can make this work before snitch on pitch. Like I said, it's a very exciting dynamic. The game will change drastically once the snitch comes on pitch.
Absolutely, yeah.
Interesting
pass. With
Bit
the
too
backhand almost. And keeper ball. Number 29, I know you want the ball, but now it's the keeper's. Nouvelle.
Interesting. That little taking the time out now, I guess.
There it is.
I learned a fun little fact actually about those kinds of passes, the big loopy passes.
Yeah.
So in English, we often call them a Hail Mary. But in France, they call them le cloche, which means bell.
Oh, that's nice. I mean,
Yeah.
it's sort of what in German, not every, I wouldn't say every Hail Mary is called that, but if it's a long pass that traverses not only distance but height, and it takes a long time, you'd call that the Bogenlampe, which is a form of lamp characterized by its very curvy shape, like a bogen. Oh Christ, my German to English translation has seen better days.
No.
I'm terribly sorry.
No,
Viewers at
I
home.
think you're doing splendidly. I think
trying to.
Very well. Very little can be said for myself.
Currently
at least.
seeing the Darmstadt huddle here on the camera on the screen. Yeah, they will have to do something differently here. Like the offense of Darmstadt of the last couple of possessions did not seem dangerous whatsoever. Yeah.
All right, here they go. Remotivated, pulling their whiteboard out halfway through.
Yes.
Seems like their coach has been planning a bit more of an offense while they've been on the sidelines.
I mean, that's one of the things that, at least internally in German Quidditch, is relatively known, so we might be spilling a little secret here. But, I mean, if he brings out the whiteboard on pitch, it's obvious. Darmstadt is one of the few teams that have an actual game book, like actual playbook, like you can see in American football, like every team would have. Darmstadt are one of the few who are trying this approach in Quidditch. And now we'll see what they changed in their game plan versus the Frog bludger control. So, good luck with that.
Oh, that would a bit of a contact from behind, but the refs decided not to call it. Apparently that was legal.
It also seemed like a play on the ball and not really a tackle, so I don't know.
Oh.
Nice challenge here against Nadine Ciranek.
Beautiful control from Nadine Ciranek.
And
from number 18.
dodging the beat here. And that is going to be the counter-attack goal from the Frog, what they have been doing all game. Number 29, Nouvelle again. We've the person who did the marvelous one-handed catch. The Odell Beckham Jr. of the game at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, what
Just
are
want to draw attention to number 27, female chaser. Oh no, she's not on pitch at the moment. They're coming in hard. Oh, beautiful dodge and taking those.
Lovely
nice
pass here. And yeah.
Dodge.
90-30. The timeout did not do Darmstadt any favors here. It seems like it. Lovely goal here by number 97, Cedric again, of the Frog. Sorry.
Nice little breeze suddenly picking up here, blowing away half of our notes. But that's going to have to be taken into account for the players on field.
Absolutely, yeah.
As far as the game has been developing, taking wind into account has been a major factor, especially on those Hail Marys.
Lovely drive, and that one went through with almost no resistance. But goal was not given, beat before. And advantage called for Frog, which means free play, which means, well, just try and score. And it is a goal, 100-30. Oh my God, Darmstadt really do not have their head in this game. But well done on the Frog, again, for a lovely counterattack once again. This would normally be the point in the conversation where I would mention the wonderful league structure that Germany has, giving all the teams a lot of playing time, a lot of experience throughout the time. But Darmstadt do play in the Rhein-Main-Liga, which has only seen a single game day of league play this season.
Well, I'm not being a little bit distant from European Quidditch. Just looking objectively at both teams, I do notice that the Paris Frogs do have the height advantage overall.
That is
which is not generally a major factor, but can be a huge influence, especially when you're looking at pair-ups. But I also noticed that the Paris Frogs are much more agility and running based, so they're definitely using the speed to their advantage. I think that maybe Darmstadt are a lot more tackle heavy. They've been doing some brilliant tackles, and so but the Paris Frogs have been returning that in kind. So
I've seen a lot of marvelous dodges of beats by the Frog side, so that certainly helps them as well.
Beautiful dodge, but takes it down, gets back up. A nice little, and he's out. unfortunate for the chaser lineup there. They just couldn't quite deliver.
Yeah.
And it's quite, actually, we're in quite a good position here, actually, to see where all the three chasers are in terms of supporting their chasers. One of the biggest things I find in European Quidditch is players that cannot be an effective support, usually when there are too many players between you and the ball carrier. So you can see here there's just a little bit more tweaks that need to happen on this offense. So let's see if they can fulfill it.
Also, with Frog being down a chaser now after that yellow card, maybe there's a little more space for the Athenas here around the hoops, but that's still only just one goal. They're behind 7. They need at least 4 to try and at least drag this game into overtime with a snitch catch. So there's quite a little bit of work left for the oldest team in Germany, actually. And that is the Darmstadt goal, which also means Frog are in full squad now. 100-40, the current score.
Time is 15:17. Paris Frog will call
I think
their
we're
timeout.
calling
Score is
a...
100-30.
We might be calling another timeout.
Yes. Frog have taken their timeout, which means we will not be seeing any timeouts in the...
Let's have a little bit of a look at the teams and their huddles. Who appears to be having a bit of a talk, or who seems to be talking here in the team? Can you see?
We are seeing the Frog right now having their huddle. We saw the Darmstadt huddle earlier.
They seem quite calm. They seem very collected. They're feeling in control.
It's definitely the calmest I've seen a team that has just taken a timeout in a long while. Look at them. Their huddle is already over. It's basically just, this just really looks like a huddle that was taken just like, okay, snitch on pitch is coming up. What do we do? What do we change for that?
For context here, the Darmstadt team are still in their team huddle. Pulling a bit more of the team spirit back together, getting ahead in the game.
With the chant of Dosenbier, can't beer, maybe a reminder if we get through this, we can finally drink something. They are German, after all. So.
Yes. Who would win in a drinking match, the UK or the Germans?
I think it heavily depends on what kind of beer you're using for that one, or other spirits.
Or it depends who wins the tournament overall.
Well, if a German team wins the tournament, I feel like the entire German Quidditch community will be drunk for 2 weeks. Like, well done on the matches won so far, and well done on Rhinos for beating London Quidditch Club, which no one I think expected, but yeah. Mid-range shot again by the number 97 by Cedric again. That was good, and certainly not how Darmstadt wanted to come out of that timeout, but they do got
good
the
possession
control back. Pass to the side, goes past his 2 chasers and goes out of the box. Oof. That's
well, we have a brief brooms down. Another fun fact about the French team: they have no fun facts.
They do have no fun facts.
Just very, rather informative, but
it seems they want to keep up the mystery of French Quidditch abroad. Like there is definitely like actual Quidditch scenes of countries that. Contact below the knee is the card versus the Frog player, giving Darmstadt a new lease on this on this drive that was basically already over. No, there's definitely like countries that want to keep the mysteriousness, like the Norwegian championships, for example, a couple of weeks ago. They were filmed, but they chose not to release. Like, they choose not to stream this, which is also unusual, because they didn't want to give anything away for their opponents for EQC, which is a weird choice, but I mean, Norway, you do you.
Coming and showing that huge amount of sprinting athleticism. A little cloche, a good block.
Yeah, those blocks and dodges for Frog are crucial.
You have to be prepared on those long shots to take a beat immediately after catching. Number 21 getting a nice sneaky beat from number 14 from Darmstadt. Number 27 from the Paris Frogs now coming up. She doesn't have a bludger, but how's she going to make the most of it?
Definitely here to make the other beaters' lives a bit more difficult.
Fun little fact here about number 27, Beta, for the Frogs. Her fun fact reads, she might look like Arya Stark, but the girl has many faces.
I think that's the Darmstadt cheat sheet, though. Sorry.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
That's my mistake. My mistake. 27 on both teams. Ooh.
Yeah. A lot of good female beating here.
Maybe she is playing for the Frogs. That's why, because when she does look like Arya Stark.
Oh.
It could be.
And that was a very weird Athena's goal. 110-50. It seems slowly but surely Darmstadt is not, I wouldn't go as far as saying getting a grip on this game, but they're definitely taking part in it again. And well, that's definitely a first step.
So we have two Seekers now lining up, getting ready. Number 29 for the Paris Frogs and number 32 for Darmstadt.
29 Nouvelle. We've seen the person who did the one-handed catch and a couple of lovely goals. I think 32, we don't have a 32 on our screen, but I'm pretty sure that's Thorsten Ostermeier. Either way, both will be coming on pitch very soon.
They have here, there are many words that describe him. Methuselah, Turbo, Tornado, and Sneaky Seeker.
120-50 is the new score here. Darmstadt going for the catch immediately, wanting to finish this one.
Straight away. Let's see how the Paris Frogs shape up in terms of their seeking. If you don't mind, I'll keep an eye on the seeking.
Let's divide that one up that way, yeah.
Going for quite a wide-armed reach and swing. Not the most effective tactic as a seeker, but going for tucking underneath, quite effective. As a seeker, you have to be extremely resilient in being thrown to the ground multiple times. You have to be quite experienced, being able to get back up quite quickly.
It is also a very thankless position, as you're probably being beat out like more times than you can actually try and catch. And while I say this, I'm being proven wrong instantly. Marvelous catch here by Frog. The referees, the usual procedure when a snitch catch happened, all the referees and the snitch runner get together, talk about what they saw, if that catch was good, if there were any things that could have prevented this catch from being good, if there were any fouls. But it is called good immediately. Paris Frog with a demonstration of their power. 150 start to 50 versus Darmstadt Athenas. What are your thoughts?
Oh, I mean, they put up a solid offense, solid defense from Darmstadt side. But the Paris offense, to be honest, if I had to make a critical assessment, just pure fitness. Pure fitness. They have such an amazing agility, amazing speed, and they really use that to their advantage. It was an extremely powerful lineup. I really look forward to seeing how they will perform against other faster teams where they're going to have to rely a little bit more on their minds to get around things. Those fast breakaways were very indicative of
those counters. Darmstadt had no opportunity, had no idea what to do against those. Yeah.
But as it is in every game of Quidditch, we don't settle for a handshake. We settle for a hug.
Of course, this is still a very community-driven sport, but don't for a second think this is not like full-on sporting competition. Like, yes, we hug each other, but afterwards, all of those Darmstadt players will be angry at them. I'm angry at themselves. This is definitely not what Darmstadt were to expect. It is weird in a way. It almost seemed like Darmstadt underestimated the Frog, and how? Like, I don't get how. They have been playing each other last tournament. These teams should sort of know each other. I don't know. Just a bad break here for Darmstadt, having no solution to what the Frog were doing on offense. And, well, very well done on Frog, executing their potential.
I do think that there was very little, there was not much adapting, I think, on either side in this game. It's sort of, they settled, there was probably more to be done for Darmstadt, and that sort of happened around about the 7 to 12 minute mark. But ever since then, they've just been firmly just trying to stick with what they knew. It's just one of the unfortunate cases in Quidditch where when you're kind of when you try and adapt, they just adapt better.
It used to be a problem for Darmstadt. Like, that was relatively known in the German Quidditch scene for Darmstadt being a team that does have trouble adapting. Oh, the Darmstadt team is waving to the camera and to us. And a classic Darmstadt bowling move, a strike by Nadine Ziranek. Yeah, I'm sure they would have loved to have the strike on the win-loss column on the win side after this game, but good to see their spirit is not broken.
What a fantastic team.
They
Just
are a
what a
good team.
fantastic team. They're jumping up and down, having a good wave. I feel kind of bad now for being so critical.
Oh, they can take it. They are a former German champion. They are nothing you can say will be as critical as they are of themselves, probably. Yeah, again, it used to be a problem for Darmstadt for not really being able to adapt in-game. That was something that people would have said they have overcome. Maybe it's creeping up a little bit with the generational change that you have. A couple of old players having hung up their boots, a couple of new players stepping in. Yeah, it's... oh well, they'll have to learn from this loss. They'll have to come back stronger. And if any team can do that, then I'm thinking it's Darmstadt.
And if I'm not mistaken, I believe we will be handing over to the analytics team very soon to hear more in-depth thoughts on what happens during that game. So, without further ado, I believe we will hand over.
Yes.
Hello, thank you for joining us again back on the EQC, the EQC panel. What did you just think of that game? We just saw Paris Frog versus Darmstadt Athenas.
Well, I gotta say, Bex, thank you for joining me here, but I gotta say, as a German, I wouldn't have thought that this would be like a so lopsided game. I mean, it's pretty rare. This tournament has been pretty even, but now we saw Paris Frog taking care of business with 150 star to 50 for Darmstadt. And Darmstadt is not a club to be like just thrown out the window. They put out the fight, but yeah, Paris Frog clearly showed them who's boss in this game.
They did. It's quite easy to underestimate Paris Frog. Like, obviously, they're a good team and they're in like the French elite, but you hear it's all Titan, Olympian, Titan, blah, 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 and then it's like, oh no, Paris has another team and they're also really good, and they kind of get lost in that. But they show why they should be here and why they're one of the best.
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, Paris Frog lives in the shadow of Paris Titans, and I think I need to. They deserve better. I think I have to look at all these teams that are behind, like Antwerp, LQC and stuff. I need to pay more attention to them because they deserve their spot in the spotlight. And yeah, I got to give a shout out to number 97 of Paris Frog. He's had a phenomenal game, a lot of drives. He was so aggressive in offense. I'm very sorry, excuse me. And he really proved that he alone can carry this team, and he had great teammates, but he really put his emphasis, his stamp on the offense.
Absolutely. I think with their offense as well, Paris read the game, very relaxed. They're like, no, I'm going to wait until I've got a 100% chance of getting this in. I'm not going to go for a 95. I'm going to wait until it's 100. Pass around a little bit. I'll hold the ball. I'll pass. Now go. Whereas Darmstadt were just trying to counter them rather than playing their own game the whole time.
I mean, for Darmstadt, we have to mention that they're not playing with their usual team. There's a lot of players for them that like on a gap year, like abroad. But they still brought a good team to the tournament, and I think they play with a lot of fun. I mean, that's something I love about Darmstadt. Whenever they come to Darmstadt, it's their chores. They're always smiling. You can see them at the social on Sunday, I bet. And they're just a charitable bunch to be around. And, of course, you have to mention that they're sporting the national coaching team of Germany in Steffen Wirsching and Nadine Ziranek. And these guys have a lot of good brains. They started with the 2-2 defense, which is now played all throughout Europe and Germany. And you have to tip your hat to them. They have good players and very cerebral players. In this game, Paris outsmarted them.
Yeah, Paris did. I think what has been nice so far about this tournament compared to previous iterations of EQC, because we've got the Division 1, the Division 2, like they score points on the board. I've not seen any clean sweeps, any whitewashes, which could sometimes happen when you've got like the best team in the UK versus the only team from a smaller NGB. And I think that's been really nice, and I've enjoyed that. The scores, it's like, ooh, where's it going to go?
We have to give some credit to the organizers, like the splitting up between Division 1 Division 2 really is paying dividends right now. We're having good games, and in each tournament, we're like much closer together, and it's much more fun to watch them. I mean, yeah, last year we could have like a 250-0. Nobody wants to watch that, no offense, but that's just not fun. And with this, we have a 150-50, which was a great game with some great tackles, great physical gifts from all players. It's quite enjoyable, and I think we have to tip our hats to the people making this division. It was a controversial decision, but I think it paid off, really.
Yeah, it's definitely paid off. And even like through the tournament, Oxford Mammoths just played the Metu Unicorns, and, you know, a fairly new community team from the UK, the Oxford Mammoths. The first 9 minutes was like 30-20 for a really long time. You know, the Unicorns ran away with it, but there's still a lot to look at. Like a lot of games, if you look at the scores, there's a lot to talk about.
So I think we can be really anxious about the progressing of this tournament, but now I think we have to cut the time short because we have something prepared for you, a roundtable about the future of Quidditch. We're going to play it now in the break for you guys, and take a look. It was pre-recorded, so please forgive us for any inconveniences. So take care. Bex, thanks for joining me.
Thank you. Bye.
You guys for tuning in. To my left, I have Felix Linsmeyer. He's organizing EQCs since 4 years already, is part of the executive Quidditch Europe from 2015 to 2018, and is currently part of the Free River Sport Events, a task group tasked with European games in Bamberg. On the left-hand side from him is Beck McLaughlin. Thank you very much for coming, Beck. She's a veteran of the sport, playing since 7 years, and has a lot of experience now playing in Bristol. And she was involved in a various amount of tournaments, playing in a lot of clubs, and as I learned now, in 3 national teams already, and maybe the number will rise again. On my right-hand side, I'm joined by Emma Humphreys, or called Jandals. She's been a powerhouse of Australian Quidditch and is involved in the Quidditch administration there for 5 years. And she's now here as a New Zealander, spending her gap year in Europe. And thank you very much for joining our panel, Emma. And on the very right, it's Jack Leonard. He came up with the idea of the Quidditch Premier League, shirt he's sporting right now, and he turned it into a legitimate competition. And currently, he was nominated for being the Young British Entrepreneur of the Year, and is one of the masterminds of British Quidditch. Thank you guys for joining me in this panel.
Thanks for having us.
In this panel, we're going to talk about the future of Quidditch, and for the start, I would like you, Felix, to start maybe. And can you paint a picture of what do you think Quidditch should look like in the next 5 to 10 years? What should happen?
So essentially, I think what we all want is for Quidditch to be better, to be bigger. I do think that we should be having serious conversations about what we want and how we want to get there. What I'd personally like to see is to see Quidditch become a much more legitimate sport. I think that there are definitely opportunities, and for example, Jack has been doing a very good job of sort of showing us that there can be a top-down, but also at the same time a bottom-up approach. So essentially just grassroots Quidditch, but organized in a very well-executed manner. And I think for me personally, that's one of the ways to go, definitely.
Bex, if you could change anything in the time, how would Quidditch develop in the next 5 to 10 years from your point of view?
I think there'll always be a place for mixed gender Quidditch. Obviously, it's something that attracts a lot of us to the sport to begin with, but I think where we've had the emergence of women's only tournaments, I think that might continue to be a trend down the line, and we may even see like women's only leagues. There's always going to be a place for mixed, but I think we might see the inclusion of a women's only game down the line.
All right, and Emma, from your point of view from down under, or like close to down under, what do you think should our sports continue to do or like change in the next 5 to 10 years?
Largely mine is based on the administrative side of things as opposed to the gameplay, but I would narrow that down to 3 things. So the first would be board governance versus management. I currently think that the IQA leadership, as well as many NGBs, are currently in a sort of a state where your leaders are managers. They're not thinking about the future of the sport. They're not thinking about the development of the sport. So hopefully in the next 5 years, I want to see more of a transition and sort of a separation between those who govern and those who manage the sport. The second thing would be mentality towards volunteering. I do think that there's a sort of a toxic mindset that the general community has towards volunteering. And for a lot of us who are higher up, that's completely not the case. I think as well that toxic mentality tends to breed reluctant leaders, or for those that are passionate, they tend to become very burnt out just with the sheer burden of what's placed upon them. So I want to see that change and that shift from the general community. And lastly, the transition to honorariums, or having small amounts of paid or paying small amounts of money towards people that are passionate about Quidditch working up in the higher executives. I do not think that we can ever transition to fully having a full-time paid roster. I think that that's a bit unrealistic, but I want to see in the next 5 years perhaps some transitions into paying those volunteers.
Okay, Jack, as someone who's promoting a new league and maybe aiming towards a time where Quidditch is maybe a full-time job, how do you see the sport in 5 to 10 years? How do you want to see
yeah, I mean, I actually think Quidditch can and does pay volunteers. So you look at US Quidditch and they've already got 3-4 full-time employees, plus several part-time employees. And my own company, the Quidditch Premier League, I've drawn a salary from that for the last year and a half or so. You know, not setting the world ablaze, don't get me wrong, but ultimately the money is there. So my vision for the sport, I think, is it's one of those truisms of politics that it's the economy stupid, but ultimately it's money. Money is where this sport needs to follow, to look towards. It needs to look at how to expand revenue streams. It needs to look at how to develop a sustainable financial structure. And once it does that, then I think we can start talking about playing in nicer places, getting more perks, better volunteer retention. But ultimately, it all comes back to money.
And what do you think needs to change in order to get the sport into a more commercial line? And maybe one of you of the panel is against that, because a lot of people are very strongly against getting into a commercial line and want to have a sport close community-based. How do you approach that?
No, look, I totally get it. Money is icky, right? No one wants to talk about it. No one likes to kind of address it. And when you've got a sport and a community that's so grassroots as Quidditch is, it's something that can really be quite a taboo subject. You see the reactions whenever someone suggests raising fees. I know Felix suggested, you know, adding more fees to pay for volunteers to be able to dedicate that time and improve the sport as an investment. And I think that's the way we've got to look at it, is as an investment. You're investing in the sport's future. You're investing in knowing that fantastic tournament director is going to be there next year. And the ways you do that is start having that hunger and that desperation. So instead of saying, okay, well, how much can we charge each team for this tournament? Right, that's our budget for this tournament. Well, okay, well, how much can we get from partnerships? How much can we get from merchandise? How much can we get from doing a corporate event? How much can we... And slowly chipping away to get to the budget you actually want to be at, rather than squeezing your tournament around what your players are willing to pay, because they're never going to be willing to pay enough.
Yeah, I think you bring up a very good point in that we do need the money, but I also at the same time think that we need the time, and that actually will bring us back to we do need the money, because I think the one thing that's holding us back is time. We're seeing tournaments that are organized within a year's time frame, and I think there is a lot more that could be done. For example, one of the things that would be incredible would be, for example, successfully applying for an EU grant, and that would actually put us in a situation where we could draw in a lot of funding. We could actually get a lot more partners when you have those names. But you do need time for that. There's about a 500-page, and don't quote me on that, but it's this huge manual that you have to go through. And you can do that when you have the time. How do you get that time? You need to invest in the people to have that time.
I think another problem that comes up when you talk about Quidditch and money is, well, it's an elephant in the room. Who owns the brand of Quidditch, the word, the associations, the riding on the broom, the snitch and all that thing? Like, J.K. Rowling has publicly acknowledged Quidditch once after the first edition of the Quidditch Premier League. And from my dealings with tournaments, you sort of say with Quidditch, and they're a bit, like sponsors are a bit, that sounds a bit dodgy, don't want to get into trouble, is it real? And yeah, where's the trademark, where's the Trade Description Act? Like, gonna fall on that whole thing, and whether we down the line just drop Quidditch that altogether as a name, stick with broom ball or, I don't know, riding or 5-ball game or whatever you want to call it, because we can't carry on like this forever, because we're eventually going to reach an impasse with Warner Brothers.
So basically, you think the sport shouldn't continue to search in a number of players that are involved in a number of clubs, because at a certain time, Warner Brothers is going to say, okay, you guys have to call it hoop ball or whatever, in order for it to continue?
I don't think they would ever go after, that's the thing, they won't at the moment ever go after like, university students or even what the handful of community players who've stuck around long enough, like me and Jack, but like when it starts to things like the Premier League, like the fact that USQ pays their staff, like Major League Quidditch, all these things that are big brands and cities are getting behind and, oh, there's money to be made here, we want a slice of the action, that's when we'll have a problem. Right now, the level we're at, they're not gonna, it's not worth the bad publicity to go after us, but down the line, when it's turning over millions and of millions rather than, you know, hundreds of thousands, they'll get involved.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question. The question probably, the sort of the elephant in the room that you're addressing, probably being how big do we want to get? And that's an important question that we should be asking. What is it that we actually want?
Yeah, exactly. There's more than money, and maybe Emma, you can add this.
Well, actually, I think there's a large majority of listeners who we're not actually acknowledging here, and that's the players themselves. I think that when you talk about money, you're actually referring to a small proportion of administrative staff, but then you've got to think about the players. Do we feasibly want to see this sport ever progressing to the stage where athletes get paid? And I honestly don't think that's going to happen within the next 10 years, maybe within the next 20 years. And so I think as administrators, or the majority of us have been administrators, we're a little bit biased in that view. I also think it's important to acknowledge, though, that maybe going down the volunteer track is a better way to go, which is why I'm more in favour of honorariums, where you can invest money back into the sport as non-profit organisations, as opposed to trying to make money. That sort of side dodges as well the issue of becoming too big, becoming too capitalist.
Yeah, right. And Jack, you want to...
Well, I'm not sure I entirely agree with that, I'm afraid. Back to what Felix said, QPL has managed to expand our revenue streams from player fee only, really, to 5 or 6 different ones, including, some of the ones I mentioned, purely because I have the time to be able to research opportunities, to go out speaking events and promote the league and find those opportunities to make money. And ultimately, I'm not sure that investment, as you say, going back into the sport, is as well spent on short-term things like small stipends as it would be on keeping 1 or 2 incredibly dedicated staff. And that's why you see, USQ doing very well when it comes to things like secure city support for bids. There's a lot of discussion over the other side of the ocean about whether they do enough to get bids, but ultimately their bids, they've got cities coming to them asking and offering things, and as far as I know, that's never happened in the UK, which is one of, or likes to think of itself as up there with USQ. And the big difference in my mind is that they can pay their staff.
I think what you're bringing up is a very good point, but there is a big statistic that I wanted to bring to the floor, and that is that of all volunteers worldwide, so that includes charity organisations, various other missions, 30% of all volunteers worldwide are in sporting organisations. I don't think that moving towards having paid volunteers, fully paid volunteers, is the way to go, because there are so many diverse and so many talented people within our community. You're going to be restricting it to 1 or 2 very dedicated people who can make a living off it, whereas the rest of the community suffers, essentially. By moving to a smaller pay gap and dividing that money amongst a wider group, you're actually going to attract more volunteers, which is what the sport needs. It's like you say, when you pay you can have 1 or 2 volunteers, but you can't run a tournament with 2 people. You need, I think currently at our European Cup, we're having over 100 volunteers. Can we feasibly pay all of those volunteers? We can't pay them full time, but we can pay them in ways that will attract more volunteers for future events.
But you have a tournament committee, and I know that, I'm in my team of, I think today there's 12 people running this tournament. So each job has been divided so small into they do a lot of work, but it's not the same as a full-time position, and it's only for the 8-month period or whatever they're putting it on. Whereas you know that you could take some of those volunteer roles and they would be subsumed into someone whose full-time job it is, like Jack was saying, to seek those opportunities to organise those tournaments. And I would happily pay a bit more fee or whatever to know that I'm getting a quality product. Maybe someone's not going to be earning 40,000 a year or something. They're going to be earning like just over minimum wage or something for probably 3 days a week to start. And I'd rather have one person who's got an overview, organizing everything, how are regionals going, how are nationals, where's the national team going, and all of that, rather than 20 people trying to balance it a long time, a full-time job. When you leave the house at 7:30 in the morning, you get back at 7:30 in the evening, and you think, oh, well, I've got to be on a Skype call for 2 hours discussing what's happening with this burger van down in Stoke-on-Trent for our tournament. You know, it's better to pay one person a quality amount that they can get the job done rather than loads of different people.
And we're now talking a lot about tournament organization, but in order for our sport to still exist in 5 to 10 years, we need to think about other stuff. For example, how would the financial income for our organizers help our sport grow, get new players, get new teams on the horizon? What do you think can help them there?
Well, I think again, it's time, right? It's about being able to go out and speak to potential players.
But do you need money for that?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I mean, if you're working 7 till 7, at what point in the day are you meant to be reaching out to people? That's not going to happen. And in the nicest possible way, if we split the pool of potential money and potential profits between 100 volunteers, well, in the nicest possible way, I think they'd be entitled to turn around and say, I'm sorry, that's just not enough to make a difference to me. And that's not going to change the fact that I don't have enough hours in the day to make this the product it could be. Now, I think ultimately we are beset by opportunities and threats, and endless things come through your inbox every single day. That's an awful lot to deal with if you're doing this on top of a full-time job. And that means balls get dropped, opportunities get missed, and threats don't get dealt with. And that's why you see every time there's one step forward, we end up 2 steps back because something else has crept up and we're suddenly struggling with that now and we can't deal with that because we just don't have the hours in the day as a collective community. So ultimately, you know, it goes back to what Felix has been saying about time. It's throwing investment into people who can then put the time into the sport to make it a long-term better product and better community, I believe. For the people involved in it.
If there's another issue that faces Europe with the organisation is, so there's a president of Ireland, UK, Netherlands, Belgium, Italy, all of those people are trying to manage their teams and their thing and grow their sport in their country, whereas USQ, even though they've got, the same number or slightly more teams than we do across Europe, but there's way less administration, just because they are subsumed under one thing. So maybe down the line we get rid of national NGBs and go for a European NGB and pool our resources completely. Oh, I've just remembered where I'm from, and that's a bit ironic, but we're not going to talk about that. But yeah, there's some kind of, European model.
who the head ref is.
Hello and welcome back to the live stream facing pitch 1. We have Werewolves of London versus Ntnui. I am Bex McLaughlin and I am here with...
I'm Sam Davis and you're not. We'll go how it goes. So we've got the Werewolves who are going to be on the right of the screen versus Ntnui. I must admit, I always hate that name because it's a bit of a mouthful. Is there a shorter name for them?
Nuju.
Nuju. Right, they shall be Nuju.
You can call them the green team. That's what refs will call them. They'll call them the green team. Green versus burgundy. There you go.
Ah, that's a battle for the ages, isn't it? Right there.
The classic, El Clasico.
So we've got our lineup starting there. We've got on the Werewolves, Luke Twist starting as a chaser with Jan as a beater.
And other people, and they're off.
And various
Alex Harrison makes it to the quaffle first. He shakes off. Oh, he got beaten by Armand, but fantastic run there by Alex Harrison, number 5 of Werewolves of London. Number 34 of Ntnui passes off the ball to number 4 of Ntnui. Number 4 is even Hippogriffs Hansen or Stein
Hansen. Let's go with that one. It's easier to say. I must admit, there's a lot more letters in names over here.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? Cornelis Solutionson?
Yeah, that's many letters. So
yeah,
there's
there's
a lot of passing around the hoops there, but Wolves have been able to take it back. It looks like there's a little bit of back contact there, but he did break off. Werewolves sauntering down the pitch here.
They'll get there when they feel like it.
Well, they need it. They've got a good bodyguard of beaters there going down with them. Looks like the beaters are now splitting to try and get a bit more control over the pitch.
Aaron Veal, number 14, Werewolves of London, one of the best keepers, I would say, in Europe. Very comfortable with his quaffle. He is passing the ball off over... He almost passed the ball to himself. He passed the ball over the hoops, and then he ran to get it. He passed the ball to himself, but it's turned over into the Ntnui's keeper. Aaron is going to play a very high point. Look at him. He's not in any rush to move back. He's going to meet him right there.
He doesn't want getting out of the keepers on that. The issue I'm finding here with the Werewolves, they're putting in a lot more effort than Ntnui or Ntnui. However, they're doing a lot more sloppy passes. But as I say that...
He could have got that if he was 15 feet high. Like, be bigger.
Do
you know what I mean? Yeah. Be bigger.
I mean, he needs to drink more milk, I think.
Don't get better, just be bigger.
So that's a turnover of quaffle as it went out of bounds. Player running it in now, I believe. Is that Luke Twist?
That is Luke Twist, being followed by Niklas Muller. Niklas Muller is the head ref for this game. Now, I'm not saying Niklas Muller is a strict referee, but he did give me a yellow card as a non-playing head coach for miscalling a timeout.
So we've got a bit of beef there, have we?
There's no beef.
I'm not beef.
I'm not beef. I'm just saying. I'm just pointing out.
Well, there's
if there's any kind of error
there. However, it's all in vain because the quaffle has just been regained by the green team keeper. I'm never going to get this. By the green team keeper, who is now walking down the pitch, which means that despite how wonderful those hits with those bludgers happened, it was just badly timed. It gave no benefit to anyone, really.
So what I enjoy watching about Alex Harrison, number 5, is he is relentless. He likes to really give it all for like 2-3 runs, and then we'll make a sub. He's one of the few people on this team not to have played for Team UK, but he is going to play for Team Scotland in the summer. There's one of my first fun facts.
Your first fun
of this match.
We have a Team Scotland sacrifice, and there's the first goal of the game there. It has been called good. It looked like there was potentially going to be some kind of foul, but the ref has decided to say, no, you guys got to suck it up. Right, so that is the first goal there to Rumpeldunk.
Ntnui Rumpeldunk. Rumpeldunk, of course, just being the Norwegian word for Quidditch.
It is, but, you know, who else calls it Rumpeldunk if not the people whose language that is? Right,
Sam Davies calling it like it is.
So on screen, you'll see that it says 10-0 in favor of the Werewolves. That is incorrect. It is 10 for Rumpeldunk, who are in green. Rumpeldunk making a breakaway now. Oh, and back contact pulled down. The ref doesn't seem to want to call it, though.
Which is confusing, because it looked like contact to the neck from behind with the shirt pull. But apart from all of that, it was fine.
Bar those 3 reasons to call it a card, It did look entirely fun, I suppose. Quaffle possession is now with the Wolves keeper in the keeper zone. Currently marching with the ref there. As earlier we said on the stream, the rule about slow bowling, if the ref beats you to the halfway line at a walk, it is a turnover for slow bowling. That's why the ref is looming around the players when they walk from their keeper zone. Some beautiful interception work there. There does seem to be a lot of back contact from the Wolves today.
Aggressive hugging.
It is. Beautiful pirouette, though. Absolutely
Amazing,
beautiful.
amazing takedown by Oliver Craig there, but...
I'm waiting for a good pas de bourrée. And a shot, and just...
Blocks that shot! Oh! All you know is bad, and all the commentators can say is, oh!
That was...
I don't think that was illegal. I think that was just unfortunate.
A bit of a trip. He's come off. He does look all right. He is walking, so don't start mourning yet.
I think Werewolves of London do have a tendency to get a little bit, can get tilted, is the English word. I don't think they're tilted yet, but there are some big personalities on this team.
And Jet there really wrecking the beta game until being beaten out himself. And that's a goal there, bringing the score to 10-all.
And a lot of couples as well, which sometimes increases the tension on a team. You know,
a lot of red-blooded couples.
It's one thing when your teammate gets hurt. It's one thing when like your fiance. Oh, yeah.
I always remember on Manchester about a year ago or so, big player, a guy called Timor. It was his first game, and he was playing with his girlfriend, and she was taken down by Ollie Barker from Chester, and Timor got so worked up about it, I had to put myself in between him and Ollie. Now, of course, if he went for it, there was nothing I could do about it. I was hoping that he liked me more than he hated Ollie in that moment. So, Luke Twist making a pass off there to number 14, who is Aaron Veal. Dodging that tackle there and making a good pass off.
That was also a lovely bit of dancing by Jürgen Stenlock, number 42 there. Now, interestingly, we're talking beef.
We're talking beef.
My another fun fact for you.
All right.
Ntnui played Werewolves of London last time we were in Belgium for the EQC 2017, in the 3rd/4th playoff. That time the Werewolves came up on top under apparently some dubious ref calls.
Ooh.
Just saying, a wee bit dubious there. Spicy.
A little bit of spicy.
Spicy
salt. We'll get some peri-peri salt on it and it'll be fine. There's a big beat there by Anjet, but it does mean that he's got to run off the pitch to collect his bludger. Pass back to Luke Twist. He's doing a bit of dribbling there, like his basketball days.
Bit of side to side, the old side step. The very popular move.
It's very good for your thighs. Oh, and there was a bit of beta
contact. Bit of a turnover.
There.
Jürgen's got to get this in.
Anjet fighting the bludgers there. He is winning the beta battle, but there's no reason for it.
There are no bludgers. Luke's just got to get the ball.
Beautiful catch and pass there, leading into a goal
again. Werewolves chanting there for you.
I just thought you might have gone mad.
Can I count that as a fun fact? No, not
well,
quite
it was
fun
a
enough.
fact. I don't know if it was fun. Like,
right. I'll put it in my painful fact pile.
So we've currently got a brooms down. It looks like there is a little bit of an injury for one of the Rumpeldunkins. They're walking off, so it's all right. I think it might have been some form of head contact. They're taking the moment to have a nice bit of a drink. So, big fun?
Yeah, the injury was with Lisa Tietze, also of Team Germany in the past, Team Norway. Very, very experienced player. Oh, I really hope she's okay.
She looks like she'll be all right in a few moments, just getting past it. So, in terms of this...
Our different levels of sentimentality then. Oh, I hope my friend is okay. And you're like, she'll be all right. Slap a plaster on it. She'll be fine.
We've got... There's some ice cream that we can get, and it'll be fine. In terms of this, the game does seem to be going quite slow on the scoring front. So it's 20-20 at the moment. So only 4 goals have been scored in the 7 minutes that we've been.
I think it's just because both teams are so good. It's one of those like, hey, my offense is really good, your offense is really good, but hey, so is my defense, and then.
Is there anything you see that you think they need to change to be able to get back into the game?
Well, Sam, they need to get the ball through the hoop.
I must admit, that is some glorious insight there. I would never have... I mean...
I know, right? I'm just... Another fun
That
fact.
is-
You get more points if you put the ball through the hoop.
I must admit, on the last game that I was commentating on, Kai actually scored an own... actually, I think it was Kai, scored an own goal very tactically to get his seeker back on pitch, leading to them actually winning the game. But watching an old player do that, it always has that little bit of a sting to it, I always find, when you're pulling the ball through your own hoop.
But at least you've done it intentionally.
It was.
They're having a very long referee chat. The live stream at this moment in time, bit dull, not going to lie.
bit dull.
You can listen to us chatting and watching 5 people dressed as zebras having a discussion about
we
it.
can try and spice this up. If I can yell at Ben Honey, he will dance for us.
It's okay. Don't yell at Ben Honey to dance for us. We can talk about Trevor, Werewolf Seeker, dressed in a blanket in the sub spot.
That's not a blanket. That's a cape. We have a cape.
An actual cape from the Werewolves.
Good Lord.
What my favourite fact is about Trevor, and I'll tell you now.
Your favourite fact about Trevor?
He played at Southern Regionals in the UK for Werewolves of London, an entirety of 3 minutes, the entire tournament, and caught about 6 snitches.
Good Lord. Wow.
He sleeps, he comes on, catches, goes back to his blanket.
Good Lord. That is, that's definitely a thing, isn't it? You just wake him up when he's needed. It's either that or it's a testament that we need better snitches.
And bigger blankets.
Bigger blankets.
So the game has resumed.
So Quaffle possession is currently with a Rumpeldunkian keeper. The bludge possession is currently with Werewolves of London. Keeping it nice and tight there. Werewolves have now lost possession of the bludgers. Anjet has pulled away from the hoops quite far, which may actually cut him off from being able to defend it properly. Rumpeldunk passing it off there. No, bludgers have now been taken away from Werewolves in its entirety. Rumpeldunk really making a good play for it. Luke Twist getting in the way as I think Aaron Veal goes for a block. Ooh! Now that was a goal.
Well, how did Jurgen end up on the floor then?
Well,
Who did he trip over
what
his
happened?
own
I
feet?
think Gemma Thrip. I think is number 12 Gemma Thrip. It is Gemma Thrip. I got one right without looking.
Proud of you, Sam.
I'm very.
You're
I'm very
growing as a
happy.
commentator and a person.
But it did look like Gemma Thrip got a good right hook into the face before he fell over there.
No comment. That's my job.
But we're commentators. We need to do this.
No.
Anjet now running back, which is alleviated bludger pressure up north.
Amazing beat, like a sniper there from Armand.
Ooh, booms down.
Okay, so prepare for 5 minutes of ref discussion.
Ooh.
Oh, I stand corrected.
Very
I was
quick
wrong.
there,
I was wrong. Quickest draw
That was.
of that yellow card.
It's got the quickest hands in the West, that one. Not entirely sure. Sorry, it was.
Number
we had
30.
a live band yesterday
Oh, we wish we
playing
had a live band now.
Wild West
It is
music.
on Timothy of Ntnui. Timothy.
Do we know what the call is for? I'm thinking most likely some form of back contact. That's been happening a lot today.
I did see 2 players in the box, one from each team, for sass to the ref, disrespecting the ref. I think one of them was Armand.
Oh.
Actually, yeah, one of them was Armand, and it was Paul from Ruhr Phoenix,
Hmm.
both in the box for being very naughty boys.
I'm quite glad that we can't get carded.
Yellow card! Illegal contact! Contact from behind! Ntnui, number 33.
So number 33 is yellow carded for illegal contact coming from behind. So a back tackle. So I was right.
A back tackle, very good.
Back tackle. I like guessing. Number 14 beaten out there, stopping him from going for the goals. But it looks like Luke Twist has made a shot and it's gone
And
straight
we
in.
can call that a yeet. That was a good old yeet.
It's gone. Well, he's almost scored into the football hoops over there.
More points? Style points, at least.
Style points.
Style points.
That
So
brings
33
the
subs for 43.
score to 30 all. I believe.
Ludwig Kuhn has replaced Timothy from Ntnui.
I've always loved the name Ludwig.
I think it's underused.
It is.
Ludwig.
It's like Todorov. That needs to be used far more.
Can I interest you in a fun Harry Potter fact?
Go on.
So, Ludo Bagman, you know, from the Ministry of Magic, prominent in Book 4.
Right, okay.
Ludo means to play, and he is head of magical games and sports.
Oh.
So, I'm guessing that Ludwig also is a derivation of that.
Playful German man.
Or Norwegian, I'm guessing. Maybe he's German.
Playful Norwegian.
That is also...
It looks like Anja is trying to box in number 6, the beater for Rumpeldunk there, and dodging a beat there. This has given Luke Twist the perfect opportunity just to get in there and get... I think that's his hat-trick. I think that's 3 goals for Luke Twist on this game, bringing the score to 40-30 in favour of London Werewolves.
Now, I don't want to be biased. I'm going to be equally biased to both teams.
Yeah, I hate them both too.
I hate... Armand Sursus, one of my favourite players. Luke Twist, one of my favourite players.
I must admit, Luke used to be one of my favourite players until he got rid of the blue hair.
Oh, wow, that's a real throwback. Yeah, Luke had blue hair 2014.
Something like that. We're talking, you know, good 4 or 5 years ago. That was peak Luke Twist time when, you know, you could see him a mile off. There's just a fluorescent blue coming at you. So Anjet has recovered bludger control, and he's holding in the middle of the pitch. The beaters have swapped. Number 17 for Werewolves coming on.
Karina. She is Austrian. There's another fun fact. She's a Team Austrian vet.
Anjet deciding to leave the defence to go and beat up on the pitch for some reason. He's managed to force a long pass. It looks like that's going to be... that was almost a trip, but he managed to avoid the foot there. That's a pass over there to number 12, who is Gemma Thrip, I believe, trying to force it through. She's going for it. Oh, she's trying. God loves a trier. Luke Twist resetting there to number 18, Ed Brett. Brett is a fun name.
Brett.
I
have a feeling he's the captain.
I thought it was Simon Bidwell.
Maybe it was Simon Bidwell. But I thought it was...
Oh, that's a wonderful, wonderful tactic there. Beaters aren't allowed to interact with the quaffle unless it's from a thrown bludger. So by throwing the bludger at the quaffle there, he's able to knock it back to his keeper's hands, allowing them to get a nice fast breakaway. It looks like one of the bludgers has gone missing. Rumpeldunk have bludger control now. I think that's Sam Senior as an unarmed beater in the middle of the pitch.
Sam Senior, of course, a recent addition to the Werewolves, having previously played with Bristol.
Oh, beautiful catch there.
Showing he has earned his place now on Werewolves first, having done regionals with Werewolves too.
I have a fun fact about
I'm
Sam.
proud of him. Oh, you're doing fun facts now, are you?
He's got the nicest beard in the tournament.
Well, that is a lie. Have you seen the Turks?
I've not.
Well, then that's your...
I might have spoken too soon.
You've definitely spoken too
personally, I like, you know, it's not too long, not too short, and it matches.
It
matches. It gives him a good contour to the face.
Yeah, it clashes nicely with Kit. If that's what you're going for with his ginger hair and his burgundy kit.
Clash is always a plus. The beaters for London have come right up to the thing. Ben Honey there taking a shot to the back from a bludger.
Back to Ed Brett. Ed Brett with the quaffle.
He's got nice shoes.
So what is interesting versus these two teams is Ntnui, many of their players are going to be at the start of their career. They've joined university in Trondheim, Norway, and they've thought, there is nothing to do in this tiny town on the coast of Norway. What am I going to do? Oh yeah, I'll try Rumpeldunk. It sounds fun. Jeg liker Rumpeldunk. And then, versus, there is an injury in the middle of the pitch. Aaron's clutching his head/neck.
He's gone down. So that's a straight yellow card there. I believe...
Well, we wait for a decision compared
your
to...
story?
Yeah, I'll carry on my story.
Yeah.
With Werewolves of London, who have probably each been playing for about 5 years at this point.
I'd say some of the... I mean, Ben Honey, who... is that Luke? Oh, Luke Twist is currently naked, not Ben Honey. Ben Honey, he started about a month prior to me. So that means he's now been going about 7-8 years now.
When did you start, Sam? Can you remember?
I started 2012.
What month?
Like
September, October?
September.
Nice.
When I started, something like that.
August 2012, so there you go. That's me.
That's you, is it?
That's me.
You got a couple of months on me.
4 weeks, 4 weeks.
4 weeks. But you know, it's after this amount of time, I think the weeks kind of
Everything
they get shorter. But this way, we both ache now as old people. Right, so it looks like it was a straight yellow card. I believe it was back contact again. Aaron Veal has been subbed off for Alex Greenhow coming on pitch. Bludgers, there's currently a big debate about who gets the bludgers. I believe it's been given to Wolves, so Werewolves have bludger control now.
The score, you can see the score. If you're looking at the live stream, you can see it. It's 30 for Ntnui and 40 for Werewolves. And we have had laps, 12 minutes of game time. So, not very high scoring. We talked about that. If your offense is good, your defense is good.
I think both teams are going to be relying very heavily on their seekers when it comes to... I mean, obviously, at the moment, if it stays like this, they're both in snitch range. They can both win the game, so they're going to want their seekers going in. But their chasers seem to be holding the defense more than their beaters are in this game.
The chasers are very, very strong on both these teams. Yeah.
So number 44 for Rumpeldunk has a yellow card for ignoring ref calls. I thought it was going to be for contact. I was wrong. I might have slandered him.
Ignoring a ref call, that's not always that
It's not
horrendous.
the worst
It's
thing
not the
to
worst
do.
thing, but...
Well, it depends if you're a ref or not. They hate it if you ignore them. There's a throw from Alex Greenhow there, going very wide. So that's going to be a brooms down for the ball to be returned. Depending on if the ref is feeling a bit salty today, he might be, he might actually call that a card for throwing off pitch intentionally, because God knows it wasn't near the hooves.
That's a very good point.
No, it looks like he's just... He's checking equipment. So
he has now decided to check Karina's knee brace that she's had from... She tore an ACL. I've seen her play so many tournaments with that. That can't be a problem. So I really, if she gets sent off now for that, I will not be very happy about that.
One thing that I've always found interesting about knee braces and things like that is, I mean, in terms of the knock test, if I knock my knee, it makes a knocking sound anyway. So surely having something covering that isn't the worst thing. It looks like she's being forced to remove it. So I don't know if they're going to be carding her off the pitch, but it does look like they're going to...
But she has been playing with that for so many tournaments. This makes zero sense. I am angry on behalf of Werewolves now, because that's not ideal, really. And you could have decided before the game, but...
Especially for something like that, where it is a medical issue, where she's already got an injury that she doesn't want reoccurring. She's been yellow... So that is a call of illegal equipment for a leg brace. The ref is warning the crowd for booing him at the moment. There was quite a lot of people booing on that one. The ref didn't seem to be the most popular of guys at the moment. So that's number 17, Karina. A legal equipment call. The ref checking in the middle of the game rather at the beginning of the game, as they're supposed to be. I mean, at least it wasn't a Fitbit. Okay, and players back up. Rumpeldunk have quaffle possession.
The important thing now for Werewolves is to not get tilted about
I think
this.
the important thing is for everyone to have fun.
Thank you, Sam. That's
Where's
a really good
Jay?
thing.
We need to have
That's a
fun.
really good thing to remember. But I think Karina will be upset about that, which I think is fair now to have a yellow.
I think so. Ooh!
That beat was so hard that Armand fell down.
He knocked him off balance
But
there.
why is he still standing up with a bludger?
I'm not entirely sure.
What did he fall over if it wasn't?
I think he's saying that the bludger deflected off the ball.
Oh,
I'm
he
not
kind of
entirely
backpedaled as well. Okay,
Little
okay, we'll forgive him that.
Well, forgive him, but I mean the sound, glorious sound.
I didn't enjoy this. We talked about sounds last time in the last
It's
match.
just because they're very nice.
That's the best one. A bludger hitting a bludger.
Oh, it's one of those. It's oddly satisfying as well because you've defended yourself and you get the good noise. Alice Greenhall going in for a jump there. Ooh!
Oh!
Ben Honey. No, he's not going to be called for back contact on that one. I think he popped the ball out with his hand rather than actually tackling. Must admit, the ref doesn't seem to be the most constant. He's chasing Alex Greenhill now, the ref. Jan ripping through the bludger defense there of Team Rumpeldunk. Ben Honey going for a goal, scoring
That
in.
was also a great sound.
Oh.
A strong pass caught with safe two hands, the thunk.
Well, Ben Honey
Yeah.
does have very safe, strong hands. Yeah. He's like a very happy dog, Honey is. Like, I've never seen him upset. Like, he's always smiling, and he's always just going to try his best. And
That is
annoyingly,
true.
his best is quite good.
Yeah, when watching him play, I'm like, yeah, try your best. Playing against him, I'm like, oh, if you could not,
if you could just
that would be
not
great.
do your best for a bit. Alex Greenhow picking up the quaffle there, making a big long pass, but he just overshot it, but did get to the hands there of, I'm not entirely sure who that is.
That's Ed Brett again.
That's Ed Brett again. It looks
there
like
are a lot of tall, dark-haired men on the Werewolves. You got Ollie Cray, you got Ed Brett, you got Simon Bidwell. I can see the confusion. The confusion.
That's the thing. Young white men all look the same to me. It's,
Again, no comment. The score is currently 40 for Ntnui, 50 for Werewolves of London. This game could go anyway. It will all come down to bludgers. Ed Brett making a massive run, intercept the ball. No one there to stop him,
there
slamming
was
it down.
nothing they could have done on that.
Well, they could have not let him get the ball in the first place.
Okay, retrospectively, maybe.
This is get the ball through the hoop again. You know,
Equally,
just get it in the hoop.
It looks like they're having a timeout now called by Rumpeldunk. However, I'm surprised that the ref wasn't a bit strict on that last score. When it was Ed Brett who scored the last one, wasn't it?
It was indeed.
When he scored it there, he threw it with such force through the hoop without being contested that it did roll off the pitch. I do believe that is supposedly excessive force if you're not under pressure.
Well, I wouldn't say excessive force because it's not against someone, but I think it does come under time wasting.
So, yeah, time
wasting.
wasting,
I agree
I
with
think
you. I agree with you. Yeah, I agree.
But I don't think the ref. He's just going to let it go. That's the thing. At this point, I think. Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be wanting to make a lot of calls after the Carino one and the reaction from the crowd. Depends if he likes his popularity or not.
He doesn't
mind.
Nicolas Muller, he's quite a serious chap. I met him when his last name was Muller. If you're from the UK, Muller is a yogurt company. And I said to him, do you lick the lid of life? And he was like, no.
No, I spoon it off.
Which I thought was hilarious, but I think I'm quite hilarious. Send that into the comments. If you're commenting on the live stream, are any of Bex's jokes funny, or should they just give up on that?
Do you know who the snitch is today?
The person
Vivinette.
Dressed in yellow.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
So Vivinette, that might just be a company name, though. I don't know. That's actually...
They're wearing a Quidditch Deutschbund, German Quidditch top, but I don't know.
Right, well, the snitch is warming up, so we have only about 2.5 minutes until the snitch comes on pitch. And the scores currently still all to play for, as they're both in range, with 60-40 in favour of the Werewolves of London. Quaffle possession is currently with our Rumpeldunk. Passing it off to number 33, Timothy Bernard. I'm going to go with that. Jan pressing them up, going very high on the beater play there. Pass off there to Rumpeldunk, jumping over a bludger, passing it straight through the hoop. Oh, beautiful work. Oh, it's a lovely one.
That was a really nice goal.
I do like jumps. There's just something majestic about it.
Oh, and Armand caught Jan's beat. That was fantastic play on the other side of the field. Armand, one of the best beater in Norway. Jan, one of the best beaters in the UK. It is fun to see them match off against each other. Simon Bidwell passed the ball to Ed Brett. Ed Brett again yeeting it to the hoop.
This looks like he might call this. Oh no, he's just reset. The ref is just resetting the ball, I believe. So there's going to be no call made. It's going to be classed as an attempt on the hoops. But, I mean,
it's not an attempt on the life of the hoops. Like,
the force rolling on the pitch there. I'm surprised it hasn't marked the grass torn up the
I
turf.
saw smoke. I saw smoke.
It's the dust settling as it goes.
So, Jürgen Stenlock is going to go in for Seek, a Team Norway seeker. He's pulled a lot of good snitches in his time, but I think I'm going to be bold.
The capes come off.
The capes come off. I'm going to go for Trev.
Trev. I reckon Trev.
Yeah, I'm for Trev. Jordan, Amaya, Jeffrey.
No, they've called it no good, that
Trevor.
goal.
And
all
then
the bludgers are kind of loose now. 34 there for Rumpeldunk scoring it, bringing the score to 60 all.
But what is interesting with this group is we could end up with a three-way tie, the same numbers of wins and losses.
Ooh.
Ntnui lost to Ruhr, Werewolves, but Ruhr, like, who goes through depends on this game. Who goes into the upper bracket, who has to go to the lower bracket. gets decided by this game, which I love it. The parity, being Division 1, we've lost any of the slightly weaker NGBs, slightly weaker teams. Every team has got a lot of talent and is a contender, you know?
It's gonna be tough. I mean, neither of these teams you would really see as being lower bracket teams.
No, I would
So
not.
a game like this, sending one of them through. So Simon Bidwell has just been blue carded for calling an illegal timeout because it is 12 seconds past the snitch being on pitch, which means that you are no longer allowed to call a timeout unless those are brooms down. I think Werewolves might capitalize on this brooms down to call a timeout. So just to explain what happened there with a bit of clarity.
Please do. Thanks.
Simon Bidwell called a timeout when he wasn't allowed to, which meant that the ref stopped the game to card him. While the ref has stopped the game, you are able to call a timeout. So while being carded for calling a timeout, they called a timeout.
I hate Quidditch.
It is confusing as hell.
Every season, I think, yeah, I'm going to become a referee. And every season, I find something else to do. I think, oh no, I'll snitch some more. I'll first aid. I'll commentate. I'll help organize. And I'm just going to stay away. I don't like the black and white stripes. That's not for me.
No, it's not very flattering, I find.
It's like the Doppler effect.
So again, the ref has just stated that it's a blue card for a legal timeout, resulting in a timeout anyway. What do you reckon the teams are going to be talking about now in terms of their game strategy, their plan going forward?
I think, yeah, Werewolves London, they're going to bubble. It's all about, it's 60-60, it's all about the snitch. The quaffle doesn't matter because you've got 30 points to play with. You can concede 30 and still win.
Personally, I wouldn't be surprised if the Werewolves did try to do a split guard, having Yam bubbling the Seeker and going up on the attack with the Chasers, and having one of their beaters, once they get control back, actually helping on the quaffle game on defense.
I like that.
Rumpeldunk, I'm not entirely sure. I think they do look like they're going to go entirely onto the bubble on the snitch. I think Rumpeldunk will be pretty much pure.
Should we bet like a Belgian beer on it?
A Belgian beer on it. Okay, I will bet you a Belgian beer.
I think everyone's going to be on the snitch, and you think there might be some splitting.
I think
okay.
Werewolves will split defense.
They've just
had a goal scored against them now, so that leaves the score at 70-60 in favour of Rumpeldunk. So I think Werewolves are more likely to actually keep on a bit of defense.
I don't want to include opportunistic beats. You know, oh, someone's walking by, I'll take that beat. That doesn't count in my bubble. But yeah, I'll shake on that. Should we shake loudly so they can hear you? Yeah.
I'll put some keys on my pen. No, I got no keys on me, so you can hear it. So here come Rumpeldunk again coming down. It looks like there's very little to contest them here. Tackle down. Luke Twist trying desperately to score. Oh! They've scored!
Did I lie though? Trevor caught the snitch.
And at the moment, we're just going to have a quick look at where the beaters are. Now, technically, just from the positions of the beaters, Rumpeldunk have a split defense. But I think that's...
I don't think there was enough. I don't think
there
was enough to decide.
Though I do think, from the look of it, you were probably right.
Oh, that's very big of you to... I don't think so. I think we just have to buy our own beers tonight.
Buy our own beers.
Yeah.
But I do think, in the grand scheme of it, looking how the Werewolves are at the moment, it does look like they were both going for the snitch. It does look like the Rumpeldunk were also moving in for it. I just think Trev... It's far too fast. He ruined our bet.
I have best seeker in Europe. Yeah, I would say. Statistically best seeker in Europe, yeah.
It was ridiculous. I mean, that
I
must have
blinked
been,
again and I missed it.
I didn't even realize that they were gone yet. Like, it happened so fast. That must have been around 10 seconds.
That's because Trevor's so fast, he creates his own space-time continuum. Faster than the speed of sound, faster than the speed of light.
Okay, it looks like...
Oh!
They're calling it a yellow card on Trev.
Oh, this just got really interesting. This was a bit interesting. Now it's really interesting.
I want to know what this is for. Possibly charging, and that might just be a bit of a what is that word? A side effect of his speed, because he is so fast. If he's not able to stop himself, that can become a charge on the snitch.
But will they concede a hoop to get Trev back? Will they do what we were talking about earlier in the Saginaw game?
Personally, I probably would.
I think I would.
But however, they only have if they do that, they've then only got 1 point lead. 1 point leeway. Which they're going to concede a hoop. It looks like, unless Is that Gemma Thripp and Luke Twist?
I can't. No, that's Asher was the other one by name.
Okay, so Snitch is back in. Seeker's back in even.
60-70.
That's 60-70 now.
Okay, so Trev wasn't out. However, the problem is if Trev gets carded again, then they'll be down to no Seeker for 2 minutes.
Like that.
So let's hope he stays clean for that one.
So beaters are really in on it now.
Oh, look, we can see that. Are they bubbling? Are they bubbling? Is everybody bubbling? Everybody's bubbling. No, Armand's over there.
Armand's over there. So we have got a bit of a split defense. They are changing it up, it seems. Like, what I thought it was going to be was that Werewolves were going to split defense. It looks like Werewolves are bubbling, where Rumpeldunks are using a split defense.
Yeah.
And on the attack,
I thought I said UK was going to bubble. Did I say UK was going to bubble? I forgot what we betted on now anyway.
I said one team would split.
Oh, you said one.
You said bubble. They are,
okay.
however, Rumpeldunks are going into a bubble whenever they go on the attack, it seems. So
this is my favorite when all the beaters are tied up. It's like the huddle on the floor of everybody. Like
there's very little you can do when things like that happen. And there's another goal which brings Werewolves out of range. They're now only
Ntnui out of range. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Well, they're out of range to win. I will twist anything so I'm right-ish.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Werewolves are now out of range for a win. They can catch for a overtime game. Just depends if they're able to get that extra goal in. It looks like they need a new snitch runner.
We need a new snitch runner. Do you want to volunteer, Sam?
Yeah, like I'll definitely be able to hold off some of these players.
I could take Trev. I could take them. I just don't want to make Trev look silly.
Yeah,
that's my issue.
You know, we're doing it for them. We won't go on because like it'll be too good.
It'd be embarrassing. It'd be unfair.
Well,
to
yeah,
Quidditch.
it would be embarrassing.
I mean, it's okay. I'm wearing skinny jeans. You're wearing smart trousers and smart dress shoes, and I'm wearing practically Uggs. But
I must say your Uggs are amazing.
Well, actually, they're Sorel. I'd never heard the brand either. And they've got a polar bear on them.
Oh, very nice.
Oh, I know.
Very nice indeed.
Luckily, the weather right now is better than I thought it was going to be.
Go. Wonderful. So we're down on a stoppage for changing the snitch. I believe one of the attacks on him, he's just hurt his arm a little bit. So we're looking for a new snitch, I believe. There's a lot of clapping for some reason. Don't know why. I think I missed something. Turned around to talk to Richard for a second, and something happened.
I think it's because some Raptors appeared, so it was a bit of like UK camaraderie, but
the Raptors
could be anything.
Appeared, and all of a sudden there's cheering and clapping.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right.
Very different from a home game for them. Big tasty fish there.
Big tasty. I like the UK treat European Quidditch Cup as a tour, and they get tour shirts, silly names, and it's like looks a bit like a hen do.
It does, doesn't it? I'm expecting Jade to come with like dealy boppers on or something like that. Like
oh, serious dealy boppers.
Serious dealy boppers, that just say win on each like.
So we got very in-jokey. We're referring to Jay Holmes, the captain of Velociraptors, and previously UK
head coach, Team UK head coach, I believe. Or was he Dev Squad head coach? Was he Dev? I think he might have been Dev Squad head coach or Team UK.
Assistant. I think he was a Team UK. I want to say assistant.
He's done stuff with Team UK in the coaching.
Sorry, the game has resumed. We brought in a fresh snitch, which is a shame because you get a feel for the snitch and then you swap it out and you're like, oh no, this is inconvenient now. It's like trying again with a new snitch.
Ooh, that was a shame there. Just a little bit of a thumb ball might have been the goal that got them back in the game. Number 14 going for a shot here. Looks like they're just going to force their way through. They've scored, which now means that was very closely a catch, which would have won the game for Wolves with that goal going in. Again, stoppage as they bring the ball back to the playing area. Like the Wolves really yeeting it.
You gotta yeet!
Yeet the ball over that way.
That's actually what's written on Aaron Veal's tour shirt.
Yeet.
I don't know what to say.
I don't know why. That's tickled me.
It tickled me, sorry.
Okay, so...
let's find some words. Words that we need to speak. Fill the air. Okay, so yeah, sorry. 34 has a quaffle. And...
No goal.
Yes, she held up her hands. Are you not entertained? Yes, we were, because now it is 100-70.
Okay, it looks like Aaron Veal is going for the snitch. Really hammer and tongs here again. Oh, it's Ollie Craig. Oh, it's Aaron Veal. I've named him Aaron Veal. That's another goal there for the Werewolves.
He tickled it. He tickled the tail.
He just... A little undercarriage tickle. a little bit, just grazing it, tempting it. You know, it's a bit cold.
Come to me.
You got to warm it up a bit.
Coaxing.
Get going. Coax it out. It's shy. Right, so that brings the score back into range for the Wolves. It's now 70 to 100.
They're trying for overtime.
We'll find out. I feel now with the beaters, they are starting to bubble more.
Trev's back on a seeker. He's going at it a bit slowly, a bit tentative because Armand's there. So Trev's amazing seeker, but of course not if he's beat. You can only be as good as you are in the game.
That was a very close call there from Rumpeldunks seeker going in, getting, you know, again, he tempted it out, but just missing it.
See, I think that shot there was a deliberate miss by Armand because it doesn't count as a throw-off pitch if you're aiming for a player. But as Armand's not missed a beat all tournament, I think that was a deliberate miss.
I'm not entirely sure. I think he was aiming for her. I think at this point in the game, it's getting late in the game. It's a tough game. They are going to get a bit tired, a bit sloppy. See, like that beat there?
No, that was a beat.
Oh, he did meet the beat.
Yeah, he did beat.
He just skimmed it.
I like seeing Luke twist back as keeper for the Werewolves. It makes me think of old times. Aaron Veal counters. Aaron Veal has scored.
Was guarding the snitch, waiting for that goal to go in before going back into the snitch play to try and catch it. He's going for the win here, but we've got a bubble from the Rumpeldunk beaters. I forgot the name of the position there. Been doing this for 7 years.
Beater?
A batter?
A batter?
What is batter? Right, so here is another.
Because what is the past tense? Because of course you say you keeped. You could say I keeped because you wouldn't kept. You wouldn't kept. I kept to the weekend. It doesn't sound the same. You
so
keeped. I don't know.
So
but yeah, yeet. What is the past?
Yeeted.
I yeeted.
I yeeted.
But I greeted.
Yeeted and greeted.
I greet. Yeah. I
so I yeeted the greeter.
I yeet. Yeah.
I yeet. Yeah.
So
it's like I
yetted. I yetted the ball. Yeet.
I'm not entirely sure.
I just thought there was a. I was talking to Abby Whiteley. This is the problem. Abby Whiteley of Oxford Mammers have got a degree in linguistics. One from Oxford, one from Cambridge.
A good couple of words when we were on tour together once.
In your performing duo of pop music?
No, just like reading dictionaries like on the stage. No, when we were going to 2014, going to Canada.
We went to Canada. We went to Canada. Yeah, we went to Canada.
When we were on Team UK, name drop. But
were you on Team UK?
Were you on Team UK?
I was on Team UK. I was on Team UK.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Good times.
My head is going no big. But yeah, I'm trying to remember what basically
Abby
the word
Wiley was on tour
word
with
she
you.
taught me. I remember it meant basically bothering her.
Was it? This has yeeted me too much.
You have yeeted the conversation into oblivion here. Right. So there was a stoppage of play there. It looks like there's been no fouls given. As it stands, Rumpeldunk have the quaffle and currently have bludger control. Jan is being gifted a bludger by the ref there. That's favoritism, I think.
Which was not yeeted at all. It was gently placed.
It was like placing on a bed of roses that is Jan's hands.
Oh, if I were a bludger to be between those hands.
Oh my, I tell you. It'd be wonderful. So that now gives Werewolves bludger control right round the snitch, right when they need it, to be honest. Don't know what it is. And also they now have quaffle possession. Everything is gone to Werewolves here. They're having a whale of a time.
Everything's going up, Werewolves.
Everything's coming up, Luke. Right.
My mom thinks I'm cool.
I've got waiters. So, and here it is with, it's an attempted snitch catch, but not quite there. It looks like all the beaters have removed from the snitch, and Amjet has come on there just in the nick of time to stop that beater play coming in. The Werewolves are now pretty much entirely bubbling.
Oh, no, but he lost his broom. Ooh. Sorry, that was a bit shrill.
You have to keep that between your legs.
That was too shrill. Sorry.
I don't think, can you be too shrill when Trevor loses his broom? I don't think it's possible.
I think I needed to be slightly more chill. I'm just a bit excited. And I think it's okay because I like these teams equally. I'm excited both ways.
We've just had a yellow card for illegal contact. And that is a red card for Rumpeldunk player, I believe number 33, Timothy Bernard? Timothy Bernard.
So
that's red carded, which I believe is a match ban.
Oh, wait, no. No, it won't be a match ban because it's not a straight red, but it does mean they're going to be down a player for 2 minutes, regardless of whether they get scored upon, and someone else has to field the time. He's expelled from the player area now. Like, he doesn't serve in the box. He has to, like, literally leave.
And now he has to come closer to the viewing area so we can throw things at him. We've got our tomatoes ready and some cabbages.
100 points if you hit him on the head from here.
20 if it goes for his stomach. And the beater for Rumpeldunk is just lost possession around the snitch there, which is a terrible time to do because there goes the catch!
Okay, it's not good till it's good. The score is 100. 100 for Werewolves, 110 for Ntnui.
So if this is good, that will be a win for Werewolves from coming from behind, which will give them 20 points up on them. I believe, is that...
That's Ollie Craig.
That's Ollie Craig.
That's Ollie
That
Craig.
is Ollie Craig,
That's
not
Ollie
Aaron
Craig.
Veal. The Werewolves are getting excited. I think they think it's good, so...
Aaron Veal is talking to Ollie Craig, so I can see the confusion.
This is going to confuse me. So that means that's a win for the Werewolves.
Ntnui
are
going into the lower bracket.
We might now be looking at potential winners of the lower bracket in terms of Ntnui. So there's a consolation for them.
I've got another fun fact.
Oh, here we
They
go.
won the lower bracket in 2016 in Gallipoli.
That is good. Understandably, they do look a little bit defeated, just being knocked down into lower bracket now. But the Werewolves, they've all got good, big smiles on their faces here.
Shocking. I wonder why. Especially Ben Honey.
Ben Honey always has a good smile on his face.
I have really enjoyed this game. This has been a really, really good game.
It's been a nice game. It's also, the weather has become a lot calmer, a lot nicer, better than having to fight with the gazebos over there. Well, we are now going to wrap it up here and send you back to the studio. I've been Sam Davis.
I've still been Bex McLaughlin, and you have not been. See you later. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to the analysis table. Now we just had the game Ntnui against the Werewolves, which was a really close game.
Yeah, that was a good game to have on the live stream. I think our viewers can attest to that. And man, we have a lot to talk about, but we only have a short amount of time, so let's get to it. Should we get straight to the Seeker floor, or should we talk about that first, what happened before?
I mean, we can talk about the game before, which was pretty even on both sides.
Yeah,
I'd say.
I mean, it started pretty slow, actually. I mean, it was a low-scoring game before the Seeker floor, and what I liked with the Werewolves, they took the time, and they tried not to get into these easy counters that Ntnui is famous for. They use Almond a lot to create these open counters with like a deep pick-up as soon as the chasers cross the line and try to get the quick counter goal. It worked one or two times, but not as often, because Werewolf took their time in the offense.
Yeah. I think that was really special about both teams. They had like an amazing defense, both of the teams. We had a pretty low score for most of the time until Seeker floor. I think it was just like 50 or 60 points in total, which is not in total, but for each
Yeah.
team, which is not much at all.
Especially like with like offensive force of like these two teams. But I have to like tip my hat towards Amund Storste. He played an incredible game. I think he can't be ashamed of himself. He carried a lot of this defense on this team. He was, as soon as he was off, I think he was off for maybe like 1 minute. They got 2 goals back. Amund played an impeccable game, and he should really be proud of himself for his power he put in there.
Yeah, even on the Seeker floor when he was alone, because there was a yellow card for his beater partner, he actually managed to still beat the Seeker, set priorities right. It was really impressive.
Yeah, and then like even there when what the Werewolves did really good is they were effective in defense even with only 1 bludger. I have to attest to that. I mean, it's kind of hard to defend against 2 bludgers, but they did a good job and kept the score low until the Seeker floor. And that's when the Werewolves of London really took it up a notch. I think they excelled really in their seeking game with like impeccable seekers. I think it was Ollie who caught the snitch, and that was one of the most beautiful catches I've ever seen. I mean, kudos, and even the first catch was
it was a
ended
charge,
up
I
like
think.
in an injury with Vincent Fröhlich, the first seeker. 9 seconds, and that's pretty incredible to get that close, man.
But even also the chaser game at Seeker floor was really impressive. Like the concentration was still really high. Both teams knew they needed to score. They wanted to get out of range, which, I mean, Ntnui, I think they went ahead for like 30 points at one point, but the Werewolves came back.
Yeah, they were still in it, and they kept their focus high and their spirits high. And I mean, this is like when the sport really shines. When it's swim range, it's two really great teams of great seekers, great beaters, great chasers. And as soon as I'm home and this thing is on YouTube, I'm going to rewatch the whole thing. But I think for now we should like keep it short, because we now have an interview coming up with The Happening. It's Kaan Bullard and Jack Leonard of the Quidditch Premier League. These guys are going to talk to Pauline Reis. And guys, stay tuned. We'll be back in a few seconds. Take time.
Well, welcome back. I'm here with Jack Leonard and Kaan Bullard, and they're going to talk about businesses in Quidditch. Can you both just introduce your companies in less than 30 seconds?
Okay, so I run the Quidditch Premier League. We are a UK and now European summer league for the very best in Quidditch. We run events throughout the summer. We bring in partners, we bring in corporate events, and the whole idea is to streamline the sport and try and make it accessible and exciting for new audiences. We've been going for 3 years now, coming up to our 3rd season, so very exciting, and we're looking forward to growing and continuing to change the game.
Yeah, so do I.
I'm Kaan, I'm one of the co-founders of Happening. We're basically providing textile merchandise for sports teams across Europe and Turkey, and of course we're planning to grow our business more and more, but we're currently happy with the growth. We've been operating for slightly more than a year, and the growth is satisfying up to now.
So what is your guys' background? Do you have a professional or educational background that fits your businesses, or is it something totally different, Kaan?
Not at all. Well, I'm a graduate of chemical engineering. I did my master's in chemical engineering as well, and now I'm doing a PhD in energy economics. So it has nothing to do with textile. Maybe
economics?
Yeah, maybe sustainability. If you try it really hard, yeah. But professionally, yeah, no, not at all.
And you, Jack?
Well, I think I'm even further apart. I studied archaeology at university, and then I did a master's in archaeology and heritage. So that's very different to what I ended up doing. It was completely off the beaten track for me. I think most people who knew me were fairly surprised when I ended up going into business.
I mean, learn from the past to improve the future, but this might be a bit too far in the past. So why did you start your companies, and how did you do it?
Yeah, okay, so I'm playing for Meta Unicorns, a Turkish Quidditch team. We're from Ankara. We've been in the European arena for this is the 5th year that we're coming to EQC. So it's basically the financials, because our team well, we don't have a lot of money, and you know how Turkish lira against euro currency is. So we needed extra earnings. So then the first tournament we came, people started to ask us about our jerseys because they liked the quality, they liked the design, and then they kindly asked us whether we could produce jerseys for them too. And then we started to produce jerseys for teams as Metro Unicorns, which helped us a lot for going to tournaments abroad. And then this business got bigger and bigger, and there were other competitors, and we needed to become a legit company. But of course, at that time, most of our my teammates are university students, so they were not able to, give time for this company. So I just merged with 2 other people from ET Honeybees, where they were playing with ET Honeybees back then, and then we started happening. Now it's all both helping our teams and ourselves.
And Jack?
Yeah, I mean, I saw MLQ doing really well, Major League Quidditch in the US, and I thought, gosh, that would be great to have in the UK. And for a while, it seemed like that wasn't going to be possible because of traveling and whether the UK community was ready for that. But then it seemed in 2016 that it was time to push on that, and if it wasn't going to happen then, I didn't think it was ever going to happen. So the idea kind of just jumped into my head one day of having this league, and we've just gone from there, really.
Starting your own business seems pretty scary to me. So what is it like, and what is actually a lot harder than people would think would be?
Pretty scary is a good summary.
Definitely so scary.
It's full of surprises. I think in a lot of jobs, you know what you're meant to do, you've got your responsibilities, and you've got a framework around you to tell you when you're screwing up or doing well or give you that feedback. In business, there isn't. You're most of the time, you're on your own. You've got to kind of test things out.
Find your own motivation. That's one of the hardest things. Also, you don't have a solid earning. Like when you're working for someone else's job, you're an employee, then you're getting paid at the end of the month, despite everything. But here, you don't know what you will earn. And for me, it looks like you have these titles: entrepreneur, co-founder, CEO. Yeah. But in reality, I just check 100 jerseys, and if they are correctly printed and as well. So these are the hard things, and these are the people think this is a cool thing, but actually behind those doors, a lot of hard stuff.
A lot of sleepless nights.
Wow.
So is this your full-time job?
Well, I'm not working anywhere else. I'm just doing my PhD and happening. So we can say it's my full-time job, yeah.
And for you?
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing it as a full-time job for just under a year now. I do other part-time gigs and that kind of thing, but essentially, yes.
So we have a couple of seconds left, and then we go back to the game. If there's one lesson that you can give to anyone who is going to start their own business now?
I would say go and give it a go, but be aware that it is very, very hard work. Make sure you really go for it.
And you?
Make it something that comes out of your sufferings, because that's when when you experience other people's sufferings too. So that's how you can satisfy other people.
Well, thank you so much. It's time for the next game. I hope that you all enjoyed the event, both you and the spectators at home, and we'll see you after the next slot.
So here we are from another game that it's about to start. I'm Borja from Spain.
And I'm Philipp Stolz. Borja, thank you for joining me for this wonderful game we have, and it's with Madrid Lynx, and I think you know some stuff about these guys. And the ETU Honeybees of Turkey.
Yes, I said from Spain I know a lot about Madrid Lynx. They are the first team from Spain. They won the Spanish Cup this year, and they have improved a lot since they started a lot of years ago. And this year they have made the huge step to be here in the first time in EQC.
Awesome, and we'll see how they fare against the ETU Honeybees. They're one of the better Turkish teams, I think, currently now starting at place 3. Don't quote me on that, but they're definitely one of the better Turkish teams. Lots of team spirit in that group, and they are here to turn some heads, and we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, we'll see, because also this game is going to be crucial because it's the last game for the two of them, and since the two of them have won one and lost the other,
This is it.
This is it. This is going to be the one that decides who's going to be on the upper bracket tomorrow and who's going to be playing for the lower bracket later on. So let's see who's going to win this.
So right now we can see here the captains of each teams. Number 4 is Ejim, the coach of the ETU Honeybees.
Yep. And we can see on the Madrid Lynx, they are Hector, who's the speaking captain, the main speaking captain, and Lydia, who is the president captain of the team.
So tell me, Borja, I'm not very deep into the Spanish Quidditch scene. Like, how many teams are there in Spain, and are there new teams emerging? Are there new players emerging?
Well, nowadays in Spain, they play like 17 teams. We have some more like 2 or 3 teams that they are trying to grow up, but they haven't still get to play in a competitive way. But in all the regions, we have some projects of teams that they are trying to. And in the region of Madrid, they have always been 2 teams, Madrid Wolves, that competed in the EQC in 2016. And in this time, Madrid Lynx is going to be represented, the Spanish capital, in this EQC.
Yeah, I mean, Madrid is basically in the middle of Spain. I don't think there's a lot of teams around it, right? Because there's Madrid, and then there's basically a whole lot of nothing for the whole lot of time.
Yeah, the problem that we have in Spain is like the Quidditch is focused in some regions, in some places. One is the central region, and there are the other ones in the northern, in the Basque Country, the northwestern, in Galicia, where Lumos, Compostela, or Dementores went. The other one is in the southern, where, for example, Malaga Vikings, and the other one in the Mediterranean area, for example, you can see in Barcelona and Catalonia, and Barcelona Eagles, the most famous from Catalonia.
Yeah. So who are key players of the Madrid Lynx that I should keep an eye on?
Well, I think that if this game is going to end well for Madrid Lynx, it's going to be because of one of their main players.
By the way, you have to be impartial, Borja. Do you think you can do that?
It's going to be difficult. I'll try.
Do your best, mate. Do your best.
Yeah, okay. So if this is going to end well for Madrid Lynx, I think it will be because of Adri, number 11, chaser, and he's very fast. He's he's grown a lot in the sport since this is his second year playing just. And last year went first time for the World Cup with Team Spain. And to say so, he's the one that caught the snitch that made us win against Canada.
When we're talking about snitches, I heard through a little birdie that one of the players caught the snitch with her feet.
Wow, what? I don't follow you. Can you please?
I heard that one of the players from the Madrid Lynx once caught a snitch with her bare feet. Is it true?
And I was there.
You were there.
It was in one regions tournament that held in my town, in my village, and yeah, it was like that. The snitch was just holding with his hands to the seeker. In this case, was Naira, number 17. And she was like in the floor, nothing could do, and the seeker was thinking, hey, there's nothing you can do. And there, in a moment, just feet up, feet down, and she got the snitch.
All right.
And I was there, and my reaction was like, I cannot believe it.
Borja is standing next to me with his mouth wide open. Yeah, I think that should have been somewhere in the internet, and I hope we can find it someday.
It is.
Meanwhile, both teams are trying to keep warm as this game is not yet starting. I think there's a small hiccup with the timekeeper app, which is providing all of you with live results of all the other plays. And yeah, guys, keep an eye on the timekeeper app. You can see all the results of all the other teams playing. And yeah, stay on point with everything that's happening here in Harelbeke, even if you unfortunately couldn't make it to Belgium.
Yeah, it's a great app. I saw it first in D2 in the UQC Division 2, and it's great that you can follow live all the things that are happening, all the goals, scoring, all the cards.
Yeah.
We started also using them in our leagues, so it's very recommended.
Yeah, shout out to Lukas Scheuvens, who created that. Great work by him. And while we have you in the internet, maybe take a quick look at Twitter and follow us at hashtag EQC19live. And you can give us some questions. Maybe we can answer them here on stream. And follow us more than just on the live stream. Follow us on Twitter. Go to Facebook or chat with us in the YouTube chat. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we're happy to know about you. Whatever you want to comment or say or ask, we'll try to answer if it's possible. If this game gives us a little a little pause.
So we're still like half an hour late in the schedule, which is for a tournament of this size can happen.
Well, it can happen. It depends on of the luck you have. For example, in the last game, we have that bad luck with the snitch. For example, they had to be some minutes waiting for a new snitch because the main snitch got injured, and that's some of kind of things that you don't control. And unfortunately, unluckily, they happen in some tournaments. But it's okay because I think we are all prepared to have that kind of issues and fight them. Don't you think?
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
So what we can comment about honeybees?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely should. And the one thing I want to start is like with the coach of the ETU honeybees. Edgem is like an idol to a lot of people. She's a very ferocious player. She can tackle anybody. Although she doesn't bring a lot of size and weight to the floor, she's got great technique and a lot of heart. I think she's one of the most passionate Quidditch players out there, and you have to count on her. And I gotta say, if I would drive it at her, I think about passing someone.
Yeah, who doesn't know about the plays that makes. So about that, well, it's the coach of the honeybees.
She's the coach of the ETU honeybees, and besides that, I think they're a very evenly matched team. I think everybody brings a lot to the table, and if I had to rule one person out, it would be Edgem.
Yeah, of course.
But also it's Jotanak. He's like the co-captain. He's also a great player, and yeah, always in danger of setting that great pick and all, like finishing for a drive. Awesome player.
You know what? I had the chance to play against honeybees in last Barcelona Mustaches time, BMT.
Ah, right.
Yeah, I had the chance to play against them, and I have to say that even if we have to play on Sunday and they were just very tired because they didn't go very much players, and they have bad luck with injuries because two of their female players got injured in that game, which was very unlucky for them, and they got a lot of female players, which is good for them because when they got injured, they had substitutions.
Yeah.
But
yeah, they involved
the chance to win that game. I feel very lucky for because winning honeybees is not a thing everyone can say.
Yeah, exactly. But they involved their female players. You got to give it to them, of course.
Yeah, of course. One good thing we can say about Quidditch Turkey is that their females will get you astonished.
Yeah, especially. I mean, we think about all these players: Edgem, Sila.
Yeah. Who doesn't know them?
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, and
I
now we
love
see.
that part.
Yeah. Now we get the huddles of the ETU honeybees.
It's the best of the games.
Yeah, the honeybees are ready to take on Madrid Lynx.
Yeah.
In this deciding game of this group,
Are
whoever
you
wins.
nervous?
I'm excited. To be
I'm
honest.
a lot.
I'm excited. We'll see.
Let's see if I control myself. I can control myself. Whoa. Have a breathe. Lynx are saying also they're shouting, which is Ponte Morado, get purple.
Yeah.
Which in English doesn't get too much sense as says in...
It's a Spanish thing.
Yeah, in Spanish says Ponte Morado is like you get ashamed or something like that.
All right. But now we're ready to play in Harelbeke, Belgium. At great conditions. It's sunny outside, not too warm. Everybody is in good spirits, and we have great conditions here on this pitch in the center of the stadium of Harelbeke.
Yeah.
We're glad to be here.
Great. It's great conditions, and I was expecting to rain, but fortunately it has respected us.
Remember Warsaw when it was snowing?
Oh.
Jesus.
Well, the cheer is crowding already.
Yeah.
Honeybees, are you ready?
Honeybees are ready.
Madrid, are you ready?
And Madrid is ready as well. And let's see who
Brooms
wins that duel for the
Ready.
bludger and the quaffle.
Brooms up.
Okay, ball. It's for the first ball. Sorry, it's for Honeybees. Keeper from Honeybees. Number 54.
Yeah, it's Egemen.
Yep.
Doesn't see an opening at this moment. We're trying to think of something.
Yeah, from the moment.
Not a lot happening. Picks.
Adri making some pressure, but he gets beaten.
We're seeing a 1-2 defense by Madrid. Pass
Ooh,
picked
yeah.
up.
Raul takes that ball. Keeper from Madrid links. And calms down. He's going to start walking.
But they're now going against the bludger control. Let's see how Madrid's. How would you describe Madrid's style? Are they like more like cerebral?
Madrid likes the things.
Oh, they use
likes to think about everything. It's not a play. Oh, whoa! Now this looks like this is going to be first goal for. Yes, it is first goal for Honeybees. As I said, Madrid is it's a team that thinks a lot about what it's doing. It has a lot of tactics. It has a lot of techniques, and you cannot say they play in the same way, because teams that say I know what they're playing, they finish losing.
Okay.
So you never expect what they're going to do.
But in this case, it was number 44, Harelbeke Jr. They were paying attention and picked up that quaffle, and it was a quick counter.
A great play.
ETU Honeybees with 10-0 in front.
Okay, here goes Raul again. He passes to Miguel. Now still thinking what he has to do, but they got bludger control, so in a moment they should start.
Nice
Tries
dodge,
to.
but this pass is too high.
Not so good the pass, not so good the beat, and Lynx loses the ball. Shame, because they were well positioned, and Hector's trying to enter again, throws the bludger to Barbara, just waiting for it.
Yeah, but look at Harelbeke Jr.
Oh yeah.
They are very good.
Oh, tries to tackle Hector, but no. They resisted very well.
Quick counter by number 10.
As I told you, Adri is the main danger for Lynx.
And he's pretty fast, isn't he?
Yeah, really, really fast. You cannot see him, and whoa. Very fast, very strong, and very good seeker also. If they put them in the seeker place, you will
I
see
like that
it.
shake hands between 44 and Miguel.
Yeah. That's a hard battle between beaters. Hector tries to steal, but he can't. Oh.
Yeah, there's some reps, not going down though.
No.
Egemen still standing.
Okay.
But there's not a lot of speed in Honeybee's game.
Oh,
now
that beat
maybe?
for Barbara. Not very. Oh, goal. Yeah.
It seems to
Took
me
advantage from that failed beat.
Yeah, it seems to me that the Honeybees are waiting for that mistake that Madrid maybe gives them.
Yeah.
This time it was
Totally.
the dodge, and then there was a clear lane waiting for it. And until this point, it seems to work out for them. It's 20-10 for the ETU Honeybees.
Totally. I think both teams are thinking more about, okay, we have to wait till our chance gets. We have to get advantage of one of their mistakes. We have to wait till they get a mistake, and then we can enter. And from now, the Honeybees are taking more advantage of Lynx mistakes. That's the other way. Ooh.
Aurora tried the pass on the left-hand side, but it was
to find
picked up.
Adri, but it was not possible. Now he gets beaten.
Don't cover.
Good beat.
But nice reason, Egemen. Nice passing. Nice passing.
Yeah, a nice goal. Another goal for Honeybees.
Yeah, that was number 12 of the Honeybees.
Yep.
Okay.
So now, once again, Raul has a quaffle.
Okay, only one bludger in the hands of Angel.
Yeah. Oh, she has made a great block with the
great.
bludger.
Now she's looking for
Another
vengeance, but she's picked up.
Yeah, perfect. Done by Adri. He has taken advantage from the plays that his mate has done.
Wind is picking up here, guys. So
yeah, very windy. Not a rainy day, but very windy. So
yeah, I think the sub there by Madrid Links when they put in Angel.
Yeah.
She's coming from the bench and she's providing a lot of energy to the beating lineup, and I think it's shown in this instance.
Yeah.
Now the game is at 30-20.
She's not a very experienced beater, but it's true that with very few time, she's taken a lot of improving in the game.
That goal is going to be because of her, because she picked both of them up.
Cheers for Angel and for Megil, the one scoring the goal, because Links is in tight game again.
Okay, honeybees, let's take your time and wait for the mistake Madrid gives you. Take your time. It seems to work out for you.
Yeah. Maybe the last attacks were a little bit more fast than they should have been, and now they're thinking. They're still thinking.
Pass on the right-hand side. They have a lot of time on their hands. It's all about the beating game at this point.
Okay, so it's now Tonkafa with the ball. Chaser from Honeybees. Still thinking. Has a made beater with him. And
face beat here.
Want to enter individually and passes. And close to be beat before, but not.
That was great. Tonkafa put out all the attention on them.
Yeah.
And went in, forced
great
the beat.
Individual play.
Yeah.
You focus on yourself, and then when you get the beat, you made that last pass to serve your teammates an easy goal.
So it's tit for tat at this time. Each team not giving the other team an edge.
Yeah.
Staying in striking distance of one another.
Whoa, good block. No, not blocking. And Aurora.
Aurora's passes as too easy to intercept. This was a too high arcing shot.
Yeah. She should have been higher. Shame for her.
Yeah, I mean, she's got a head up, looking for the open options, but in her pass she needs to be a bit more intelligent. And now,
yeah, it's very hard to think so fast when you're running.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy for us to say things.
So when so much pressure. Oh, good beat, but now he leaves. Oh yeah, but Megil recovers the quaffle. Now Aurora, now for Raul. And that enters. Whoa! A huge pass to Adri.
Too high arcing shot.
Taken. Oh, that was legal. Adri takes it again, but he was beaten or not?
He was not beat, and he's not out of pitch.
Whoa!
The beater's not paying attention.
Again. Look at it! Look at it! Look! Oh! Look at a very good beat made from HM. She made a great beat. Now the ball is in the hands of the Honeybees players again.
Oh, there's a foul.
Game. Yeah, foul from Madrid Links. Looks. I don't know who made it.
I mean, if I were the ETU Honeybees, I would have maybe used that advantage call and maybe just get a distant shot off, because you're getting the ball back, it seems, because there was a foul call on the Madrid Links.
A usual tactic that a lot of teams do when you see there's an advantage. You try to just shoot from wherever you are, and if it doesn't enter, it doesn't matter, because they will give you the quaffle again.
Give it a try. Just give it a try.
Okay, so let's see what they say. Speaking with each other, ref team.
Yeah, Madrid Links players are appreciating their time on a live stream.
Yeah, they love it.
Waving to the camera. But meanwhile, we have the focus on the ref team now talking.
Yeah, because what they're going to say maybe could be important for their future, for their immediate future. Okay, Hector, speaking captain, has been discussing with the head ref and wants to know about the call. There's no call, or there's going to be a call? I see no
call.
No call.
Rebound.
Okay.
No call? Okay, so we shut up, because if they would take the shot, there would have been no call, and they would have lost that quaffle.
True. Okay, a good try to pass, and let's see if he finds him.
And now he's turning. That ball should be in Madrid hands.
Yeah, should be. Hector takes that play out. Yeah. Raul recovers for Madrid Links.
And now there's a foul call on the other side.
Advantage for Madrid Links. No, this is not. It's not going to be an advantage too far away. You know, that happens to me once when I was a ref. I made an advantage call with the team having the ball in defense in their own area, and I waited till they get to the hoop to make the call, and then I realized myself, okay, I cannot do that.
Yeah,
advantage should be only when they are about to score
That's a
or
bit
very
sneaky,
easily
Bofa.
to attack, because that's giving a whole attack for free. So that's maybe the reason why they didn't give that advantage.
So ETU Honeybees in the last few minutes, they had the bludger control, seemed not to lose it that easy as they were in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, but maybe they're not being so lucky in their attacks.
But Madrid is subbing often in their beater lineup, I think. I mean, I think that's like the 4th or 5th beater lineup I see on the pitch right now.
Yeah, they're a very versatile lineup of beaters. They have a female and male, they have a male and non-binary, they have a male and a male,
Yeah,
and they also have two females in the case it's necessary to put their beaters. And they're all good.
Yeah, I think they want to use it like
Yellow
high intensity,
card.
get these
Honeybees,
few sprints
number
in, and as soon as you feel a little
ignoring
bit
red
tired,
call.
get back out. You have a whole lot of subs up there, giving you maybe an edge when it comes to stamina.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
off we go.
Resumes game, and Raul has the ball, tries to tie the game.
Long
okay,
pass.
long pass to Aurora. Oh, dismounted, and the ball is in the hands of the Honeybees keeper.
Edge him in.
Who passes?
Nice dodge, and now there's no bludger. They should make it quick.
Oh, an easy one. It's gonna be an easy one or not? Oh, yeah. No, the ref says been before, and
yeah, Chotanak might disagree. He thought his attempt was in, but no, it's still 30 to 40 for the ETU Honeybees.
Miguel has just subbed right now and is shouting his team to make more intense, want more intensity in the plays.
Yeah, I think they're looking a bit passive in this whole approach to their offense.
Yeah. Okay, here goes Hadri. Here goes again. That could be an easy one. Yeah, great play made by Link's star Adri, who ties the game 40-40.
Yeah, in this case it was just a matter of distance between him and the opposing beaters. He was too quick on his feet. Having that distance, could get off the throw, and it was in. And maybe the ETU Honeybees should get someone against him, maybe guard him close, deny him that pass, or maybe deny him the first few steps to gain speed.
Yep. Okay.
I think the beating game of the Honeybees is now really suppressing. Epic, nice catch.
Good catch from Hector. And now another beat from Hector. And now another beat from Hector.
As soon as I
one.
said
No,
that.
that's safe. Whoa, looked like another one. But a great bunch of plays made by the same player, by Hector, number 3 of Madrid Lynx.
Rocky's still on his feet.
Yo. And subs. And now enters Javier in the roster, beater of
Rocky's got an open lane.
Oh,
Nobody's scouting him. Nobody's scouting him.
That's the goal. Another goal for Honeybees.
Yeah. I think in this sequence, I was kind of disappointed with number 18. He was standing on the left-hand side hoops, and he didn't realize that it was his time. He should have at least denied that open driving lane to Rocky. Rocky could just go straight to the hoops and make it in. They were like a bit, maybe sleeping a bit. They caught them off guard.
Totally.
40 to 50.
Okay, yeah. Now it's Naira taking the ball, who passes to Raul, who makes a long pass to Josema, but doesn't take it now. Adri takes it. Oh, good block from Adri. Now he can enter, but not. Passes again to Raul, but Raul gets beaten. Javi is trying to protect that ball, but went out of the field, so it's a turnover for Honeybees. Okay, an intense play, and now the keeper from Honeybees is trying to advance with the quaffle, passes back to his mate.
Rocky is wrapped.
Whoa.
Can't barely make a step.
They try to tackle with 2 players, but they cannot. And advancing and scoring one more for Honeybees.
So strong.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, Rocky just put 2 people on him with the wrap, and then he got off the pass. Great effort by him. They couldn't bring it down, although they had a good, clean wrap on him.
Yeah. but you know, stopping so strong players is more than a rap.
I mean, it's easy for us to say we're standing up here in nice conditions, roof over our head, and we're complaining about what these people are doing here on the pitch.
Not complaining, quality is quality.
Game time 11:57. Score is 60 Honeybees, 40 Madrid.
Timeout.
Timeout requested by Madrid. 1 minute of
Links
timeout
request
is starting.
for a
now.
timeout.
Yeah, and I think that's the right call. I think Rocky
Yeah.
is giving them a lot of questions they can't answer yet, and they need to figure something out.
There's been two very successful plays.
Yeah, they seem to be able to deny the passing game of the Honeybees, but not the driving game. As soon as the physical force is driving to the defense, they seem to be able to be caught off guard quite a lot of time, and they need to think about some stuff. I think they do it. I think they're already playing in the 2-2 defense, which would allow for more driving defense, but I think they just need to get more and deeper contact in these tackles. What do you think?
Yeah. They need to be more physical, and that's one of the maybe main problems from Madrid Lynx. They have a good player from the beaters, but they are not very physical. If we get Adri, that he's the most physical and the most athletical of their players. Also, Raúl can be a little bit physical. Miguel knows how to tackle very well, and he has experience of doing so. But the rest of the players, they have that challenge. They had the challenge of being more physical with a team that has a lot of experience being physical. So, game is gonna resume whenever the head ref says he has to discuss something. Okay, maybe that broom is broken, or no. Okay, they fixed it. So, whenever the head ref says, the game will
resume. Yeah.
Here we go.
So, again, ETU Honeybees with the bludge control, and it's a hard. Madrid is having a hard time of regaining it. Nice rep though.
Yeah, between Cheman. Oh, and takes the bludger, and good throw from Barbara. They're alone. They don't have beaters. It's no bludgers. Let's see if Josema. Oh, good. Lost the ball. Very good defense from the chaser from Honeybees.
Yeah. But also the beater of Madrid now got the bludge control. They seem to listen to us, Borja.
Yeah.
But I bet Edge made it really hard for them.
No, it was a good play from her, but Hector was very close to that bludger to take it.
Now Harelbeke Jr. is back in.
I
like
pressure,
the
very
play of
big
them.
pressure, because the two beaters are out of their area, and that could be Raúl's ball. Yeah, it's gonna be Raúl's ball, and
he can make it quick.
Okay,
Go for it. Go for it.
Adri is on that score. Yes, it scores. So now the game is 50-60, right?
I think so, yeah. And I mean, this game is always stayed in the scrimmage, and yet I still think that the ETU Honeybees are a bit better in this pre-Seeker floor game.
Yeah.
But we see how this changes as soon as the snitch is getting on the pitch.
You know how Quidditch is. You can be all 17 or 18 or 20 minutes dominating a game, and if you are not good enough in the snitch game, you can lose everything.
I mean, we've seen it on stream when the Ntnui lost to Ruhr Phoenix.
Another goal, another good pass, catch and throw, and another goal for Honeybees. You're saying that that's how the sport works.
Yeah, that's how the sport works, and that's why we love it so much. It's a whole different game as soon as you have to pay attention to a third element. It's not only the beating game, the chasing game, but the seeking game as well. And these 3 games playing into one is the high class of Quidditch.
Oh, Barbara looks that wanted to change, but they deny it. Okay, 70-50 is the score. And here we see Naira with the ball, going back to Adri. He's protected by Hector. And from the moment, not making anything risky.
Yeah, the Honeybees regain bludgeon control, and they
that was risky.
Yeah, they seem really set in their defense. Now they can push it, and they got the bludger on the ground.
Wow.
Yeah.
Another one by Rocky. Another good attack. Another good drive. And another goal.
Yeah. I mean, I gotta say, Rocky is like a spark to the whole offense of the Honeybees. He's doing a lot, he's doing it quick, but also his speeding lineup is helping him a lot in this time. Number 44 and number 13 for the Honeybees.
Yeah.
It's Ilar and Harelbeke Jr.
Okay, so Now it's 50-80 and 15 minutes, and that's the moment. That's the moment where the game is going to decide a lot, because they're in the 30-point gap, and there's only 3 minutes to release the Seekers.
Yeah, I mean, Madrid needs to score badly here. They don't want to get this out of swim range unless they have the better control of the seeking game, but still,
They
a
don't.
goal would go a long way right now.
Oh, a throw. No. That was very well intentioned, but...
Yeah, nice flick of the wrist, but this shot is off.
So now, Madridlings, we can say they have a problem, because if the next attack of the Honeybees scores... Whoa. Okay, let's see, it's Lydia. Oh, trying to get that ball. Lydia beat her from Madridlings. And another goal for Honeybees, another goal scored, and that's the moment.
That's the moment we're out of swim range. Snitch, when it matters, that's no longer the case for the Madridlings. They need to find a way to get back in this game. But I gotta tell you, with the current offense, I don't seem to think that they can do it. They have only one bludger, and they're not creating a lot of chaos in the defense of the Honeybees. Maybe with a troll on my passing game, but I think the driving game is not working for them at this moment.
Yeah, you think they should try more to go reset use? Yeah, be careful with that. Miguel is trying to move forward. Passing, not very good pass, but Roll takes the ball, and let's see who's behind the hoops. Adri is trying to be that troll. Oh, another shot, another unfortunate shot. In this case, is Raul trying to score from outside the area, and he doesn't make it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if these distance shots are I mean, it's too high risk. I don't think it's what made Madrid come back into this game. What do you think, Borja? I mean, do they have the long shot ability? Unfortunately, until this moment, they've only missed those.
Look, there are lots of teams in Spain that they have players with a good shot from distance. Madridlings is not normally one of them. Madridlings works very well with tactics, works very well with technique, works very well with some of their players' physics, like Miguel or Adri. But sometimes when I see that kind of plays, that kind of throws from the distance, I'm thinking, we're not aware of what you're doing, right?
Yeah. And now the snitch floor is always ready to start. And
but
the score is now 150. E2 Honeybees got away from Madridlings.
Yeah,
the game is no longer really even.
We were saying that was the minutes, that's the point, that's the spot where some team had to make their move, and I totally think that Honeybees is making their move, and that, whoa, good beat now from Angel. She saw very well the opposite players' movements, and now Miguel can score. Yes, he does.
And at the same time, there's a catch by Harelbeke Jr.
Oh, yeah.
They got it. They got it.
Yeah.
Harelbeke Jr. got it.
Got it, yeah.
I mean, it's tough to say. I mean, the goal was definitely before the catch. But Harelbeke Jr. put his right hand.
Well, let's see if it's good, because if it's good, it wouldn't really matter at all, I think.
No, it would still be like a 40 goal. It would mean
it
would be 60 to 130 star.
Yeah. Discussing it.
Yeah, the snitch was kind of losing control of her body. Maybe that's could mean it's not good, but on the other hand, it looked pretty clean to me. With
Let's see how much time they're. Oh, look, they're making some gestures with their feet, their movement. They don't seem to have very clear. Not by now.
Okay. Defensive seeking for Madrid was Fred.
You know what? If there was a Spain, we were checking the VAR. Video replays. I like to check the video replays whenever it's possible.
I'm not sure if we're there as a sport yet to have it on any, but I mean, we are very fortunate to have good equipment on this tournament. But I don't think that any team is in favor, that every team is in favor of a video, and if not everybody's in favor of it, we should.
Yeah, I know. There's a big discussion about that.
Yeah, it's a discussion to be had. Maybe in the future we can have a video referee helping us deciding whether a snitch catch was good or not.
I would be very happy to.
Snitch catch was
the
good.
Snitch was good. Congratulations to Honeybees that won the game. I think very fairly.
Yeah. I mean, there wasn't really a card. 130
star to 60 for the ETU Honeybees. They win this game. They pulled away in the latter part of the game. Madridlings seemed to lose an idea of how to act as the offense, but don't worry about it, guys. Desk will provide you with
And welcome back to EQC 2019. So, Bex, what are your thoughts on the game just gone?
I think it was very interesting. We've removed obviously like some teams, some NGBs, having only Division 1 here today. But I think this is one of the weakest matchups I've seen so far of the tournament. We had a lot of missed passes. Nothing was quite as clinical as it has been with other teams. Like they're really teams pushing for medal places. And I'm not 100% sure why. Maybe the nerves got to them, or they couldn't work out quite how to like counter each other. But I was expecting slightly more from the teams.
It was the same thing. I could, because you did get a sense of fatigue, I think, towards there. I think teams are now getting into their sort of last of the pool play games today. So they are generally sort of maybe saving up a little bit of their energy, possibly putting on some of their like players that haven't had as much of a go, or their less experienced players on. So that could potentially be another reason. One thing I found today, at least, is it was really interesting comparing this objectively with Australian and New Zealand style Quidditch. You mentioned earlier while we were watching the game about how the Honeybees were doing a lot of driving. But one thing that I noticed, their passing game actually going up on the drives was very interesting. In New Zealand, we call it sort of the back tackle pass, where you basically have the ball and you push it as far as you can, but the aim is to try and get it away cleanly. Early on, when they first started, they were doing a lot of those pushing, and just at the last minute or just before a tackle, passing it off. And they managed to do that successfully 2 or 3 times amongst their players to get some clean goals. It definitely did them a lot of favours. So I was pretty pleased to see that, a little piece of home, I guess. But like you said, I did notice that a lot, there were things, sort of textbook mistakes, like 2 hands, passing over hoops. I think there was just a lot. I don't think there were many mistakes on the Madrid side. I think they made a lot fewer mistakes, but they just didn't have that sort of sort of a little bit less cohesion and synergy on the offense. And I think that's where they let them down. It wasn't their defense. It was more just the ability to get points on the board. But
yeah, because then it becomes about the little things. It's about not just going for the shot when you can take 2 or 3 extra steps, you've got time, and put that ball hand through hoop. Or the yeeting, as referred to. If you're watching the live stream all day with Sam and I talking, if you can yeet it through and make sure it's going to go in. Yeah, some of those passes were a bit lackluster.
Especially from Madrid, we noticed that there was a lot of those longer shots.
So the longer shots are fine, especially conditions like this. Like, it's not particularly windy. It's just that you then have to have the receivers capable of, well, your passers have got to be very capable of like distributing the ball to exactly where it needs to be. But then also your people have to be completely capable at catching the ball. And there's a few then where your elite players, if they've missed it, they'll bounce it back up into their hands or something. It's like everything just became a bit of a fumble. I think there's a lot of potential both those two teams, and obviously Madrid are their national champions, so they are a good team, especially relative to their NGB. And Spanish Quidditch has grown a lot in a relatively short space of time. Like even when I played in Catalonia in 2015, 2016, we beat the Spanish champions with very little hassle. So they have improved and they have come a long way in a long time. It's just, there's just like the polish. The core is there, we just need to really like polish up Spanish Quidditch. And that will come with time. So you've got people like Miguel, who was playing for Lynx, who, he knows what he's doing. He's coming from a sports background. But it's just a change in the culture and polishing it all up.
Right. Well, speaking of time, we've got a new recorded roundtable segment for you with Bex and I, which we did yesterday. So enjoy the second half of the roundtable. Thank you very much.
At this point from Bex, we can start into our next segment, which is exactly about what you're talking about, our organizations. Yes. Basically, our organizations lead the path in what can happen in the next 3 years. And when you're talking about there should maybe be a European NGB or like a European governing body, there seems to be there's a lack of what's happening right now. Like, how would you rate the current work of the national governing bodies, or like the IQA, for example, and how would you change it in order for make our sport better or grow?
I think Quidditch UK has done a really great job, having been around since its inception and seen where we were and where we've ended up at this point where there are lots of volunteers and there are tournaments quite regularly and all this kind of stuff. Things are happening and it is good. I think the problem is the IQA is then a step that's too big. So we say we've got, so you've got Quidditch UK, and then you've got our Europeans, and then you've got IQA. It's not necessary. I'm not saying the IQA doesn't serve a purpose, but if we take a sport like Jugger, which they've been around for twice as long as we have, they don't have an overarching governing body. And yet they still happily run their World Cups and their things. And they've got slightly different regional variations, which even though we follow the same rule book, we have in-house rules. Heck, there's regions within the UK where they seem to interpret the rules differently, So it's I don't think necessarily that all of that administration is necessary. You could have, Europe, North America, and that kind of thing, but then we don't need another thing on top necessarily down the line.
Yeah, Felix, I think you joined a group of Quidditch consultants who try to be between these organization bodies and being on a very specific task when it comes to the tournament. Can you elaborate on your work there and how it may contribute to smaller governing bodies?
So actually, what I would actually like to do is address your idea of the European NGB, because in principle I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea. I would say that it has a lot of challenges, just because they're essentially the same challenges that face us each and every year, where we have a tournament committee in a different country, we have people working from abroad, essentially, working virtually, and essentially, if you had something like a European NGB, you would be facing all of those challenges all at once, working with whatever the number is right now. I don't even have the current number in my head, but just because you'd be dealing with so many different cultures, so many different administrations. I don't necessarily think that that's the way to go, and I think that, for example, USQ is quite lucky in that because they have that large number of teams in a relatively small space, so that actually does enable them to have these kind of income streams where they have a lot of people paying essentially for very few people. I would agree, definitely would agree with your notion of some governing bodies being too big, and I would also agree with you that that doesn't necessarily mean that, for example, the IQA is redundant. I think the IQA serves a very good purpose. I think what we all need to do, and this is also where sort of the European NGB comes in, I think what we all need to do is, what I was alluding to earlier, what is it that we want? And what are the things that we're good at? Is the IQA necessarily good at providing a tournament, providing a World Cup themselves? Or is that something that a remote body could potentially solve better? And I do have to give disclosure that this is something that we're trying to do with the European Games through our sport events. I do think that we should be looking for ways of streamlining our work. QPL is very good at providing grassroots in a specific place, and you're expanding now, but you have like local organization. I think, for example, the IQA should be looking, what are we good at? I think Quidditch Europe should be looking, what are we good at? What are the things that we shouldn't be doing?
I think, but also on that note as well, something you said made me think about it. If we strip it back completely, then you don't have to include everybody. I think there's this big idea in Quidditch that it's like, well, I pay money, therefore I've got a vote. And I think Quidditch UK is one of the only NGBs in Europe where we don't elect a president, which, you know, that's got pluses and minuses. But sometimes when you've been in the sport longer, it's like, no, I know this is the right thing because either we've been here or we've experienced this. Like, take EQCs, for example. 2016, we had a 40-team EQC. A lot of people said, hey, we're not ready for this yet. 40 teams, we don't have the ref power, we don't have the coordination, we're not going to be able to pull this off. But NGBs who didn't really know better say they voted for it with not a lot of experience to know, and it was not a fantastic tournament. We tried our best, and everyone had a great holiday. But it was not a fantastic tournament, and it's like, just because you want to pull up a chair to the table doesn't mean necessarily you should.
And from another side of the world, how is your perspective on our governing bodies, Emma?
I actually wanted to, I think I've outlined this document before, but it's actually the New Zealand government actually recently published in conjunction with Sporting New Zealand, a really interesting document called the 9 Steps to Effective Governance in High Functioning or High Sporting Organisations. And reading through this document, I think that this is a really good starting point or a good keystone for us, essentially, if we are thinking of restructuring our organisation. Because, like I've brought in earlier, it really distinguishes the difference between governance and management. And I think what we can see, and this is one of the reasons why I support volunteering so much, is because we don't separate governance, because we don't have people thinking about outreach, thinking about ways to promote the sport, the kind of more creative purpose that the IQA should be fulfilling. Instead, it filters down to management. The lack of volunteers requires the IQA in certain areas to step in, essentially, where it shouldn't. So I hope to publish this document later on so that more people can have a read of it. But I think it's a good starting point. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think you've actually touched on something really, really important there, is that should governing bodies, whether at a national level or an international level, should they essentially be events companies or not? Because at the moment, most of them are events companies, right? They run their events, they run their regionals, then their nationals, maybe a development cup as well, and that's about it. Because again, that's all they kind of have time to do. Running 4 or 5 tournaments a year is not easy, and it's only going to get harder as the expectation gets bigger. So I think ultimately our governing bodies need to be serving a purpose beyond that. Now you kind of asked, what was the IQA necessary, Bex, I think, or kind of like having that larger organisation.
I wasn't saying one thing or the other. I was just proposing a question.
You posed the question.
And
you know, I think it should be. I think it should be. I don't think NGBs can shoulder the burden of outreach, of press, of this, of social media boosting. The IQA has 70,000 likes on Facebook. I can't actually, for the QPL page, include them in our insight tracking because it skews the data too much, because no other organising body in Quidditch comes anywhere close to the IQA. Now, whether they use that well or not is not the point here. The point is that actually they've got the groundswell. But because we've had 3 years or more of pretty mediocre governance from the IQA. NGBs have, rightly or wrongly, said, we'll take it on ourselves. Now, 2 years on, year and a half on, we're now looking at it and actually saying, well, NGBs don't have the capacity to keep doing this forever. So whether NGBs decide to let some of that power go back to the IQA and allow them to be, as you say, the governing side of the sport again, is up to them. But all I can say is that we're a private company, the QPL, and we're doing more private events, more corporate events, more things akin to the expanding revenue streams and the going beyond just running your own tournaments for your players than most NGBs are, which is great for me, but I think should worry people for the sport.
But I think the problem with IQA, if you're saying, should the IQA be responsible for outreach? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think they should have more of a hand in it. They've got the tools, they've got the name, and they've got the, if anything, they're closer than ever to attracting the top talent in our sport than they have been since they were refounded in 2014. So I think that should be the direction they're looking at, because quite frankly, them sitting around and doing World Cup every 2 years and some continental games, not all of them that they were planning to, just isn't enough to justify their existence right now. But there is so much more they could do. There's so much.
I mean, that's a good way, and I think with this point from Bex, we can start into our next segment, which is exactly about what you're talking about, our organizations. Yes. Basically, our organizations lead the path in what can happen in the next few years, and when you're talking about there should maybe be a European NGB, or like a European governing body, there seems to be there's a lack of what's happening right now. How would you rate the current work of the national governing bodies, or like the IQA, for example, and how would you change it in order for make our sport better? I mean, that's a good way, and I think with this point from Bex, we can start into our next segment, which is exactly about what you're talking about, our organizations. Yes. Basically, our organizations lead the path in what can happen in the next few years, and when you're talking about there should maybe be a European NGB, or like a European governing body, there seems to be there's a lack of what's happening right now. How would you rate the current work of the national governing bodies, or like the IQA, for example, and how would you change it in order for make our sport better, or grow?
I think Quidditch UK has done a really great job, having been around since its inception and seen where we were and where we've ended up at this point where there are lots of volunteers and there are tournaments quite regularly and all this kind of stuff. Things are happening and it is good. I think the problem is the IQA is then a step that's too big. So we say we've got, so you've got Quidditch UK, and then you've got our Europeans, and then you've.
I mean, that's a good way, and I think with this point from Bex, we can start into our next segment, which is exactly about what you're talking about, our organizations. Yes. Basically, our organizations lead the path in what can happen in the next few years, and when you're talking about there should maybe be a European NGB, or like a European governing body, there seems to be there's a lack of what's happening right now. How would you rate the current work of the national governing bodies, or like the IQA, for example, and how would you change it in order for make our sport better, or grow?
I think Quidditch UK has done a really great job, having been around since its inception and seen where we were and where we've ended up at this point where there are lots of volunteers and there are tournaments quite regularly and all this kind of stuff. Things are happening and it is good. I think the problem is the IQA is then a step that's too big. So we say we've got, so you've got Quidditch UK, and then you've got our Europeans, and then you've got IQA. It's not necessary. I'm not saying the IQA doesn't serve a purpose, but if we take a sport like Jugger, which they've been around.
And sorry guys, we had to cut the roundtable because Pitch Stream is on its way to be ready for the next game of London Quidditch Club versus Antwerp Quidditch Club. And yeah, sorry for the interruption of the roundtable, but you'll find it on the YouTube channel as soon as this tournament is over. And now I'm joined here by the lovely Bex McLaughlin. Bex, thank you very much for joining me.
Oh, thank you for having me once again on the live stream.
Here we are again.
I'm really excited about this game. This is the big game of today.
So too.
This is the biggest game. This is the game that people would be expecting to be a final, and it could go either way. You've got the champions of Belgium, Antwerp Quidditch Club, versus the British champions, London Quidditch Club. They're very imaginative with these names.
Yeah.
creativity runs deep into these two clubs. Yeah, but as you said, these are teams and absolute powerhouses, filled to the brim with talent and creativity. I'm very anxious to see this game. But unfortunately, I won't be able to make it for the whole game. Sam Davis is going to replace me as soon as he's arriving. But besides that, I'm staying right next to you and doing my best job, Bex.
Oh, that's so nice. Thank you. We're just doing our chants now. You hear the imaginative London Quidditch Club chant I've already referred to because it is the most boring thing I've ever heard. 1, 2, 3, LQC. Do you think you could memorize that one?
I think I can manage, Bex, but don't be too mean. I think they deserve better than just... Some chants are more elaborative, some are not. And let's give them their 1, 2, 3, LQC, because it rhymes, and you can't argue with that.
It does rhyme. Oh, no, they didn't even do that. They just said LQC.
There you have it, Bex. Not so clever now, are we?
Why did you come on the stream just to be mean to me? I don't even understand.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, both very minimalist kit designs as well. So, players to watch out for in this game. You've got Seppe de Wit, number 16 of Antwerp. Obviously, de Wit. Of course, he's from Belgium. And Louis Nemet. Oh, great. And number 33, just walking onto pitch now. In fact, all of them are really good. And then for London Quidditch Club, so many names to pick out. I would go for Tom Stevens, the captain. Probably in the best shape of anybody in European Quidditch. And I would go for Ruben Thompson as well. A bit biased. He's my Quidditch Premier League teammate, Ruben Thompson, number 50. But... yeah, he's definitely probably the strongest defensive player in the British team.
Bex, I was listening to some people talking about LQC before, and they're telling me that although the chasing lineup of LQC is superb, the beating lineup, although being very good, can be beaten. And I think it showed before when the Rhino spawn showed them that they can excel in this area. Would you agree with that statement, or would you think I'm underselling them at this point?
I think that's fair. Jacopo Sartori is on right now, number 99 to start. Previously Team UK, still around Team UK, so incredibly strong, but yeah, not quite as good just because they have an elite chaser core, like some of the best in Europe. So Seb Waters has the quaffle. Fantastic keeper. I'm just going to say fantastic for all of them. Isn't that a bit boring? But yeah, amazing tactician, that's the word I want. Amazing tactician, number 10, Seb Waters. Playing it close, playing it...
smart!
Easy, very smart. Passing the ball to Tom Stevens. And just popping it in. Yeah. The head ref again is Nicolas Muller. He does not take any mischief.
No, he doesn't. He's a very no-nonsense referee. Very quick to whistle as soon as he sees anything with his sharp eyes that's against violations in any rulebook ever written.
This one time, I sneezed, and he took it as an offense to the ref. No, that's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke.
I wouldn't put it out of his way.
I wouldn't put it past him. So, Seppe de Wit, number 16, like I said, with the quaffle. Louis Lemet has his bludger, number 33.
Now going to make a short gap for his buddy, Sepp de Wit. Looking for the right-hand side.
My favorite thing about the Dodos, well, sorry, there's their old name, Dodos. Dodos Quidditch from back in the day before they became more professional and changed to Antwerp Quidditch Club. It's just how they started, a bunch of high school kids just playing this game.
Yeah.
And I first played them back in 2014. And they were good then, but at one point they were playing with 4 chasers. And we still beat them. So they've come a long way since then.
Yeah, they've come a long way. You need to knock 2 goalposts down in order to prohibit Sepp de Wit from driving into the remaining one. And it was a bit unfortunate. LQC seemed quick to tip the second one over, and before that there was a little bit of too much contact from Louis Lemit on the LQC beater. I think the refs should gather themselves and make some decisions on how to continue this game now that Sepp de Wit is surrounded by 2, 4, 6. Yeah, 6 LQC players. Maybe that's even enough to bring him down.
Perhaps. Maybe. He's good.
He's good.
But he's not superhuman. Would you rather fight 4 tiny LQC players or 1 giant Seppe de Wit? What would you rather do?
Ooh, 5 horses sized like ducks? Or
yeah, that's what I'm trying to go with like that. But in this scenario, the LQC players are half the size they are, and in that one, Seb's massive.
I gotta say, I'm going with the waist-high LQC players. Just because I think I'm like more of a kicker, and Sepp de Wit is yeah.
See, I wouldn't, because Bex Lowe chaser over there. What number is she? Number 13. She's got a black belt in karate and competes international at karate.
Could you tell me that before I made my decision to take 4 of her?
Oh no, Ben Malpass got carded number 20. So
Nice.
the Antwerp are in a power play right now. They've got 1 extra player right now, and Ben Malpass can go back into the game. So the score is currently 10 for LQC, 10 for Antwerp. And I am joined now by Sam, who looks a bit confused. Sam, you're with the Antwerp London Quidditch Club game.
All right, good. Okay,
Yeah,
Antwerp versus... Oh, I've just come from. That's the one I want. London just won that one, which was quite nice.
London. Which London won what?
London just... Oh, sorry. London just beat Turkey.
Cool, don't be vague, Sam.
Yeah, well, they did it. Right, well, I'm back now. I've just been thrust into commentating, taking over from Philip's side of things. To be honest, I was on my way to go sit down and have a drink. But I suppose duty calls.
You're here now. Big boy Ruben Thompson has been put on for an injury sub. The crowd goes wild. They all love a bit of Ruben. He's one of the nicest guys in Quidditch.
So the game's only been running for 2 minutes now at the moment, I believe.
Yeah,
we
2
have
minutes,
a score
two
of...
2 goals. What do you want? 10-10.
10-10. That's not bad. Hopefully that'll keep up for the rest of the game, keep it nice and interesting. So London versus Antwerp. Some powerful beating plays there. Hitting the bludger off someone so hard that it goes right back to your own keeper line is a good power shot. Beautiful jump there, but not being able to get the ball out before being put into contact. Taken down by two Antwerp players.
It took 2 Antwerp players to take down 1 Ruben, but it took 4 London players to take down 1 Seppa DeWitt. So
we
calculate that math.
Is that Aaron, did you say?
To take down Ruben.
Sorry, 1 Ruben. Is it 2 Rubens for a Sepp?
1... Oh, carry the 2. I don't know. Either way, they're all very strong big
You're gonna have to
boys.
sit down and do the maths on this
Give
later.
me a piece of paper.
Okay, running it through, making a good shot, but intercepted there by Sepp DeWitt, who is possibly more or less than Ruben in numerical value.
Seppa is slightly bigger, but Ruben is slightly taller.
Really?
It's interesting.
It's interesting. So we've got to take into account mass and volume on Sepp DeWitt, I suppose. Oh, that's a beautiful interception, and he's running down the pitch, number 69, being taken by Sepp, but managing to push through. Beautiful goal there, number 69.
Nathan, sorry.
Nathan.
Nathan.
Ooh.
If you want to do it
Exotic.
in a kind of French sort of accent there.
That brings the score to 20-10 in favour of Antwerp.
Because Antwerp have 2 teams in their tournament. Their B team also qualified for the European Quidditch Cup.
Well, how are their B team doing in the tournament at the moment? Have they managed to get into upper bracket yet?
That, I'm not sure. I've not left this commentating box. I'm not 100% sure what's going on with the rest of the tournament.
Oh, there was an attempted dunk there by Sepp DeWitt, but not quite managing to get through it. I think he forgot that through the laws of physics, 2 things can't occupy the same space, so trying to thrust a ball through someone's chest isn't a good way of scoring.
It would rattle them, though. It would be slightly annoying.
You would be rattled by it, aye. To be fair, he's got a good arm on it as well, so we can re-rattle it. Oh, okay, so taking up a good compact defence there. We've set behind the hoops, ready to intercept long passes, but not getting there quickly enough. That is a brilliant pass and score there from to number 12, leaving the score at 30-10 in Antwerp's favour. That was a very nice play there, very quick. Didn't see it coming. Neither did London. It's nice to see that the London teams have a good spirit of fans chanting for him here.
That is really nice.
And the
British teams end up being fierce rivals at home, but you go internationally and everyone just supports everyone else. It is a really lovely thing.
That's another goal there, leaving the score at 30-20. And these side goals that they're sneaking in there are absolutely wonderful, how Antwerp are putting these in. very much. They're sneaking players up the pitch until they're in a draw position. So that's a yellow card there. Was that for contact, was it?
Yeah, illegal contact apparently by Ruben, but the goal is counted as good, so Ruben won't serve time in the box. It does mean the yellow could stack into a red if he does something else wrong.
Ooh, scary.
It would be scary for LQC. He is an amazing defensive player.
So with only, almost 6 minutes of game time, LQC is just in snitch range. There's still a good, 12 minutes before that matters, but you don't want to lose it too early on in the game.
Absolutely. Fun fact. Ooh. You like my fun fact?
Got another fun fact.
So
I'm going to have to get these on calendars. I'll get a print-off calendar for it.
Thought for the day. So Ruben Thompson lives in Falmouth at the very, very tip of Cornwall. Ooh. Plays for London Quidditch Club and commutes to training from Falmouth to London, which is about a 5-hour drive.
I don't know if that's impressive or insulting to Falmouth.
Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit.
Oh, there's some fierce beating there, and not entirely sure what happened there, but it ended up with the London beater flipping over the back of number 34 from Antwerp.
Oh, that satisfying thunk again as the ball, as you catch a good pass.
Do love a good thunk.
Nathan Wilput with the quaffle. Nathan Wilput. A lot of Antwerp were on the World Cup silver medaling team. World Cup just last summer in Florence, Italy. So they are no stranger to the biggest stage in the world for Quidditch. Yes, Ruben. Excellent.
Ooh, will that go in? No.
Oh, I wanted that to go in.
I think there's the collective will of everyone in the stadium wanting that to go in.
So not even in a biased way. Not even because I love Ruben Thompson that much. Just because it would have been incredible.
It would have been nice. That would have made the Christmas real, I think. See people writing songs about it, telling it to their kids.
They spoke of the day. We shall speak of the day.
When Ruben kicked a ball through a hoop. It
My
was
other
cool.
Ruben fun fact. You want a fun fact?
Yeah, let's get a fun fact.
In Falmouth, his job is building boats.
Ooh, he's a shipwright. Oh, again, this passing play to the sides. Absolutely amazing from Antwerp. The score coming back up to 50-20 in favour of Antwerp.
Anybody could win this. That's the thing. I would not put beer bets on this one.
To be honest,
I would not.
I don't think the Raptors will win this one. I think it is probably between Antwerp and London.
You say that. Now, that is interesting that you bring up the Raptors, because number 81, Pakeman, is actually not Caleb Pakeman.
What, is he gay in disguise?
It is Jess O'Neill, who is converted from the Raptors.
I did not see
I am
Jess down there.
98% sure it is, or if not, a twin. Do you agree? Do you agree?
Yeah, that's got to be Jess O'Neill. Good Lord, they're doing a clap over here now.
LQC, LQC, LQC,
It's a little
LQC.
Who brought a drum?
What I love is the fact that we are in Belgium. We are, a quaffle's throw from Antwerp. And yet, look at the crowd that the British have managed to bring with them.
Bribery works a treat.
Brexit won't stop them.
Well, not this year, maybe next year.
Yeah, let's not talk about next year.
Yeah.
And I love that. And that is one of the best things about UK Quidditch and Quidditch UK in general. It's like that camaraderie. Like I said, rivals all year, play together for Team UK. Doesn't matter when we're abroad, so long as we're one thing.
We're the only ones who will like us.
Let's not pull at that thread. Oh dear. So it's a stoppage of play. We're going to wait to see what Nicholas has stopped now. I'm not really sure. Could be anything. Ooh, he's looking at his cards. Looking at his cards. Ooh.
He's just shuffling them for a bit of tension building.
And it's the Ace of Spades, everybody.
Is this your card? It's a red.
Ooh, whip out the handkerchiefs and a rabbit from the hat. Oh no!
Would a rabbit be illegal equipment?
There's like a yellow card. Is that Tim van de Hout?
They're currently checking the game time. At the moment, we've got about 8:25 as the game time.
Oh, we've got it perfectly right. It is 8:25. I love technology. At this time, I just want to give a shout out to everyone who's doing all the technology things behind the scenes. They've got this amazing HQ set up in the stadium. They're doing an absolutely fantastic job keeping all the live streams going, keeping all the scores updating. If only I could remember any of their names. Literally any of them.
All amazing. I have a Antwerp fun fact.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Now, I'm going to respect the privacy of the couple in question,
Yeah,
but a couple of Antwerp A players, lovely couple, they had a baby a month ago, and they're both playing today. So it begs the question where the baby is. I assume taken care of somewhere and not just sitting on the sideline.
Lord.
So yeah, big congratulations to them. I don't know what the baby's called. I don't know whether it's called Bludger, Quaffle, Snitch. I don't know. But yeah, I just thought it was really nice. And play is about to resume. So.
No, don't talk over the ref.
And Tom utilised the opportunity with that power play, Antwerp being a beater down, to score, taking the score to 20 for London, 50 for Antwerp. 30 for London, 50 for Antwerp. There we go, still in swim. This is exciting. Belgian champions versus British champions. This match could easily be the final game, and yet we've still got another whole day tomorrow. Isn't this exciting?
Ooh. Keep the days going. I mean, to be fair, we could just go have a day out in Brussels after seeing this game.
That's the thing. If this is a one-day tournament and we end with this, I'd be like, yeah, cool, let's go see the man and compete, you know? Like, and the Atom. No problem.
And the Atom.
You know, the thing they've got, that like monument, there's like a big rubby thing in Brussels. Maybe you need to see it, then you'll know what I'm talking
So
about.
that was a beautiful attempted pass and throw through the hoops there, but unfortunately just being taken out off his feet, not making it into the goal. Jess O'Neill really pushing into the beaters on that attack there. Now taking a bludger, there's a loose bludger, there's no bludger defense, with Sepp trying to stop it, but not being able to bring number 16 down.
Ruben, number 50, is swapping on for André Covet, number 8. Catalan player. And you know, Catalan. My homies from Catalonia. Catahomia, if you will.
Catahomia.
Yo.
Ooh. Bro.
No, because both of these teams are favourites to go in as meddling. So
it's a shame that this game is so early on, being on the first day. Because something like this you would expect to see again between these two towards the end of the tournament, as we were saying earlier. We're just trying to figure out after this game what's going to be the next one, really, the next nice big one to look forward to.
You and me versus beers. So
here's another stoppage of play. It looks like there's going to be a reset to...
Bexlow, number 13, now has the quaffle for London Quidditch Club. Bex, excellent name, if I do say so myself. And play has resumed. Pass to Seb.
Who runs straight into contact.
Straight in to Sepidil hit.
That was possibly...
Which is the human equivalent of running into a wall. Let's be honest now.
That might have been one of the worst positions to have received a catch, as your feet are merging into...
To be fair, Seb very, very rarely makes any kind of error. Like, he's an expert at reading the game, deciding what to do. So I'll forgive him that one. That's okay. That's okay.
Very forgivable.
So it's still 60 to 40. 60 for Antwerp, 40 for London. So London, interestingly enough, but not interesting enough to be a fun fact.
Oh!
Amazing, Andre. Amazing.
He got the dunk.
Amazing.
London have just scored, bringing the score to 60-50 in favour of Antwerp. And now London have bludger control.
So, not quite as fun as a fun fact, but more like historical. This is London Quidditch Club's first season. First season, British champions, right? Maybe shooting for a European medal. They are the creme de la creme, the cream of the crop of British Quidditch. forming one team because everybody who's really passionate about Quidditch moves to London, apparently. So
they're doing well, but Bexlow almost taking 16 down to the ground, receiving a beat on the back, but managing to pass off firstly. Oh, that should have been a goal, but she fumbled the catch. Number 24 perfectly positioned there to get a goal in from that pass. Unfortunately, just sometimes in the pressure and when it goes in, you just can't get your hands around that ball.
yeah, it's hard to really understand from the stream how hard they're passing, how accurate it is. You can't land every single one, but the fact that they catch, both teams catch, make, finish way more hoops and goals and passes than they drop. That's the difference. That's the difference in your OK teams and your elite teams.
The difference between OK and elite, the ability to catch.
Sometimes it is.
Despite how sarcastic that sounded, it was not.
Oh.
Also, to be fair, being able to put the ball through the hoop is also a good.
It helps. It
helps.
helps.
It's the little things.
It's a lot of things.
Little things. So that's another goal there for Antwerp, bringing the score to 70-50 in favour of Antwerp.
I am very excited.
I'm very warm. It's quite a sunny day. The Antwerp beaters preferring to drop their bludgers back towards their hoops and try and catch the ball. Sometimes it does mean, just like now, that it does disrupt their beater lineup on the defense, allowing for breakaways and good shots.
Andrew does it again.
Beautiful shot.
Oh, so fun
Score
fact.
is 60-70. We've got another Bex fact.
So this one's supplied by London, not something I've plucked out myself. Andre plays any position, and they nickname him within the team Spider-Man because he catches anything out of the air. He showed that with his alley-oop, that fantastic positioning there to pass, to get that ball in.
That is true.
Actually, I will give LQC credit where they do. They give us these cheat sheets, and we've got some fun facts. Now, all of these are from London that they've supplied, not me.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Stevens, the captain, is in the top 20% of CrossFitters in the UK. So he's good at CrossFit.
Lord, that is very good. That is amazing. I must admit, I have no idea what you actually do in CrossFit.
You lift things, and you run, and you throw things, and you generally be very fit.
So it's fitness.
Yes.
All right, fair enough. So he's a very fit person. Can I just take a very quick shout out to Timur, a Russian player, who really needs to get back to studying. He's doing his exams and whatnot, and he's too busy all the time to do anything.
Well,
so,
good luck to him. Good luck to him.
Back on the field now. The refs are coming back in. It looks like there might be a card situation here. Not 100% sure what the call's going to be.
Most of my fun facts have been my own, though, Sam.
I don't know if I can trust you now.
That's true. It's all true. I would never lie to you. I feel like you'd lie to me, but I would never lie to you.
No problem.
So, another ref, a gathering of refs. I don't know what you would call that. Like a murder of crows, a herd of elephants. A parliament of refs. I like that. That though implies it's democratic, so.
Blue card. Continue play after being beat. 27, London.
So that's no goal. A blue card on London. Score is currently 70-50.
So, blue card. So, will Antwerp be able to capitalise? They have bludger control against one beater. Their beater is Karina.
So just for anyone watching, if you don't know, you should probably read the rules. But a blue card is a card that's non-stackable. So if you get 2 yellows, you get a red. With a blue card, you can get as many as you want. Therefore, smaller offences, like technical fouls, so not doing the right substitutions, things like that. Oh, again, almost did their amazing pop to the side shots, but they're just getting buttery fingers now.
London are a player down and Antwerp didn't score on them. So if it takes...
To be fair, they do have Sepp.
If it's two Antwerp to 1 Ruben, but 4 London to a Sepe, are London Quidditch Club's 5 better than Antwerp 6?
5. I don't know. No.
Whoa,
big old
big
yeet there.
loopy.
Looks like it was going to go out of the pitch, but he probably should have let it go out of the pitch. Oh, hang on. I think... Ooh, what's going to happen here? Okay, so that seems that both players were sent back to hoops. Believe that they both minor fouled by taking the ball outside of the game area. That's another goal there for Antwerp.
Lewis Boast is now back in the game.
That brings the score to, well, I think it's 80-60 or 70. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, so the score is currently 50-80 in favour of Antwerp. Number 57, they're doing a nice, very fast run.
And the snitch is going to come on pitch very soon.
Ooh.
Okay.
2 minutes
Who's going to win?
Who's going to win?
Who's going to win?
One of these two teams, I think.
Which one of these two teams?
Will win this game. You know, I think I'm going to have to give it to London on the snitch play. But if Antwerp are able to continue playing as they are at the moment, they might be able to pull them out of range.
And no one's taking down Tom Stevens.
No one is.
That was 3 Antwerp, and none of them were getting down Tom Stevens. So there's no algorithm for this. That's my conclusion. It's not about Cambridge Analytica. It's not about analyzing the data. It's nothing. I just can't work it out. So the difference, I think, a lot of these players from London, you've got your core of Warwick boys, your Melpass, Waters, and Stevens, who've been playing together their whole Quidditch careers. We're looking at, 4 years now or more. But then Antwerp have been playing for even longer together, and sometimes you can just see that. You know, you can sort of see the difference, the communication and the work together. I don't know.
Sorry about the awkward silence for me there. Trying to figure out if you can hear the refs when they're talking, just the shouting bit, or when they're in the little refs meeting. Because if you can hear them when they're in the little refs meeting, I won't get the loader. I want the dirt from that meeting. Like figuring out what they're saying, you know, they're going like, oh, this player's really annoying. I'm going to card this one just for a laugh.
As I said before, you can hear Niklas's whistle in Luxembourg, but...
Ooh, the dust from that bludger hitting the floor. Oh! That was brilliant pass-along play there. One player went down, popped it out, straight through there.
I kind of want this game to flow a little bit more. There is a lot of stoppage with this game.
There it is.
And it's not been egregious. Like, no, it's been not even like massive tackles. I think there was more like bit of filth with the Ntnui game we saw earlier. Ntnui versus Werewolves of London. There was like some cheeky Quidditch going on there that was, you know, skirting the rules on both sides. Whereas this is like there's been a lot of technical fouls. Matt Bateman's on.
Well, that last foul there, I believe it was a yellow card for illegal contact. So, I mean, technically it's a technical foul.
Oh,
It's
that's
a
very
beautiful
true.
beat
That's a
on the
very good
back.
point.
There. The sound, I don't know if you're hearing the sound. Ooh, that did look like it was a neck tackle. But it's been knocked out. Oh, that was a good intercept there.
So number 57 for LQC is Matt Bateman. from New Zealand, who is our vice president of Quidditch UK. He had a little run and now he's subbed back off for Jacopo Sartori, number 99.
I must admit, I'm just amazed at how high Sepp de Wit can actually jump. That lad, he almost hit the atmosphere, I think. The Seekers are about to enter.
Get him down before gravity loses its hold. So,
Snitch is now on pitch.
Team UK Seeker, Jonathan, I believe his first name is.
I'm going to say all right.
Yeah?
Maybe.
That's not a fun fact. That's
It's not a fun fact.
It's just
It
a fact.
might just be a fact.
If it's correct.
I think every fun fact has to have a little bit of a lie in it. That's the rule.
Yeah, it is Jonathan.
That's another goal there for Antwerp, which now we're looking at the scores being 100 to 50 in favour of Antwerp. London are now very much out of range, not even for overtime. So the chances are they're going to go very defensive on this snitch now.
See more of that bubbling that we talked
That
about.
lovely bubbling. Potentially, if they're able to draw the beaters away from the Antwerp's goals, they might be able to get in some hoops there and start scoring back. But as it stands, this is Antwerp's game to win. Seekers are now going on. 3, 2, 1. Seekers are released. There they go. Bit of jostling there. Friendly jostling. Little bits of banter.
It's just a game, lads. It's just a game. Yeah, so Purvis is going to obviously take on a defensive role. Like this game matters. This is important to them.
So again, on the snitch, they're very, very much just using their Seeker as a defensive wall, trying to get that quaffle, but just going off pitch there, a bit too far for them to do it. And in the beta game, Antwerp have total control of the bludgers as it stands. And now they have total control of the snitch. That was a bit overzealous with the whistle there.
It extended further than Luxembourg this time. You could hear it in Austria. I'm so tense.
Are they having a water break? Oh no.
Ah, tea break, lads, tea break. Whip out the oranges.
Go get the cakes. Okay, that was a stoppage for no reason. Now they're back in the game here.
Let me read the hieroglyphs. What was the prediction? Do we know what the stoppage was for?
I got no idea. Well, Antwerp really going for that snitch there. Almost getting the hand on the tail, but just missing it. London really have to get back into the game now if they're going to try and pull it back in any shape or form. Sepp making a good interception there. Powering it through. Only one beater in front of him and 2 chases, 3 chases. Little bit of a weak toss there. Beaters have now cleared out London from the hoops. Ooh, that is one power stance from the snitch there that he had.
This snitch has performed really well. We've watched him on this field like quite a lot today, and he's not making it easy. Which obviously is not his job to make it easy, but it's just nice to see.
It is what you want to see in a snitch.
Yeah, I use the snitch a lot, and it's that it's that moment where you've lasted at least enough time now that okay, if I get caught now, it's not embarrassing. That's what I always strive for, to not embarrass myself.
No, but not like Andrew Hull, who I believe lasted around 14 seconds as a snitch twice.
City of Culture, Andrew Hull.
City of Culture.
Yeah.
There's so
fantastic.
many jokes I can't make before 9.
Yeah, that was why I took a pause too. It's like, let's keep it PC. Yes,
and there's
Tom
another
Stevens
goal
got.
there for no good. It's been called no good, beat before the goal.
I'm guessing so because Tim van der Hout was like, my dude, my beat. And so I think that's probably what happened there.
This Antwerp Seeker, he's doing a lot of roly-polies.
If you make the snitch dizzy by rolling around him.
If you can confuse the snitch, you can win the snitch.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can catch a snitch.
That was a good lob there, but unfortunately, it's pretty much to no one.
So Lizzie Keegan, who just passed the ball to the keeper then. Fun fact.
Yeah, go on, fun fact.
She's playing for Team Scotland in the
Oh,
summer.
even funner fact, Antwerp just caught the snitch. Now, I
That
can't
is
see anything on
interesting.
pitch that says that they shouldn't win from that. Currently with a lead of 100 to 50.
So 50 points.
50-point difference.
I thought it was going to be a closer game. If I'm honest.
I too. I must admit, my heart didn't start racing from tension in that game. I think. I feel hard done by.
I do a little bit. I was robbed. File a police report because I was robbed. Good game
Robbed
though.
of an emotional roller coaster. Both teams play very well. It's just one of those ones where sometimes the tactics and the way that you play just don't correspond with the opposing team in the way that you want it to go. Again, quite a slow-scoring game for both teams. Just slogging it out, really. So they've just sent the players. I don't know if we can hear what they're saying over there or not.
Oh, Nicholas has a decision.
Here it comes. Ooh.
Is gender rule in question here? No, Bex is over there, Karina's there, Lizzie's there. Yeah, gender's fine.
Or it'd have to be on Antwerp's side.
Oh yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I just forgot who called the snitch.
I'm not entirely sure. Antwerp might be. No, they're not breaking gender. That
Match
is
is
called
good.
good for Antwerp, leaving the
Darn.
score 130 to 50. Putting Antwerp very firmly in upper bracket, I think. And London still in upper bracket? I feel like they're probably still
Don't
in
make
upper
me
bracket.
do more math, Sam. Please, I'm begging you.
I'm going to guess they're in upper bracket. Both
It
teams
would be
shaking
shocking if it wasn't. But then Ntnui didn't, I don't think. So
No, but yeah, they didn't.
it's
Yeah,
been a day of upsets. Either way, fun game. Good commentating, Sam. Enjoyed
fun
it again.
game.
No
It
fun, no more fun facts for now.
No more fun facts. Well, one fact is I'm going to go to the toilet now. So that's what I'm
Enjoy.
going to leave that on. Well, see you in a bit.
Bye.
Is now got to keep going and.
We are back here from the studio, from the analyst's desk after this, well, exciting stonker of a game here. London Quidditch Club falling to Antwerp Quidditch Club, 50 to 130 star with me, Gio Farino and Peheise. That was an insane game, guys, right?
Yeah, brilliant. The Antwerp defense was just so rock solid. The tackles, the beating, everything was just on point, and it just clicked. And yeah.
I think, but it was also, the London defense was also pretty good. It's just really hard to defend against a team which is really good at passing and driving and troll passing, because what do you want to do? You can't stop everything.
Yeah, it's quite difficult. I noticed Tom Stevens and Ruben Thompson put in an absolute shift with the tackles, but even the two of the best UK tacklers can't hit everyone at all times. There's only two of them.
I think what was really impressive was one scene where Antwerp actually they did a counter-attack, and I think Seppe was just running, and he was being beat, but before he passed to someone, no one knew someone was actually running beside him, and he passed to that person, and it was an easy goal.
And that's so important as a chaser. If you're driving through, having that support and being able to run at the beater, take the beat, but just passing it off, nice, easy goal.
There were so many moments of this game, at least if you, in my opinion, where you just think, okay, this Antwerp drive is over, but they just kept pushing it on. They just kept finding ways to avoid the pressure of LQC, or even just forgo it altogether, or just push through it. Like, have we potentially seen the champion here? What would you guys say?
That's an interesting point, and you've completely blindsided me there. I think Antwerp could go all the way. I think they're a definite final contender. I think they definitely should be a medal contender at least.
Yeah, well,
I think that I would say I'll give them a medal, definitely. But what colour? That's the real question.
Oh, Pei, what would you say?
I think we're going to see them in the final, because I can't. No team comes in my head that would actually be able to beat Antwerp right now.
The Teutons?
Yeah, maybe, but I actually think Antwerp is better because they have a more diverse playing style, I think, because they just can do more different things and on a different level.
Let's also not forget, LQC was a legitimate title contender before we went into this tournament, and not to drag them or anything, but this game was never not in control of Antwerp.
No, I think they just had more answers. The communication and coordination between beaters and chasers for Antwerp was on point. One notable thing, Seb Walters, the keeper for LQC, didn't sub off. And eventually, no matter how good you are, no matter how fit you are, fatigue fits in.
Yeah, you're going to get tired, absolutely.
Even if it's only concentration, you will see it on the pitch.
You need that break just to come off. Even if you give it to someone to hold the ball, you can I go, here you go. You can hold the ball for 2 minutes. I'm going to go get some water, and I'll come back and I want it back.
Right, but what do you see London Quidditch Club, from all of our calculations as far as we know, going down into the lower bracket here? Especially funny considering the Unspeakables are going into the upper bracket, but that is a different topic altogether. But where do you see the way continuing for LQC? Just gonna go a frustrated rip through the lower bracket, or?
I think, yeah, as we said before, they're title contenders. They are an incredible strong team. I think that of their roster, they have 10 Team UK training squad players, which is an insane amount of players. And they do have natural chemistry. Players like Luke Trevette, Ben Malpass, and Seb Walters have all played together previously at Warwick Quidditch Club, so they've played together for at least 4 years.
They just have to keep the head in the game, and then just go from game to game and win the games. And I think they can do it. I'm pretty sure of it. They just can't lose themselves in the frustration.
So this is actually this was actually a rematch. Antwerp came to London and played a mini round robin tournament, and the result actually went the same way. Antwerp won their game, and then I think it took pretty much an all Team UK squad to stop them. So I genuinely think they could probably go all the way and take the gold.
Yeah, there's also like we were talking about Antwerp's resilience here into the pressure of London. Let's give some credit where credit's due, like one play by Backslow where she was under so much pressure from the Antwerp players. I don't think the goal stood. I don't think there was a goal scored at the end, but there's just so many, like, LQC is a victim of the draw here, but, well,
They've got a lot of positives to take away, and I think they need to take those positives, reassess how the game went, and then take the positives forward and forget the negatives.
All right, and we will be right back in a second with our post-game interview here with Louis Lamite and I think Seppe de Wit, if I'm not entirely mistaken, of Antwerp Quidditch Club. Will we have a cut or will we just continue on? Okay, then we will be back in a second. And we are here with the promised post-game interview with Louis Lamite and Seppe de Wit of Antwerp Quidditch Club after this massive win over London Quidditch Club, putting y'all firmly in the upper bracket and pushing London Quidditch Club down into the lower bracket from all of our calculations. We're still currently working on that. Yeah, it did not seem like you guys have left control of that game for a second. Was that the game plan from the start?
So we went into the game expecting a lot of tension of the opponent because they needed to win, of course, just to get in the upper bracket. But we discussed it in front of the game, so we made sure to get the tension back for us as well. And that's how we entered in the game, and that's how we kept control from the start of the game.
Yeah, I think it's a scenario similar as last year, where Werewolves of London needed to win as well to stay in the upper bracket. So we were expecting the kind of energy. I think we responded pretty well.
Yeah. What were the keys to the beater game here? Because that did seem like a pretty crucial part, especially with Snitch on pitch. And you are regarded as one of the finest beaters of the continent. Like, we all know it. What were your thoughts going into that, like, from the beater side of things?
I first wanted to feel out a little bit how they were playing, so I was resetting quite a bit to see what their tendencies were. I think I've kept on resetting because I don't think they really had an answer for that. I still feel like I should have made some beats that I missed. But I think we controlled most part of the game. We had a tough time when Stitch came on pitch. We had a hard time getting control, so they could press a little bit. We could have scored more goals in the end, but I think overall our beater game was quite solid.
You're basically straightforward onto the next round. We don't yet know who you will play. Are there any teams in upper bracket that you're dying to meet? Are there any teams in upper bracket that you said we want to go through them?
It actually doesn't really matter what team we face. Yeah, of course, it would be nice to have a nice build-up to the final, but at the end, in the quarterfinals, in the semi-final, it doesn't matter. We just need to win every game.
Yeah, I agree. I don't really care about opponents. No.
We should play.
You just need to win every game, and then you win the tournament. That's how it goes.
Yeah. The old German football saying: "When the Meister werden willst, musst du alle schlagen. If you want to be champion, you got to beat everyone." Yeah,
exactly. Yeah,
exactly. So, this is sort of like, I mean, of course, Harelbeke there's closer cities to Belgium than Harelbeke to Antwerp. But is this like still? Does this feel like sort of a home tournament for y'all? Because I mean, it is relatively close to Antwerp still.
Like, I feel the distance doesn't really matter. Like the fact that our families here, our friends are here, as the fans, as supporting us, that makes it feel as a home tournament. So yeah.
Yeah, it means a lot that family and friends are watching in the stands. So in a way, it's like a home game for us. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You're probably like there. Let's be real here. You're probably your goal here is to go for the gold. Last time it was in a pretty tense final. Yeah. Wasn't enough versus Titans. Like. There's got to be a chip on your shoulder. You got it. The gold has to be the goal, right?
Yeah, but that's the only thing we are looking for here.
Yeah.
revenge for the last year.
So basically, day one is irrelevant now. We just if you lose tomorrow the first game, you're out of the tournament. So we were well aware that we need to stay focused and keep on going tomorrow because it's win or lose tomorrow. So win or go home.
Today was nice, but yeah, if you lose the first game tomorrow, then you have nothing. So we're not done yet.
So, are there any shifts we are going to see? Like, the plan so far has worked pretty well. Are we going to see a different side of Antwerp tomorrow, like some tricks up your sleeve? Not asking you to, like, tell us those, but are you prepared to bring something that teams probably won't expect?
I think we're able to switch styles whenever we have to, but I don't think like in personnel there's not a big switch or big change. But I think we're ready for every style that the opponent gives us, hopefully. So yeah, you might, but it depends on the opponent.
You also have two players of the Belgian national team here, of course, as well, and Belgium winning the silver medal at the World Cup in Florence, so sort of vying for a spot of like as one of the absolute premier nations of Quidditch in Europe. We also have this little thing coming up, the European Cup, the European Games in Bamberg. What are Belgium's goals for this?
Same as here.
Same as here.
Just gold.
Yeah, exactly. We've never medaled at EG, so it's time to medal and like get gold. I don't really care about another medal.
We got a fourth place twice, so it's time to get the gold now.
So basically, gold or nothing. I get that urge from both Antwerp and Quidditch and Belgium in this place. Belgium has for a while had a reputation of being like the country that basically has the 4 functioning teams and then their A and B clubs and everything. I did get the feeling that there are steps towards diversifying that, having more than just Antwerp, Liège, Ghent, and Brussels. How is that going? How is getting a stronger foothold also into the more rural parts of Belgium? Is there progress being made?
Not a lot of progress, to be honest. It's mostly Antwerp has 2 teams, Brussels same, and Liège and Ghent we all have 2 teams. We need to look for different cities if we want to stay good for the next 5 to 10 years. So we're now looking, as both presidents of the Belgian Quidditch Federation, we're now looking to expand and look to like maybe Harelbeke can have a team in the near future, but we're definitely looking for it to expand because right now, as it is now, it's not really a healthy thing for the long term.
No, it's not enough at this moment.
Yeah, any cities that you are like maybe starting to have like open trainings or something organized by the NGB? It has worked for Austria. I don't know.
For example, this year we set the Belgian Cup open, so it's a one-day tournament for the Belgian Cup, and every team, not even an official team, but every group of friends could join this tournament as a way for the growth in Belgium. And it felt like a good decision of us, and it actually worked out fine.
We also want to look to expand in the Wallonia region, the French-speaking region, as we lack teams there. So we're looking to expand there. Yeah.
So basically, looking forward to like having teams in Namur or somewhere.
Yeah, Namur, Luxembourg, Mons. Plenty of opportunities there. So yeah.
Yeah. I'm running out of questions fast. You're giving such precise answers. I'm
very sorry.
It's obvious the focus of Antwerp and Belgium being very clear, very straight, very focused. And I know you've already said you don't care who you play, but I mean there's got to be a little bit of a bigger chip against Titans, like the perennial standard final of the last couple of years being like Antwerp and Paris.
We know if we keep on winning, we will face them at some point in the tournament. So obviously it's a game we're expecting, and it's a game we're looking forward to. But I mean, if we don't meet them, then that's it. But yeah, we're definitely prepared for Titans. Because we know they're going to be there if we keep on winning.
And I mean, it's already also a game that both of the teams have played so much.
Yeah,
by now.
so actually in our history, we have never won a competitive game against Titans so far. So it's actually on the bucket list to get this done. So let them come.
Yeah. I think that's it here from us. Thank you very much, Lyon mit Sepedevit here from Antwerp Quidditch Club here. And thank you guys very much for agreeing to the interview. And I think it was an interesting conversation, hopefully for the viewers as well. And I'm giving back into the studio.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Parce que c'est des crampons beaucoup plus courts et donc je m'enfonce moins dans le sol, j'ai beaucoup plus de réactivité. Yes, food. Lovely, hello. Yay.
T'as des biscuits? Ça va?
D'accord. Faudra que j'y pense.
J'y ai pensé aussi
Quoi?
quand j'ai vu
Mal au pied.
Mickey, je me suis dit...
Mais rappelle-le-moi,
J'ai de nouvelles comme
je te les mets là-bas.
chambre en verre.
Faut vraiment me le rappeler parce que je vais pas y penser tout seul. Ça c'est sûr. Pain au lait.
Ça va le live stream? Ça va le live stream?
La caméra elle va.
Toi ça va derrière la caméra? Voilà. C'est bien ça.
Ouais, c'est pas compliqué. Hein.
Je sais pas, je l'ai jamais vu.
C'est d'aller au milieu de l'écran. C'est juste le mal au pied, pas d'être debout tout le temps.
Ils étaient intéressants les matchs ici?
Ah, le dernier en Londres là, c'était.
C'est quelle équipe de Londres?
London Quidditch Club, un peu.
Oui, il y a André dedans. J'avais pas compris, il m'a dit EQC.
Non, c'est elle qui aussi.
Oui, je sais qu'on a EQC, merci. Anvers a gagné tous ses matchs.
Quoi?
Anvers a gagné tous ses matchs.
Le dernier 0.
Ouais, donc ils ont gagné.
J'ai toujours avoir cette main-là. Du coup, après, il y a des trucs qui se passent derrière. En fait.
C'est quoi ces gens qui crient?
C'est ça, il y a une fête de village.
Mais taisez-vous!
Important announcement for all teams and especially captain.
To make sure that tomorrow will run as smoothly as possible, we ask everyone to provide at least 2 volunteers after each game tomorrow to help us out make this tournament run as smoothly as possible.
Est-ce qu'ils mettent à
We
jour
have to be a bit strict on that because today did not work as well as we thought it would be. So if teams do not provide us with volunteers, we will have to give your speaking captain a yellow card for the next game. So please make sure you leave your volunteers at the pitch you played at. Also, we will do the live stream, the draw for the next 2 slots in about 5 minutes on live stream. 5 to 10 minutes on live stream.
Courage.
Tu t'en vas? Attends, j'arrive. Comment? Je vais retourner aussi, mais je regarde vite s'ils ont déjà mis à jour les documents. Mais
Non-playing volunteers, we
Bah oui,
will
non,
do the referee scheduling downstairs in Tula for the next 2 slots. Also, if you're non-playing volunteer or referee, during dinner tonight with the committee, we will also have referee and volunteer meetings to explain more about tomorrow.
Ok. Une banane. Tellement de choses. Elles sont ici les bananes. Pas censé les manger. Mais en fait, je ramasse juste parce qu'il y a des gens qui laissent leur truc.
Le repas de ce soir pour les volontaires, c'est où et quand? Tu dois du tout, toi?
Ouais, comme je pourrais retourner à Bruxelles.
T'es venu comment?
Voiture.
Si tu rentres à Bruxelles, ça m'intéresse.
Ça dépend à quelle heure tu finis.
On se fait en courant. Je rappelle.
T'as un paquet de bananes ouvert là?
On s'appelle quand même.
De bananes? Ouais. Si t'en as un ouvert, j'en veux bien une. S'il n'y en a pas d'ouvert, je ferai 100.
De toute façon, elles vont être ouvertes à un moment.
Il est ouvert celui-là, non? Ouais, il était ouvert.
Non, on veut bien.
Ouais, c'est pas peine de me griffer la main. T'as vu à quel point elle veut sa banane, quoi.
On coupe mes ongles et tout. Pour une fois,
Allez, on
quand
se
je joue
casse.
pas, je me dis je vais me couper les ongles.
Bisous.
fight back.
You ain't never ever gonna break it. You can never beat them and they're better than you face it. Thinking that they give a damn, you're not thinking straight, kid. No, they don't give a damn, you got what I'm saying? I'm not fucking playing, I'll give it to you straight, man. There's too many others and you're not that great, man. Stop what you're saying, stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just faking. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore, I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds. Talking out loud so proud, you better shut your goddamn mouth before I do more speak out. It's about to head south.
Never gonna make it. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Aren't you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Aren't you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Fight back. Yeah, she's got some nice long hair, and you know that she's a bad chick. All the boys stare, can't help it, it's a habit. Clothes that she wears, short skirt and a jacket. I just wanna get her all alone on a mattress. I just wanna have it, I just gotta have it. Rumors all around say her body is fantastic. All natural, not a piece of fur is plastic. Head to her toes, yeah, they say that she's a lie. Yeah, the whispers all around say she has a reputation. Don't believe it till I see it, so I want a demonstration. And I've always learned it better with a hands-on education. So I need a private session if you get what I am saying. And they say that she's not easy, no, she's really complicated. But that only makes it better, and it's got me so fixated. And I'm not the type to wait around, I've never hesitated. But she's got me captivated, so the game, I'm gonna play it, yeah. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me.
Hello, everyone. So we're going to take a mic, take it up. All good. So we're going to start here, basically doing the lower bracket draw. So basically the way it works is for third-ranked teams in Pool A to D, we'll play the fourth-ranked teams in Pool E to H, and the third-ranked teams in Pool E to H will play the fourth-ranked teams in A to D. So we're going to start, it's a bit complicated, I know, but we're going to start with the games which will be first, which is going to be the left side of the bracket, which in this case is Pool A to D, third-ranked, and Pool E to H, fourth-ranked teams. So I guess we may as well get started on it. Lawrence, do you want to? So this is the third ranks Pool A to D, and it will determine basically who they play. So Lawrence? So this will be for rank 17. Or seed 17.
It will be Glasgow Grim Reapers.
So the Glasgow Grim Reapers. So they'll be number 1 on that one, so we'll put that up there. So we'll do the next ranked one. Lawrence?
Ntnui Rumpeldunk.
So we'll put them down.
No, they're not playing each other.
They're not playing each other.
Oh, that's
Yeah. Next we have
Oxford Mammoths.
And lastly, we have
Madrid Lynx.
So now we're going to do the fourth ranked teams from Pool E to H. So we're just going to put them in here, throw it around a bit. Yep. So the Glasgow Grim Reapers will be playing
Barcelona Eagles.
Also, please note that if you're looking at the schedule, even though it says pitch 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, this does not mean you'll be playing on these pitches yet. We'll be announcing that very shortly. So the second team, the team who will play Ntnui Rumpeldunks is
Antwerp B.
One second. So the third team who are playing Oxford Mammoths will be
Hippogriffs Bologna.
And the fourth team who are playing Madrid Lynx will be
Virtute Romana.
So those will be the first 4 games coming up shortly. We're now going to draw Pool E to H for the third ranked teams, and then Pool A to D of the fourth ranked teams. So we'll start with the third rank of E to H. Just bear with us 1 minute. Shake this one up a bit, just so Lawrence can't see. There we go. And so the first one will be
Rhinos Bomb.
And the second one will be
I'll keep mispronouncing this. Saginaw.
that wasn't too bad. So the third place one, not third place, but the third team from Pool A to D, so E to H.
Toulouse.
Sorry, can you please repeat who will be playing Rhinos Born?
They're not playing it. We're doing going to.
Who's playing after Rhinos Born? Saginaw?
Yep. And lastly, we're going to have
Another one I can't pronounce.
Hetepita. And now we're going to do A to D ranked 4. And so Rhinos Bon are going to be playing. We'll throw them in first, so we actually have a random draw here. If you're looking at the graphic, for some reason Rhinos Bon aren't on there, but we'll get there. Let me just double check. We might have got our cards mixed up. Yeah. No, that's definitely. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll just pause this live stream while we face some technical difficulties, but we do have our 5 o'clock game, so we'll get to your pictures shortly, and they'll be announced on the screen, and then we'll get back with the rest of the bracket draw. Can we cut that?
Never get old. Screw what we're told. We can't be controlled. It's too late now. I remember
and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be. And how careless we could be. And how careless we could be. And how careless we could be.
Now I remember you and me, and how careless we could be.
Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Keep my head up when I act, head up, that's a fact. Never looking back, I'ma keep myself on track. Keep my head up, staying strong, always moving on. Feel I don't belong, tell my thoughts to move along. Push myself to be the best, die with no regrets. Live with every breath, see my message start to spread. And I had so many dreams, then you hit your teens. Life ain't really what it seems, try to find out what it means. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to I don't want no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad. I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooter's gonna shoot it, I'm gonna shoot it till I won, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah.
Thanks for your patience, guys. We just had a mix-up in the sheets, which is our fault. We do apologise. So we're going to redo for 16 o'clock draw. So this will be third ranked teams in Pool E to H. So we're going to draw them now. Just mix that one up a bit for you, Lawrence.
So the one that was not in there just before is London Quidditch Club.
Coming up next, we have
Harelbeke.
improving there, Lawrence.
Yeah.
Coming up third, we have
Toulouse Muggle Quidditch.
And lastly, we have
Saginaw.
So now we're going to do the the fourth place of Pool A to D. Let's make sure this is nice and down. So coming up against London QC, we have
Little Black Snitches.
coming up against Harelbeke.
Olympien. Paris.
Coming up against Toulouse Quidditch Club is
Dementores Quidditch team.
And lastly, coming up against Saginaw, we have
Lyon Crookshanks.
Oh, to get that sorted. So there we have the games at 6 o'clock. We'll be announcing a bit later on the microphone which one will be on which pitch. I believe we actually might need to do a quick break before we can continue on with the upper bracket. We'll just be back in about 5 minutes. Sorry.
For me, I don't give a fuck if you got a college degree. Did you learn anything? Really worth anything? 200 grand later and we're not even working. Student loans worth more than what we're earning. Best lesson I learned is to keep on searching. Find your true passion and get to work. And better take action or you end up serving. Yeah, that's a fact. So you better clean up your act. So you better grow yourself a stack. And tell the world they can suck on that. Don't come back, pack your bags. Take a trip and don't relax. You hit the switch and just attack. You find your niche and make some racks. Don't hold back.
Everybody wake up. It's time to break up with the life you made up. It's time to trade up. Live the life you want now. A life you don't doubt. I could give a fuck how. Just figure it out. Wake up, man, this life is a blur. Everyone's got an opinion, so which one you prefer? Cause I'll give you one that's coming from an entrepreneur. Don't give up on your dream if it's what you deserve.
Failure ain't an option, so I'd be cautious. I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this. Work until I'm nauseous, cause I will not quit. No, because I want this. Don't try to stop me. Failure ain't an option, so I'd be cautious. I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this. Work until I'm nauseous, cause I will not quit. No, because I want this. Don't try to stop me now.
yeah. I don't believe in destiny, I just do what's best for me. Don't listen to my enemies, they're just full of jealousy. Yeah, this legacy, you gon' see what's left of me. You gon' see success in me, you ain't seen the rest of me. I just wanna be the best at what I know, better than the rest, just watch me grow. Put me to the test and watch me go. This is my quest, I'ma make it known. They call me obsessive, oh I know. Call me selective with my notes, call me aggressive with my flow. Call me offensive even though Joe, I ain't gonna lie, life's tough. Try to get by, life's rough. Try to do it right, it's not enough. Even though you try, you still mess up. But I'm still gonna fight for what I love. Still gonna die for what I love. Still gonna try, I won't give up. Still gonna fight until I've won. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left. And I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret. Cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win. I won't stop till the end, no. Through some injuries, mentally and physically. Studied them religiously so I don't repeat history. And people won't admit to me they don't want a victory. Bad enough to get a C, they'd rather just go leave it be. I know this journey I've been on since 13. Working hard and learning, never stopping searching. Yeah, it's burning, all this passion hurts me. I took action working, writing down these words. No, I'm not okay, I just wanna be something. I don't wanna be nothing, living all alone. No, I'm not alright, I'm just barely getting by. But I'll tell you I'm just fine, so you leave me alone. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left. And I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret. Cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win, I won't stop till the end, no.
Yeah. Hello and welcome back. Now we're ready to do the upper bracket for tomorrow morning. So again, the left side of a draw will be the first game, and the right side of a draw will be the second game, which means that in the first game, we'll be choosing the first-ranked teams of Pool A to D, and the second-ranked teams of Pool E to H. So we'll get started. So the first four teams in Pool A to D in here. Let's move this around. All yours.
All right, thank you. I'm just going to close my eyes. The first one will be Metu Unicorns. Oh, sorry. Can you do it?
Yep.
Okay. Next one. Münchner Wolpertinger.
There we go.
That one is Velociraptors. I pronounced that really badly. Last one is then Werewolves of London.
So next we have the second-ranked teams of E to H, who will play off against these. So we're just going to mix those up a bit. So the Unicorns will be playing
Ozai Quidditch Vikings. Do you put them here?
Yep.
Okay.
So next up, Münchner Wolpertinger will be playing
Darmstadt Athenas QC.
Velociraptors Quidditch Club will be playing
Rainers Bonn.
And lastly, we have Werewolves of London, and they're going to be playing.
London Unspeakables.
We've got a London matchup there. So coming up at, we've got the right side of our upper bracket, which is at 9 o'clock tomorrow. The first team we have is
Paris Frog Quidditch.
the second team we're going to have.
Hippogriffs. I'm sorry.
The third team we have will be
Antwerp Quidditch.
And lastly, we're going to have
Titans Paris Quidditch.
So that was the first ranked teams of E to H, and now we have the second ranked teams of A to D. And so Paris Frog will be playing
Liège Leviathans A.
The next game will be Hippogriffs versus
ITU Honeybees.
That's a tough one. We've got Antwerp A versus
Ruhr Phoenix.
And this means that Titans Paris will be playing
Ghent Gargos 1.
Thanks very much, guys. So there we've got the draw in the bracket for EQC Division 1. We look forward to the games over the next day. It's going to be an intense period. We'll be back soon.
In their captains, it's happening. I'm raising my status, facing the madness. I'm out gaining traction, avoid the distractions. I'm snapping, no captions, attracting reactions, adapting, attacking, commanding the masses. I'm practicing habits. I don't fucking ask bitch, I just fucking grab it. I am never static, massively active, expanding, backslid, planning to have it. So I will go capture it, and I'ma stay after it. I'm gonna fucking master it, put them on blast it. They will never last it. Don't be so dramatic, not my demographic. This shit is democratic, they vote effects, yeah, bitch.
Yeah. Everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now, I made mistakes but now I don't ever wanna be alone. I don't really ever feel at home. On my own, in the zone, that's the only way I know. Feeling low, about to blow back up. Here I won't ever let the doubt creep in. Gotta pop a couple more aspirin. I don't think I'll ever let you in. Easier to break it off as friends. I don't really understand myself. I don't really understand, need help. I don't wanna be left on the shelf. Couldn't even hear me if I yelled. It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold. Break down, always feel like I could break now, but I never let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way. Even when I'm feeling down, I fight. Even when I don't know what is right, I'ma pick a side and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shape me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always the plan. It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold.
Yeah. I spit raps like a heart attack, fast fatal heart impacts, past painful scars. In fact, I blast tasteful bars and pass. I back up my actions, fact don't ask, grab reactions, jacked attack with every word, then act with class as they hear me snap. I got nothing to lose, cause I fought and felt the bruise. Now I'm not the one confused, call the shots and they produce. I ain't lost, I'm finally loose. Pick a new silver excuse, I need the views to boost me to a new abuse of being used. Everybody wants a piece now, y'all can rest in peace now. You're dead to me, so peace out. Remember you're discreet out, get ready for defeat now. I'm gonna make you bleed out. Listen on repeat now and weed out all the weak now. Get up and make a change. Don't remember yesterday. If you got something to say, speak your mind before your grave. Cause your life is yours to save. Ain't nobody gonna change. Everybody stays the same. So be different, make a name,
like
huh?
a soldier, I keep on moving forward. Always getting closer. I march until it's over. And just like a soldier, I keep on moving forward, always getting closer. I march until it's over. And just like a soldier, I keep on moving forward, always getting closer. I march until it's over. And just like a soldier, I keep on moving forward, always getting closer. I march until it's over.
It's ridiculous, I'm spitting this meticulous and limitless. While others out there spitting shit got hits up on the charts and shit. I see why other artists quit, cause people don't reward good shit. They love to hate but hate to live. Society, you swing and miss. And honestly, I get it. Promise me you won't regret it. Wasting energy, forget it. Don't look back, go on and get it. Bite the bullet just a bit. Bite your tongue and don't say shit. Make your actions hard to miss. Be a legend, not a myth. Yeah. It's obnoxious that I'm conscious. Rapping honest as promise. Try to harness. As an artist, stay modest. It's a long quest. I will not quit till 10,000 people going off. When I drop this, I gotta make it now. Swear to God, I'm breaking out. Swear to God, I'll take a bow. Stand the stage with the crowd. Cause I got it figured out. I'm just honest and I'm loud. Saying modest, but I'm proud. No, I never had a doubt.
Just like
Yeah.
a soldier, I keep on moving forward, always getting closer. I march until it's over. And just like a soldier, I keep on moving forward, always getting closer. I march until it's over. And just like a soldier, I keep on moving forward, always getting closer. I march until it's over. And just like a soldier, I keep on moving forward, always getting closer. I march until it's over. And just like a soldier, I keep on moving forward, always getting closer. I march until it's over. And just like a soldier, I keep on moving forward, always getting closer. I march until it's over. I have a dream, that's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gon' get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the ninth inning, there ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream, living right, that's the thing. Every night, got a team, I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, hear them scream, okay, it's a dream. And I pray as a team, one day it'll be me. If I want it, then I get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today. For a minute, I don't stay, I just visit. Have no shame, I admit it. Looking right at me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. pray to God, man, I'ma make it soon. Silence all the haters as they see us making moves. I do what I want, so I got nothing to prove. Staying motivated, teaching others what to do. I'm staying focused, my mind is open. They start to notice that I'm in motion. There is no potion, you're not just chosen. It takes devotion to stay composed, man. Never stop, there ain't no time to fall. Try to live, get it up, you got one life to ball. Thinking big, never small, cause you gotta want it all. When you finally get that call, you get ready, take it on. Need a hand out, I already stand out. Starting to advance now, ready to expand now. You don't have a chance now, cause we're in demand now. Make it by the grand now, feeling in command now. They're looking right at me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now. Growing up, parents got me a guitar. Said you could do anything, kid, you could go far. You could be the president, fireman, race cars. The sky's the limit, kid, so shoot for the stars. So I strummed that guitar every day. Found a passion for music, never went away. I joined a couple bands and played a few shows. Tried to impress the girl in the front row. But soon enough, everything starts to change. As you grow up, nobody treats you the same. They try to take your future and make it real safe. You could be a doctor, accountant, or something sane. But yo, whatever happened to the sky was the limit. I fell in love with music, never thought it was a gimmick. I worked so hard on every tune and every single lyric. My whole identity depended on being artistic. Now you wanna strip that away so you feel okay? Cause if I make it to the top, what does that really say? That you shouldn't have given up, that you made the mistake? But if I fail, you feel much better about picking your lane, right? Yeah, things are gonna get better real soon. Yeah, I'ma just do me, you just do you. I swear it's gonna get better real soon. Don't let anyone tell you what you should do. I got a clear view. We're gonna make it soon. Just keep pushing through. Yo, what you got to lose? Yo, what you got to lose? Yo, what you got to lose? Just keep pushing through. Cause what you got to lose? Got to lose, 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 got to lose. I won't give up, I won't back down.
Hello, welcome to the EQC Division 1 in Harelbeke, Belgium. This is Henny commentating this thing for you.
And I'm Sam Davis, also commentating here. We're here at the Glasgow versus the Barcelona Eagles game. It was Barcelona?
Yeah,
they said
it's Barcelona Eagles.
Good.
Glasgow is on the left in black and white, and the Barcelona Eagles have just tried something on the right in white and blue.
Oh, it's very snazzy kit.
This is actually such a great perspective. It's my first time on this live stream, and it's quite cool. You feel so important, so high above everything.
It's nice being in a nice stadium where you can just have space to yourself. There's so many times where you just sit at the side of the pitch and you've got everyone around you.
You feel like we are standing on some kind of balcony. It feels like having a big speech.
It makes you feel like a dictator.
Yeah, in a
You
way.
can walk out, you can give a message to the people in front of you.
Is it better? Like the feeling? Hello.
No, that's how it starts. You get the power play.
That's how it starts, with a German on the balcony.
So Glasgow are doing their chant at the moment. No idea what they're saying.
Something Scottish.
Something, and now they've just given a
Maybe
nice
this is
little
what Grim Reapers say before they reap you.
Well, that'd be worrying.
Barcelona
Okay.
Eagles was the very first team in Spain to start training, they say. I will stick to Catalonia, I think. I don't dare to call them Spain.
I'll call them a lot of things. They'll be fine.
Lots of things. We're just
Have you
talking
seen
about.
any of these teams play before then?
No, yeah, I have.
So you
The
have seen
Eagles.
Barcelona Eagles.
I don't remember anything at all, but I heard great things from the Grim Reapers from Glasgow, and I'm
They're
secretly
good. A couple
fangirling
of,
them on Facebook.
A couple of weeks ago, I got to play against them. A tough game, something like that. Their chasers, especially on defence, they're beautiful players. Something like that. They
From the inside and from the outside.
I don't know. I never saw them on the inside.
Creepy.
But
I'm always admiring their home pitch because it's in some kind of park. Maybe they've changed it now, and I wonder how they are allowed to play there because the lawn is just destroyed afterwards.
normally in the UK, you get to play in parks by just not telling anyone you were there. So you turn up, ruin it, leave. You have to be quick.
It's so easily ruined. It's raining every single day. I think I've been an Erasmus student in Scotland. That's why I'm fangirling the team. Which doesn't mean that I know anything about them. I just know that they are quite decent. And I mean, they are playing D1 EQC after all, with the best teams in Europe.
Well, you'd hope if you get there that you're going to be a little bit decent. So at the moment, it seems they are attempting to start lineups, but I think there's a Broom substitution.
We could commentate the referees setting up the pitch.
Do you know who's ever roughing today?
I know.
Neither do
I don't know. The ref is hidden under a cap and in this fancy electronics.
Well, there's a shearer walking through there now with some brooms. I know that one. That's one.
And the referee's getting
One
the
out of
brooms
four.
ready. The brooms on the right are already there. The brooms on the left, almost. I count 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
They're getting there. They're almost ready to think about going. It's not very efficient,
You
is it?
got that ref warming up. The other one tying his shoelaces. Yeah, that's
The one thing
professional.
I do remember about Glasgow, their beaters do like to grab and swing on you. So they do like to get into a bit of a grapple when they're going after the bludger. It's a bit
this
of a
comes
mixed
down now.
grab bag if they're going to do well with it or not, but the chasers normally pick up any mistakes.
I need sunglasses.
Oh, yeah.
For your information out there, we need sunglasses. That's Belgium weather for you.
Off they go. So first to the quaffle is...
15 of Barcelona Eagles.
Getting it through, getting it knocked out just a little bit with a monkey claw there, stopping the arm, making the throw.
24 of the Grim Reapers. Making a goal, the first goal of the match. It's 10-0
That's
for Glasgow.
Matej B, I believe, from Glasgow. Matej. That sounds right. I'm gonna call him Matej.
I don't know.
That's how the word looks. So Matej
I could
scores
just
the
go the
first goal.
German
So
way,
that's
would be
10-0
Matej.
to the Grim Reapers.
Oh, we can't see the score from up here, so we just have to count ourselves.
Don't know.
Oh, we can.
We can see the score. See, we're highly
Fantastic.
technical
So
here.
let's go back to the game. So,
So Bludger Players just cleared out the Grim Reapers here, but their chaser lineup, as I was saying earlier, are just holding back Barcelona. without their bludgers.
Barcelona has a quaffle. I think this is a former Team Spain player, or maybe actual Team Spain player. Ooh.
They're trying to force their way through there.
Not Spain.
The Grim Reapers are now taking back quaffle possession.
24.
Oh, it's
giving the
Eamond.
quaffle to 7.
Eamond is the head ref for today.
Hello. Where's he from?
He's from Scotland, I think. Oh, no,
he's not. Oh, sorry, I'm just eating the microphone. He's not from Scotland.
I don't think he's from Scotland. Where's he from?
Outrageous.
He might be from Scotland. He no
Okay,
longer plays in
and
Scotland.
a shot to the hoops, and that missed. Or maybe it was a pass behind the hoops, where it's another Grim Reaper
There's
passing
a
to the front of
lovely
the hoop,
interception
intercepted by 27 of the Eagles, who's going forward, passing to another chaser, 75, tackled down by Glasgow, and the quaffle is with Glasgow again, 24, trying to get through, and another broom's down.
This will be fun. Let's see what this is. I reckon it's back contact. You got any guesses what it is?
No.
My guess will be back contact.
Actually, we are so far away. I wish I had my glasses on. I'm so busy trying to find out where the quaffle is. I sometimes forget to commentate. So, I think the only player I know of Glasgow is Gemma.
Sorry, who? Which one?
Gemma. I think he's playing beta.
Oh, Chema.
23.
Ah, yeah.
Hi, Gemma. I don't think he knows that I know him. Just this kind of guy who's always everywhere. Illegal rap. To Glasgow 19. Who's coming
19.
towards the sin bin.
Yeah, I think that was the one where she rapped the player.
That
would be that.
That was that
Inside
incident.
there.
So,
the
and
power stance she's taken up though in the subs box there. She looks like a politician about to give a speech. They've done that in the UK where they tell people you look more powerful the further your legs are apart. It's an odd theory,
Eagles trying to get that's a goal for the Barcelona
It's a
Eagles.
lovely little
I think
pass
it's
there.
10-10 now.
Pop out, that was number something 7. 27.
No, 27. I don't know.
No, it wasn't.
They don't have a 75, so that's easy.
They
It's
didn't. Yeah,
probably
it was
27.
75, not on the sheet. They're cheating. They've got a
Larger
ghost player
control
again.
is with I don't know, with the Barcelona Eagles. The Grim Reaper slowly moving the quaffle forward.
They are currently walking into a little bit of a trap here with the beaters from Barcelona closing in.
Really
but
high
they are
offense.
pushing them back now.
High offense by the Barcelona Eagles. Really long shot to 24 behind the hoops. Long shot from the 24 to the 7
They're
again
just
for Grim
passing
Reapers.
it between each other now, aren't they?
And this is
That's a jaw-shattering shot right there. There's pretty much nothing in the way of this Barcelona's players. They're going to push it through the hoop. They
goal.
Popped it right in.
20-10 for Barcelona, I think.
The Eagles seem quite happy about that. That was number 30. Well, I thought it was 37.
I was distracted by the loud cheering from Barcelona Eagles, who are all alive. And on the left side, haha, the Grim Reapers look a little dead. They are really, really quiet.
Well, they're being somber, aren't they? Death isn't loud. Unless it's some kind of blender that
unless
gets
it's
you.
loud.
Like, a chainsaw, that's pretty loud. That's a good way to die.
Scotland, Grim Reapers. Slowly moving up the pitch. The beaters do beater stuff and really long shot. This was
getting
such a long shot.
bludgered to the gut there.
I've seen so many missed long shots today.
There's been a fair few of them. I think sometimes it becomes a little bit desperate, but there's no reason at this early stage for them
not
to
at all.
start playing like that.
That's
We're
what's
only
right there.
3 minutes in. It's still very much in range. Just one goal between them.
And the quaffle is with Barcelona.
See, there's another issue in terms of their beaters there. They constantly go for driving contact when they've got no room to push them back. They just get beat on the back and it's pulled everyone out of position. Something like that would be far better
Another
for
really
them.
long shot. That player is proud of his long
Oh.
shots, and 25 loses the quaffle because the player was frightened.
This
of
is
the
very much
bludgeon.
Glasgow's their signature play. These long shots where they get a troll behind the hoops and they go to basically try and get behind all of the defense. They do it constantly. If you've got someone back there who's able to stop them, that can entirely destroy their game. So, on the pitch now, bludger control is currently with Barcelona, I believe. who with number 8 at the back there, they're marking the long passing option. They've obviously sussed out that Glasgow do enjoy their long passes.
And there's was it?
There was a long pass. It wasn't a goal.
But for me, it looked like one. It probably wasn't one.
But equally,
looked cool.
With these long passes, he gets them on point a lot of the time. The issue being they're so long, there's a lot of time for people to react to them.
Yeah, it's like, oh, great. I've got my bludger here, and there's the ball. Perfect.
I mean, it is a beater's dream whenever anyone does a very long-lasting shot.
That's I'm a beater, and it's a great feeling if you beat someone who's going to receive a long shot.
It does make you feel good. Oh,
that was
beautiful.
Nice pass, and another goal for Barcelona.
That was absolutely wonderful teamwork there. Positioning himself exactly where he needed to be just to pop that in.
It's 30-10 for Barcelona.
He almost leapt through the hoop himself.
Yeah, one of their most important players, number 7 from Grim Reapers, just scored another goal, so it's 30-20.
Grim Reapers there. Nice little... I mean, that seemed angry the way he wanted to do that. Just getting in, he didn't want to do anything pretty with it, just kind of force his hand through that hoop. Got the goal. So
really slow game in a way.
Well, they don't need to. They don't need to have it going fast at the moment. They're slowly picking up their points.
Oh, nice tackle by 19 of Grim Reapers to the 27, I think.
The Reapers are really suffering without bludger control here, with Barcelona's beaters being able to get straight in and just rip them apart, allowing things like that. That goal there.
Nice goal by the
all their
Barcelona
players around it.
Keeper. 27 Abraham. Brand new captain. He has 2 children, and they are his biggest fans.
He has 2 children.
Yeah, the 27 from Barcelona.
I thought you were saying his children are 27.
Oh.
I was going to say he must have been young.
You never know what happens in Catalonia. And
that was a lovely little lucky shot there.
It looked like an accidental goal.
I think that was supposed to be a pass, but we're going to say it was intentional.
It wasn't. It's me to say, that was not meant to be, but yeah.
Oh, very, very nice shot line.
Okay, the person with the 2 children has the quarter. It's moving up the pitch.
Walking in is.
Yes. I don't
long
really
shot there.
know
Now
what
Barcelona
to make.
are trying to do their long shots.
Don't really know what to make of the strategy, the offense strategy of Barcelona. They just happen. It looks like they're just staying around at some places, but nothing planned.
From the look of it, they've got a bit of a box formation going, where they do have a shoulder guard close to the distributor, and then 2 trolls behind the hoops.
Yeah, now they were just on one side. Wow.
They're not keeping good distance.
And a really long shot behind the hoops, and a nice kick by the Grim Reaper chaser.
Didn't really do much to help anyone there, did it?
Brooms down.
Let's see.
Discussion is going on. Okay, it was just a person on pitch.
Cool.
And Barcelona Eagles have the quaffle. And they have bludger control still. Bludger control means your team has 2 of the 3 existing bludgers in play. By the way. Oh shit. Sorry. That was just the wind. Sorry. I'm so sorry. The wind blowing away all our notes. Okay, 27 has quaffle. And this is a goal by 27. Abraham, I think.
That brings the score up to 30-50. Barcelona getting very excited again now. I think once the sun comes out, they kind of warm up. They're a bit like lizard people. They need the extra heat, and then they start shouting, they start scoring goals.
Barcelona, right?
Oh, yeah. But Glasgow, they are just stood there somberly.
Still, it's like like a funeral.
One of them's now clapping a bit. That's interesting.
And the others try to clap along.
I think so. I think they're saying, let's go, Glasgow, let's go.
25, Glasgow passing to their 7. 7 passing back to 25. 25 passing to the 7. And this is
no goal.
And it's a goal through falling hoop. Or not. Actually, if I may say so, I think it wasn't through.
I personally don't think it went through either. But if the refs call it, the refs call it.
Yeah, so the quaffle has to go.
We're going to have a look.
Like the whole quaffle has to go through the hoop.
Ooh, yellow card.
Oh. Illegal charge. and the
So
Glasgow
in terms
player
of that,
doesn't
I
know
think that will
why.
negate the goal.
Goal does not stand. Maybe?
So let's have a look.
50-40? I don't know if that...
50-40, so I think that means the goal did stand.
Okay, cool.
So that was for an illegal charge, so he leant his shoulder into a tackle, I believe.
Bladder control with Barcelona, and the Barcelona beaters are tidying up the defense of Grim Reapers. There was a pass.
Glasgow do seem to have taken... the Eagles do seem to have taken Glasgow's very own offence and turned it against them. And Glasgow don't seem to be able to defend from it that well. They are letting players get very deep into their hoops.
You'd think they would be able to defend their own tactic?
Yeah,
what is happening now? Is this a brooms down?
This is a brooms down. I hope either that or everyone got really slow. I mean, if they've got to the point where they're just stood on the pitch, there is not a single player who isn't in the Glasgow keeper zone. So this is if a Glasgow player gets it and is able to do a bit of a breakaway, they're going to score straight off the back of this. But equally, it's a very dangerous situation for Glasgow to be in with all of the Eagles in their box.
Glasgow 23 just needs a top hat. Waiting in the sin bin.
Oh, right.
Elegantly.
Yellow card. Glasgow number 4. Ignoring referee calls.
Ignoring ref call, yellow card. So basically, for technical stuff, you get a blue card.
So that's
and if you do physical contact wrong, or if you disrespect the referee, which also includes not listening to them, it's a yellow card. And you have to to my experience, you have to be really bad at not listening to the referee to get that card.
But I'd just like to say at the moment, Glasgow have both their beaters in the sim box, which means that the Barcelona Eagles have entire pitch control. So one goal from the Eagles will fix that and get the beaters back onto the pitch. But
a goal is a goal.
A goal is a goal. As it stands, there's absolutely nothing that's going to...
Wisdom on the live stream and EQC Division 1. So, naturally, the quaffle is with the Grim Reapers now.
So I think the Eagles have just realized that there is no beaters opposing them and decided to try and press. They've now got control. They're going to charge it in. No one's in the way here.
No one to save them. No one. Oh, that was missed. 27 tried to do the magic before.
So little to stop him, and yet he was stopped. Glasgow now have one of their beaters back on pitch, number 23.
Is Gemma.
Who is Gemma?
I think. I had time to contemplate the name on the back of his jersey. No. Huh? Wasn't it? I'm confused now. Didn't it say 23?
It said 23.
I'm confused. Anyway,
yeah.
maybe the names and anyway.
So we don't think the names correspond.
So that was a really long shot towards the hoops.
That was a very close pass there, but it just slipped through his fingers.
Nice, another goal, and two chasers were wrapping the chaser from Barcelona, and he passed to another player who's standing in front of the hoops and just made a goal.
Barcelona do seem to be resetting into defense a lot faster than the Grim Reapers are in this game. And I think that might be something that's going to become far more important the later we get on in the game, when players are starting to get tired, how quick they can reset.
Mm-hmm.
As it stands, the Reapers do seem to be...
Control. Oh, nice catch. Nice catch, nice goal by the number 7 of the Grim Reapers.
That catch almost didn't happen, I feel. Both two Reapers.
Oh, nice! It almost didn't happen.
It did. Well, two Grim Reapers players both grabbed the quaffle at the same time. There, they almost ripped it out of each other's hands. I think just a little lapse in a bit of a pitch awareness from one of the Reapers there. It also looks like the beater there, who is just being carded off, is about to get a second card for a neck tackle.
An attempt to catch.
Allowing the game to play for now until the ball is regained by the Grim Reapers.
That was a nice boxing the quaffle away by the Glasgow keeper.
So it looks like, I think, number 4 from Glasgow, Alice Reaver. I think she's about to get a second yellow card, which does become a red, so she might be off now.
Bad luck.
It's a shame. Within the space of about a minute to get 2 cards. Eamon really likes his slow walks. He's building up the dramatic tension.
It gives you some, what's it called? Authority.
Authority. No, it's all about the showmanship we've got. And watch him shuffle his cards in a moment.
Yellow card.
Yeah.
Glasgow, number 4.
Oh, so sad. Illegal wrap.
Red.
Double yellow, which means a red card. And the player has to leave the pitch. And substitute for the player is going into the sin bin. And
so
too
the
bad.
quaffle is now being returned to the Barcelona Eagles, which means that they're going to have another shot at taking that goal that they missed a moment ago. It also means that they're now a beater down in the game, so they've still got a lot of people. Oh, they haven't got as many people to go through now.
Remount, says the referee, and whistles. So, 31 trying... that's going too fast. Okay, a chaser from Barcelona has the quaffle in front of the opponent's hoops. Get distracted by 7, the keeper. Another player of Barcelona running around the hoops. Losing the ball. Barcelona chaser running for the quaffle. Followed by a beaters. That didn't go well. 8 of Grim Reapers inbounding the quaffle again.
Glasgow allowing the quaffle to roll out of bounds there so that they get possession safely without having to wrestle for it. Eamon chasing the keeper from Glasgow to make sure that he doesn't delay the game. Glasgow haven't noticed that there is a beater moving behind their quaffle carrier, I think.
No,
they've just noticed now. That would have been fun.
Nice aggressive beat and a long shot behind the hoops where there's a Grim Reaper chaser 24 who's passing a long shot over the hoops from the back to the front again, and 19 takes the quaffle up. I think that was the first reset. Only 1 is allowed.
There's a lot of long shots with these bludgers at the moment, and it's just left the Glasgow Grim Reapers' defence
27.
well open, really. The
17.
beaters aren't there now, and
17 tries to get Barcelona tried to score, but the defence of the Grim Reapers was too good.
To be honest, that one I think was more luck than their defence being good on that one. They managed to stop him from going in, but in terms of that throw, he missed the shot.
Yeah.
He was just half a foot too low.
That was a nice attempted catch by the Grim Reaper behind the hoops. Didn't turn out well, but looked cool. 27 of Eagles passes to 96. 96 slowly walking up the pitch.
So the beaters are back in play now. Number 26 coming on to replace number 4. So 26, Elizabeth Leyden. It's now come on as a beater for the Glasgow Grim Reapers.
All right, nice.
19 was just sent back to hoops there for a back tackle. Not a cardable one, but just a little bit of a back touch. A little bit of a stroke there, I think.
Oh.
That was a beat. They've called it no good for beat before.
I'm not sure if it did get in.
It did go through the hoop. Unfortunately, he was hit before it came out of their hands.
7 of Grim Reapers going forward, getting beat, losing the quaffle. And the Barcelona Eagles have the quaffle again.
Okay.
It's gotten a bit slower, I think.
He's gone into a little bit of a run.
Started running, 96, Barcelona going towards the hoops, trying to do it on his own.
That was a beautiful dodge. They have called it good.
That was a goal.
Just dodging under the arm of the Glasgow keeper there, getting straight in there, getting that goal, bringing the scores up to 70 to 50 in favour of the Barcelona Eagles. Both teams still very much in snitch range with only 2 minutes to go. With only 2 minutes to go before the snitch is on pitch.
Nice aggressive beater play in the defense of Barcelona. 19 of Grim Reapers trying to get through, but getting tackled by the 20-something, 7, I think.
They're going to want to get this up quickly and get into the goal.
27 wins the quaffle, passes to 7 of Barcelona Eagles.
Being chased down by...
Getting tackled down. and beat at the same time. And now the Grim Reapers are back in quaffle possession. And now the Grim Reapers in the sub-box are waking up, and we can finally hear them.
They've decided that they're going to join us today now, which is nice. So Glasgow are currently 20 points down, which means that they can still win with a snitch catch when that comes on.
I'm waiting for the really long shot behind the hoops.
In about a minute. It
didn't
looks like
happen
they are about to do
So
that.
they really love that long shot, and it is coming. And the 23 of Grim Reapers caught
There
it in
goes
a
another
way,
one.
passing back to the front, letting the Barcelona Eagles run. The 7 of Grim Reapers got the quaffle back again, tries to
no
score,
goal.
and it misses.
Taking a long shot. The Seekers have been called to the halfway line, so they're preparing for that now. Next time Glasgow does one of their famous long shots, I think we're going to have to count to see how long it actually takes to get from player to player. I
Please.
reckon around 4 seconds. Maybe 3. I'm going to say
Oh,
3 seconds.
I was about to say 3. You said 4.
I
say
said
3.
4.
I'm going to win.
Fine, all right, I'll go 4. You go 3 then.
Okay.
Let's see how it goes.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Who's the snitch? Do you know the snitch?
I do not know.
A really hairy snitch.
He does have a fantastic facial beard.
And a
So
utility snitch.
timeout has just been called. I believe it's been called by Barcelona Eagles, I think.
I don't know. I was
It does look it. So I think Barcelona Eagles, having the possession of the quaffle in the half, have called timeout. They had 45 seconds before the snitch was on pitch, so that means that, well, once that's on pitch, they can't call a timeout again. So they've used it well, I think. They've timed it precisely. They're going to be trying to figure out how they can do that little extra push now just to get them outside of snitch range. One more goal means that a catch from the Grim Reapers would be putting them into overtime. If the Grim Reapers can get one more, well, if they can get a catch, they're going to win it. If they can get another goal, they're still in the range for it. Not gonna lie, everything I can say about this game at the moment is very obvious. Unless you're a first-time viewer, and if you're a first-time viewer, it will become very obvious.
Really smooth.
Really
if you are a
smooth.
first-time viewer, I think you figured out most of it. But those with the white and green headbands play with the volleyball, which is a quaffle, and they want to score. And those with the
Brooms
black
up again.
headbands want to knock out people with their dodgeballs. Anyway, who's in quaffle possession? That's the Barcelona Eagles. Obvious. Also, it was them who asked for the timeout.
Barcelona, I think they do look like they're trying to slow the game down a little bit. So they might be ranking their seeker above the Glasgow seeker and thinking that they can that as long as they've got defense around the snitch, they're going to win it that way and not have to worry about scoring or getting rid of the quaffle.
Oh, nice tackle! Nice tackle by 19. I think I've seen
So
a
then
couple
there's
of
a
nice
goal.
tackles. A goal for Barcelona Eagles.
That's the goal that puts them 30 points ahead of the Grim Reapers. This now means that if they do catch the snitch, the Grim Reapers will only take it to a overtime game.
Shout out to Laura Garcia Vega, 19 from Grim Reapers. I think she does really well in tackling and attempting to tackle.
The Grim Reapers do
Go,
like,
go.
with their beaters, getting into a bit of contact. The issue being, a lot of the time, it turns into a drive and they just get knocked out.
Yeah, the 22 of Barcelona Eagles, Shaggy.
Shaggy?
Shaggy.
How have I not noticed this? Shaggy. Which one is it?
It's the keeper of
The
Barcelona
keeper.
Eagles.
Shaggy.
The Shaggy is the one with the beard.
It's a glorious beard. Right. So, Glasgow Grim Reapers currently have possession of the quaffle. Passing it over. It looks like there's going to be potentially another long pass to someone behind the hoops there. Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh! I'm going to say 4.
Okay,
I count that.
you won.
I
You won.
it. Unfortunately, it was a pass right to Shaggy there, so the keeper of Barcelona now has it. The snitch is on pitch, and both teams are really going for it now. Remember, if Barcelona grab it, they win instantly. If Glasgow grab it, then it's going to be overtime. Now, if Glasgow get it, it's going to be out of snitch range with a goal for Barcelona, bringing the score up to, I think it's somewhere around 90 to 50.
The seeker of Barcelona Eagles, number 4, is called, I will just pronounce it the English way, Jordi. And he's a professional football referee. And if that isn't a fun fact. And the other one from the Grim Reapers, I don't see the number.
I don't know which one we're talking about. But there the Grim
Wiseman.
Reapers are being pushed back over halfway line. That's one reset, I believe. Not being beaten out. They keep on missing number 22 there, trying to beat him out, but he's holding his ground. I don't even know if he knew that the beaters were around him. There we go, finally
Now he
being
knows.
removed.
Shaggy is beat, running back to hoops.
The beaters getting into a little bit of a scuffle there. Glasgow coming out on top, now having full possession, and they are bubbling the snitch.
Fun fact about the seeker from the Grim Reapers. He once made a winning snitch catch with 3 seconds of overtime remaining.
I think Glasgow just scored. A little bit confused about how that happened, but apparently they did.
I think the ball went through.
All right, the ball went through the hoop. So they scored. That brings them back into overtime range now.
Grim Reapers have
But
bludger control.
here comes Barcelona to put them out of range. There they go, back out of range. So Barcelona are quite safe at the moment in terms of the Glasgow Grim Reapers can't grab the snitch.
And Barcelona had, I think, bludger control for the most of the game, and now they haven't. So that's a change. maybe that's a snitch on pitch thing for them.
I think one of the things with snitch on pitch, when you're bubbling and you've got possession to start off with, like the Grim Reapers have when they come into this, because you're so close to your beater partner, it becomes almost impossible for them to get the balls off you unless you have to get into a real crush for it to start turning over quickly.
I love snitch on pitch games. For playing, for watching sometimes. It's great fun.
So let's have a look what they're going to say.
Mark Beacon Marcus Gargantes, number 7 of Grim Reapers.
Illegal wrap. Goal is good, player stays on the pitch.
Goal is good, a legal wrap for number 7. Because the goal is good, number 7 can stay on pitch. So again, I believe the score is 100 to 60.
Goal was good.
I think. Yeah, it's 100 to 60. I was right. I did all that even without the little prompter.
Well done.
I'm very proud of myself.
Well done. Hello.
It's with the 2 voices on that. Fair enough.
We have 3 people here.
Eamon is having a chat again. It's 100 to 60.
To 60. The scorekeepers having trouble
Barcelona,
setting the score up.
40 points ahead. If they're able to break the bubble around the snitch and get a bit of free time with them, they might be able to end this game nice and quickly for us.
Oh, that was close. The 15th beater of Barcelona trying to get a bludger off the hands of the Grim Reapers, who constantly beat out the seeker, number 4 of the Barcelona Eagles. The Grim Reapers can actually use one of the bludgers in the offense in the chaser game.
And that's a goal for Glasgow there, meaning that they're back in range for overtime and they're going real fast at that snitch. They want this overtime. I think Glasgow are going to try and put everything they can on the snitch now to get that overtime, because I think they believe if they can get an overtime, they're going to catch the snitch before the time runs out. Let's see. Again, beater play now is getting quite tight around the snitch, with every single beater currently fighting it out for the snitch, for snitch supremacy, leaving the chasers to just kind of go about their business. Oh, here's another brooms down. I think this is something in the beta game someone's noticed.
Good thing on this pitch we don't get a million brooms downs for inbounding a bludger which went over a fence. So that's actually quite good feeling.
I'd say the sun has gotten a lot brighter now and it's starting to hurt.
You're so pale. I'm really afraid for your face.
I'm afraid for my face too.
You have a face to be afraid of.
Well, as long as I'm just on a microphone and not in front of a camera, all right.
Face
I've got the perfect face for radio. So
which is sung by a Scottish band.
Sorry?
Face for the Radio is a song.
Oh, right. So on the floor at the moment, the quaffle is currently being held by a couple of players.
Yeah, it's no injury stuff, right? They're just
No, they're
huddling.
just having a bit of a cuddle, bit of a snuggle. So in terms of this,
Oh, a blue card for
Barcelona
some.
15, continuing play after beat.
I didn't understand what the referee said, but a blue card is a technical foul.
Okay.
Blue card for 15, Barcelona Eagles.
looks like the refs are arguing now. This is fun.
In my head, there's lift music playing.
All right.
Because it's so chill. Nothing happens, and the sun is shining.
Okay.
Ooh, I love these starts where both players are hugging the quaffle and fighting for it, and everyone's waiting for the beaters.
Going
We're
to take it
busy.
back to the floor. The beaters
are
are
busy.
entirely removed from the quaffle game, which means crushes
Oh,
like that are going
a
to be
nice charge by 7 from Grim Reapers, who's going forward with the quaffle and will probably score a goal, which he does.
That
With a
has
goal for
cemented the
Glasgow.
Grim Reapers for a while. Now being only 10 points behind means that even if a goal is scored against them, they're still good to go for this snitch. I think this puts them in range to actually win the game if they get the snitch catch now.
And Barcelona, nice. I hope someone is there passing off the quaffle. And someone was there.
Sometimes you just got to close your eyes and pray.
It's just like, whoop, I'll just throw that behind me. Hope someone is there. But yeah, there was someone, but now the Grim Reapers, after all, have the quaffle, a pass in front of the hoops, and the 7 makes the goal for the Glasgow Grim Reapers.
I think that now makes it 100-90 in favor of Barcelona. But this really does put the Grim Reapers in a good position with their beaters surrounding the snitch and their seeker really just going, really putting everything into just attacking.
Both seekers going for the snitch, and Barcelona getting beat out.
As it stands, Barcelona are going for the drive here.
Lots of alone time for the snitch.
Barcelona going for a little bit
Chase
of a roll.
of Grim Reapers
Lovely
getting
block
jacked
there
along.
by Grim Reapers.
Nice tackle by Grim Reaper keeper. Ha!
Pushing them down.
37 doesn't give up, wants to put
They're
that
just going
ball
to
through
swat
the
this
hoops.
player now. If they just sat on them for a while, I'm sure that'll be all right.
I like how the Barcelona chasers just
hold it for a bit.
How they fight in front of the opponent's hoops. It's nice to
They've called
watch.
a brooms down. I think it's something to do with the snitch.
Something just
I think the snitch needed a little bit of water.
Why not? Understandable.
True. He's got a lovely fine spray as he does that. Wonder, was that on camera?
Well, do we have some fun facts about the teams, or is it just the wind blew them away?
The wind blew them away.
Have you
I can
been-
make some up. Glasgow is named Glasgow because a guy called Glas once went there, and when people asked where they went, oh, Glasgow's over there.
Ah, funny. I really once knew the origin of that name. I'm going to Glasgow next week.
Really?
Looking forward
On
to it.
purpose?
On purpose.
Wow, okay, good luck.
Actually, I'm going to Ayr, which is south of Glasgow.
I see.
Quite nice. Another cuddle by all
So-
the chasers.
The beta game has entirely changed hands, and this has put Barcelona in a strong position to go for that snitch. No one's going to be able to oppose him while the beaters are still... Well, the beaters are all sort of like all jumbled up again now. Barcelona has bludger control.
Exciting to watch
Snitch
the
is
beaters
trying to
battling
hold
themselves.
their own there. The Glasgow Seeker is now
Nice
locked out from being able to get into contact.
It's a typical snitch and pitch situation where you don't have the beaters to save you.
Glasgow just being cleared out of that snitch bubble there. Barcelona running in strong here with number 4 going in.
The Grim Reapers getting the 19, who I praise for her
That was
tackling
a
skills.
lovely
as a
timed
seeker.
beat from the Grim Reapers there, knocking out the Seeker from Barcelona, giving their Seeker a couple of precious moments. But it looks like the snitch has fallen down. which is going to stop play for a little bit.
I can't see the score right now.
The score, I believe, is 100 to 90.
Oh, okay.
In favor of the Barcelona Eagles. The chasers from both teams, they are just kind of having a bit of a nice lazy day. As it is, just, you know, in the sun, lying down together.
All the beaters do all the hard work, and the seekers, of course.
They have been reset to their feet.
That was, I don't know what that kind of whistle was supposed to mean, but the snitch is running towards us.
He's
Probably
got a happy
getting
little
another sip
jog
of
as he
water.
does it. I think he's come back for more water. It has
Yep.
become a very hot day. So they are doing a very quick water break, I think, making sure no one passes out of dehydration.
Have you been in Florence at the World Cup last year?
No, I know it was hot though.
It was so hot that I know some players who had the plastic shoes and they put water on top of it, and it was like it didn't even touch.
Oh, wow.
The shoes was just
Evaporating straight off.
Yeah.
Microwaving feet.
It was hot. It was terrible.
Well, that must have smelt lovely. Like
Nice.
leathery bacon. Yeah.
Nice hot plastic for dinner.
So I
think is this an
this
official
is-
drink?
I think it might just be a
break?
drink break. I don't know if a timeout was called. Amond didn't ask for the game time, so I don't know if it is just a case of he's being nice and thought, why not? We'll give everyone a bit of a drink. Because I think the snitch requested time to get a drink, so they might have used this to form an official stoppage.
That's fair enough. Well, have you been to Barcelona before?
Barcelona, a very long time ago.
Long time. Yeah, I've been there for a Quidditch tournament, which means I have hardly seen anything of the city. It's the curse of Quidditch players. Hey, nice city. People do city trips too. It was nice not to meet you.
So it looks like teams are getting ready to go back to their positions of lying down. I am curious about how comfy that patch of grass is, because it's been about 3 times today I've seen players just kind of having a prolonged snooze there together.
Where?
Where they are now with the...
No, it's actually quite nice, especially after you've played at the other pitches, and then you come here and it's heaven.
Good, good.
I like the venue. It's cool.
It is a very lovely venue.
And
We do have a couple more toilets, but you can't have everything, I think.
Yeah, but it makes up with the dust when the snitches are trying to get rid of the seekers, and there's this
Does look nice. It's one of
dust
the
flying around. It
I
looks
am
dramatic.
waiting to see the photos from the tournament. I'm sure there's going to be some very dramatic, long exposed photos with the dust flying around them as someone face plants into the ground. It'll be beautiful. You'll be able to see the anguish on every crease of someone's face as the dust licks
I hope
it.
someone is filming it to have really, really cool trailer with a voice who talks like this about the European Quidditch Cup 2019.
So again, Quaffle is being placed inside the group cuddle, and Broom's up, and they've not gone straight to the floor. They are all holding each other up, and it looks like they're trying to go to the floor. On the snitch game, again, they're going real.
Grim Reaper Seeker has some alone time with the snitch.
Really hard
It's a
for
hard
it.
time.
Glasgow again just bubbling. They've managed to get possession back. Hard fought. This is what they need to continue the game. Barcelona going straight in to go for the Seeker, but missing the shot, giving the Seeker more time with the snitch and their bubble protecting them. Oh, it seems the Seeker was beat. They did call it beat.
Grim Reapers seem to be doing really well with snitch on pitch. Oh, it hurts to watch that big cuddle.
Glasgow just about managing to stop the Seeker getting any time with the snitch there.
Well, that was a nice catch attempt by the 87 of the Grim Reapers.
It looks like they might have missed the Seeker there coming in from Barcelona. No, Barcelona was hit, it seems, allowing Glasgow Seeker to continue unopposed for a while. There you go. Glasgow being beaten out. Barcelona running in, trying to get that snitch catch. Ooh, a little bit of a slap on the arse there. I think Barcelona have gained bloodshed control now.
The sub-box of the Barcelona Eagles shouting. The sub-box of the Grim Reapers not moving.
It looks like the beater there from Barcelona wasn't particularly happy with the call there. It was a turnover because he went outside of bounds. The Glasgow Seeker is entirely alone with the snitch now, having a good old row there, good play. Oh, and it looks like the quaffle's out as well. And they put it straight through the hoop.
That was a
That is now
little goal.
even the scores. It's now 100 all. The game is back on, it seems. Not entirely sure what this one's for now. This broom's down. Bom, 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 bom. Oh, it looks like he's getting a little bit of a massage on the pitch while we wait.
Oh, I would love a little massage.
It's a wonderful pastime.
And on Facebook it said that someone is selling massages
For
on
€5.
the menu.
I am looking into that.
Yeah, yeah.
Something hypnotic about watching a man have his legs stretched. I think they're currently trying to push him into the ground. If you can get him nice and deep, no one's going to see him coming, so we can get a surprise tackle. That's my theory. I'm not entirely sure of the actual reason for the stoppage.
I don't know. I stopped wondering about it. I don't know.
They do seem to be stopping every, give it 30 seconds.
Yeah, my brain gets burned away in the sun. It's not getting better.
Yes. Well, I think the reason why the snitch is so far away from us here is he's found some shade.
Dum 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 dum. I don't even know. I'm humming this. I'm singing this thing, and I don't know if it's just a German thing. It's what every German starts
Yellow
singing
card,
when waiting
15,
time is long.
Illegal charge. Goal is good. So, oh yeah.
Some goal is good, and there was a yellow card for an illegal charge. Apparently by the number 15 of the Barcelona Eagles, Abita. Goal stands.
So it was a legal play in the beater game there.
Okay.
Glasgow Beaters, again, I think have regained possession. Oh, no, they haven't.
Slightly strange pass by the keeper from Barcelona Eagles, straight to a chaser from Grim Reapers, who passes to 7 of Grim Reapers. The keeper who's making another goal for the Grim Reapers.
For the first time in the game, the Grim Reapers have now taken control of the game. And here's another Broom's down. Wonderful.
Surprise. And the Grim Reapers sub-box has woken up.
There they are.
Okay, remount everyone, and the game continues with the quaffle in the Eagles.
At the rate they go, and Glasgow might actually be able to pull out of range here. Both Glasgow and Barcelona have their seekers on the snitch. There we go.
Another goal,
Barcelona is,
I think. No, it's not a goal.
no,
It's a Brooms down.
I think Eamon said it was a goal. I think the Barcelona players said it wasn't.
That's really nice of them. You think we scored?
Well, it's honest.
Ha! You stupid.
So no goal. So the score is currently 110 to 100 in favor of the Grim Reapers.
Great. I like games that take a turn like
So they
this.
have managed to pull themselves back.
And the 10 of the Grim Reapers has the quaffle. He's running towards those passes.
Grim Reapers beaters tried to get a shot on the Barcelona Seeker there, but did miss, leaving the Seeker really having a field day with the snitch there.
Goal by the Glasgow Grim Reapers.
Glasgow are now only 1 goal away before pushing Barcelona into forcing them into doing a snitching.
And another goal by the Eagles.
De mano more.
Grim Reapers seem to have two trolls behind the opponent's hoops sometimes. I've seen that a couple of times.
It's 120 to 110. Both teams still very much in the running. Glasgow Seeker back on the snitch. Glasgow tall guy holding the ball above his head.
Ooh, nice, nice.
There's a goal for the Grim Reapers again, bringing the score to 130 to 110.
By the really important player, number 7.
Was that Shema?
I don't know.
All right.
No, I don't think so. I'm confused.
Aren't
Because
we
one
all?
jersey said Chema, but it was another.
Ooh, very close to
number.
getting that catch there, but Glasgow's beater did manage to get in to stop the Seeker.
We are thankful the snitch action comes closer to us. You can have a better look. And it's another goal, apparently, for the Barcelona Eagles.
Scoring that.
The Grim keeper
At
didn't
this
look too
point,
happy
the
about
two teams,
this.
they are just trading goal for goal here, really.
First handicap
Second,
for
I
the
think
snitch.
that was.
First, second? Oh, second, sorry.
So it's
Which
possibly
means
second.
one-armed snitching.
So currently Glasgow are trying to bubble the snitch, but only with one bludger.
The Eagles got back bludger control. So one of them must be beat. Yeah, the 15 of the Eagles. And Eagle Seeker has some alone time with the snitch. And there's the Grim
the
keep,
Glasgow
beater
beaters
coming.
are really, they're earning their keep tonight, really.
Yeah.
Number 23 having to really work hard to keep them in the game and stop. Ooh. Round.
It's a typical, lots
Everyone
of balls
being hit
flying around. You're supposed to commentate this. It's just happening. So much is happening at the same time.
And there's another goal for Barcelona Eagles. I think that's now 130 to 120 in favor of Glasgow.
They want our hearts to suffer here.
Ooh. Someone's got to grab this snitch eventually.
Yeah. Oh, no. And the 19 of Grim Reapers just tried it. Has to go back to hoops. But it would have been a nice catch. Sneaky catch.
Glasgow
And
going for a goal there.
7.
Popping it through.
7. The Grim 7 is.
That's 140 to 120. No, it's no good. She was. They were beat before.
A big shout from the Grim Reaper sub box. I'm going to make that joke every time now. It's a Grim beater, it's a Grim keeper, it's a Grim sub box. I like that one. So 37 of Eagles.
Barcelona
trying to get
Eagles Seeker there did have their hand on the snitch. Unfortunately, just didn't grip it.
And there's another cuddle in the keeper zone.
I think at this point they're more than friends.
If we could listen to what they are whispering into their ears.
Ooh.
Both seekers at the snitch.
It's a shame. Both of them had a chance to grab it there. Both of them missed it.
And Broom's down again.
Oh, another one. What is Broom's down for this time? Must say, most of the games today that I've been commentating have all overrun.
Oh, do you know what?
What?
On our little notes, there's the question, do you have a chant? And the Eagles actually wrote out their chant. Most of it is Barcelona, Eagles. Barcelona, Eagles. Barcelona, Eagles, Eagles, Eagles. And there's no story behind it there, right?
Timeout called by Glasgow. 1 minute, starting now.
So this looks like Glasgow have called a timeout using a stoppage in play to call it.
This is the second time out of the game. Each team has won each game.
Now, I don't know if Glasgow are really going to be trying to discuss new tactics or if they're just using this as a little bit of a water break to give their beaters a bit of a rest.
I would totally understand that decision.
So as it stands at the moment, Glasgow, what they're doing is starting to work.
They are working so hard on those 2 games, and we are just here standing, commentating.
Hey, standing up is effort.
Yeah, standing up every morning is effort.
I think one thing that we can see is the moment that the beaters are removed from play, their chasers have pretty much equaled each other out, with I think Glasgow having that slight edge over the chaser lineup of the Barcelona Eagles. So without their beaters, while they're on the snitch play, Glasgow are pulling it away ever so slowly, but give, you know, another 10, 15, 40 minutes of the game, they might actually come out of snitch range.
Yeah, sorry for being so silent, but this is Trillion Broom's down, and
At this point, we are running out of things to talk about.
Yeah.
Apparently, people called Shema Panda. All right.
Oh wow, the foreign of Barcelona Eagles is a sport journalist and football referee at a professional level. He played Quidditch in the USA. And if you say you play Quidditch in the USA, then the whole of Europe goes, wow. And everyone just assumes that you're really good. I don't know if that's true.
And they've remounted. Off they go. Barcelona making a shot at the hoops and getting it in from a nice sneaky little pass. That's very good work there. Score is now 150-140 in favour of Glasgow. Glasgow Seeker having a bit of alone time there with the snitch. Barcelona going back into it, but falling over. Glasgow Seeker again. Missing the beat there, rolling cone under it.
It's nice how and another
that's a Glasgow goal.
Glasgow. It's the thing is nice how the groomkeeper can just hold the ball. He's so tall, he can just hold the ball in his hand. It's over his head, and no one can reach it.
Did look like there was some.
Oh!
Looks like there's a
catch by Barcelona.
However, I don't know if if this is something that's going to come into it. It did look like 8 was beat and still removed the bludger from 25 there. I don't know if that's going to affect the ref call here.
I am enjoying this game, but please let this be good.
We're going to find out very soon if we can get out of the sun.
And spread some negative energy in the live stream. No, but it has been a long day, and it's quite hot here.
Well, I've got to, straight from here, run to pitch 2 as fast as I can to go and commentate on that game.
Okay.
So I am hoping
good luck
this
with
is
this.
Called good. But either way, we'll see how it goes. Both teams have fought really well in this game. They've given it their all, and to be fair to them, they've kept up the energy and the speed, regardless. It's it's towards the end of the day. It's very hot.
The catch is good.
It's a good catch. I believe that means that it's 170 to 150. Don't quote me on that. Might be wrong.
I don't know. You've been better in keeping up because we can't see the score, but you at home, sipping a cup of tea, you can actually see it. You know more than we do. Enjoy the feeling.
Well, that was Barcelona Eagles winning against Glasgow Grim Reapers in the first round of 16. I've been Sam Davis, and I gotta go.
Goodbye. Yeah. Cool, so it's just me, so I'm going to say goodbye as well. I'm Henny Schröers, and I hope you enjoyed the game and the commentating.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, the second to last analyst desk of today for the European Quidditch Cup 2019. We have just watched a game between the Glasgow Grim Reapers and the Barcelona Eagles.
Yeah, and what a game it was. I think there was a game of like puddles. I think there was like 8 minutes in this game where everybody was like in a 5-meter radius around each other, and a lot of Quidditch being fought in the truest essence of the word.
I think what was generally happening in the beginning of the day, everyone was very fresh, you had the pool plays, you're getting to about 2 or 3 o'clock, the game's starting to slow down a bit, and then all of a sudden these teams have this sort of burst of energy. It's everything or nothing. And it's a great way to sort of wrap up the end of a really long but beautiful Saturday, actually. We've had sun shining all day, a little bit of wind, no cloud. So I really hope that our luck holds out with tomorrow as well.
Yeah, we couldn't complain. But in this game, Barcelona had the edge over the Glasgow players. But it started that way. I mean, in the beginning of the game, before the seeker floor was open, Barcelona was ahead by like 40 points. And that's when Glasgow came back into the game with the seeker floor. And I think if the seeker floor would have extended to a longer time, I think Glasgow would have actually stood a chance of getting out of swim range.
I think the other interesting thing was how there's a complete ignorance of the quaffle game, where we had a solid 3 minutes of a chaser pile up, and we were all just wondering it with our clocks ticking, wondering, okay, how long is this going to go for?
Yeah, total disregard for the quaffle game, and I kind of love to see that one.
Yeah, and it happened not only once but twice. So I think at least in I've never seen that in my 5 years of Quidditch. So, but I look forward to seeing it more from the Glasgow Grim Reapers and the Barcelona Eagles. Okay. Apart from other highlights of the game, can you think of anything major that comes to mind?
Yeah, I think when it comes to Barcelona, they had the edge when there was no seek on the floor because they need the bludger in their offense. Without the bludger in their offense, they kind of seem disorganized and don't have any idea of how to do it. I mean, you could see that at one point when they're going against no opposing beaters because both beaters were like in the penalty box and they couldn't score. And sometimes it seems to me that the Barcelona Eagles overthink some stuff in their offense and should just go for the easy passes or maybe the drive to make it in. But they had the upper hand. They could ride it all day long, and they succeeded in this tight game.
After watching the Glasgow Grim Reapers in the very first game of today, I can say they've become a lot more confident, a lot more improved. Their star player, Big Marcus, you could still see that he was still Big Marcus. They were still relying on him quite heavily for their goals and their passing towards the end of the day. I think, though, that they did learn to branch out. They could understand that you can't put all your focus on one player. You need to start creating more varied sort of plays. So they were doing a little bit more passing, a little bit more tackling. They were definitely looking to each other a lot more to make those kind of really efficient goals. So it was nice. We were seeing a lot more passes around goals instead of just straight drives.
Yeah, and you have to tip your hat to them. I mean, they're down 40 points, came back, were 20 ahead. In the end, it wasn't quite enough, but they showed a lot of heart and they were really in this game. But should we look at the games ahead of us now? Because
absolutely.
Guys at home, we have now
And on the other hand, it will make a very varied and very colourful final because there's almost guaranteed to be two different countries, which is always going to be lovely. So yeah, the Werewolves and the Unspeakables. What can you say about those?
I mean, it's about what Britain has got for us now in London. It's the Werewolves versus the Unspeakables. The Werewolves seem a bit of a more cerebral team than the Unspeakables, but I might, don't quote me on that and don't tell the British people. And we'll see who has the upper hand. I think all of Britain wants to see that on one of the streams, and I hope that we can provide it for them.
Going up to the top right, we now have the
Get her team on the upper hand versus the Hippogriffs, and we'll see how that plans out. In the Turkish league, the Hippogriffs have the better history. They're currently, I think, ahead of the Honeybees, and they must be favored in this duel, but the Honeybees always ready for an upset in this one.
and so what would you also make of the Titans of Paris and Ghent?
I love Ghent, actually. I haven't seen a lot of them in the past, but in this tournament, I really love the way Ghent played. They played hard, and I kind of underestimated them because when I look at Belgian teams, I always think about Antwerp. But there's a lot of Quidditch going out on outside of Antwerp. That's Ghent, and I hope they can give the Titans of Paris a good fight for them, a good run for the money.
As for actually looking at the general score and kind of seeing how everything took down a player about 9 times their size. It was absolutely incredible. A beautiful takedown, possession gained. It's really good to show that no matter what size you are, you can still make the play your own. And to me, I'm going to walk away with a really fond memory of that. Can you think of anything of today?
Yeah, that's actually two. For one, I really love to see that we can see in this tournament that the game before the secret floor and after the secret floor is very different. We've seen it on the screen 2 or 3 times that a team that came that was like nearly out of it, out of swim, was getting back in it and even winning the game, and that just shows you that this game is more than just speeders and chases, but also like the secret floor, and you have to put emphasis on that. And the other thing I really love is that's basically what the EQC was meant for in the beginning. It's just all these European teams coming together, some of them meeting for the first time, and just the shake hands afterwards, the jokes at the fry stand here in Belgium, and just the fun we all have together in this great tournament here in Harelbeke.
Oh, fantastic. All right, well, we'll be coming back to you soon, but in the meantime, prep yourselves up for the final game of today, and we will see you soon.
Take care, Sam.
And we're back. Thank you guys for staying tuned on this last game of the Saturday of the EQC Division 1 here in Harelbeke. And we have a great game for you guys. It's Saginaw Quidditch versus the Crookshanks of Lyon, Norway versus France. And I'm joined by Ntnui. Thank you, Ntnui, for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
I'm Philipp Stolz, and we're going to be commentating this last game of the day and hope to have you guys tuned and focused on this day until it's over for now. But tomorrow we'll have another day of great games, so stay tuned. Maybe bookmark this link, maybe go on to EQC19 live at Twitter and give us some info about what you guys want to talk about on the if in case there's no stream on. Yeah.
So what are you expecting this game to be like?
Okay, I gotta say it's hard for me to estimate the strength of Lyon because I'm not very deep into French Quidditch, and it's hard to find out results about their game. But when it comes to the past EQCs, Crookshanks have always been there, have always been a team to be reckoned with, and Saginaw is a new team. Saginaw is the second team of Oslo. They split off from Aussie Quidditch, and yeah, they have some experienced players in there. There's Kai Hagen Shaw, there's Elisabeth Ingeborg Elstad. They're very experienced as well. So I think they're pretty evenly matched, but I think Lyon with the deeper roster, as Saginaw is only like 8 or 9 people, and
I think 11, yeah.
Yeah, but 2 people came very late in the day. I think 2 of or 3 of their games they played with 8 or like with 9 because one player became a double yellow.
Right.
I think Lyon might have the upper hand when it comes to stamina, and we'll see if that is an important factor in this last game of the day. It has been a long day, but these 2 teams have now battled.
For sure. But I would never underestimate a good, strong roster of veteran players. If I see these Norwegians, I'm like, I know all of these faces.
Yeah.
Over the past few years, I've seen all of them at other EQCs probably.
Yeah.
I'm not underestimating any of them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It doesn't take 21 people to win a tournament. It only takes the right 7 people sometimes staying on the pitch right there. And the head referee for this game is Thomas Berglich, an Austrian referee, will be guiding this game for our live stream viewers. So thank you guys for staying tuned in.
I think we are about to start. All the refs are in place, just not all the players yet. Yeah, there's some stuff being said about a sub box. Who knows what's going on? Important head ref stuff.
I gotta say, Ntnui, you refed a few games, haven't you?
I have never refed before. I've half blind in one eye.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I am not allowed to ref in the Netherlands. I'm sorry.
And because I always wondered what these refs are talking in their ref meetings before the games. I mean,
for sure. No idea.
Sometimes we have to have a camera or like a
one
mic
day.
and mic.
Yeah.
We'll
I would like to know all the intel, you know. Feel smart and included.
But for now, Lyon is ready.
Saginaw is also very ready. All right. That is a quaffle for Lyon. But they're not. Are they making it into something? Oh.
Yeah, he was beat.
Yeah. Was he beat? I'm unsure.
A lot of confusion here with the ref calls. Now everything's cleared up. And Lyon will be. I mean, the refs kind of confused him there. That it would have been a goal if he hadn't stopped.
If he hadn't been confused, yeah.
It leaves a bit of a taste in that.
Yeah.
In that sense, the refs should make clear who is beat and who's not. But I think they'll gather themselves and get right.
I mean, it's been 20 seconds. We can cut them some slack, you know.
Yeah.
They got to warm up as well.
Lyon with a lot of speed.
Oh, they're going. They're going fast, but not necessarily precise.
And this quaffle is off pitch, therefore good defense by Saginaw. Martin Bayer here advancing the quaffle very quickly, tries to gain some speed.
They go very fast. Around the hoops, but that's not. The pass did not seem to arrive. And out of bounds.
So, when we talked about fatigue, I don't see it yet.
No.
Both teams try to push the tempo. They want to have a quick game, it seems. Let's see which team can thrive in that chaos or thrive in that speed. For now, Lyon now takes it slow.
Yeah. As of the first minute, I can't say any team has the upper hand yet.
No, I can't. Solenbom now with the quaffle. Passing it to Rico.
They're taking their time. Oh, that was a good intercept there. That was beautiful.
And now he can make it quick. Martin Bayer has some passing
Oh.
options. Elizabeth back to
They
nice
seem
double
to be
pass.
finishing this off. A goal.
Kudos.
Yeah.
Kudos. That was some great
This was
passing
beautiful.
between Martin Bayer and Elizabeth Ingeborg Jostad.
This is great uses of older players like this.
Yeah. I think what Saginaw really has is like team chemistry. These people have played for a long time. They've played together for a long time.
They trust each other.
Yeah, exactly. And in this case, it was enough to get rid of Lyon's defense. But it was
But-
nice passing anyway.
Yeah, for sure. Lyon seems more to be looking for a space. Oh, that was a goal.
Yes, nice flick of the wrist.
Yeah.
And the
It seemed to be a pass attempt, but it was a score.
Yeah, it can
That's
also-
always nice.
Yeah, it can also be both. I mean,
Yeah.
if you miss, you have the receiver there. In this case, it wasn't necessary because the goal was good. I think Saginaw might should have to try to get a hand in his face, so they might disturb this distance shot. I think Lyon has tried 2 or 3 already. If this is the way they want to go, Saginaw has to put up some man defense in front
Yeah.
of these shooters.
They are trying to find a space, but not finding it.
But nice passing. They don't lose
Good
control
passing,
of the ball.
no.
The passes are on point, easy to catch. Great synergy.
They're finding the spots on their own pace. They're not letting Lyon outplay them. Oh, or are they? Oh no, they have control. The Saginaw.
Yeah. So far, it's been in the offense. It's been Elizabeth Ingeborg Jostad and Martin Bayer that had great synergy. Now we can see if Lyon can copy that, but no.
Oh, that was a good block of a long distance pass.
Yeah. I think it was actually a goal to him. Martin Bayer this time was having none of it.
Yeah.
He realized, okay, these guys are trying to go from a second row and put it through the hoops. Not this time. I'm
Yeah.
ready.
This is what I like to see. Just teams adapting to what the other team is doing right on pitch.
And now there's a discussion between Thomas Berglic and Martin Bayer. I can't
Yeah.
imagine what was
Wrong?
disregarding the
No.
rules. He was just getting the quaffle.
Unsure. S
Brooms
oh,
down.
brooms
That
down.
seems to be
Yeah.
a bit-
I guess there's something going on. Yeah, it's always a question what's going on. I'm sure they're saying smart stuff again now.
Yeah, sometimes I think it would really be helpful if we had like a head ref on our side here to live
Right, to
stream.
be like, obviously this
Because
is going
I'm
on.
really confused what could have been the call.
Yeah,
Martin
no.
Bayer, he blocked the shot.
Right,
it
yeah.
rolled out of bounds and he went to pick it up.
Right, that's
How can-
technically a turnover.
Is it
I would
though?
say, yeah, because he touched it
Deflect-
last.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
but he
deflect-
touched it last.
but
That's
but
no.
it was behind, was
he
it?
touched it last. I would say that might be a turnover then, because he touched it and then it went out of bounds. I am technically head ref certified, though I have never reffed
I
a single
knew you
game
were,
before.
alright, okay.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, but a half-blind ref would be a bad idea. So
In this community, we have a spot for everybody.
this is true. This is true. I did once make the practice squad for the national Dutch team, which may say more about the Dutch national team than me, but you know.
Ntnui
But back,
throwing some shade.
back to the game where there seems to be no call made.
All right.
So I guess
Martin Bayer is allowed to advance the quaffle towards the Crookshanks of Lyon, and the score is still 10-10
the shot.
each.
There's no call on the
it's a
play.
tight game.
Remount.
They're taking their sweet time though. Oh, there we go.
Oh, and he feels good about taking that step.
He
All
looks
of
very
Trondheim
happy.
is applauding him for that step.
I don't think I've seen any player happier on pitch today than this.
Yeah, the crowd loves it.
Yeah. I mean, I love it too.
Ingeborg forcing the beat. No bloodshed situation right now. They should make it quick. Martin Bayer is going for the drive.
Ooh, that's nice. Yeah, and that's a goal.
Yeah.
This is beautiful. I like how they keep playing their own game at their own pace. They try to find a hole, and when they find it, they go for it.
Yeah, in this case, it was an early throw by Lyon beater. He missed
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's the small mistakes you got to look out for.
I think Jostad did it good. She was waiting for the throw, and then she passed it
Right.
to the open receiver,
Yeah.
and thereby forced this drive by Martin Bayer.
I mean,
think
it's beautiful.
yeah, I think that should be a decent assist if you ever
Yeah.
take stats for
Yeah.
these games.
There's some beater action going on around the hoops.
But also a rep at the chaser, now picked up. But I think number 99 was beat as well, wasn't he?
I have no idea. I'm going to assume the refs would have called him beat if that was the
Yeah, now
case.
he's beat. Now he's
Yeah, that was a lot of beating. Oh, but there's another Lyon player picking it
But
up,
yeah,
and there's
this time
a
it was pass
brooms
after beat.
down. Yeah. I mean, it was a fumble after beat, but that's about as bad as a pass after beat.
Yeah.
And let's see what they do now with the squaffle. Oh, that was some aggressive beater play from Kai.
Kai Shaw. I mean, this guy has been an idol in Quidditch for long years. He needs no further introduction.
I have nightmares about playing Kai 2 years ago at EQC, still.
Nightmares. I
Nightmares.
think these are like my dearest dreams when I have Kai in them.
Until you get beat by Kai as a new, freshy beater, nightmares. They're taking their sweet, sweet time.
But I like Elizabeth in that offense. She's a very, very smart player.
Yeah.
And but also like great arm, good passes, always on point. Marty by a rep.
Oh, that's a
great
good rep.
by Jack, number 9 of Lyon.
I love how tactical this game is. It's not just like big guys running through.
Yeah. And it also even this tackle was precise at the right time with a lot with the
There's thought
necessary
behind
force
it.
to get him down to the ground. Kudos, Jack. That was a good tackle.
Lyon's also playing their own game, slowly trying to look for a mistake. See if they find one.
And it's
the long shots.
It's always the shot from the keeper line
Yeah.
onto the hoops. And this time Martin Bayer was not there at the right moment.
No, they gotta be there, otherwise this is not their game.
Yeah. Bloodshed control back in Saginaw's hands. One troll for Saginaw.
The troll's been seen though.
I don't have seen any troll play yet.
No.
Only
Maybe because they keep seeing each other's trolls. It's not very helpful if the troll is just covered.
Martin Bayer getting
Oh,
close to
that's a
keeper zone.
beautiful troll.
Nice pass.
Yes. Oh, but not a good catch.
But good recovery for Martin Bayer. Awesome. I'm not sure who that was, but received the pass. It was number 55, Annika Zangenfeind.
Oh, there seems to be a stoppage for an injury.
Yeah, but before that, Annika
Yeah.
Zangenfeind with a great position there. She cut into the hoops,
Yeah.
was wide open, got
She's
the pass,
beautiful.
and then all the defense had to get to her as quick as
Yeah.
possible. That made it possible for her to get the ball somehow to Martin Bayer, who just picked it up and got it through the left-hand sided hoop. And this puts...
I mean, it worked like clockwork.
It did. 2020, this game is as even as it gets. It's slowly paced, but these teams are like on an eye-to-eye level. And I'm glad we have that on the live stream because
Yeah, for sure.
you want to have an even game, don't you?
It's nice to see some French Quidditch. I've realized this is probably my first French Quidditch match that I'm seeing. It's not Titans.
Yeah, I gotta say, I sometimes have trouble. Like I try to follow Quidditch all of Europe as much as possible.
There's
but in
no
some
call
countries
on the play.
it's hard.
Difficult.
I think it's also
Remount.
because of the language barrier. Because when I'm watching like a French stream, I can't follow if there's any commentary or something.
Yeah.
And I can't look in a French forum and look for a stream because these guys are talking in French and I wouldn't have a clue of where to look for. And
For sure.
this is why I'm really glad to have like the Crookshanks Lyon in front of my eyes right now and all these European teams and get a glimpse of these people.
They're trying to regain bludger control there. Not managing yet.
Now they need to press.
Take use of this small second. Ooh, that was
Great play from Solenboom.
That was beautiful. They're not quite finding space yet. That's almost that is a reset used. Oh, and that was a beautiful beat. Is it gonna get it gets picked up and he trips?
Gets the pass to Martin Bayer.
Oh,
Or no?
that would have been beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, the action before by number 21 of Lyon, Solenboom, he did it really good. I mean, he realized he was pressured, but he also realized that the speeder was giving him a little bit of time on the right-hand side, so he got over to that wing, then blocked the bludger, but then I think he's looking far too often for the distant throw, and sometimes he has open passing options. This time it didn't work, giving it to Diego, number 5.
But I like that some of their stuff doesn't work because it means that they're evenly matched. If just everything you do works.
Yeah. And when I look at the team sheet we have from Lyon, a lot of these players, almost all of them are utility players. They tend to give their players knowledge about every position and try to gain an upper hand by that. And I think that's an interesting approach. I see at least 10 utility players on their roster.
It's very impressive as well.
Yeah, it is.
To be good at both chasing and beating. Oh. There's some falling and some friendly handshakes and a ref meeting.
What more can you want from a Saturday evening? In this?
Nothing, nothing. Handshakes and ref meetings. That's what I live for. That's what I get up for in the morning. Oh, I'm seeing some action on feet from the head ref. Not sure what that means. Maybe tripping, maybe, I don't know. They're walking further away from the sub box, which makes sense.
Yeah, don't want eavesdropping on this one.
And we see the snitch warming up already. Is it ready already? Is it time?
I think we have still a few minutes to go. It's the 10th minute of this game.
Oh, so we just
9
have
minutes and 46 seconds have been played already.
a very prepared snitch.
Yeah, of course.
I like that.
Yeah, let's make it. Yeah, I think he wants some applause from the Trondheim players.
Yeah. The Kai is loving the support there.
Yeah.
I mean, this team is founded by graduates from Trondheim partly, so I get that there's some...
and like OC players. Mostly it's from OC players. They had to split up into the community team and the university team, and Saginaw is the community team.
And it's nice to see some community teams, to
The
see
more-
people...
The more the merrier. That's the way it is.
To see people continue playing after they graduate. Let's see if they do another long-range shot. Oh, a pass. That
High arcing pass.
sort of arrives.
Now Solenboom can go for a drive, and he will get rid of it at the keeper line.
Let's see. Oh, he goes past the keeper line. Another pass.
Passing back and forth, but they're
This is so
disregarding
interesting.
number 3, who's open.
Yeah, I'm not liking that, to be honest. And that's where they lost the quaffle as well, yeah.
Paddington there, she was open there.
Positioned beautifully at the hoops.
Yeah, she was right next to Jack in the sentence, and Jack got the pass, of course. But then he was because he was bigger. But then afterwards, everybody was beat.
He could have played it off.
Disregard for Paddington, and
Yeah.
I think she deserved that pass in this moment because it was a far better option.
She could have scored.
Yeah. I mean, Solenboom is always looking for the aggression towards the hoops, I think, and this time it would have paid off to be a little bit more team-friendly.
Yeah.
But it's easy for me to say, he's in the heat of the game, I'm not, I'm sitting out here, I'm looking
Yeah.
at it, everybody. I can see Paddington easily.
They've regained the quaffle, though. Let's see. Oh, that was a beautiful catch by the keeper there.
Is that Fraser Prosford who's the snitch for this game?
It might be. Do we see the snitch still?
He's currently staying at the score table, but now it's
Ah,
Martin
right.
Bayer at the score, at the hoops.
Oh, yeah, that was definitely very much through. We're hearing a lot of cheering.
I think a lot of this offense of Saginaw is going from Martin Bayer, so I hope he has the cardio to last all game long, because we definitely need them in the offense.
Yeah, for sure.
Although I also like the beginning when they had like nice synergy between him and Elizabeth Jostad, or like with Annika Zangenfeind.
If they could find some of that earlier calm back and make some more nice plays.
Yeah, I think the offense of Saginaw seems a bit more variable than the one of Lyon. Lyon is
Yeah.
doing good on offense, but it seems to be like shooting heavy and not a lot of passing. If there are passes, they're high arcing, they take a lot of time to get
Yeah.
there, and they're sometimes not really on the open player of their own team.
They sort of get there, but not really get there. This is what my coach would yell at me if we would do this. Is this a ref meeting or a timeout?
It's a timeout.
It's a timeout. Oh, I missed a timeout call.
Yeah.
How did I miss a timeout call?
How dare you, Annemieke?
Yeah, it's good that I asked, because now our viewers know as well. Maybe they missed it too.
Yeah, that's Fraser.
That is definitely Fraser.
A British snitch on this game of Saginaw versus Lyon.
Nice and international we got it going on here.
That's the way we want to have
yeah,
our European
for sure.
Quidditch Cup.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, I really love that results of like splitting the UQC into 2 divisions.
Yeah.
Because we saw a lot of new teams like a few weeks ago when we were in Warsaw, and now we have like this tournament here, which has a lot more evenly matched teams, a little bit of more parity, and it shows it's good for the viewer, it's good for us. People can play against their peers. There's not a lot of loop-sided games, and really you have to tip your hat to the organizers. They faced a lot of backlash when they made this decision, but I think
it was a great idea. It was the right call for sure. We're seeing so much beautiful Quidditch here, and we've met so many new teams that we hadn't seen before.
Yeah, let's hope we have that same tournament style next year, maybe with more player teams in the second division. We'll see what the future holds, but I'm all in favor of it, I gotta say.
For sure. Let's get back to the game at play, though. There we have another shot from the keeper line that did not go through, and the ball's back with the keeper from Saginaw. Is this Martin? Oh, that was a very far pass.
Nice pass, but it's right on his chest.
Yeah. I'm flabbergasted.
Martin Bayer missed the cut there, otherwise it would have been open.
Oh, that's a tough tackle. Was that through? Not through. This seems messy. Are we watching 2 different teams after this timeout? Suddenly there's mess and chaos.
Energy, yeah. But also some aggressiveness, and I like it. Martin Bayer needs to get the ball off to Ragnhild.
I'm just suddenly super confused what's going on. Is that ball back to Lyon? No?
No bludger there for Lyon.
All right,
So
it's
Saginaw,
still a
Saginaw,
Saginaw.
go for it.
Yeah,
Go for
go,
it, Saginaw.
go. Move, please. Was that was through. Nice.
20 to 50.
Oh, the bludger for Lyon's all the way back behind the hoops. Oh, they're making this into a tactical thing now. Trying to sneaky beater is what we call this.
Yeah, sneaky beater.
Sneaky beater.
Yeah, and it's working. It's working. Look at it. Bam.
Oh, so sneaky. So sneaky.
Kudos, number 24,
Yeah.
Rosenzweig.
This
She did
was
a great one.
Sneaky beater executed A+.
I hope we have that on stream because I want to show that like on a GIF.
Yeah,
like
for sure.
That's meme worthy. Like
Yeah.
me trying to be like on point and then watching another Netflix episode. Bam.
Yeah. Yeah. No, for sure.
So.
Yeah, we're just let's see what they are doing. Slowly taking their time.
Nobody's facing him.
No,
Oh,
this is
far too high.
This is an interesting choice.
Oh, I think he thought that the photographer on the right hand side was an open teammate.
Right.
Yeah,
that
was not the case.
happens. Yeah.
That was not
No,
the case.
that's an honest mistake to make. I feel like I would do this too, to be honest. So late on a Saturday, sun. Yeah. Oh, that's a very long pass. Oh, and it did not arrive, sadly.
And I gotta say, Saginaw is a bit better when it comes to actually receiving the passes. I mean, Crooked are playing these passes, but Saginaw can actually convert these into opportunities because they are catching better, and that's something that's not often practiced, but it pays off
so
immensely.
well. Yeah.
It's just the basics sometimes. Passing on the point, catching that pass easily, and being able to run from it in any direction.
I mean, it sounds so simple, but it is actually really, really difficult.
Yeah, and do that maybe with one hand. Do it with 2 hands.
One
with
hand?
One broom. Yeah, yeah.
One hand.
Yeah.
Philip.
Yeah, I'm all in favor of
Philip.
one-hand catching if you're managing to do
Lyon's
this.
running there, only faced by... Oh, yeah, that was beautiful. That man defense was not on point.
So, Lyon now closer, and I think this game is still in swim range.
I think so too, yeah. I mean, looking at the energy from both teams, I would say that it is. That is another goal from Saginaw.
So 60-40 is the score. Saginaw is still 20 points ahead, but they want to...
They want to get out of snitch range to be comfortable, because
At
this is
least
not
they
a
wanna have it
comfortable
on.
spot to be in.
Nice beat by Kai, forcing the quick pass.
Suddenly Lyon's feeling the fire under their butts. They're going for it.
Great grab here on Don
Oh,
Guy.
that's beautiful.
Yeah, Elizabeth getting that tackle on Don Guy. And here's the beat in the face of Lyon.
I think I want to be Elizabeth when I grow up, to be honest, when I see this kind of stuff.
Yeah, she's a great player. Okay, foul call against Saginaw.
Right. Oh, we see some friendly handshakes between Seekers. That's always nice to see. I love that Quidditch love when just everybody likes each other and they always shake each other's hands before they start seeking.
Yeah.
It feels better than, you know, football hooligans yelling at each other and trashing each other's cities.
I think it also pays dividends on the court because it kind of puts a moral hazard on flopping or something like that, like flailing. I mean, actually, I talked with Steve Cochran before a few games ago, and he said, but he realized that there seems to be like an epidemic of like flailing your arms at any contact.
Right.
And I think if you have like a deeper friendship between the other teams, you try to disengage from any behavior of that, as it is quite common in other sports. I don't want to name them. But
Yeah.
flailing your arms and trying to go for the foul call.
Be like, oh, I'm so hurt.
Yeah, it hurts the gameplay. And
No, I love that Quidditch players don't do that. They respect each other too much.
Yeah. But yeah, it's some people. It happens, of course, in any sport. But I hope we have it in a very
minimal here. Yeah.
Absolutely right.
I would say if my teammates would do that, I would kick them out of the team.
Oh, sheesh.
And I am coach, so I can.
Oh, you know who got kicked out? Kai Shaw.
Kai. Oh
Card.
no, with a yellow. That is not a good place to be in the sin bin when Snitch is about to arrive on pitch.
Yellow card for Saginaw if number 79. Illegal contact.
This is when you want to be getting comfortably
1 minute in a penalty box until the opposing
out
team
of Snitch
scores.
range. And then if you're missing a key beater.
Yeah, exactly. Especially Kai Shaw, he did a great game. He kept high intensity, covered a lot of ground. He has very good cardio. Yeah, they're going to miss him.
They are.
But there it seems to me that he reached from behind, if I can interpret the gestures of Mr. Backledge correctly here.
Right. I am unsure, but I trust your judgment. Let's see if Lyon uses this.
And see, these passes, I mean, they're getting
They
there, but
get
they're
there. It just
far
takes
too high.
Too long to get there. Oh, that was a turnover, I guess?
Yeah, he was over the hard
out of
the
bounds.
boundary.
Yeah.
And yeah, the players of Saginaw were having none of it.
That's very fair. You gotta play by the rules.
Yeah, for Lyon, go for more straight passes. Don't try to avoid these high arcing shots. They're giving the defense far too many time to get to your receiver. And in this case, he was easily wrapped.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
brought out of bounds. Okay, Lyon going deep towards.
They're putting some aggressive defense
but they
here.
now disregard the quaffle, and that's gonna pay.
That's not gonna. Yeah, how did they forget to look at the quaffle? There's only one beater, and they got distracted by this one beater.
And that was a crucial goal. This game now puts them 30 points ahead, which means in case they catching the snitch, it's still overtime and not a win.
I'm very impressed, to be honest. How they managed to just keep the situation under control with one beater down.
Yeah. Yeah, Kai Shaw is back in the game, and he's getting back into defense.
Oh, that was... oh, there we have again. I was like, oh, that was a good pass, but there we are again with the high arching passes, and it's just not...
I like Don Guy from Lyon. They are really good at positioning. Don Guy always there to get the pass, sometimes lacking their though in passing themselves.
Oh, I completely did not realize the Seekers were released.
Yes, the Seekers are released.
I missed many things, but I did not miss that catch! That looked clean! Right? That looked beautiful!
Hold me closely here!
I'm very glad I realized the Seekers were on because this was beautiful. This looked good, right? To me?
Yeah, I mean, it was Timo Ramsau. Timo Ramsau getting very close, going around the hip of Fraser and grabbing a full handful of that snitch.
Yeah. This was a solid grab.
Oh, and I think it was right in front of a camera.
I mean...
Shush!
I'm going to say this is the end of the game.
If it's good,
yeah.
It would mean it would be 40 to 100 star, and Timo Ramsau.
I mean, this is impressive.
I just want to have this quote here by Martin Bayer. He says his team regards anything longer than 5 seconds as cardio.
Well, this was...
they're not doing cardio.
No cardio today. Wow.
Timo Ramsau just saved it for Saginaw, which goes 40 to 100 star. Deserved win, I think. In the end, they had the upper hand against
for sure.
Lyon. And Timo Ramsau with the quick catch against Freder Prosford. Great game.
Yeah, beautiful. I'm very impressed.
Yo, so that's basically all that me and Ntnui have to say to you guys.
Yeah.
We're going to give it back to the people at the tech table. We'll be
back with a short
analysis.
Short analysis.
Yes, and then a goodbye.
And I hope we see all of you and maybe more tomorrow on Sunday of EQC Division 1. That's us from me, Philipp Stolz, and
Annemieke Drost. Thank you for being here with us.
Take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all of those who do not feel included by these two words, we are back here with the analysis from Lyon Cruikshanks versus Saginaw EF, the game we just saw. I'm here with Bex McLaughlin as the analyst. Pretty tight and close game, a pretty low-scoring game, Bex, or would you view that differently?
Yeah, no, definitely. The final score was 100 stars Saginaw and 40 to Lyon. So, yeah, not massively scoring. It does mean they were just around swim when Saginaw caught. But yeah, the real story being that Saginaw is a first-year team, but a lot of experienced players, formerly of Ntnui, of OSI, with lots of study abroad.
And a couple of Germans in there, which is weird.
Yeah, some Germans. And it was that experience that just seemed to carry them through compared to Lyon.
It was a pretty close, pretty defensive-minded game, though. I mean, the 70-40, the score when Saginaw caught the snitch and, won it, that was the highest lead they have had during the entire game so far. So it was a pretty even-handed thing. You were talking a bit earlier about the Lyon defense. You saw one of their main weak points that Saginaw were able to capitalize on in that regard, if I got you right.
They seem to not have a sort of set defense. You could look at that and say, oh, they're running compact, or they're running this. They just kind of, I don't want to say blobbed. That seems a bit rude, but they kind of blobbed near the hoops.
I mean, they did. Yeah, they did. They did block the zones near the hoops, but it didn't look as coordinated as it could have been. Was my impression as well. But to be real, Saginaw didn't look super coordinated either. It just worked because they won each single one-on-one tackle battle. They just took them down with experience and with the knowledge of their tackle. I feel like, was it Martin Bayer who took down that one Lyon player just with one arm, just all technique, just putting that person on the ground? Like, yeah, that's just experience. And Lyon do have a couple of experienced players, but sadly we do not know too much because the French Quidditch community just stays a little to itself. So, but I did feel like I recognized a couple of their players from previous EQCs. Lyon is definitely a team falling under the radar behind Paris Titans and Paris Frog. Yeah.
For instance, like, so Kai Shaw was in the box for a foul, and Lyon couldn't capitalize on that. They were against one bludger with no defensive beater then to help that beater out, and they couldn't seem to capitalize on it. And that, I don't know, just showed a lack of experience, or like they just needed more game exposure. What I loved, my favorite thing of the match, was definitely the quaffle work between Martin Bayer and Elizabeth Jordstad. Absolutely fantastic. They knew exactly where the other was going to be, and they just worked so well.
The passing of Saginaw was pristine, absolutely. There were moments where you felt like, okay, guys, you've passed it around the hoops now for like 12 times. One of y'all will have to try and pass it, at least pass it through the hoops. Just do it unintentionally. We don't care anymore. Just score the thing. But I mean, yeah, that's what experience does. If you just know where the other person will be, if you know how to throw the ball to the other person so they can catch it, obviously the passes are going to work. But that was possibly something that Lyon could have capitalized on a little more. They did do it from time to time after that, just because the passing of Saginaw worked so blindly. They didn't sometimes seem to not be as fully aware of their surroundings. There was one interception that Cruikshanks made. They sadly couldn't capitalize on it from the Lyon standpoint, where they just intercepted one of those long passes. And that might have been something where Lyon had capitalized on it a little more that could have seen the game gone in a different direction, or wouldn't you think?
Yeah, definitely. It just then, it comes back to experience in where they were just not reading the game. They're like, oh, this game is a closed book to me. It's like, no, you can see that, you know, number 8's going to pass the number 5, and this is going to happen time and time again. But okay, cool. Don't maybe them start man marking, or they're eventually going to get the ball through the hoop.
Yeah.
Try and mark out your man.
But there were some gorgeous plays by Lyon as well, like the passing behind the hoops with the head start from the person behind the hoops catching the pass. It almost looked like a studied football.